Introduction asterisk. This is a daily life story about a tsundere, irritable, and sarcastic caretaker dragon and a child dragon, focusing on their growth together. It is not a tale of rivalry, political intrigue, or mindless antics, but rather a narrative of development, with the protagonist being a young child in the early stages. Chapter 001, Elia. On a frigid morning, as a few sparse stars lingered in the sky, the air of Dragonstone Island was imbued with the characteristic chill of winter. The cold wind howled across the sea, stirring up tumultuous waves that lashed against the dark cliffs. In the warmth of the castle, Elia awakened from her slumber. Moments ago, she felt a gentle kick from the life growing within her. Her fingers caressed her rounded belly tenderly, each touch imbued with love and warmth. A year prior, after the birth of her younger son, Aegon, the maester had informed her and Rhaegar that her body might not be capable of bearing more children. Though saddened by the prospect of not being able to gift her husband another heir, Elia took solace in the fact that they already had 2 children, Rhaenys and Aegon. However, when Aegon was merely a fortnight old, a torrential storm swept across Dragonstone, bringing with it heavy rain and biting winds. The following day, Rhaenys fell ill, soon followed by Aegon. Despite her fervent pleas, neither child survived. She was heartbroken, weeping endlessly, while Rhaegar, equally sorrowful, comforted her with strength. A month later, she astonishingly found herself pregnant once more. The maester warned her that if she insisted on carrying this child, it might cost her life. Rhaegar also urged her to forego this pregnancy. That night, she wept herself to sleep, and together, they shared a dream. The sky was stained a blood red, the earth darker than night, as a colossal golden dragon loomed over them, its eyes radiant as the sun, its scales shimmering more brilliantly than gold. It opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of golden flames. Rhaegar smiled, embracing the inferno with fearless abandon, for he was a born son of the dragon. But Elia was not. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no fear. As the searing fire enveloped her, she felt not pain, but warmth. She sensed the dragon calling to her. From that day forth, Elia grew stronger with each passing day. Her appetite astounded the maesters, leaving them bewildered. Elia and Rhaegar kept the dragon dream to themselves, as King Aerys grew increasingly erratic, leaving them uncertain if he would perceive it as good news. Elia slowly sat up in bed, carefully adjusting her body to avoid disturbing the life within her. Her movement roused Rhaegar, who sat up, concern etched on his face. "My dear, what is it? Are you unwell? Should I summon Maester Dervaun?" Elia shook her head, and Rhaegar assisted her in rising from the bed, drawing back the heavy brocade curtains to gaze silently at the horizon, where dawn was breaking. "Let us name the child Aegon. He shall be the first dragon prince in centuries to awaken the true dragons," Rhaegar said, gently placing his hand on her belly, his eyes and lips adorned with a smile, his tone resolute. Elia nodded softly, aware of Rhaegar's anticipation for this day. "Why Aegon? I would have thought Demon or Jaehaerys," Elia mused, curious about the name. Since Aegon the Conqueror subdued the 7 kingdoms, the Targaryen lineage had ruled this realm, their names traditionally following the ancient Valyrian customs, and never had a Targaryen borne the name Aegon. "Oh, he told me himself," Rhaegar chuckled joyfully. "He said his name is Aegon, a little golden dragon." The dream dragon could hardly be termed little, yet Elia offered no rebuttal. The restless little one kicked again, and a pang of discomfort surged through her, accompanied by a damp sensation between her legs. "Rhaegar." Elia clutched her belly, striving to remain calm. "Please, summon the maester quickly. I believe I am about to give birth." "What?" Rhaegar swiftly scooped her up and called out for the maidservants and the maester. In Rhaegar's embrace, Elia convulsed, feeling as though she were being torn apart. In her daze, she heard Rhaegar urgently calling her name, the maidservants bustling about in a flurry, their footsteps chaotic, the clanging of metal echoing, and Maester Dervain's panicked voice exclaiming, "This is far earlier than anticipated." She felt hot, yet somehow cold, and began to dream again, this time of a magnificent golden shadow. "Mother!" A girl's voice called to her, both distant and near. Rhaenys, barefoot, laughed as she ran through a fog-laden palace, her dark hair billowing in the cold wind. "Come chase me," the little girl shouted. Elia cried out her daughter's name as she sprinted to catch her, but the girl grew faster, soon becoming a fleeting shadow. She begged her to slow down, fearing she could not keep up. Yet, the girl remained oblivious, darting through the palace corridors. Elia screamed and called out, but excruciating pain surged between her legs, and the girl vanished. The wind howled, waves crashed, and an unknown singer lamented from afar, their voice cold and haunting. A small infant lay quietly in her arms, neither moving nor crying. Elia trembled, chilled to the bone, her arms stiffening, tears frozen in her eyes as the song faded into the distance. And soon, all was lost to smoke. It felt as if a century passed as she wandered aimlessly through a dim, desolate wasteland, dust swirling around her, her vision obscured. She was battered and bleeding, leaving a trail of crimson footprints on the ground with her bare feet. From the farthest reaches, a golden dragon soared toward her, drawing nearer with each beat of its immense wings, casting shadows over the earth. Its fiery gaze burned, and the sky, the ground, and she herself were ablaze. The entire world was engulfed in flames. The burning dragon collided fiercely with her, and in that moment, she was reborn. The infant clenched tiny fists, sleeping soundly with closed eyes. Elia sat beside the cradle, studying him intently. His small face was soft and delicate, with fine hair shining like gilded threads, interspersed with strands of silver. If he were to open his eyes, one would find the same beautiful indigo hue as Rhaegar's. Elia gently tapped his cheek, her heart aching at his pallid complexion. The ordeal of childbirth had been harrowing. She had lost consciousness at one point, her heartbeat faltering, and it was said that neither of them was expected to survive. Yet, Elia's recovery was astonishingly swift. However, this did not elicit any astonishment from others, for all were captivated by the return of the dragons. On the day Aegon was born, Rhaegar placed a pre-selected dragon egg in his cradle. The following morning, a golden dragon hatched from a long-dormant fossil egg. After a maidservant's scream echoed throughout the castle, even Rhaegar's attempts to conceal it were in vain, as King Aerys soon became aware. The king sent a raven bearing a message, demanding Rhaegar hasten back to King's Landing with the dragon and his wife and child. Rhaegar was doing his utmost to delay, but in a few months, they would have no choice but to depart. The relationship between the king and the Prince of Dragonstone had soured over the years. The king grew increasingly deranged, while the prince became ever more robust and astute. According to protocol, following Rhaegar and Elia's marriage, Rhaegar, as the king's eldest son, should have taken on the role of the king's hand, managing state affairs. Yet, immediately after their wedding, the king had impatiently summoned them to Dragonstone. Now, he is eagerly urging them to move back quickly. Chapter 002, Birth. Zeno stood in a daze atop the head of a colossal golden dragon, clutching a book with a radiant cover that read, Dragon Training Manual. Upon opening to the first page, he found his basic information. Name, Zeno Targaryen. Gender, male. Intelligence, 18. You are slightly more intelligent than the average person, but not by much. Strength, 2. Frenzied Dragon Power. You are feeble, but after sustaining injuries, you will acquire the strength of a dragon. Agility, 5. Your movements are somewhat sluggish. Charisma, 30. Everyone finds you quite charming. Your misdeeds are more easily forgiven. Constitution, 5. You can barely avoid falling ill. Willpower, 10. You're an ordinary person. Lifespan, 20. You possess double the lifespan of an average person, but your growth rate is half that of a typical individual. Normal baseline attributes total 110. Special. Magic power, 50. You are impervious to flames. You can hatch dragons. You can communicate with magical beings. The second page is blank. The third page is blank. The nth page is blank. What is this? Zeno flipped the book repeatedly, shaking it vigorously without uncovering any further secrets. The top left corner of the first page bore the words Beginner's Gift Pack, which contained nothing but an option to allocate points, allowing an increase of 10 to all attributes. It specifically noted that these points could be allocated to oneself or to others, and if used on 2 or more individuals, the attributes would be averaged. It seemed rather fair. Zeno surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a desolate wasteland, beneath a black sky swirling with crimson clouds, the charred earth stretching endlessly into the distance, shrouded in a gray mist that filled the space between sky and ground. He looked up at the sky, then down at the ground, only to meet a pair of enormous golden slit-like eyes. What are you dawdling for? You've been given your golden finger. Why haven't you summoned your parents? The dragon inquired. What? Zeno was utterly bewildered. The dragon, growing impatient, said the book. Who are you? Where am I? Why am I here? Why do I remember nothing but my name? Zeno began to question his very existence. Wait a moment, the dragon replied. Suddenly, a vision flooded Zeno's mind. Oh my goodness, this is a world of power struggles. Even without his memories, he understood that he was utterly ill-suited for political machinations. He could only boast verbally in battles, had no knowledge of governance, and couldn't even distinguish between rice and wheat. While it seemed he could perhaps smear some mud, that skill was utterly useless in this world. Not to mention, his destined parents had met a tragic end. His surrogate father, Rhaegar, was an unfaithful scoundrel, and his surrogate mother, Elia, a frail and pitiable woman. Rhaegar's infidelity led to the theft of another's bride, igniting a war that claimed countless innocent lives, including his own and that of his wife and children. No wonder the beginner's gift pack could be used on others. It was clearly intended for this ill-fated couple. All right, he asked the dragon, how do I use it on them? Wait a minute. Rhaegar is an unfaithful scoundrel. Even if I grant him the attributes and help him defeat the usurper, he will divorce Princess Elia and marry Lyanna. What then? Can I be with Elia? How should I know? I'm just a dragon, the dragon grumbled. Are you going to allocate the points or not? Yes. If I give them points, they might survive. If I don't, they start dead. Why am I still so unlucky after switching worlds? Wait, why do I remember how unlucky I am, but not anything else? Just how unlucky am I? Zeno lamented, and the dragon, exasperated, wished to ignore him. By the way, I haven't asked her name yet. Zeno realized he had been so disheartened that he forgot to inquire about the dragon's name. I have no name. You must give me one. Oh, Zeno's spirits lifted immediately. So, you are the dragon I will raise, right? The dragon grumbled a low, dissatisfied hum. Zeno slid down from the dragon's head and marveled at the magnificent creature before him. A dazzling four-legged dragon with 2 wings, a beautiful mythical being, its wings adorned with tiny scales, the smallest of which was larger than Zeno's face, regal and splendid. You don't look like the dragons I've seen, Zeno noted, having observed a slight discrepancy. The dragon, displeased, replied, I'm not a local dragon. Of course, I am different. Do you want to raise me or not? Of course. How about the name Aeou? Not good enough. Other dragons are named Balerion or Vagor. You're giving me such a simple name? The dragon complained. Aeou is the supreme dragon god. How can you compare yourself to those ordinary dragons? Zeno retorted. Supreme dragon god? Really? The dragon asked, half convinced. Of course. Aeou is the greatest dragon god. All dragons are Aeou's offspring. Well, fine then. The dragon acquiesced reluctantly, yet a hint of joy surfaced on its face. Zeno sighed in relief. He had no actual memory of who Aeou was, but it must be a name of significance. How do I allocate the attribute points to that couple? Zeno didn't forget that his own life was hanging by a thread. Come up to my head, then call for them. Zeno struggled to climb onto the dragon's head. It was no easy feat. The dragon's scales were as smooth as glass, making it a slippery descent, yet scaling it was arduous, as the dragon's head was like a small mountain. Even with its head pressed to the ground, Zeno found it impossible to ascend. You are too slow. The dragon, growing impatient, extended a claw and plucked Zeno up as if he were a mere seed, placing him atop its head. The dragon's head bore 7 golden spikes of varying lengths. Once Zeno clung to one, the dragon stood tall, puffed out its chest, and let out a roar. Mist swirled in the wasteland, slowly coalescing into 2 indistinct figures, gradually becoming clearer. Zeno finally beheld his parents in this life. So handsome. How to describe Rhaegar's handsomeness? Perhaps it was that kind of sun-kissed charcoal skin that still captivated the eye. Even dressed in a sack, he could elicit gasps of admiration. If Zeno were to rate him, it would be a 99, deducting 1 point due to his own foul mood. No wonder, even after over a decade of death, men and women alike still pined for him. A man like that wouldn't even need to beckon a young lady. A mere glance would be enough to entice her to follow. In contrast, Elia, though possessing a lovely appearance, seemed rather ordinary. Having such a stunning father certainly placed immense pressure on Zeno, reaffirming his determination to be with Elia after their divorce. He asked the dragon, Aeou, how do I allocate the attribute points to them? The dragon replied, You're asking me again? How would I know? I'm just a dragon. Thus, Zeno grew even more frustrated. He opened the dragon training manual, pointed to the symbol of the beginner's gift pack, which illuminated, and a transparent box appeared above it. This time, the box contained an additional option. Please select a recipient. 1. Zeno Targaryen. 2. Elia Martell and Rhaegar Targaryen. Zeno's face twitched as he confirmed that this beginner's gift pack was indeed intended for his unfortunate parents. With a fierce determination, he pressed option 2, and the dragon exhaled a plume of dragon fire towards the 2 figures. They ignited and quickly vanished. Zeno stood in stunned silence. Wait, just like that? Where did they go? Once the attribute points are allocated, it is time to return. Remember to call for me once you are born. By the way, the memories I have bestowed upon you are time-limited, so ensure you resolve the matter before they fade away. The dragon soared into the sky, climbing higher and higher amidst the howling winds. Zeno grasped the dragon's horn tightly, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. The blood-red clouds drew nearer, and soon they plunged into the dense crimson shroud. Zeno perceived the cloying red clouds as if they were steeped in blood, foul and repugnant. He pinched his nose, yet was still overcome by nausea. Before he could retch, he plummeted downwards. Once again, Zeno found himself standing in the wilderness, where he heard a woman weeping. Her cries were frantic, breathless, as if she were pouring out a lifetime's worth of suffering through her tears. Indeed, the tears flowed forth, gushing from beneath his feet, submerging the earth, transforming the wilderness into an ocean. Zeno shouted for the dragon, Aeou, Aeou, I cannot swim. Ah, no dragon answered him, and he sank beneath the surface. In the palace beneath the water, Zeno beheld the wandering figure of Elia, her white gown soaked in blood. She was battered and bruised, her cheeks stained with tears of blood, her eyes hollow and crimson, murmuring, Rhaenys, Aegon, Rhaenys, Aegon, Aeou. Zeno bellowed, what on earth is happening? What should I do? If you ignore me any longer, you might as well find someone else to care for you. To pay with life is to gain life. They who desire the dragon's offspring must first sacrifice the dragon's offspring. The dragon's voice echoed distantly, as if from another realm. I am one with you. Our fates are intertwined. Zeno comprehended the gravity of the situation, rendered speechless. He had never fathomed that the price of his arrival in this world would be paid by Elia, Rhaega, and two innocent children. Cautiously, he approached Elia, gently calling Elia, Elia? The woman continued her murmurs, entirely oblivious to Zeno. He grasped her hand, which was slick and stained with blood. As he held her, she suddenly screamed, her mouth agape wider than her head, dark red blood gushing forth, drenching Zeno's face and body. He pinched himself fiercely to stave off unconsciousness. Elia continued to scream, and he stood there, helpless, staring at her, unsure of what to do. The dragon urged him, if you do not make a decision soon, this birth will fail. If it fails, this woman will perish. Decide? But how am I to decide? What should I choose? Zeno could not even muster a bitter smile as he gazed at the woman before him, her features twisted in agony, feeling utterly powerless to alleviate her suffering. In the end, all he could do was call out to her mother. He had taken a child from Elia, yet he returned a child to her. Mother. At last, Elia ceased her screaming, silently locking her bloodshot gaze onto Zeno. He took her hand, leading her forward, and they slowly exited the palace of tears, returning beneath the blood-red sky. With her, Zeno ascended, and together they soared into the crimson clouds. The roar of the dragon echoed across the heavens. Chapter 003. The King and the Prince. The young prince is truly adorable. Among the countless children I have encountered, I have never seen one so serene, clever, and well-behaved. The maid named Nanny, merely 18 years of age, possesses lovely golden hair and striking azure eyes, her beauty akin to that of a blossoming flower. Her surname is Lannister, and it is well known that the Lannisters are always blessed with handsome men and beautiful women. Elia smiled and remarked, everyone says he resembles his father. Annie could not help but steal glances at her. The last time she had seen Princess Elia was after the birth of her first child with Prince Rhaegar, when she appeared frail and unwell. Later, upon the birth of their second child, Prince Aegon, rumors circulated that she was on the brink of death. Yet now, the princess's cheeks were radiant, her lips a vivid red, her olive-toned skin smooth and delicate, adorned with a delicate crown set with amethyst atop her lustrous dark hair, accentuating the brilliance of her ebony eyes. She appeared exceptionally healthy. However, this might surely disappoint Miss Cersei, Annie mused, and Lord Tywin would be even more disheartened. After all, it was common knowledge that Lord Tywin had long awaited Princess Elia's demise, hoping to arrange for Prince Rhaegar to marry his daughter. Zeno nestled against Elia, tilting his small head to observe his mother and the maids engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon his arrival into this world, he was relieved to discover that the timeline of this realm differed somewhat from the memories that Aeou had imparted to him. For instance, Rhaegar and Elia had wed at the beginning of the year 277, while now it was the end of 279. Winter had yet to conclude. The false spring had not yet arrived, and Rhaegar had not yet met Lyanna. There was still time. Yet, with the return of dragons, Would Rhaegar still cling to that prophecy and seek a divorce from Elia? It was difficult to say, for true love is a force that is hard to resist. Once the old house is ablaze, there is little hope of salvation. Nevertheless, Zeno must strive for self-preservation. For there may come a time when he forgets the future that the dragon has revealed to him, and he cannot record it. Fortunately, Aeou had mentioned that he was unlike the local dragons, growing at a quicker pace and destined to attain a more formidable size. Though Zeno had yet to sprout teeth, he had already grown larger than an adult shadowcat. However, in battle, a skilled knight wielding a bow would pose a formidable challenge to a dragon. What if 10 or 100? Zeno and the dragon are one. He had no desire to gamble with his own life. After months of earnest contemplation, Zeno devised the following plan. First, he would insist on being taken to the Harrenhal tournament by Rhaegar, doing everything in his power to disrupt each couple. Second, should Rhaegar refuse to take him, he would have to apologize to the maid who cared for him and ask Aeou to secretly take him there, enacting his plan to separate each pair. But how could a mere child disrupt the bond between two enamored individuals? Would he resort to tears, tantrums, or even threats? A child nearing 7 months should be able to articulate a few words. However, Zeno's unique attributes dictated that he developed at a slower pace. Thus, in reality, Zeno, who was only 3 months old, could only babble incoherently. No matter how he fumbled with that book, the attribute panel remained stubbornly unchanged. When he inquired of Aeou, the dragon merely replied, "I am just a dragon. Is there anyone whose golden touch could rival his misfortune?" If the war of usurpers were to erupt again, his demise would be assuredly the fault of this tome. The little one, displeased, ground his teeth, and Elia promptly noticed. "Oh dear, are you hungry?" she asked, lifting Zeno into her arms and unfastening her garment to nurse him. Zeno, rendered speechless, found himself reluctant to defy this motherly figure ever since witnessing her weep with bloodshot eyes, despite not feeling the slightest pang of hunger. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, prompting several handmaidens to rise, one stationed at the doorway while the others encircled Elia. When Rhaegar entered the chamber, flanked by 2 Kingsguard, Elia had already composed herself, cradling Zeno as she stepped forward. "My lord, why the haste?" she inquired. "Father wishes to meet Zeno and his dragon immediately," Rhaegar replied, appearing somewhat fatigued. He leaned down to gently kiss Elia, offering a smile to his wife and child. He was also preparing to host a grand tournament for Zeno's first naming day, inviting lords from all corners. "Shall I accompany you?" Elia asked, her concern evident, as King Aerys had never held her in high regard. "No," Rhaegar replied without hesitation. "I shall take him alone." Zeno nestled against his father's chest, gazing about. He had been swaddled so tightly on the way that he had seen little of the world outside. They descended the staircase, where Sir John Clayton awaited them at the bottom. Tall and handsome, he wore a black tunic adorned with a pair of battle griffins in red and white, and he offered Zeno a warm smile. "Is this our dragon prince? His eyes are identical to yours, Rhaegar. I dare say King Aerys will take a liking to him." Rhaegar returned the smile, albeit with a hint of melancholy. While Aerys would undoubtedly appreciate the dragon, he might not extend the same favor to Zeno. Indeed, it was quite possible that he would harbor disdain for the boy, for Zeno had awakened the dragon and not he. After all, the king was notoriously known for his jealousy of anyone surpassing him. The king, queen, and esteemed courtiers awaited them in the hall of Maegor's Holdfast. Aerys appeared even more gaunt and disheveled than Zeno had envisioned, his silver hair tangled and matted, with nails that curled grotesquely. When he embraced Zeno, the boy was fortunate to have already endured the noxious stench of the bloody red clouds, sparing him from immediate retching. Queen Rhaella's embrace was warm and fragrant, bearing a striking resemblance to Rhaegar, possessing a beauty that was undeniable. Beside her stood a small boy, perhaps 3 or 4 years of age, his violet eyes wide with intense curiosity fixed upon Zeno. "Where's the dragon?" "My dear, summon your dragon." King Aerys unabashedly expressed his desire. Thus, Zeno called for Aeou. The doors swung open, and the dragon, swift as lightning, answered Zeno's summons. As it descended, wings beating, all eyes converged upon it. "Oh, how beautiful it is!" Aerys' voice trembled, and no one contested this statement. Dragons were indeed the most magnificent and powerful creatures in existence. Aerys beckoned the dragon to approach, wishing to stroke and admire it. Yet the dragon paid him no heed. "Father," Zeno murmured. Rhaegar attempted to persuade him, but the dragon was unwilling to approach anyone other than Zeno. "Not even me or Elia. I am the king." Illyris erupted in fury. "This is a royal decree." Rhaegar's expression remained impassive. "I apologize, but I fear no one can command a dragon. Perhaps Zeno, as its master, could, but he has yet to grasp the essence of authority." Illyris glared fiercely at Rhaegar, then extended his hand toward Queen Rhaela, who cradled Zeno protectively. "Hand me the child." The queen replied, "Your Majesty, should you harm Zeno, the dragon is likely to retaliate. I implore you, do not act upon such thoughts. Are you a fool, or simply an idiot? Is your mind filled with straw? He is my grandson. How could I ever bring harm to him?" The king commanded his captain of the king's guard, Sir Gero, to fetch the boy for him. Thus, Zeno found himself once more in the grimy, odorous grasp of Illyris. The child, bereft of rights, knew he could not allow the dragon to incinerate him. Patricide is a grave sin in Westeros. "My dear," Illyris addressed Zeno, "bring me your dragon. You are my heir. All that I possess shall one day belong to you." The hall fell into a profound silence. Zeno remained silent, gazing at the deranged countenance of the king. Illyris ran his fingers through Zeno's hair, then suddenly slammed him to the ground. "No!" Rhaegar bellowed, rushing forward. Others reached out to catch him, but the dragon was the swiftest. Aeou soared over the crowd, allowing Zeno to land upon its back. The dragon then ascended, emitting a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the hall. Illyris screamed as he toppled from his seat. The captain of the king's guard assisted the king to his feet, guiding him back to his throne, while the dragon, bearing Zeno, regarded him with wary eyes, exhaling a plume of smoke laced with embers. Illyris, face flushed with rage, gasped for breath while gripping the armrests. In a sudden fit of anger, he struck Queen Rhaela with a resounding slap, causing her to tilt sideways, her cheeks swelling and blood oozing from her mouth and nose. Rhaegar's countenance darkened, while the queen remained silent, covering her face without a single groan. All present wore masks of serene indifference, save for Zeno, who stood in stunned disbelief. "Leave. All of you get out," the king roared, expelling everyone from the chamber, save for the queen. "Wait, shouldn't we summon a maester first?" Zeno looked towards Rhaegar, who once again revealed a visage of weariness and sorrow. Rhaegar instructed that the reluctant Viserys be returned to his chambers before silently lifting Zeno from the dragon's back. "The king has truly lost his mind," the silent hand of the king, Duke Tywin, remarked to Rhaegar. "Your Highness, have you given further thought to my previous suggestion? After all, he is my father." Rhaegar gently caressed Zeno's head, appearing distracted and burdened with thoughts. "I shall consider it earnestly," Tywin replied softly. "I hope you can reach a decision promptly." He cast one last focused glance at Zeno before departing. Chapter 004. The tournament. More than half a month before Zeno's first birthday, lords from across the realm had already begun to arrive in King's Landing. The platform for the tournament has been erected outside the city of King's Landing. The knights participating in the competition have pitched their tents and raised their banners upon the verdant grass. It seems as though, overnight, a bustling and prosperous silk town has sprung up along the banks of the Blackwater River. Merchants have flocked to the scene, setting up dozens of shops on the outskirts of this burgeoning settlement, eagerly hawking their wares. Meanwhile, within the walls of King's Landing, the atmosphere is electric, with people jostling shoulder to shoulder, and the air filled with the sounds of voices and neighing horses. The knights are brimming with anticipation, each dreaming of claiming the title of champion. The noble lords are busy making social calls, while commoners engage in animated discussions about the return of dragons in the taverns. Yet, none of this concerns Zeno. During this period, he has been a model child, either nestled in Elia's embrace, meeting various noble ladies, or being carried by Prince Rhaegar to meet the grandest of nobles. One moment, a lady praises his cuteness, and the next, a duke lauds his intelligence. Everyone seems to shower him and the dragon with accolades. Zeno, however, is solely preoccupied with thoughts of Queen Rhaela. Since that fateful day, he has neither seen nor heard from her. Rhaegar is busily engaged, and when he is absent, Elia has Zeno summon the dragon to keep them company. When Prince Oberyn visits, he playfully tosses Zeno into the air, catching him deftly, nearly provoking a bite from the dragon. Elia, irritated, swats his arm. Yet he merely laughs heartily. He then begins to tell jokes, bringing forth laughter from all, which becomes Zeno's singular moment of joy during this time. The handmaidens, initially fearful of the dragon, soon discover that as long as they do not provoke Aeou, he will ignore them entirely. Moreover, Aeou requires neither feeding nor cleaning, proving to be quite low maintenance. Among them is a new handmaiden, who exhibits a remarkable lack of fear, daring to sit beside Aeou while working on her embroidery. This new handmaiden is named Cersei Lannister. She is indeed strikingly beautiful, radiating a captivating allure. Zeno cannot fathom Rhaegar's thoughts. Despite knowing that Tywin wishes to marry his daughter to him, he allows this young lady to serve as Elia's lady-in-waiting. Regardless of her true nature, she is undeniably enchanting, possessing talents in song and dance, as well as exceptional skills in sewing and embroidery. At merely 14 years of age, she carries herself with poise in the presence of others, showing no signs of timidity, making it quite difficult to harbor any dislike for her. Furthermore, she is eager to engage with Zeno, patiently helping him build little houses out of dirt and reading to him. She even aspires to take the place of the maester in teaching him to read and write. Yet, what benefit does this hold for her? No matter how much she flatters Zeno, he cannot assist her in becoming his stepmother. Zeno is perplexed by Rhaegar, confounded by Cersei, and utterly bewildered by Elia, who allows all of this to unfold. On the day of the tournament, Zeno is cradled by Rhaegar and lifted high for all to see. As the dragon soars around the grandstand, the cheers from the crowd are thunderous enough to shake the very foundations of King's Landing. Prince of Dragonstone personally participated in the tournament, adorned in a black cloak with red satin trim, beneath which his black armor gleamed. Emblazoned on his chest with a three-headed dragon set in rubies. He wielded a black spear and shield, and even his steed was as dark as the midnight sky, free of any blemish. The helmet was adorned with a golden and red three-headed dragon, poised as if ready to take flight. Initially, it was the Duke of Mace Tyrell from Highgarden who fell beneath his lance. Subsequently, Sir Brandon Stark and Sir Eddard Stark, the elder and younger sons of the Lord of Winterfell, met the same fate. Following them were Duke Robert Baratheon of Storm's End, along with Ser John Royce from the Vale of Arryn, and a number of renowned and robust knights from the west. The battles were fierce, and Zeno felt drowsy. The elevated stands obscuring his view as Elia held him tightly, making it difficult for him to see. Yet, he finally caught sight of Queen Rhaella, who smiled down at Prince Rhaegar as he fought valiantly. Her face appeared completely healed, but Zeno noticed that her hand was once again injured, wrapped in bandages with a hint of blood seeping through. What could possibly be done to eliminate the Mad King? Zeno pondered. In truth, if the Mad King were to perish, the deadlock would be resolved. If you truly decide to act, it is quite simple, said Aeou. What clever plan do you propose? Zeno was taken aback by the dragon's response. Despite their telepathic bond, Aeou had never been inclined to engage with him, often dismissing him with the sentiment of being merely a dragon. He wishes to kill you. Simply allow him to do so, the dragon replied. Was there a disruption in their mental communication? Zeno gazed in astonishment at the dragon resting against the wooden pillar, reminding it, if I die, you too shall perish. Do you not comprehend? When he truly poses a threat to you, your father will undoubtedly resolve to change the regime, the dragon asserted. But what if I die? You will not die. The king favors fire sorcerers. Do not forget, you are unafraid of flames, nor do you fear a few injuries. The dragon flicked its tail, declaring, such harm will only render you stronger. That notion seemed utterly absurd. With Elia and Rhaegar so meticulously safeguarding him, willingly seeking death would only burden her with guilt. Even if he survived. Aeou scoffed, how did I end up with such a fool? Have you not noticed that your father is already prepared, merely awaiting the resolve to act? You still fret over whether your mother will be saddened? But is the time not yet ripe? Zeno inquired, suddenly anxious. The dragon offered no reply. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause as Prince Rhaegar claimed victory once more. Night had fallen, and King Aerys announced loudly that the team tournament would be held the following day. The knights defeated by Rhaegar today were mandated to participate in the team tournament to prove they were still valiant warriors. This decree was utterly unreasonable. The onlookers exchanged glances, the noise in the arena diminishing considerably, many frowning in displeasure. However, it was, after all, the king's command. The banquet was held on the grassy field, where they sat beside the king and queen. Brother, congratulations on winning the tournament, Viserys exclaimed excitedly as he approached Rhaegar, raising a toast. Rhaegar, with a smile, took a seat beside them and playfully prodded Zeno, noting his diminutive stature. Despite being a year old, the younger son of Sir Weber was already far more robust. He could certainly benefit from a more substantial diet. Zeno, however, chose to ignore him, consumed by anxiety, feeling once more that his life hung by a thread. The current adulation the nobles showed towards Rhaegar was merely a reflection of the king's madness. Should Rhaegar's actions jeopardize their interests, say? If several key heirs perished in tomorrow's tournament, they would swiftly rebel, especially the likes of Brandon Stark and Robert Baratheon. Zeno wished not for his own demise, nor for the death of either Rhaegar or Elia. As the moon reached its zenith, a minstrel sat before them, recounting the tale of Aegon I's conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, a story the king delighted in. A whole yak sizzled on the spit, its belly stuffed with herbs, onions, mushrooms, peas, roasted chestnuts, and squab, the skin perfectly crisp and aromatic. The table overflowed with fruits, cakes, cheeses, roasted snails, and delicate biscuits. The melodies of flute and violin filled the air with beauty. When Prince Rhaegar picked up the harp and began to play a ballad, a hush fell over the gathering. All were entranced, tears brimming in their eyes, seemingly having cast aside the king's mad decrees. All, that is, except for Zeno, who was racking his brain to devise a plan to eliminate the Mad King. Chapter 5. The tournament. Good kings often blend into a uniformity, while bad kings each possess their unique flaws. At times, rejuvenating a faltering realm requires nothing more than the removal of a corrupt sovereign. Should the Mad King perish, many troubles would dissipate. As the new ruler, Rhaegar would first need to attend to state matters, leaving him little time for travel, or for falling hopelessly in love with Lyanna. In a few years, once Lyanna had wed Robert, even should their passions ignite, the dragon would have matured, providing greater strength against rebellion. I believe your suggestion is unfeasible, Zeno said while gnawing on a charred biscuit, a necessity for his teething. The scholar noted he needed to strengthen his teeth. Once his father made a decisive move, Zeno might find himself eloping with Lyanna. He needed to settle matters before that could transpire. Oh, and what do you propose to do? Aeou finally showed some interest. You must surely understand that regicide, while plausible, would tarnish your reputation far worse than that of Ares. What if he were to frighten himself to death? Perhaps he could choke on his food, or suddenly succumb to an illness. Zeno mused, struck by inspiration. Good idea, but you cannot truly expect him to choke or fall ill on command, do you? Or do you possess a method to frighten him to death? Aeou regarded Zeno as if he were being fanciful. Can we return to that realm? Zeno inquired of Aeou, referring to the place where crimson clouds filled the sky. Look at this king. He is so timid. If we could take him there, blind him with the red, and drop him from the sky a few times, even in dreams, that should be enough to scare him to death. The dragon remained silent for a long moment. No, your parents are an exception. Others cannot enter there. Aeou advised, I believe there is no need for you to take any action. The memory I bestowed upon you is a prophecy concerning the future. Yet, the true course of history often bears little resemblance to what is recorded in chronicles. Prophecies have always been ambiguous. The fate you perceive may indeed come to pass, or it may not, and the reasons for either outcome may not align with your expectations. Zeno scratched his head, pondering. Are you suggesting that my father may not have truly betrayed Lyanna? But if it were to occur, one must act swiftly to prevent infidelity. Aeou replied, you possess a dragon. You have already altered the present, which in turn modifies the future. Aeou did not comprehend Zeno's anxiety. For the moment of your birth had irrevocably changed everything. Zeno sighed and turned over in his small bed, the night enveloped in tranquility, with Rhaegar and Elia long since asleep. Tomorrow marks the day of the tournament. Engaging in disputes with King Ares proves futile, and persuasion is equally ineffectual. The lords who abstain from participating in the tournament risk being branded as cowards, while those who do may pay with their lives. Yet, it is evident that the nobility values reputation far more than life itself. Tomorrow is destined to be a bloody day. Zeno found himself unable to sleep, realizing he could not adapt to a world that trivializes life. You truly need not worry so, Aeou reassured him. They are not fools. They will not risk their lives in battle. The dragon rested beside Zeno's bed, observing him. Once this tournament concludes, your father will likely convene a grand council to compel the king to abdicate. The concerns you harbor are, for the most part, unlikely to materialize. Aeou continuously comforted and encouraged him, and Zeno felt a flicker of gratitude. You may be right. Perhaps I am overthinking things. Thank you. That night, Zeno experienced an exceedingly rare pleasant dream. He soared through the skies alongside the dragon, with crimson clouds drifting about them, as the radiant sunlight bathed the sea of clouds. The following day dawned bright and sunny, seemingly heralding good tidings. This tournament, while not necessarily the most populous in the annals of Westeros, would undoubtedly etch its place in history. The surroundings brimmed with throngs of spectators, their jubilant cheers resonating like thunder. Zeno strained to peek from Elia's embrace, but could only discern a sea of helmeted heads and a kaleidoscope of capes. Each participant appeared well-equipped and thoroughly prepared. From the helmets, Zeno recognized the stag of House Baratheon, the lion of House Lannister, and a cloak adorned with the head of an ice wolf, alongside an individual extravagantly clad in green armor embellished with golden roses. Well, it seems everyone is present. Surely they understand the concept of restraint, Zeno mused. Elia, feeling somewhat anxious, held Zeno tightly. Prince Oberyn had also entered the fray, yet Zeno could not locate him amidst the crowd. The tournament unfolded for a full 4 hours, during which some participants initially seemed to adhere to an unspoken agreement, exchanging light blows without inflicting genuine harm upon one another. However, the number of participants was overwhelming. and soon the situation spiraled out of control. Initially, a knight had his arms severed amidst the chaos. His dismembered limbs struck another knight in the face, causing him to stumble backward and let out a harrowing scream as he fell from his steed, soon to be trampled by the panicking horses. The crowd descended into utter disarray, mud splattering beneath their feet, while blood danced through the air. Elia clung tightly to Zeno, who had finally spotted Prince Oberyn. Armed with a spear, fiercely engaged in combat with Duke Mestisil. Ultimately, the victor emerged as a towering mercenary knight, whose height and strength eclipsed all others. Wielding a morning star that swept through the fray, King Illyris erupted in laughter, praising him as the most valiant knight and inviting him to the banquet at the Red Keep. This brutal tournament claimed the lives of 23, including Sir Brandon Stark, heir to Winterfell. Indeed, the world is rife with fools. I never anticipated that a noble would stubbornly engage in a life-and-death struggle with a wandering warrior. Aeou was not particularly pleased, yet his temperament suggested that his future mischief would be more troublesome than this modest loss, which did not alter the grand scheme. Zeno was occupied with comforting the distraught Elia, while Prince Oberyn had suffered 2 broken ribs and a gaping wound on his shoulder. Duke Tiller, on the other hand, had endured a fractured nose, arm, and leg, rendering them both unable to attend the feast. Nonetheless, as Aeou remarked, this outcome was not the worst possible scenario. The banquet took place in the throne room, where the air was thick with warmth and fragrant aromas. Laughter echoed as the king's jester pranced on stilts in the center of the hall, while several jugglers performed fire-breathing tricks. Good night. You are indeed a commendable knight. Look at those who possess titles yet lack honor and prowess. I dare say you are more suited to occupy their seats. The table before them was laden with food and drink, yet Illyris partook of nothing, allowing the victor of the tournament to sit at his feet, feasting on his provisions and sipping from his goblet, before engaging him in conversation. Pray tell, which position do you prefer? The mercenary knight replied in a deep voice. I prefer none, your majesty. I would rather be beside you. A clever lad, the king chuckled. You are far more astute than they. I think you shall remain by my side henceforth. Do you have a wife? Not yet. Then look, is that girl not beautiful? The king gestured towards Cersei. How about I arrange for her to be your bride? The mercenary knight was taken aback, as was Cersei. Tywin interjected coldly, Your Majesty, I believe my daughter's marriage should be determined by her father, not by you. I am certainly capable of making such decisions. I am the king, and you are my servant. It is not your place to speak on matters concerning the betrothal of my servant's offspring. Illyris proclaimed with pride, See, I have found you a most brave and fearless son-in-law. You should be grateful. Zeno fully grasped why Tywin would rebel, as Cersei bit her lip, glancing at her father's ashen face before stealing a glance at Rhaegar. Rhaegar sat expressionless, seemingly lost in thought, enveloped in silence, while others began to murmur among themselves. Oh, Cersei, why don't you come over and sit with your husband? I propose you two celebrate your wedding tonight, allowing everyone to revel in your nuptials. The King Aerys laughed heartily, slapping the table. Zeno genuinely admired Lord Tywin for managing to restrain himself from flipping the table in response. Noticing Cersei's reluctance to approach, King Aerys grew impatient. Cersei, either you come over yourself, or your husband drags you here. You are a clever girl, are you not? He then commanded the hired knight. Go, bring your wife over. If she refuses, you may exercise your rights as her husband. The knight hesitated before rising, and the whispers intensified. Cersei was on the verge of tears, looking helplessly at her father, whose countenance was grim, while Rhaegar appeared deep in contemplation, both remaining silent. Zeno, unable to contain himself any longer, summoned Aeou, who swooped in like a bolt of lightning, landing before the king and unleashing a jet of dragon fire onto the table, incinerating it and everything atop it amidst the king's shrill screams. The knight swiftly sidestepped, while the jester and performers scattered in panic, and the king cowered in his chair, trembling. For a moment, the hall was as silent as a grave. The dragon settled in the center of the hall, beginning to clean its scales with flames. With a soft clink, Rhaegar placed his cup on the table and addressed Tywin. I apologize, Lord Tywin. My father has indulged too much in drink. Please disregard his drunken ramblings. Tywin nodded slowly. Indeed, it seems his majesty has overindulged. Rhaegar turned to the captain of the Kingsguard. Ser Jorah, my father is quite inebriated. Please escort him back to his chambers for rest. Ser Jorah silently assisted Aerys, who was shaking uncontrollably, and took him away. Zeno hurriedly called for the dragon to depart. Aeou, displeased, exhaled a puff of sparks and shot him a glare before taking flight. Rhaegar smiled, motioning for the hired knight to return to his original position, then raised his goblet once more. Let us toast to the prosperity of the kingdom. Cheers. The crowd responded in unison, and the hall erupted into lively chatter once again. Chapter 006. A misguided sacrifice. You have thoroughly offended the king. I suggest you devise a plan to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, he will surely seek to eliminate you. The dragon urged Zeno. Even if you reveal our bond of life and death to him, he will not believe you. It is imperative that we strike first. Regicide is a grave crime, as you've stated. If I were to kill him, my reputation would be more tarnished than his, and he cannot kill me. You will protect me, won't you? Zeno lamented, feeling troubled. Since that fateful banquet, Rhaegar and Elia had kept a closer watch on him, while Prince Oberyn, still recovering from his injuries, visited Elia daily to reminisce and, in turn, keep Zeno company. He is undeniably an intriguing individual, possessing a gift for eloquence and a flair for storytelling that captivates all, especially Elia and the maidens, who are often brought to fits of laughter by his tales. I shall protect you, but what if he resorts to poison or leads you to a place from which I cannot enter? There are myriad methods to commit murder. Blades are not essential, and dragons are not omnipotent. Otherwise, why would we need the Imperial Guard? The dragon lounged beside Zeno, lazily flicking its tail, while the fire roared in the hearth, and Oberon recounted a tale of knights and dancers. Use your wits and ponder deeply. Hence, Zeno retrieved the dragon-raising manual once more. This book, serving as his golden key, was visible and tangible only to him, yet it proved to be of little utility. As a notebook, it allowed for mental writing, rather grand in concept, but ineffectiveness is simply ineffectiveness. Zeno fervently wished it would provide guidance like other systems, yet it remained a blank slate. In the face of the enemies in action, I too shall remain still. After all, mere survival is a victory. With Rhaegar, Elia, and Oberon present, if he beckons me forth, I shall not comply. What can he truly do to me? Zeno resolved to embrace stillness in the midst of motion, when options are scarce. Sometimes lying flat is a viable strategy. The dragon glared at him, exasperated. Do not underestimate Iris. He is indeed cowardly and mad. But I believe he wields power with far more finesse than Rhaegar. At this moment, the dancer professed, I love you sincerely. See how drenched I am for your sake. Oberon feigned a grim demeanor and remarked. The knight believed her, lowering his guard to embrace his beloved, only to be pierced by a faceless one disguised as a dancer. A small gasp rippled through the crowd, and Cersei, the boldest among them, calmly countered, but they are in love. How could they not discern that one is not their true beloved? Ah, dear lady, you must understand that the faceless ones possess a mysterious ability to alter their appearance at will, and not only that, they can mimic with remarkable precision. In the knight's eyes, he was indeed embracing his beloved. Oberon reclined lazily against the cushions, exuding an air of indifference. Even the finest disguise should exhibit some discrepancies. Cersei, unconvinced, argued that the knight simply did not know his beloved well enough. Were it me, I would never fail to recognize the truth. Ha ha ha. Oberon laughed heartily, acknowledging her point, for after all, it is not the original, and there must be some distinction. Elia smiled as she observed them, then glanced at Zeno, who furrowed his tiny brow, intently focused on the picture book before him. Ever since Zeno began teething 2 months ago, he had refused to drink breast milk. Initially, Elia felt a tinge of worry, but the scholar suggested that milk porridge would suffice and be beneficial for growth, especially as Zeno was rather small for his age. Yet, the scholar praised him, declaring him remarkably intelligent, quick to learn and understand, a veritable replica of his father. Intelligence, of course, is a virtue, but Elia was more concerned with his health. As long as he could grow up healthy, she would be thoroughly content. Although spring had not yet arrived, the weather had unexpectedly turned warm. Recently, a band of robbers had become increasingly audacious within the Imperial Guard, prompting Rhaegar to lead the troops in an effort to subdue them. The dragon reminded Zeno that the king had begun to take action. That afternoon, the sun concealed itself behind thick clouds as Zeno listened to Cersei read. Illyria and Oberon were engaged in discourse about the recent addition of a young son to the family of the Earl of Starfall. Suddenly, Queen Rhaela summoned the king's guard to bring Illyria and Zeno to her side. As Oberon adjusted his attire in preparation to accompany them, he was halted by Sir John Darry, who stiffly declared, You are a man. Her Highness desires only the company of Princess Illyria and Prince Zeno. Surely the dragon can come as well. Just look how well behaved it is. Oberon gestured towards the cat, Aeou, perched nearby. Apologies, but that is not permitted. Sir John Darry's expression was as unyielding as steel. He reiterated that Her Highness required only Princess Illyria and Prince Zeno. Oberon's demeanor darkened, and he exchanged a glance with Illyria. In a gentle tone, Illyria suggested, Let Miss Cersei accompany us. Mother mentioned she enjoyed her singing. The king's guards silently acquiesced. They were escorted into the throne room, which appeared particularly desolate that day. Despite the daylight, torches still flickered along the battlements, and a massive dragon skull loomed on the wall, its hollow eyes seemingly fixed upon them. King Aerys sat upon the Iron Throne, awaiting their arrival, accompanied solely by 2 members of the King's Guard stationed on either side of the throne. "Your Majesty, may I inquire about the purpose of our summons?" Elia asked with polite reverence. "Oh, I certainly have matters to discuss with you, but this does not concern you. I am the king. Be silent until I have finished speaking." Aerys erupted, his voice booming. Zeno found himself perplexed as to why this man wielded his authority over Aeou more adeptly than Rhaegar. Elia, complying with his wishes, ceased her speech. "What did I tell you? The Dornish are filthy and vile. Marrying you to Rhaegar is an affront to the Targaryen bloodline." Aerys bellowed for the fire mage. "Rosart, Rosart, you imbecile, hurry and bring forth the items for my beloved grandson to see. John, Harlan, why do you linger? Bind these 2 women." Cersei valiantly positioned herself in front of Elia. "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. Prince Rhaegar will be furious. And I am well aware of my dear grandson's dragon." "You need not remind me." Aerys brusquely interrupted her. "It seems you have not learned what manners are, but I do not hold it against you. Your mother passed away too soon, and your foolish father shares your lack of decorum. My father has never been disrespectful. You have no right to judge him." Cersei's voice trembled with a mix of anger and fear. Sir Jon Darry furrowed his brow as he bound Cersei to a pillar, followed by Elia. Elia clung desperately to Zeno, crying out in supplication, "Your Majesty, he is your grandson. He is still so young and knows nothing. All of this is my fault. I beseech your mercy. I implore you, please." The king's guard hesitated to inflict harm upon her, yet under the king's orders, they could not release her. After much entanglement, as Iris was on the verge of losing her patience, Zeno ultimately extricated himself from her embrace. Now, he stood alone in the center of the hall. He had summoned the dragon long ago, yet it was evident that Iris had anticipated this. The doors were firmly shut, and the windows securely sealed. Aeou was still violently attempting to break through the door with fire and claws. The good news was that he had brought Oberon along. The bad news was that together they had failed to breach the formidable entrance. A group of pyromancers placed a massive fire pit in the center, igniting a wild blaze, and constructed an iron framework above it, upon which rested 3 dragon eggs. What was the purpose of this? Could fossilized eggs even be cooked? Or was he intending to use me as firewood to hatch the eggs? Did he truly dare to burn me alive? Zeno could not help but internally scoff at the absurdity of the situation he described to Aeou. He was being sacrificed. Aeou, still struggling to breach the door, responded, stating that Oberon had summoned his men, but the king had also prepared a considerable force. Tywin's troops were en route. "Just hold on for a few more minutes." Tywin said he would have a siege hammer brought over, or would you prefer to let the flames burn for a while? Was this the expression of solidarity from a dragon? Zeno was utterly speechless. Rosat, after assessing the situation, addressed Iris, saying, "Your Majesty, everything is in readiness. Please allow the prince to enter." "Did you hear that, my dear grandson? Hurry, step into the fire pit. Once the dragon eggs hatch, all the credit will be yours." Iris exclaimed joyfully, "Faster. Do not dawdle. I know you understand me. Otherwise, I shall have to send your mother in first, just to cleanse her of that horrendous Dorn scent with flames." Elia began to cry out loudly, and for a moment, Zeno felt as if he had returned to the Palace of Tears. The wailing was excruciatingly painful. He looked at Elia and sincerely said, "I am not afraid of flames, Mother." However, Elia shook her head repeatedly, incessantly pleading with Iris for mercy. The turquoise flames surged high, and a pyromancer placed a small stool before the fire pit, allowing him to climb in. Zeno sighed, and amidst the desperate cries of the woman, he crawled into the fire pit. Chapter 007. The king's demise. The flames fell like shooting stars, trailing behind him as he descended. Zeno recalled that it seemed he had initially fallen from the heavens. Sometimes he pondered where he truly came from. Did he have parents in another world? A wife and children? If he vanished, would they grieve for him? Or perhaps he possessed nothing at all, which was why he had arrived in this world. Crouching at the bottom of the fire pit, his clothing quickly burned away. Yet the wild flames were not scorching. Surprisingly, he felt a chill. He heard Elia weeping incessantly. He should rise, lean over the edge of the fire pit to reassure her, and perhaps frighten Iris in the process. But he could not move. He had not considered this when he stepped into the fire pit. "Zeno, wake up. Don't sleep, you fool." Aeou roared in their mental link. He had never seen Aeou so anxious. Was he truly on the brink of death? The searing wind swept through his hair as Zeno found himself standing in a strange and bizarre wilderness. The sky was shrouded in dark mist. and the earth was enveloped in gray smoke. Broken walls surrounded him, and in the distance, a golden palace stood majestically. A long red worm crawled across his foot, dissipating into a wisp of gray smoke. The heat was astonishing, and everything exuded a lifelessness that was exceedingly eerie. "Zeno, come back." He heard Aeou calling him. "I don't know how to return." Zeno shouted at the sky. "If you wish to return, you shall," roared the dragon, louder than him. In the next moment, he awoke to the thunderous sound of a door shattering. Zeno struggled to stand in the fire pit, his body coated in a sticky, flammable substance. With green flames roaring around him, his hair ablaze. He leaned over the edge of the fire pit to gaze at Iris. The dragon surged through the hall like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a long stream of flames toward the Iron Throne. The flames barely grazed Iris's garment, igniting it instantly. The king screamed in terror, frantically darting around the Iron Throne, attempting to extinguish the flames on his clothes. For some inexplicable reason, Zeno felt a sense of foreboding that he would fall. Iris stepped on the hem of his garment, but his other foot slipped down the next step. His arms flailed in the air as he desperately sought something to halt his descent, yet he was cut by the sharp edge of the Iron Throne. Crying out in distress, while the king's guard were too far to assist him, by the time they arrived, he had tumbled heavily down the steel steps, collapsing on the floor and groaning in pain. The fire mages fled in panic. A throng of people surged through the broken doorway, halting before Zeno. Led by Tywin and Oberyn, their expressions blank as they locked eyes with him. Uncle Tywin, could you please let my mother and Miss Cersei down first?" Surrounded by onlookers while bare-bodied, even though he was still a child, it was thoroughly embarrassing. "Please, may I have a piece of clothing? Thank you." Oberyn was the first to react. He swiftly rescued his sister from the pillar and then intended to pull Zeno from the flames. Wait. Zeno quickly intervened. After getting Aeou to assist him out of the fire pit, Zeno was distressed to find the wildfire still raging on his body. "Could someone please pour some sand on me?" A knight poured an entire bag of sand he had found over Zeno's head, successfully burying him in it. Although the flames did not harm him, the sand bruised one of his arms, and he twisted his ankle when he fell, a source of considerable embarrassment. However, he could not quell the enthusiasm surrounding the incident. Discussions about it seemed never-ending. Even Oberyn abandoned his tales of the dancers, opting instead to recount the story of the dragon prince reborn from flames, but who twisted his ankle. When Rhaegar hastened back to the Red Keep, King Iris's condition had worsened significantly. He refused to take medicine or allow the maesters to examine his wounds. Each day, he either lay in a deep slumber or awakened to bellow and forbid anyone from approaching. Cersei confided in Zeno that Tywin believed the king was nearing death. This was, indeed, the only favorable news amid a series of unfortunate events. However, Aeou was truly furious. During the half-month Zeno was recuperating, the dragon entirely ignored him. "What is it that you are truly angry about? Am I not obedient enough? You subjected me to the flames for a while, and I complied. Yet now you are furious with me for it. This seems utterly unjust." Zeno lamented to the dragon, observing the favorable outcome. "Father will soon inherit the throne, and the threat from Iris has been entirely eradicated. I was initially concerned that others might fear me, but it appears they favor me even more." The dragon turned its back on him once again. Zeno felt as though he had adopted a temperamental cat, though a dragon was far more challenging to manage. It was also considerably larger. He could neither cradle it in his arms nor entice it with treats. The dragon preferred to hunt for its own food, asserting that roasted fish from the sea was far superior to lamb. Zeno found this behavior reminiscent of a cat. "What have I done wrong? What must I do to earn your forgiveness?" Zeno pleaded desperately. The dragon curled into a ball, closing its eyes, ignoring him. Zeno resolved to inquire in the kitchen about the availability of fresh large fish that day. Ever since King Iris had fallen gravely ill, no one had been there to constrain him. He could now venture wherever he pleased. After successfully procuring a plump roasted fish from the kitchen, Zeno presented it before the dragon. He clasped his hands together, beginning to apologize. "It is all my fault. Please do not remain angry with me. I was wrong. I was wrong. The dragon turned its head. "You do not truly believe you were at fault. Do you even comprehend where you went astray? This is excessive. Even after admitting my mistake, I must still face an interrogation?" Zeno, forlorn, replied, "I should not have entered the flames without resistance. I ought to have delayed further." "Well, what else?" Zeno strained to think. I should have fought back fiercely, demonstrating my dragon power?" With your current stature, how much of that dragon power can you truly exhibit?" The dragon scoffed. Zeno countered, "My height is not my fault. I had intended to emerge from the flames like a fiery specter to terrify Iris, but I never anticipated that once engulfed in flames, I would be rendered immobile, eventually succumbing to an inexplicable slumber. This cannot be blamed on me. Aeou gazed at him. You must understand, while you may be somewhat unique, you are still mortal. You appear greatly concerned for your own life, yet you continually jest with it. Take that banquet, for instance. You were not initially part of it, and it was of no concern to you. No one would have expected anything of you. Iris merely sought to humiliate Tywin. He could never genuinely force Cersei to marry that mercenary knight, for it would incite rebellion among the nobility. Zeno could not help but interject, but Cersei was on the verge of tears, and if he insists on marrying her off, I doubt that mercenary knight would be willing. Be silent. Aeou raised his voice. Even a king cannot compel a noble to wed a commoner. The girl may endure some verbal indignity, but nothing more will occur. That mercenary knight understands this better than you do, yet you insist on meddling, revealing your strength to him. My strength? Did he not already know? Zeno pondered aloud. What more was there to discover? Moreover, how do you know all of this so well? Aeou roared, because I did not slack off during your lessons, as this is fundamental knowledge of Westeros. Listen, if you do not take your studies seriously in the future, I shall never assist you in cheating again, absolutely not. With a furious flap of its wings, the dragon soared away. Zeno, helpless, stretched out his hand in an attempt to retain it. Well, I haven't asked for your help that many times, have I? The dragon had already vanished into the distance. Chapter 008. The new king. The shadow of the dragon was no longer visible in the sky. With a sigh, Zeno retrieved the platter of roasted fish, preparing to indulge himself, when a shadow enveloped him. Looking up, he saw Oberyn, hands on hips, grinning down at him. Had you quarreled with your dragon? Zeno considered offering an explanation, but felt there was little to clarify. You know, I often argued with your mother when we were young, Oberyn remarked, pulling Zeno down to sit with him. He produced a small knife, slicing a piece of fish to offer to Zeno, before cutting a portion for himself. You and her? You would argue? Zeno thought Oberyn and Elia shared an extraordinary bond, perhaps the strongest sibling relationship he had ever witnessed. Of course, we both desired the same pony or the same piece of cake. Being merely a year apart, how could we not quarrel? Oberyn laughed heartily. Yet we would soon make amends. Whether siblings or friends as close as brothers, it is impossible to avoid disputes altogether. But it has been angry with me for over half a month now. No matter how I apologize, it refuses to forgive me. Zeno could not help but lament. Do you have any friends who would treat you like that? Friends, no. But brothers, indeed, I have one. Oberyn reclined on the grass, propping one leg up, resting his arms behind his head, and smiled sideways at Zeno. Daeron is always like that. Even when he is upset, he says nothing and simply ignores me. If I approach him, he just mocks me. You are not angry? Why should I be angry? He cares for me. And that is why he becomes upset when I am hurt or make a mistake. Zeno, those who do not love you will not concern themselves with your well-being. Although Aeou is a dragon, it possesses emotions, and the principle remains the same. I can see it truly cares for you. Zeno bit into the fish, its crisp and savory texture delighting him. So how do you all reconcile? Naturally, we just make amends. Let me tell you something more. A person who genuinely loves you cannot remain angry for long. Oberyn tapped Zeno's nose playfully. Yet you must also be cautious not to constantly push each other's boundaries. Otherwise, even the strongest of relationships may erode. Rhaegar and Elia stood side by side at the window, observing Oberyn and Zeno laughing in the garden. You need not worry. He is the legendary prince. Rhaegar wrapped his arms around Elia's shoulders, speaking softly. He possesses a power we cannot comprehend, and until he matures enough to protect himself, we shall safeguard him. Elia gazed at Rhaegar with concern. That is precisely what troubles me. I have heard that Lord Tywin wishes to arrange a marriage between his daughter and him, with his son serving as his personal guard. I did not agree. The age difference is too great. However, I suspect Lord Tywin will not easily relinquish his ambitions. With a gentle and subdued tone, Rhaegar spoke, as the blood of the gods stirred within Zeno, a truth they had witnessed with their own eyes. It was not solely Lord Tywin. Several dukes had sought to forge alliances through marriage with Zeno, yet I had declined all their overtures. How did you persuade them? Elia inquired, her curiosity piqued by the means through which Rhaegar had dissuaded such powerful figures. Rhaegar smiled, planting a tender kiss upon her cheek. Adhering to the ancient traditions of Valyria, we favor sibling unions, and both you and I are still quite youthful. My dear, let us have another child. Elia blushed at his words. At the beginning of the year 281, under the watchful eyes of all, King Aerys, who had struggled in bed for months, finally drew his last breath. His passing was far from tranquil, for in his final moments, he was beset by fever and raving. Following ancient customs, his body was cremated on Dragonstone, attended by family and key ministers. Aemon breathed dragon fire to ignite the funeral pyre. Zeno stood beside Rhaegar. witnessing the solemn event. Aside from the young Viserys, no one shed tears for King Aerys. Zeno found it remarkable that many could maintain a solemn demeanor rather than succumb to laughter. The old king had departed, and a new king ascended. King's Landing hosted a grand tournament once more, a gathering of the nobility eager to showcase their prowess before the new sovereign. As king, Rhaegar no longer participated in the contests. Zeno finally found his own distinct place, situated beside the new king and queen, where they had provided him with a high chair to reach the table. He was now the firstborn son of Rhaegar, Prince of Dragonstone. He had acquired his own attendants, playmates, a pony, a master of swordsmanship, and even a finely crafted sword tailored for him. Zeno felt that a small boy clad in gold and crimson, brandishing a sword, appeared quite foolish, yet everyone, including his parents, uncles, and newly appointed attendants, praised him as handsome and noble, bearing his father's grace. It was overwhelming to receive such compliments daily. Zeno confided in Aemon through their mental connection, expressing his exasperation. Were it not for my keen self-awareness, I might have floated away from the flattery. Are you not already soaring? You informed Oberyn of our communication, and in my absence, you prattled about without restraint. You seem less mature than a genuine child, Aemon replied coldly. Zeno meekly defended himself. He is my uncle. So what? Aerys was your grandfather, was he not? Listen, noble one, particularly the great houses, are never to be trusted. Their foremost concern is perpetually their own familial interests. Aemon's voice was frigid as ice. The King's Guard comprises many from noble families, do they not? They guard the king, and even if they disagree, they obeyed Aerys' commands. Zeno felt compelled to defend Oberyn. Aemon scoffed lightly. They are merely a band of self-important knights. Knights require masters, and recognizing the king as their lord is the utmost honor for a knight. Do you truly believe they are devoid of personal ambition? Or do you think their actions are always justified? Zeno found himself unable to rebut this notion. The resounding thud of powerful warhorses' iron hooves thundered across the meadow, while the knights' lances splintered upon striking their adversaries' shields, the crowd's cheers reverberating through the jousting arena. Zeno deemed it prudent to observe the tournament attentively, avoiding any debate with Aeou, as his chances of winning such an argument were slim. His new servant, a boy named Ian, filled his cup with mead. Ian, 12 years old and originally a kitchen boy, had crossed paths with Zeno on several occasions during his forays to the kitchen, often bearing the bruises of an unknown assailant. When Elia sought to assign him a servant, Zeno chose Ian. This decision earned him another scolding from Aeou, who criticized him for selecting someone he barely knew. Zeno had to enlist Sir Ballystan to investigate Ian's family background and the reasons behind his mistreatment, only to ascertain that Ian was simply an unfortunate soul. It was indeed challenging to care for a dragon. Zeno mentally returned this sentiment to Aeou. I'm utterly exasperated with you, Aeou expressed through their mental link. Day after day, you drive me to the brink. I apologize, I was in the wrong, Zeno replied smoothly, now adept at admitting his faults. Next time, I shall consult you first. You had better remember. Aeou retorted fiercely. Chapter 009. The banquet. That evening at the banquet, Zeno encountered the legendary Lyanna Stark, who was presented by her father to meet the new king and queen. She was a lovely girl, though not as striking as Cersei. In Zeno's subjective view, neither of them could compare to Elia's beauty. After courteously greeting them, Lyanna stood demurely behind her father, Lord Rickard Stark, casting shy glances at Rhaegar. Damn that charm of his, Zeno mused internally. What king would play the harp and sing at his own coronation feast, if not Rhaegar? He was rather adept at enchanting young maidens, this scoundrel. Zeno felt compelled to take action. Greetings, fair maiden, you shine as beautifully as the moon above. Might I inquire if you are betrothed? Zeno attempted to flirt with Lyanna, emulating Oberyn's tone. Such words from Oberyn would likely provoke the ire of Lyanna and her kin. Yet from a child's innocent lips, it elicited only a smile from her. Your Highness, I am already promised to another. He is Lord Robert Baratheon of Storm's End. Oh, he is indeed a fortunate man to wed one as lovely as yourself. When do you plan to marry? Zeno continued his inquiry, this time receiving a jovial response from Lord Rickard. When my daughter reaches the age of 17, that shall be the auspicious day of their union. You are most welcome to attend the ceremony, Your Highness. Very well, I shall certainly be there, Zeno replied enthusiastically, casting a glance at Rhaegar, who was smiling at them, appearing unmoved by the enchanting Lyanna. However, Zeno felt it necessary to pay closer attention, thus he followed Rhaegar daily, prompting Elia to jest that he had become Rhaegar's little shadow. Regardless, the martial tournament concluded splendidly, and the lords returned to their domains. Once it was confirmed that Lyanna had returned home with her father, Zeno's days became leisurely. The king would not easily depart from King's Landing, and Lyanna would not return without reason. The unlikely encounter between the two would naturally fail to ignite any spark, thereby sealing the fate of this tragic romance. And the crisis was entirely averted, which was indeed a cause for celebration. One day, after Cersei finished reading the legend of Mirror and Shield to Zeno, she inquired, "I have heard that you have recently been quite interested in the Lady Lyanna from the north. Is it because she is more beautiful than I?" Zeno found it peculiar that Cersei would pose such a question. However, since the incident in the throne room, their relationship had been rather amicable. Thus, he endeavored to find a plausible reason. "I heard their family is arranging many marriages, so I merely inquired. As for looks, you are the more lovely." Cersei immediately broke into a radiant smile and replied, "Father says the Starks wish to extend their influence to the south, but you need not worry. He claims they will not succeed. Every northern wolf that seeks to venture south ultimately meets its demise in the warmth. Would every northern wolf perish in the south?" One could not deny Tywin's political acumen. Zeno had no desire to oppose him, nor dared to, unless he wished for his own demise. The dragon interjected, "Additionally, you should pursue your studies, real knowledge, that is." Zeno had no choice but to bid farewell to Cersei and visit Maester Deli. The weather was warm that day, and in the morning, a servant had opened half of the windows in the Chancellor's study. In the afternoon, Tywin himself opened the other half, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow into the room, stirring the curtains. From across the expansive courtyard, he noticed his daughter returning with a book in hand. Recently, she had been visiting Prince Zeno almost daily, neglecting her duties as the queen's handmaiden. After all, she had witnessed everything that day. Perhaps he should not have revealed his plans to her so prematurely, Tywin pondered. Long ago, when Elia was frail, he had contemplated whether Cersei could substitute for her. Yet, while Aerys still occupied the throne, that possibility was exceedingly slim. Then came the birth of Zeno. The arrival of the young prince transformed everything. The dragon had returned. This was indeed a monumental event, and Tywin could almost vividly envision the day Aerys was deposed. However, Rhaega's indecisiveness led them to miss many opportunities, precious ones at that. Rhaega's excessive hesitance with friends and family had always been his greatest flaw, yet paradoxically, his greatest strength. But the subsequent events unfolded in a manner even Tywin had not anticipated. He could not claim he had not foreseen Aerys' mad desire for the dragon. Yet he had never expected that someone would be utterly unafraid of flames. That was true wildfire. The mere recollection of that day sends shivers down Tywin's spine. The young prince stood amidst the flames, which roared around him, yet could not inflict any harm. His hair danced in the fire, and his indigo eyes seemed to burn with an inner fire. He gazed at them, his expression tranquil, devoid of sorrow or joy. Behind him, Elia screamed as she fell from the Iron Throne, almost reminiscent of a deity. The bloodline of dragons and gods. Tywin suddenly realized how he had underestimated this rumor for so many years. Perhaps this was the true power that enabled House Velaryon to rule the world. Even the mightiest dragon has its vulnerabilities. To tame a dragon in its weakness is far more prudent than attempting to do so once it has grown formidable. Tywin had seized the initiative in this matter. If Elia could swiftly bear a sister for Zeno, Tywin would have the means to persuade Rhaegar to agree to the union. However, Cersei ought not to be overly pleased just yet. Her daughter, while possessing a beautiful visage, was sorely lacking in intelligence, bearing little resemblance to her mother. And Jaime was far too enamored with the chivalric code, best not to mention the other one. Fortunately, they were still young. There was still time to remedy their shortcomings. As Cersei hummed a tune and returned to the Hand's Tower, a servant approached to inform her that Tywin awaited her in his study. Upon entering, she found her father bent over his writing. He gestured toward the chair before his desk as she entered. Instantly, she felt a twinge of anxiety, yet upon reflection, she realized she had not erred in recent days. "How have you been getting along with Prince Zeno?" Tywin inquired, setting down his quill. His fingers interlaced as he regarded Cersei with a steady gaze. "We've been getting along quite well." Cersei breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared this was the question he sought. "Zeno really likes me. He said I am the fairest." She was quite certain he would not have said such a thing unprompted. Tywin regarded her with a knowing look. He is not yet 3 years old. Surrounded by a host of attractive individuals, he likely does not comprehend the concept of unattractiveness. Yet today, he claimed I was more beautiful than Lyanna Stark. Cersei hastily clarified, though she was uncertain why she felt the need to explain herself. "He truly likes me." "Perhaps," Tywin replied noncommittally, "but have you forgotten your true duty?" "My duty is to accompany Prince Zeno, my future husband." "I have not forgotten." Tywin's cold gaze fixed on her. "I hope you have not uttered such words outside these walls. Otherwise, you would bring shame upon House Lannister." "I have not. How could I speak such nonsense in public?" Cersei protested, feeling wronged. Tywin's disappointment was palpable as he shook his head. Listen, you are a handmaiden to Queen Elia, her lady-in-waiting, not the servant of Prince Zeno. If the queen commands, you must naturally attend to the prince. However, in the absence of her directive, your duty lies beside the queen. Cersei paused, quickly defending herself. It was the queen who instructed me to read to Zeno. Did she specify that you should accompany the prince every day? Will you continue to pester the prince, questioning whether you are more beautiful than the women of the north? Or will you deny having posed such a foolish inquiry to him? After hearing Tywin's words, Cersei's face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless, trembling as her hands clenched tightly. Tywin continued, I require you to visit Queen Elia tomorrow and sincerely apologize for your recent dereliction of duty, seeking her forgiveness. As for other matters, they are not for you to contemplate at this time. Chapter 10. The Underground. The following day, reluctantly bidding farewell to Prince Oberyn, Zeno commenced his protracted journey of swordsmanship. His new instructor was a knight from the Clinton family, a distant relative named Raymond Clinton. He shared the same imposing stature, handsome visage, and genial smile as his cousin, coupled with exceptional sword skills. In adherence to King Rhaegar's decree, Raymond dutifully took Zeno each day to practice his swordplay. After a morning spent striking a scarecrow, Zeno collapsed onto Aeou, rubbing his cheek against the dragon's smooth, warm scales, lamenting, I can no longer endure Raymond. What has he done to you? Aeou replied, too weary to turn his head. Zeno had been voicing complaints since he began his training. Aeou had grown tired of hearing them. First day, scarecrow. Second day, scarecrow. Today, scarecrow. It's evident that tomorrow will be the same. Zeno expressed his deep discontent, finding sword practice utterly tedious, day after day of relentless chopping, leaving him utterly exhausted. Otherwise, do you wish to take up arms in battle? The kingdom is currently at peace, devoid of any conflict for you to engage in. Aeou turned to him, displeasure evident in his gaze. Rather than complain, why not focus on your studies? How is your reading of the Chronicles of the Four Kings progressing? Not well. Are you truly my dragon? Zeno retorted, frustrated that his dragon seemed intent on pressuring him to study and train. What connection does my being your dragon have with your lack of diligence in your studies and training? I have not compelled you to hunt and provide for the household. Aeou urged him to hurry to Elia for lunch, suggesting that after their meal, they could resume training or, if he preferred, visit Master Devon for reading. Everyone says you resemble your father. Perhaps you ought to embody that resemblance a bit more convincingly. With a huff, Zeno climbed off Aeou and made his way to lunch. After enjoying a meal and some tender inquiries from his mother, Zeno reclined on a stone bench in the courtyard, lacking the motivation to move. Ian sat beside him, observing his despondent demeanor. Cautiously, he suggested, Your Highness, if you truly wish to avoid training, we could find a place to hide for a while. I know of a secluded spot where no one would find us. Such a place exists? Zeno immediately sprang to his feet, eager to see it. They traversed the kitchen, descended the staircase, rounded a corner, crossed a quaint garden, and entered a hidden courtyard, the walls of which were overgrown with withered vines, concealing a dark, deep well. Following Ian, Zeno grasped the rope and descended into the well. Though it held no water at the bottom, a small door was located on the side. Upon opening it, they stepped into a pitch-black cellar, where visibility was utterly absent. This place is truly hidden. One could scarcely find a soul here, let alone a ghost, Zeno exclaimed. Your prowess is remarkable. Ian, blushing, admitted, I stumbled upon it accidentally while evading pursuit. Jack and the others were terrified, thinking I had perished in the fall. Zeno cautiously navigated the dimly lit cellar and discovered a narrow passageway, which he promptly entered, with Ian following closely behind. The corridor was not overly long, culminating in a pitch-black wooden door. What lies beyond? I have no idea, Ian replied candidly. I am frightened. I have never ventured inside. Let us investigate, Zeno suggested. He groped in the darkness until he found the heavy iron ring on the door. Rising on his toes, he tugged at the ring with all his might. But the door remained steadfast. He then beckoned Ian to assist him in pulling the ring, and at last, the door creaked open with a resounding groan, startling them both as they swiftly slipped through the narrow opening. Beyond the door lay a long, dark corridor, seemingly identical to the one outside. Perhaps we should retreat. It is too dark here, and we cannot ascertain what lies within, Ian timidly urged Zeno. We can bring a torch next time. Fear not. This passage is likely one of the secret corridors constructed by Queen Megra, which is said to connect to the Royal Hall and the Black Dungeon. We can feel our way along the walls. We have come this far, let us explore. The inky darkness of the passage piqued Zeno's curiosity immensely. They proceeded deeper into the corridor, turning left and right, descending further into the depths, as if burrowing into the earth itself. From a distant place, muffled sounds emerged, the faint patter of boots against the ground, indistinct murmurs of conversation. They pressed onward until they reached the end of the wall, standing at the top of a perilous and narrow staircase. "We should return. It is far too dark here," Ian said, gripping Zeno's hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Zeno too felt a twinge of fear. This passage was excessively long, with far too many forks. They began retracing their steps, navigating around one corner after another. Zeno sensed they had entered a vast, spiraling corridor, and after what felt like an eternity, he heard his own heartbeat echoing along with the distant sound of dripping water. Ian's soft sobs, and the whisper of the wind. They had utterly lost their way. "Do not be afraid," Zeno's voice reverberated in the pitch-black tunnel. "We can follow the wind." They walked for what seemed like an endless stretch, and eventually, Zeno found himself both exhausted and famished, regretting his insatiable curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. Must it now endanger a dragon as well? And drag an innocent Ian along with him? The space was too confined for a dragon to enter. And with so many forks, even if they were to perish here, it would take a month to uncover their remains. Following the sound of the wind, Zeno wrestled with the dilemma of whether to disclose this unfortunate news to Aeou. After traversing a low passage that even Ian had to bend to navigate, the sounds of wind and water grew more pronounced. Zeno felt a surge of energy as he caught sight of light. They waded through a muddy puddle, deep enough to reach Ian's thigh, and it was only thanks to Ian's firm grip on Zeno that he did not slip into the mire and drown. When they finally emerged beneath the open sky, they found themselves standing on the banks of the Blackwater River. In the distance, the Red Keep stood majestically under the sun, its three-headed dragon banner fluttering, yet it was still far from them. Zeno felt a sense of urgency. Returning before nightfall seemed daunting. Alternatively, they could summon the dragon, only to be scolded by Aeou, which would mean no dragon rides for the next few months. Zeno silently resolved to find his way back alone, hoping the golden-robed guards at the castle would grant him some leniency. "Can you still walk?" Zeno inquired of Ian. "I'm perfectly fine," Ian replied, nearly bursting with gratitude for their escape, ready to sing praises to the seven in the sunlight, and he thumped his chest to affirm his strength. They navigated through the bustling docks, where fishermen hurried past, transporting large baskets of fresh fish, the pungent odor of the catch assailing their senses. Zeno held Ian's hand tightly as they maneuvered through the crowded streets, where an unbearable sour stench lingered. A barefoot, emaciated girl, around Ian's age, stood by the roadside, her gaze following them intently. Farmers pushed carts, hawking fruits and vegetables, while several children splashed through puddles, soaking the old clothes hanging from nearby windows, prompting an elderly woman to lean out and curse them. A passing wagon nearly collided with them. Ian was grazed by a hook from the cart, tearing a large patch of skin from his elbow, blood gushing forth. Zeno shouted for the wagon to stop, but it ignored his plea and continued on. "Hey, clear out!" someone shouted, pushing through with a cart full of wheat. At the street corner, a few boys brandished wooden sticks, mimicking knights in battle, drawing cheers from onlookers. Just as Zeno leaned in for a better look, a man seized him by the collar, yanking him into a nearby dark alley. Ian cried out immediately, but another man covered his mouth and dragged him along as well. The first man tucked Zeno under his arm and strode forward. No amount of Zeno's struggles could compel him to release his grip. Zeno attempted to draw his sword, but the awkward position hampered his efforts. Fortunately, the man had not secured his hands, and the belt holding the scabbard was unfastened. At last, Zeno managed to pull out the scabbard and struck the man's thigh with force. "Hey, little one, if you don't behave, your pretty little face won't be safe," the man warned, snatching the scabbard away and tossing it aside. He twisted Zeno's wrist, sending a jolt of agony through his head, causing Zeno to cry out in pain. In retaliation, he kicked the man's thigh with all his strength, the sound of impact echoing, and this time it was the man who let out a cry. He cast Zenon aside, collapsing to the ground, clutching his thigh and wailing in agony, while the others halted their steps, erupting into laughter. One exclaimed, "Goodness, Butte. A mere infant could fell you now." This incident warranted a serious conversation with Elia. Zenon charged forward, colliding with his leg and toppling him. Before he could rise, Zenon had already regained his footing, seizing his sword sheath and lunging at the last assailant, holding Ian captive. The man gripped Ian with one hand while drawing a dagger with the other. Zenon swung the sword sheath at the man's thigh, which was intercepted by the dagger, leaving the assailant's face etched with shock. The man on the ground finally managed to rise, delivering a kick to Zenon from behind. Zenon was sent sprawling, rolling on the ground before finally drawing his treasured sword. Meanwhile, the three adversaries were prepared. The man whose thigh Zenon had kicked was seated, restraining Ian. while the other two flanked him. Ian struggled desperately, whimpering and weeping, gazing tearfully at Xenon. Xenon sensed an overwhelming pain, as if he were ablaze. The man on the right switched his dagger from his right to his left hand, bringing it down with force. Xenon raised his sword to block, and in that fleeting moment of contact, the blade shattered and flew away. Stunned, the opponent failed to react in time, and Xenon seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to his ankle, relishing the sound of bones fracturing. "Hey, who are you?" The last man, witnessing his companion's anguished fall, hesitated and cautiously retreated to the side of the one restraining Ian. "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Here's the deal. You can have your companion back, but you must relinquish your sword. You know we never engage in a losing bargain." "Very well. Release him first." Xenon disregarded Ian's frantic head shakes, responding with a grin. "All right, come closer." The man fixed his gaze intently upon him. Xenon approached, sword in hand, extending it forward, and in return, the man pushed Ian ahead. The moment Xenon grasped the hilt, he forcefully yanked the sword back toward himself, while the seated man leaped up, lunging at Xenon. Unbeknownst to him, Xenon's strength was formidable. He failed to pull the sword away and instead was drawn toward Xenon, crashing heavily into his companion. Taking advantage of their entanglement, Xenon seized Ian's wrist and swiftly turned to flee. They ran, nearly breathless, as the gray walls of the alley receded behind them, the sound of urgent footsteps echoing in pursuit. Suddenly, they emerged into blinding daylight, re-entering the bustling street. Xenon glanced back, spotting the man who could not outmatch his strength standing at the alley's mouth, staring at him. Xenon returned the gaze, expressionless. After a moment, the man retreated back into the shadows. Xenon exhaled in relief, only then realizing the searing pain on his back, the ache in his wrist, and the soreness throughout his body. His skin was marred with scratches, his clothing stained crimson, and his fingers, gripping the sword hilt too tightly, had stiffened. Throughout their escape, Ian had been crying incessantly. "Please, stop crying. It's giving me a headache." Zeno discovered that he truly had a profound fear of hearing cries. "I assure you, I will not allow them to punish you. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me, all right? Please, do not weep. You are gravely injured. Even if the king and queen refrain from punishing me, they will certainly send me away and select a new servant for you," Ian sobbed. "You should never have chosen me. I am of no use at all. If it were Jack or John, they would surely protect you, unlike my utter uselessness. Oh gods, I possess a dragon. I require no one's protection." Zeno sighed heavily, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. "Then why did you not summon the dragon just now?" Ian pointed out the flaw in his logic. Zeno found himself at a loss for words. He had refrained from calling the dragon to avoid reproach, and now that this situation had been revealed, he was certain to face scolding. Zeno could hardly contain his self-admiration for his own folly. Already envisioning how Aeou would berate him, arrogant and oblivious to the dangers of the world, that is precisely the type of person you are. However, during the battle, he had indeed forgotten that he could summon the dragon. "Perhaps Master Devon would be willing to help us keep this under wraps. In truth, I am not in much pain," Zeno suggested uncertainly to Ian. "This way, no one will know we sneaked out and were injured." Would he truly be willing? Ian's hope blossomed. "I can plead with him tearfully. He has always had a fondness for me." Zeno gazed skyward. By the time they reached the gates of the Red Castle, twilight had begun to descend. Thank the heavens, no further mishaps occurred along the way. The iron gate had yet to be lowered, and the entrance stood ajar. Yet how could they dare to use the main gate, awaiting discovery? Ian led Zeno toward a concealed side entrance. The golden-robed guards stationed there blocked their path, one of them brusquely stating, "Get lost. There are no leftovers available for you today." "I reside here," Zeno insisted, signaling to the golden-robed guards. "If you let me in, I shall repay you in the future." Another, slightly older guard frowned as he surveyed Zeno. "The royal palace is a forbidden place. Entry is not permitted without proper clearance." "Who is your father?" Zeno made an effort to wipe the mud from his hair, revealing the glimmers of gold and silver within. "I truly reside here," he said earnestly to the golden-robed guards. "Look into my eyes." Both guards leaned in closer, their eyes widening in astonishment. "By the heavens!" the older guard exclaimed. "How did you manage to escape? They have been searching for you almost to the brink of madness." Chapter 11. The king. There was no time for Zeno to offer further explanations, as he was swiftly escorted to his father by a group of golden-robed guards. "Oh gods! Why are you so filthy? Are you injured? Who has harmed you?" Elia exclaimed. Her eyes red-rimmed as she embraced Zeno tightly, turning him over to inspect him thoroughly. Zeno, filled with guilt, could not lift his gaze. His clothes were tattered, filthy, and reeking, his hair a disheveled mess, and his skin covered in mud and grime, with wounds still oozing blood. It was no wonder the golden-robed guards mistook him for a beggar. In his current state, if he were to sit on the street with a bowl, he would indeed appear as one. He stole a glance at Ian, who had nearly buried his head in his chest. They were led into Rhaega's study, where Master Devon was attending to Zeno's sprains and bruises. His wrists were tightly bandaged, rendering them immobile. Meanwhile, another scholar was wrapping Ian's head, which had been encircled several times. Zeno compared their injuries and felt that, in terms of severity, a head injury seemed far graver than a wrist injury. Yet, he quickly dismissed this fleeting sense of superiority as utterly ridiculous. Rhaegar and Elia regarded him in silence. The king and queen remained taciturn, and the prime minister and the royal guard stood by, equally mute. Zeno was reluctant to face them, yet he could not simply walk away. He found himself fixated on the carpet, a sumptuous and thick creation from Mill, where his dirty shoes left 2 deep impressions of mud. He wondered how easily it could be cleaned. By the way, Aeou should have known of his return. It was uncharacteristic of Aeou not to chastise him through their mental connection. Perhaps Aeou had gone out and had not yet discovered the mischief he had committed. Ian could not contain his quiet sobs. Zeno sighed deeply once more. When misfortune strikes, even the gods cannot intervene. I am truly sorry. It is my fault. I was lazy and did not wish to practice swordsmanship. I took Ian into the secret passage for a bit of fun and inadvertently found ourselves outside the castle, where we encountered a ruffian and got into a scuffle. I shall never act so recklessly again. I vow to practice martial arts and study diligently. I swear it by the gods. Zeno sincerely apologized. Is that so? Rhaegar inquired, his demeanor inscrutable. Ian, is it indeed as Zeno claims? Why yes, I did lead him there. Ian stammered, the secret passage, it was I who brought him there. The passage had indeed been discovered by Ian, but it was Zeno who insisted on the adventure. Despite Ian's pleas for caution, pleas that Zeno had disregarded. Zeno felt a mixture of surprise and gratitude, yet he decided to shoulder the blame, for it was indeed his fault. Rhaegar's tone remained calm. Zeno, do you realize we searched for you all afternoon? Your mother and I were nearly in tears. Sir Raymond was consumed with guilt, and everyone had to abandon their tasks to seek you. I had respected your request not to have a personal guard at your side, and this is how you repay my trust? Zeno inwardly scoffed, noting that the urgency in Rhaegar's voice did not seem to match the words. I am truly sorry. I shall not wander recklessly again, Zeno promised. Rhaegar nodded slowly. Very well. I expect you to uphold your word with the same fidelity as a knight to his oath. Now, let us discuss other matters. Where is that secret passage? Zeno again inwardly mused that few knights truly adhered to their oaths. In a dry well in an abandoned courtyard. I can take you there shortly, Zeno replied. Rhaegar contemplated for a moment, suggesting, let Ian accompany Sir Arthur to inspect it. Once they had departed, Rhaegar stepped out from behind his desk and began to pace slowly around the study. Zeno once more focused intently on the intricate patterns of the carpet. After a while, Rhaegar paused before him. He placed his hands on the armrests of the chair where Zeno sat, earnestly addressing him. You are nearing 6 years of age. You harbor no fondness for reading, nor do you take pleasure in martial arts. Your mother and I have pondered deeply whether we have been too hasty, perhaps introducing you to these pursuits prematurely, leading to your aversion. If you genuinely wish to abstain from learning, perhaps it would be prudent to pause, allowing you to resume when you are older. Zeno stared blankly at Rhaegar, who found his indigo eyes reflecting the image of a grimy, slender child. Rhaegar continued with a solemn tone. Your mother believes that your well-being is all she desires, but my expectations for you are decidedly more intricate. You are my firstborn, the Prince of Dragonstone, and barring unforeseen circumstances, you shall inherit the Iron Throne, bearing the weight of the kingdom's burdens. Thus, you cannot remain like an ordinary lord lounging at home. Should a minister reference a historical anecdote and you comprehend nothing, it would be a source of ridicule. If war were to break out, and you lacked the strength to wield a sword, no one would heed your command. I am not as inept as you think. Zeno replied somewhat dryly. I can at least best a petty thug. Rhaegar smiled and ruffled his hair, noting a scholar had traveled from afar. Volunteering to become your dedicated tutor. You should make time to meet him. I believe Master Davin would be excellent. Zeno interjected immediately. However, Master Davin has numerous responsibilities. Perhaps allow him some respite? Rhaegar suggested, emphasizing that this scholar, well-versed in knowledge, was indeed recommended by Master Davin. Once Elia and Zeno had departed, Rhaegar strolled to the window. The day had waned, and the sky was adorned with twinkling stars. Summer was on the horizon. Forgive me, Lord Tywin. Rhaegar suddenly uttered without preamble. Yet Tywin seemed to comprehend, furrowing his brow sharply before relaxing. Your Majesty, there is no need for haste. The prince is still quite young. We may afford to wait. I have made my decision regarding this matter, Rhaegar asserted, looking seriously at Tywin. Lady Cersei is admirable, yet their age difference is significant, and she cannot control Zeno. Over these years, you have witnessed that this child possesses his own convictions and will not tolerate interference. Tywin insisted. It is a good thing that His Highness has his own will. Moreover, in marriage, it is the husband who ought to guide the wife, not the reverse. Rhaegar nodded repeatedly. Indeed, such is the custom. Yet Zeno is no ordinary individual. His wife must possess the wisdom to dissuade him in moments of impulsiveness and to comfort him in times of anger. She must be endowed with ample sagacity to earn his ear. With all due respect, your daughter may not fulfill that criterion, Tywin retorted through clenched teeth. That may require the reincarnation of Queen Alysanne to meet your standards. Lord Tywin, you are a pillar of the realm. I have always regarded you as one of my closest allies. You must understand that, were it anyone else, I would not be so forthright. It is precisely because it is you that I feel compelled to speak candidly. Rhaegar's tone remained as gentle as ever. Zeno is no ordinary individual. He possesses dragons and formidable power. If his temperament were akin to that of my father, it would likely unleash cataclysmic disasters. Fortunately, he is not such a person. However, the future remains uncertain, and I can only endeavor to find him a suitable wife to guide him, ensuring he does not stray from the right path. Tywin stated in a low voice, a wife need not be flawless. You merely need to secure a competent prime minister for him. This is undoubtedly true. However, ministers and friends differ significantly from wives. My dear Lord Tywin, I believe you are acutely aware of this. Rhaegar returned to the table, quietly observing Tywin. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Rhaegar sighed softly, apologizing once more. My Lord Tywin, I fear I may have wounded your heart. Please understand a father's sentiments. My indecision over the years has also delayed Miss Cersei's prospects. If you still wish to forge a marriage alliance between our families, what do you think of Viserys? Very well, Tywin cleared his throat. I find that agreeable. You are correct. Cersei is significantly older than Prince Zeno, while Prince Viserys is of an appropriate age. Zeno clutched his plate, devouring everything before him with unrestrained enthusiasm, while Elia watched him with concern. Upon finishing, he wiped his mouth and inquired, I hear there is a scholar awaiting my audience? There is no urgency. It is quite late, and the scholar has likely retired, Elia replied, producing a cloth to wipe his face. You also need to clean up, then rest early. Until your injuries heal, there is no need to practice martial arts. Zeno, realizing his advantage, obediently went to wash up and sleep. Aeou. Zeno nestled under the covers, quietly calling through their mental link. What is it? The dragon replied with irritation. What were you up to today? Watching you make a fool of yourself. There was little more to discuss that day. I thought you would berate me, Zeno lamented, feeling the weight of silence more acutely. Upon reflection, I am merely a dragon. Why should I concern myself with you so much? I apologize, I was wrong, Aeou. I truly realized my mistake halfway through. I should have consulted you first. I simply lost my way and did not know where I was. Zeno felt the need to pray at the great cathedral of St. Beller, hoping the gods above would grant him favor, sparing him from being caught by others or the dragon. Then why did you not call for me when you were being beaten in the streets? Aeou was unimpressed by his excuse. With so many people around, your arrival would have terrified them all, and before dawn, tales of the foolish prince lost and beaten in the streets would circulate in the taverns. Zeno desperately sought a justification. So you, too, care about your reputation. I always thought your resilience surpassed even that of my dragon's hide. You flatter me too much. My face is hardly impervious to blades and arrows. Zeno decided to adopt a tone of humility. Silence, you fool, nincompoop, hopelessly dim-witted. I always believed the Northerners to be rather dull, yet compared to you, they all seem wise enough to pursue a doctorate, Dragon raged. Zeno cautiously interjected. I do not wish to interrupt your tirade, but in truth, most nobles do not aspire to become scholars. Shut your mouth. Today you are fortunate. You emerged from the secret passage and even triumphed over those brigands. But what if luck had not been on your side? Can you not engage your brain before acting? Or is your mind so stuffed with straw that it cannot accommodate any thought? Zeno peacefully fell asleep. Chapter 012. The wizard Malwyn today was a splendid day, Zeno mused. The weather was fair, the breeze gentle, and the obligations of martial training and scholarly pursuits set aside. He merely needed to meet a scholar. After enduring a scolding from Aeou well into the night, they had reconciled by morning. A truly delightful day indeed. In the morning, he soared above the red keep on his dragon, circling gracefully, then meandered through the royal woods. The dragon had grown larger than the average dwelling, and if this continued, the red keep would soon be inadequate. However, Aeou assured him that it had found its own dwelling, albeit yet to be furnished. Once prepared, he would take Zeno to see it. What sort of abode would the dragon choose? Zeno eagerly anticipated the answer. After lunch, Zeno was to meet the doctor recommended by Master Devon. This individual was a member of the scholarly council, reputed to be erudite and a scholar of considerable repute, rivaling even the esteemed Bachelor of Pishel, known as Wizard Malwyn. Malwyn was short and stout, with broad shoulders and a thick neck. His nose, evidently broken several times, had a slight twist. Like the Bachelor of Pishel, he wore a chain composed of countless metal links around his neck. He appeared vibrant, his eyes shining with intelligence. When he noticed Zeno observing him, he flashed a toothy grin, revealing crimson-stained teeth. As Zeno scrutinized him, Malwyn returned the gaze, and seeing Zeno silent, he bowed and said, "Prince Zeno, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Malwyn. By the grace of His Majesty, I shall be your devoted scholar from this day forth." "Greetings, Scholar Malwyn," Zeno replied, carefully sizing him up. "I have heard you are adept in magic, yet I confess I neither comprehend magic nor possess much interest in it. Let me be clear, I will not partake in your magical experiments, nor will I allow you to study dragons." Malwyn quickly responded, "No, no, no, Your Highness. While many scholars are eager to study dragons, they do not truly cherish them. They pursue magic in fervent opposition to it. I, however, am different. I wish for magical beings like dragons to thrive endlessly. I firmly oppose the notion of binding dragons. They should dwell beneath the sky, living freely. That is the essence of true dragons." Zeno regarded him with skepticism, momentarily unable to discern the veracity of his words. Logically, Rhaegar would not place anyone harmful in his proximity, and Master Devon should indeed be trustworthy. However, Rhaegar himself has stumbled upon pitfalls. The Academy, in theory, is devoid of political inclinations, yet in reality, this is far from the truth. At the very least, Zeno recognizes that the esteemed scholar from Fiesel is utterly untrustworthy, and he harbors doubts about his father's decisions as well. "Very well then, I am merely here to meet you today. We shall not engage in study." Ultimately, Zeno resolves to remain passive amidst the changes, choosing to recline in tranquility. Of course, Marwyn replied with a grin. "We are destined to coexist for an extended period. Thus, I deem it essential for us to familiarize ourselves with one another. Let us converse this afternoon. What sort of books do you enjoy reading? You must have some understanding of me by now, yet I know next to nothing about you. Where do you hail from?" Zeno refrained from responding. "I am a scholar, and scholars originate from the Academy. However, my father toils as a farmer in the river interval. I departed from home at a tender age to pursue my studies in the Academy, and I fear they have long since forgotten my existence." Marwyn continued to gaze at Zeno with a cheerful expression. "Do you still recall how to cultivate the land?" Zeno inquired. "Are you versed in metallurgy or metal forging? Can you construct dwellings? Do you know where to find stones suitable for road construction?" "I possess a modicum of knowledge in agriculture, metallurgy, metal forging, and construction, but I am not an expert in any of these fields." Marwyn scrutinized the young prince before him. "There are ample quality materials in the Mingyue mountain range. However, the journey is perilous, and transporting them would require a substantial sum of gold coins. Your Highness, do you wish to construct a road? Which path do you intend to build? Perhaps I could be of assistance." "Well, I have yet to decide. Once I have made up my mind, I shall seek your help." Zeno descended from his chair. "Let us conclude our conversation for today. Until tomorrow. Do you find him trustworthy?" Zeno queried Aeou on their way back. "He appears quite formidable, the type accustomed to traversing the world and engaging in brawls. There is an essence of magic about him. You may utilize him for now, but do not place too much trust in him," Aeou responded. "The knowledge of scholars ultimately serves their own interests. A virtuous character far outweighs extensive knowledge. Where are you? Can you truly sense the aura he exudes?" Zeno inquired. Aware that dragons could perceive further than what the raven could see, yet he was ignorant of their ability to detect sense from afar. "Look up," Aeou retorted with a hint of annoyance. Upon lifting his gaze, Zeno spotted Aeou perched atop the spire of a living room corner, joyfully waving to the dragon. He dashed over, and the dragon unfurled its wings, descending gracefully. "Aeou, let us venture forth," Zeno exclaimed, scrambling onto the dragon's back. "To the Mingyue mountain range. I have yet to visit that place." "Very well," the dragon responded, taking flight. Zeno clung tightly to its back, requiring neither saddle nor chains. He and Aeou were as one. Each time Zeno soared through the skies alongside the dragon, he profoundly felt this unity, certain he would never tumble from the dragon's back. Even as Aeou performed acrobatic feats in midair, it was indeed a wondrous experience. This was undeniably a world steeped in magic. Yet, the magic of this world appeared to be limited in scope. The construction of cities, the repair of roads, and the transportation of goods invariably require human labor. One cannot compel plants to grow at an accelerated pace, summon storms or thunder, nor can one levitate stones and timber into the air. Thus, it is indeed a considerable expense to undertake road construction. Why would you wish to repair the roads? King's Landing has remained as it is for several centuries and has thrived quite well. The dragon remarked to Zeno, if you embark on this endeavor, no one will commend you. They will merely perceive you as squandering funds. Zeno replied, I do not seek the approval of others for my desire to renovate the city. Do you not find King's Landing excessively dilapidated and filthy for a capital? Dilapidated? Filthy? You ought to observe other cities. King's Landing is already quite prosperous. Even the impoverished have a roof to shield them from the elements, ensuring they do not perish from the cold in winter or the heat in summer. There are places that lack even a roof, Aeou urged Zeno. As for your perception of dirtiness, that is merely a reflection of your life within the castle. The outside world has always been like this, and the city is comparatively better off than the countryside, which is far worse. Zeno spoke earnestly, I am merely contemplating. If the expenditure proves excessive, I shall relinquish the idea. I simply feel a sense of compassion for their suffering, and as their future king, I wish to improve their lives. Your notion is fundamentally flawed, Aeou replied with gravity. Zeno, what do you perceive a king to be? A king is a ruler. You are to govern them, to command their allegiance. You ought not to fixate on their comfort. You may heed some of their opinions and enhance aspects of their lives, but the notion of better is boundless. The 7 kingdoms are co-governed by kings and nobles. King's Landing belongs to you, and you may act as you please. Yet if you grant the people of King's Landing excessive rights, the other nobles shall undoubtedly object. Of course, you may coerce them into acquiescing to your reforms, enabling the populace to live as you envision. However, such actions may incite opposition from nobles across the realm. Zeno hesitated momentarily. I do not intend to impose anything drastic. Merely to repair roads and houses using my own funds. Surely, no one would oppose that. Aeou rolled his eyes. Of course, there is no issue with that. As long as you possess the funds, you could renovate the entire nation, and all would merely regard you as a fool for it. I am merely musing. You know I lack funds, Zeno remarked. Aeou scoffed lightly and pressed on. If you genuinely wish for them to enjoy a better life, you could reduce taxes. However, do not decrease them excessively at once. Maintain the low taxes in your domain before extending them nationwide. You may persuade the nobles, or even compel them. But I believe as long as their tax revenue remains above their threshold, they will not dare to rebel. Over time, they will grow accustomed to it. And your reforms will be deemed successful. Just do not expect gratitude from anyone. People typically take for granted that which comes easily. The Mingwe mountain range encircles the Valley of Island, and from an aerial perspective, one can observe perilous peaks rising sharply, with rugged ridges and a treacherous terrain, densely populated with forests. Here, mountains abound. Apart from rocks, there are only trees. Where, then, is the path? Zeno craned his neck for quite some time, but could not discern the route, and thus he turned to Aeou for assistance. The dragon's vision surpassed his own, and soon it guided him to a narrow, winding trail. A caravan was traversing this path, and as the great dragon glided overhead, it elicited gasps of astonishment. This route seemed to require more maintenance than that of King's Landing. Zeno gazed at the serpentine and rugged stone pathway, with steep ridges on one side and towering cliffs on the other. Traversing this path indeed required a measure of courage. Why are you always contemplating road repairs? The dragon retorted. As long as you have the coin, I assure you there will be plenty of people willing to carve out paths, quarry stones, and fell trees. But without money, you might as well forget it. Zeno pondered for a moment. Surely there must be a way to earn some coin. Indeed, there are ways. But none a mere child like you could manage. Perhaps in 10 years' time, the dragon replied, flapping its wings and soaring into the sea of clouds, swiftly making the undulating mountains and forests vanish from sight. The carefree days devoid of lessons slipped away like grains of sand through his fingers, all too soon coming to an end. Zeno, his gaze vacant, struck the straw man before him repeatedly with his wooden sword. The straw man, likely quite exasperated with him, remained utterly unresponsive to his relentless blows and jabs. In the absence of injury, tapping into the power of the great dragon was out of the question. Yet within the confines of the Red Keep, who would dare to harm him? Since the last ill-fated expedition, Rhaegar had instructed Sir Raymond to teach Zeno the fundamentals of swordsmanship while also bringing along the young servant, Ian, and had assigned the valiant Ser Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard to safeguard him. Thus, today, the resplendent figure clad in white armor, Ser Barristan, stood quietly nearby, observing Zeno's attempts at swordplay. What have I done to deserve such torment? Zeno lamented inwardly to the dragon. I despise sword practice. Why did you not voice your reluctance when Rhaegar suggested you could wait a few years to learn? The dragon countered. You insisted on proving your mettle then. And now you regret it. Aeou showed no leniency towards him, and everyone knew of his disdain for sword practice, so he could freely express it. Zeno swung with all his might at the straw man, yet it remained unmoved. Nearby, Ian succeeded in severing one of the straw man's arms. Sir Raymond, with a look of approval, remarked, just like that, thrust upward, pierce. I loathe this world, Zeno declared in despair. The dragon chose to ignore him. When Sir Raymond announced that they could take a break, Zeno promptly discarded his wooden sword and collapsed onto the ground. Ian rushed over to lift him up. Concern etched on his face as he asked, Your Highness, are you all right? I am fine, merely grappling with doubts regarding the disparities between individuals, Zeno replied gloomily. Then, he heard Ser Barristan chuckle softly. Laugh, for Zeno has resolved that from this moment forth, his skin shall be as thick as the dragon hide of Aeou. The maidservant presented them with sliced apples, pears, milk, and wine. As Zeno sipped his milk and occasionally tossed apple slices into his mouth, he listened to Barristan and Raymond discuss the betrothal of Prince Viserys and Miss Cersei Lannister. Zeno had been aware of this matter for some time, several days prior. Cersei had consistently awaited him on his return, her eyes swollen and red, her words trapped within. Zeno surmised that she likely did not wish to wed a mere child. Yet regrettably, he could offer no assistance in this predicament. Could Zeno oppose her father when she could not? However, Zeno had not seen her lately. Perhaps she had resigned herself to her fate. Perhaps I too should resign myself? Zeno retrieved the dragon-raising manual, gazing at the rudimentary attributes displayed therein. Approaching the age of 6, his fundamental attributes remained stagnant, showing no sign of growth with the passing years. Strength 2, Agility 5, gleamed mockingly at him. He would never become a noble knight. Perhaps he truly would be unable to wield a sword, bringing shame upon his family. An alternative might be to carry a small dagger, inflict a wound upon himself before battle, and then be deemed a madman by all. Zeno let out a heavy sigh. Training in martial arts was hardly enjoyable, nor was studying. He listened as Dr. Malwyn recited the renowned work, The True History of the Blood Dragon Dance, but found himself utterly disinterested in the tales of princes and princesses. Amidst Malwyn's incessant discourse, he began to fixate on the chain adorning the Doctor's neck. It was adorned with black iron, red gold, fine steel, tin, brass, bronze, emeralds, amethysts, black pearls, Valyrian steel, silver, and gold. The Earl of Corlys Velaryon, known as the Sea Snake, had gained fame through his numerous voyages, elevating the honor and pride of House Velaryon to unparalleled heights. He returned from distant lands with a plethora of rare treasures, rendering House Velaryon wealthier than both House Lannister and House Hightower. And he himself became the richest man in the Seven Kingdoms. Zeno's interest was piqued. Dr. Malwyn, he inquired. The book states that the Earl of Corlys brought back countless treasures from overseas. Where exactly did he acquire such wealth? It was said he had ventured to the Golden Celestial Empire in the Far East, as well as to the Isle of Rhaen. And some claimed he had even journeyed to Ass-High. Undoubtedly, he had returned with innumerable treasures, spices, silks, and peculiar creatures from those lands. Malwyn turned the pages of his book. The Golden Celestial Empire is renowned for its saffron and silk. Their silks are finer than ours, their patterns more resplendent. Saffron is a precious herb, believed to extend one's lifespan. That nation is exceedingly affluent. Zeno continued to inquire, is the Golden Celestial Empire far away? How far? Given its wealth, their goods must surely be expensive. What do they use to purchase them? Malwyn regarded Zeno thoughtfully. I possess a map. You may examine it shortly. Their agriculture and handicrafts are remarkably advanced, yet they abound in pearls while lacking gemstones. Rubies, sapphires, and amethysts can fetch high prices there, whereas these gems are commonplace in Ashar. Are you referring to Ashar on the edge of the shadows? Zeno inquired curiously. However, Ashar should be relatively close. Why don't they go there themselves to purchase? Marwyn replied, they do trade with Ashar, but the number of caravans willing to venture there is exceedingly scarce, and those who return are even fewer. Zeno was taken aback. Is Ashar truly that perilous? More perilous than you can imagine, Marwyn said with a significant look. Chapter 13. Dragon Scales. Zeno meticulously examined the map Marwyn had provided. This map was adorned with faded black and red lines, crafted from an unfamiliar white animal hide. The 9 free trade city-states, the Dothraki Sea, and the Golden Celestial Empire beyond the Bone Mountains, as well as Ashar, were distinctly marked, including the Shadowlands. To the northeast of Ashar, a small that labeled Stya was marked with a non-reflective black dye. At first, Zeno mistook it for a mere black stain. For some reason, Aeou appeared quite displeased. What are you studying that for? I remind you, the flight from here to Ashar, even if we traverse above the clouds without rest, will take 4 to 5 days. You wish to trade with the Asharians and bring back goods from the Golden Celestial Empire to sell. Do you even comprehend their language? You would find communication utterly impossible. I have heard they also speak Valyrian. I am merely taking a look, Zeno replied, perplexed by the dragon's agitation. Because I know you are always prone to fanciful ideas, and your actions often outpace your thoughts. If Elia were to learn of your intention to venture to such a place for jewels, she would surely faint. Aeou earnestly advised Zeno against such folly, urging him not to engage in a perilous venture for the sake of re-establishing King's Landing. Only avaricious merchants and those with no alternatives would dare to go to Ashar. But it is indeed highly lucrative. Just one trip could render one the wealthiest in the entire kingdom. We need not go immediately. We can wait until you grow to the size of the Black Death, Zeno mused, assessing the dragon's stature. The dragon had been growing rapidly. In a few years, it should be quite formidable. After a moment of silence, the dragon replied, You would be better off selling my scales than risking such treacherous endeavors in Ashar. My dragon scales are impervious to blades, resistant to fire, and incredibly durable, possessing genuine magical protection. Even the denizens of the shadows would likely come to purchase them. Wait, you shed scales? Zeno exclaimed in astonishment. I had no idea. I thought you never shed scales. What nonsense are you speaking? I am not a local dragon. I do not fall ill. I have been growing rapidly, and naturally, I need to replace my scales. My new scales will only be more resilient than the old ones. Aeou urged him to make a decision swiftly. Do you want them or not? If so, I will select a few suitable ones. You could sell them to wealthy knights for armor. My dragon scales are invaluable. Zeno stood speechless. Aeou, were you human? You would undoubtedly emerge as the mightiest lord and the most astute merchant. Zeno sincerely extolled the virtues of the dragon. Aeou shot him a disdainful glance. Wealthy knights were abundant, yet only a select few could afford dragon scales. Lord John, Zeno called out to the current military minister, the Count of Griffin's Nest. I have heard that you intend to forge an entirely new suit of armor and are in search of a skilled armorer. Is that true? Indeed, Count John Clinton replied. Might His Highness be inclined to introduce me to one? Although I would be most willing to make such an introduction, regrettably, I am not acquainted with any armorers. Zeno leaned closer and whispered, What I wish to discuss pertains to another matter. Count John Clinton immediately responded, What is it? Please, do not hesitate to speak. I shall offer my assistance if I can. Do you require dragon scales? Zeno inquired, glancing around to ensure their privacy, with Sir Balistan being the nearest attendant. A good 10 paces away. Aeou's scales are substantial, perfectly suited for someone of your stature. Seeing Count John Clinton merely gazing at him in silence, Zeno felt a twinge of urgency. You are aware of the resilience of Aeou's scales. They are impervious to blades and flames, indestructible, and provide genuine magical protection. Donning them ensures that no curse can befall you. While they cannot be cut, you could overlay them with silver, gold, or ceramic if you wish. I ask for but a modest sum, 10,000 golden dragons for a single scale, or we can negotiate a price that you deem fair. Nay, I shall offer you 20,000 golden dragons. Count John Clinton seemed to snap back to reality, crouching down to regard Zeno. How many scales do you possess? Meanwhile, Jaime Lannister traversed the outer courtyard of the castle, making his way toward the Prime Minister's tower. As the newly appointed captain of the City Watch, he was engulfed in a multitude of daily duties. However, since the Prime Minister had summoned him, he felt compelled to carve out time to meet his father. Perhaps it concerned Cersei. The mere thought of his sister brought Jaime a throbbing headache. Cersei had been in a state of distress regarding her betrothal to Prince Viserys. No matter how much he attempted to soothe and convince her, it was of no avail, for Lord Tywin had made his decision resolute. Cersei confided in Jaime that she had long envisioned herself marrying Prince Zeno, having already considered him her intended spouse. Yet one fateful day, their father informed her that she would not wed Prince Zeno, but rather Prince Viserys. He even refused to divulge the reasons behind the abrupt change in her betrothal. Subsequently, King Rhaegar formally announced this fortunate development, thus cementing the engagement. In truth, Prince Viserys was not without merit. He was the king's own brother, bearing a striking resemblance to him, and it was said that his martial prowess far surpassed that of Prince Zeno. Jaime attempted to console his sister. Father likely believes he is more suitably matched with you, given your closer ages. He possesses no dragons. He has not awakened the blood of the gods. No matter how skilled he may be, he cannot rival Dragonfire. No matter how adept his swordsmanship, he cannot conquer a mighty dragon. Cersei shouted in fury, Marrying him will forever bar me from becoming queen. You possess an understanding of him far beyond my own. In temperament, he is undeniably akin to Aegon III. It is Zeno who exemplifies the true essence of King Rhaegar. Will you assist me or not? Jaime was left with no choice but to attempt to persuade their father. Yet he had never excelled in such endeavors. The outcome was, as one might anticipate, predictable. However, Cersei was relentless, and when she could not sway Tywin, she resorted to lamenting to him daily, which proved to be a considerable burden for him. Recently, in an effort to evade this troublesome matter, he had taken refuge in the temporary quarters of the guards. Tywin awaited him in his study, as was customary. Jaime was not at all surprised to find his father's desk cluttered with papers, scrolls, and several leather-bound tomes. You have arrived, Tywin remarked. At over 40 years of age, he was a strikingly handsome man, dignified and imposing in stature. Jaime mused that by the time he reached his father's age, he would likely resemble him closely. Fetch the item beside the shelf, but exercise caution. It is exceedingly sharp, Tywin instructed, gesturing toward a shield leaning against the bookshelf. It appeared to be a shield, albeit much smaller and rounder than the usual kind. When Jaime lifted it, he was astonished to discover its weight was akin to that of a mere sheet of paper. The shield gleamed brilliantly, radiating golden hues. Thick at the top and tapering to a delicate edge, its thickest point measuring about an inch, while the thinnest was as fine as parchment, remarkably sharp. Upon closer inspection, Jaime noticed deep golden speckles and swirling silver patterns adorning its surface. Place it on the stool, then take a strike at it, Tywin instructed. Jaime set the shield on a low stool, drew his longsword, and struck with force. The resounding clash of metal echoed in the room as his sword recoiled. Jaime was stunned to find a chip in his blade, while the shield bore not a single scratch. What in the world is this? Jaime exclaimed, having never encountered such resilient metal. Tywin replied calmly, it is dragon scale. Dragon scale? Jaime had seen dragon scales before. The Targaryen family had long adorned their armor with them. He had even beheld the scales on King Rhaegar's helm, but they were nothing like this. Is this from Prince Zeno's golden dragon? Indeed, a faint smile graced Tywin's lips, so subtle it could have been overlooked. He had sold a piece of dragon scale to Lord John Cunnington for 20,000 golden dragons, and fortunately, Lord John did not possess sufficient ready cash. When he was procuring the funds, I happened upon him, and thus I acquired a fragment as well. How much did you pay? Jaime inquired, examining the dragon scale with increasing admiration. Tywin replied, 30,000 golden dragons. The Lannisters do not yield to lesser men. Alas, there are few scales from dragons, and presently, the prince possesses merely 2. However, he has promised that should he acquire more in the future, he will come to me first. Can this be forged into a longsword? Jaime attempted to bend the scale, but it remained immovable. Regrettably, I fear not, Tywin mused. I have yet to discover a method to cut it. Even Valyrian steel cannot sever it. However, it can be fashioned into armor or a shield. Should smaller scales become available in the future, they could indeed be crafted into a longsword. Jaime cast a glance at his father, Lord Tywin, who appeared to be in good spirits today. Thus, he chose his words with care. Prince Zeno's dragon eyes seem to be growing larger, yet the prince himself does not seem to be maturing much. He remains rather small. Tywin dismissed this notion. His health is not in question. Numerous scholars have examined him, concluding merely that his growth is slower than that of others. A degree of peculiarity in such a person is not surprising. Then why not allow Cersei to marry him? After all, they are only 13 years apart. When Prince Zeno turns 20, Cersei will only be 33, still quite young. Jaime endeavored to advocate for his sister once more, asserting, I believe Prince Zeno harbors affection for her. Ultimately, becoming a queen surpasses the role of a mere princess in any case. Furthermore, there are rumors in court suggesting that Prince Viserys possesses a rather volatile temper. Is that what Cersei has told you? Tywin's gaze cut through Jaime's face like a blade. Do you think I do not wish for her to ascend to queenship? Do you believe I do not desire power and glory for our family? She is too foolish to assume the mantle of a queen. Jaime retorted, Cersei cannot be deemed foolish. She has always been quite clever, or so she believes. Tywin, rarely resorting to bluntness, interrupted Jaime with a harshness rarely seen. He clasped his fingers beneath his chin and fixed his stare upon Jaime. I have long advised her to fulfill her duties properly, to act as a lady-in-waiting beside the queen, rather than seeking out Zeno daily. Were she to win Zeno's favor, perhaps he would marry her. Jaime was taken aback to see his father appear genuinely troubled. Tywin continued, she treats the queen as a fool, and the king likewise. Yet neither is foolish. I tell you, Rhaegar himself remarked to me that she is too dim-witted to bear the weight of queenship. Jaime's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Tywin clarified, though he did not articulate it clearly, That was indeed his sentiment. Jaime struggled to regain his composure. And what of Prince Zeno? Does he truly not care for Cersei? Tywin, exasperated, replied, "How old is he? I have long advised Cersei to exercise caution. Perhaps there remains a chance for redemption. But alas, she has never truly heeded my counsel. Listen well, this matter requires no further discussion from you. If your sister seeks you again, tell her to fulfill her duties and maintain silence. Otherwise, I shall send her back to Casterly Rock." Recently, Zeno appeared quite jovial, laughing at his books, at the Scarecrow, at Ser Barristan and Euron, and even at dragons. "Are you ever finished?" Aeou resolved to no longer indulge him, addressing the little prince who was twisting into knots against him. "I tell you, selling just 2 pieces is sufficient. Rarity begets value. If you sell too many, the price will not rise. This current situation is optimal. Once they discover the benefits of dragon scales, in a year or 2, you can elevate the price even further." "Eno!" Zeno exclaimed loudly, 50,000 golden dragons. I know. Long did not even lift his eyelids at the mere sum of 50,000 gold dragons, rejoicing as if he had encountered a fortune. Have you never seen a gold dragon? Could you not embody the demeanor befitting a prince? You wish to construct a city and pave roads, yet with a paltry 50,000 gold dragons, you can only make use of the most inferior stones, hastily erecting a flea-ridden den. However, I consulted Master Marwyn, and he calculated that we could at least replace the dilapidated and leaning structures with homes built of stone and timber. We could also simply repair the roads, laying down some flagstones upon the muddy ground. Summer is approaching, and with it, the heavy rains. We must complete the repairs before the rainy season ensues. Zeno diligently calculated the expenses, realizing that any surplus could be used to build a larger dwelling for the homeless. I have devised a plan. They shall not reside there without responsibility. They must keep their quarters tidy. Should there be any excess funds, we could construct a smaller house specifically for orphans. You truly have thought this through, Zeno. Aeou unceremoniously doused Zeno with cold water, expressing his doubts, fearing that the eventual outcome may not align with your aspirations. Ultimately, who will inhabit those houses is not for you to dictate. I advise you to refrain from exhausting your efforts. Merely repairing the houses and roads would suffice. Any surplus could be better allocated as a reward for Ian rather than squandered on that throng of vagrants. Why do I get the impression that you are reminiscent of a former king, so well versed in these matters? Zeno leaned against Long, suggesting that he could enlist the gold-clad ones to keep an eye on things, at least ensuring he knows who resides within. Who knows? Perhaps I have indeed reigned as a king before. Aeou huffed in irritation, exhaling sparks of flame, reminding him that he could certainly delegate this responsibility to a gold-clad individual, only to be dubbed the Prince of Interference. No lord has ever concerned himself with such trivialities. Can you be certain that gold-clad one will heed your commands? Do not be so naive. The notion that good deeds will reap rewards is a tale confined to the church's storybooks. Chapter 014. Flea-ridden Den, regardless of opposition. Zeno had resolved to renovate King's Landing. Aeou remarked, "Now you may compose a letter to inform your father of your intentions to restore the most dilapidated parts of King's Landing. I am certain King Rhaegar will take great pride in your ambitions. I have already mentioned it to my father. He displayed no reaction whatsoever." Zeno was earnestly attempting to decipher the design plans drawn by Dr. Marwyn, but eventually conceded defeat. But to whom should I address this letter? Are you planning to excavate stones from the Duke of Aelin's domain without first notifying him? They are merely stones. Zeno protested, the most ordinary kind, found everywhere. Is it truly necessary to write to him? Aeou inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Go write it." Zeno obediently extracted a piece of parchment. The commencement of renovating the flea-ridden den was fraught with difficulties, as the residents were unwilling to cooperate. They are unwilling to renovate their dwellings, reluctant to pave the roads, and most averse to replacing their mud shelters with wooden shanties or houses. Why is this so? When Master Marwyn and Sir Fane, who oversees the renovations, informed Zeno of the residents' opposition to the reconstruction, Zeno was perplexed. Did you not inform them that they would not have to pay for it themselves? Of course we did. Sir Fane, tall and robust with a bushy brown beard, draped in a half-cloak woven with gold threads, was a member of the city's guard, recommended by Sir Barristan. We conveyed all your decisions to them, assuring them that they could inhabit new homes without any expense, and that their bare feet would no longer tread upon the muddy ground. Yet, these wretched souls seem devoid of gratitude. They simply refuse. Did they express their reasons for this refusal? Zeno, scratching his chin in confusion, pondered if they feared that they would have nowhere to stay during the renovations. They claim they are accustomed to their current abodes and would be uncomfortable in better accommodations. The stones would be too hard beneath their bare feet. They prefer the softness of the dirt. Sir Fane grumbled indignantly. Your Highness, in my view, you ought not to concern yourself with their opinions. Simply demolish the houses and reconstruct them. Once they inhabit the new dwellings, they will surely express their gratitude. They do not trust you, Aeou interjected suddenly. And such places have always been dens of filth. They are certainly reluctant to allow you into their territory. I find this nobleman's assertion to be quite accurate. Proceed to demolish the old houses and erect new ones, and in the process, we may ascertain just how many rogues are concealed among them. Zeno turned to Master Marwyn. Master Marwyn, what do you believe should be done? I concur with Sir Fane, Marwyn replied, seemingly having conferred with him prior. We have attempted to persuade them and inform them that with the arrival of the summer rains, several of the old houses are bound to collapse. Yet, they would rather wait for their homes to crumble before repairing them than undertake renovations now. No matter how we reason with them, our words fall on deaf ears. They do not believe us. They fear that once the houses are demolished, you may abandon the project altogether. Constructing the new homes directly would be far more effective than 1,000 words. Sir Balistan, Zeno turned to the silent royal guard standing nearby. What is your perspective? Sir Balistan nodded. I too agree with the sentiments expressed by Sir Fane and Scholar Marwyn. Your Highness, their apprehension stems from your perceived unpredictability. Once you have erected the new homes and paved the roads, they will undoubtedly be eager to move in. But then, how can we enlist their assistance in the construction? Zeno replied morosely. I had initially hoped they would help carry stones and mix mortar. Relying solely on our workforce, we would not complete the houses before summer arrives, let alone repair the roads. I can summon the members of the city guard to assist. They would be more than willing to pledge their loyalty to His Highness. Sir Fane proposed. Zeno turned to Aeou. Is there truly no other alternative? Certainly. There are alternative methods. You could personally venture forth and, in the presence of all, vow to fulfill your promises. Aeou remarked that once you have completed your oath, you shall ascend to the esteemed title of King of the Flea Market. It appears there was once a prince of the flea market. You might wish to peruse his exploits for inspiration, or perhaps enlist the aid of a trusted individual among them to act as your guarantor. Zeno contemplated for a long moment, deciding he must see for himself before making a decision. As dusk settled, they donned black cloaks and hoods, silently entering a tavern within the flea market. Zeno perceived Sir Balistan and Sir Fane as mercenaries, while Bachelor Malvin bore the demeanor of an unassuming yet formidable assassin, and Ian resembled an apprentice killer. What about him? A diminutive assassin? Zeno nearly erupted in laughter at the thought. The patrons of the tavern turned their heads indifferently to regard them before disregarding their presence entirely. After selecting a random table, a plump waitress approached to inquire about their orders. Let us each have a mug of ale, along with a few roasted birds. Bachelor Malvin stated, adding, if you have lamb and grapes, that would be splendid. The waitress, her eyelids drooping, replied, we have no lamb or grapes. But we do have apricots, freshly picked today. Then I shall have apricots, Malvin declared without hesitation. Is there anyone in need of mercenaries here? We are skilled hands. I do not know, sir, the waitress replied, but you may inquire with others. After the waitress departed, Sir Fane lowered his voice, saying, your strategy will not work. They do not trust outsiders, and some have already seen you. Zeno began to scan the surroundings. The tavern was evidently weathered. Its walls a haphazard mix of straw and earth, the former being scarce and the latter abundant. The ceiling was low, requiring Sir Balistan to bend to avoid colliding with the overhead beams. The space was small, containing only a few scattered tables, greasy and filthy as if untouched for a century. A long bench stretched along the earthen wall, while the other seats were old, gray barrels riddled with wormholes. An unbearable stench pervaded the room. As others conferred on strategies and Zeno busied himself with observations, the tavern door swung open once more, and a man entered, calling out loudly for the waitress. Ai, bring me a mug of ale. Zeno looked up, their gazes locking momentarily. The dark wooden door was abruptly flung open again, and without hesitation, the man turned and fled. Stop, Zeno shouted, attempting to leap from the barrel, but Sir Balistan caught him, clutching him to his chest as they sprinted from the tavern. Edo, Zeno silently called out for the dragon. Where had it gone? Turning left, he scaled the wall of the neighboring building. The great dragon glided silently through the sky above. Sir Balistan and Sir Fane were as nimble as monkeys while scaling the wall, while Bachelor Marwyn, cradling his rotund belly, outpaced Ian with surprising speed. Zeno leapt onto Sir Balistan's back, grasping his neck to guide their path. They soon cornered the man in a narrow alley, where Sir Fane delivered a fierce kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, twisting his arms behind his back with one hand before unsheathing his sword. Stop, Zeno interjected. Do not harm him just yet. Slipping down from Sir Balistan's back, He approached the man and delivered a kick to his waist. You certainly run swiftly. It seems your leg injury has healed completely, hasn't it, Butte? The man, named Butte, trembled incessantly but remained silent. Sir Fane hoisted him from the ground, forcing him to kneel before Zeno, and struck him on the head. Answer. We didn't know, Butte stammered, shaking and stumbling over his words. We truly had no idea. Enough of your rambling. Zeno kicked him again. Where did you take the child? Butte quickly replied, we don't kill anyone. We only seek a ransom. What if they cannot pay the ransom? Zeno delivered a third kick. Do you sell them then? We never sell people. We are not slave traders. Hull doesn't allow us to do that. Ransom is negotiable, Butte protested loudly. We usually just collect a protection fee, but once payment is made, we are more diligent than the golden robes. Sir Fane kicked him harshly, his face reddening. Your words are utterly untrustworthy, my lord. Allow me to handle him. I assure you he will remember even the most trivial of details. I know your diligence well, Zeno soothed Sir Fane, but he still holds value. He turned back to Butte. Is Hull your leader? Where can he be found? I don't know. Butte quaked, his body trembling, though his resolve remained somewhat intact. He is always on the move. Then give him to me, Sir Fane insisted. I will ensure that every member of his gang is brought before you. Butte, Zeno pressed. Do you wish for Sir Fane to uncover your little secrets, or will you reveal them to me now? He fixed his gaze firmly on Butte, preventing any evasion. You must understand, if I truly wish to capture you, I will find a way. Lead me to your leader, and I promise you shall not die. In fact, I may require your assistance with a small task. They navigated through the intricate, maze-like alleyways. Don't you ever get lost? Zeno complained, fatigue creeping into his voice. How splendid it would be if the houses were more orderly. Living in such a place requires one to memorize the paths. Butte replied, we traverse these streets daily. We cannot stray, and there are many people and few houses. Upon noticing Zeno's shift in attention, Butte immediately grew anxious and fell silent. Do continue, Zeno encouraged, intrigued. How many people reside here? I am uncertain. Nonetheless, there always seems to be a shortage of housing. Butte is exceedingly honest, yet the daily toll of death remains high. With a little crowding, one can always find a place to reside. How do they meet their demise? Alcohol, brawls, drowning, intoxication, false, indeed. There exists a plethora of bizarre ways to perish. Butte cautiously remarked, we have arrived. Hull's abode bore no distinction from the other tenements within this flea-ridden enclave. It was neither grander nor more opulent. Upon their arrival, Hull appeared unperturbed, and in truth, his failure to flee surprised Zeno slightly. He had assumed Butte's aimless wandering was intended to facilitate this man's escape. Hull offered his bed for Zeno to sit upon, relegating himself to a standing position. Zeno recognized him as the man who had pursued them relentlessly. So it is only the three of you, Zeno mused, somewhat disappointed, having expected a larger contingent. In reality, there were 15, but a multitude would inevitably draw attention. Hull maintained a calm demeanor, stating, we typically operate in threes. That lad is terrified. Yet you show no fear at all. How did you recognize me? Zeno pondered the man's unusual composure. However, with Sir Balistan within and Sir Fane without, not to mention a dragon overhead, he was well prepared and resolved to maintain his own calm. The scabbard you left behind bears the royal insignia, Hull remarked. I at least recognize the fearless Sir Balistan. If your intent were to kill me, you needn't have waited till now. You are indeed astute, Zeno complimented him. Butte interjected. You never kill. I remain skeptical of that. However, it is true you did not attempt to kill me last time. Let us cease this enterprise of kidnapping and extortion. Hull regarded him with an odd expression. Do you truly believe us? Your blades are dull. At least, I can perceive that clearly. Nevertheless, this does not imply that you are virtuous. Fortunately, virtuous individuals cannot accomplish what I require of you. Zeno fixed his gaze upon him. I need an individual, or rather, a group, that possesses profound knowledge of this flea-ridden den to assist me in its reclamation. What do you propose? Zeno produced a notebook and opened it. It is thus. I wish to demolish and reconstruct the old houses here, as well as redesign the roads. However, it seems the residents are rather reluctant, which is why I require your assistance. Hull's expression grew even more peculiar. You wish for me to persuade them? One might say so. I need their consent for this redevelopment initiative, and I also require their cooperation in the endeavor. I intend to raze this place to the ground and rebuild according to my plans. I need individuals to transport soil, stone, timber, and ironwork, and to assist the craftsmen and masons. I also require someone to oversee the residents' belongings to prevent theft amidst the chaos. Furthermore, you need to organize some women and children to provide food supplies for the others, and enlist the elderly for tasks such as delivering items and mending clothes. Zeno solemnly declared that he would bear all expenses, but he required a precise population count. How many inhabitants resided here? How many families were there? How many children did each family have? How many orphans and vagrants existed? He insisted that all this information be thoroughly investigated and reported back to him. Hall replied, expressing doubt that such a task could be completed in a year. Zeno, unfazed, insisted on a time frame of merely half a month. He offered to finance the hiring of help and even suggested enlisting the city guard for assistance, promising to allocate personnel. Coldly, Zeno added that should Hall perform well, he would forgive the previous attack against him. Otherwise, they would have to contemplate the loss of an arm or the dishonorable donning of black garments to march towards the wall. I can hire people, Hall immediately responded. Zeno nodded, agreeing to the plan. They could discuss the logistics of hiring and then return to him for funds. He cautioned against any thoughts of evasion or concealment, for the dragon would keep a watchful eye on them. I understand. We will do our utmost, Hall slowly assured him. Your Highness, may I pose a question? Ask away, Zeno replied. After a prolonged silence, Hall cautiously inquired, are you a sorcerer? Zeno tucked his notebook back into his embrace and flashed Hall an ominous smile. You guessed correctly. I am indeed a formidable sorcerer. Should you dare to deceive or fabricate tales, absconding with my funds without fulfilling your duty, I shall cast your soul into the depths of the abyss. It is the seventh circle of hell, Sir Bollistan quietly reminded him. Chapter 15. The gathering of the poor. The night was tranquil, and the Red Keep lay in serene stillness, interrupted only by the patrolling guards. Torches hung along the corridors, illuminating their path. They traversed the quiet courtyard, engaging in hushed conversation. I am well aware it is the seventh circle of hell. I merely misspoke, Zeno said, leaning on Sir Bollistan's back. Can you keep tonight's events confidential? Only my father is to be informed. Of course, Sir Bollistan replied cheerfully. However, Your Highness, please refrain from calling yourself a sorcerer in the future. Some may take you seriously. Zeno dismissed the concern, stating, I was merely trying to frighten him. If I truly possessed sorcery, would I require his assistance? That is debatable, Scholar Marwyn interjected seriously. Once, the great mage Valyria was immensely powerful, communicating across half the world with glass candles, yet they still needed countless slaves to excavate mines and construct roads. Should you openly admit to being a sorcerer, many may indeed believe you, Marwyn continued. After all, you are capable of hatching fossil dragon eggs. Surely the dragons must have an origin, Zeno questioned, somewhat displeased. How did the first dragons come into existence? The term fossil dragon egg is merely a label. In reality, dragon eggs must have been alive. Otherwise, how could they hatch? Marwyn gently shook his head, stating, even if dragon eggs retain vitality after a century, few would be inclined to believe it. The legend of the original dragons is rooted in blood and fire, with the Valyrians most renowned for their blood magic. Your Highness, Sir Bollistan remarked wisely. You ought not to speak so carelessly. Should they truly believe you possess blood magic, it may incite undue panic. Indeed, Sir Fane concurred with a solemn expression. Wizards have never been the most favored of beings. The dragon's voice rumbled low. If you indeed wield blood magic, you may speak freely. However, since you do not, it would be prudent to keep your silence. Zeno could only manage a sheepish smile. I understand. I shall refrain from such talk in the future. But now that the words have escaped, what can be done? Will he divulge it? Regardless of his intentions, there are but a few of us present tonight. Should rumors arise, we shall undoubtedly discern the source. He is a clever man, and will keep his counsel, Master Malvin stated. Hall gazed at the flickering candle flame upon the bedside table, remaining still for quite some time, until a gentle knocking echoed from the walls, signaling that those individuals had departed. He shifted the bedding, lifted the wooden slats beneath the bed, and with the candlelight in hand, descended a wooden staircase. Just moments ago, Prince Zeno had neglected to search the room, and Hall pondered whether this was due to carelessness or an audacious confidence. No, it was certainly not carelessness, Hall mused. With the fearless Bollistan at his side and wielding such remarkable power, he was indeed emboldened. And then there was the dragon. Hall was uncertain whether the dragon had followed the prince away or remained aloft, observing the room. Upon reaching the bottom of the wooden staircase, he opened a small door to reveal a dimly lit cellar. One side was cluttered with barrels and assorted bric-a-brac, while the other held a scarred wooden table. One leg splintered and reattached, around which 7 or 8 individuals were seated, awaiting him. They comprised tavern waitresses, beggars from the street, an elderly friar clad in tattered burlap robes, a middle-aged mercenary with half a tooth missing, and several young men dressed in black garments, each bearing a dagger at their waist, akin to Hall. I knew he was a wizard. Otherwise, how could he have so effortlessly shattered my ankle? Dick muttered softly. But is he truly planning to build us a new house and provide us with food and supplies? Surely, he is not merely speaking empty words. If he were indeed a wizard, what you would have shattered would be your skull, not your ankle, the old friar Calvin calmly replied. I have encountered true wizards from the Far East. They may not excel in close combat, but if they wish for your demise, it will come without a whisper. Nevertheless, Prince Zeno was indeed peculiar. Even should the Dragon King Aegon be resurrected, it would be impossible for one of his age to possess such power. Hall, do you find his words credible? Hall casually perched upon a nearby barrel, contemplating for an extended period. Regardless of whether he is a wizard, he is not malevolent. He is a prince, the sole heir of King Rhaega, since he is determined to transform this flea-ridden den and has already set plans in motion. King Rhaega shall surely assist him in fulfilling his promises. That would be splendid. Our dilapidated tavern may finally receive the renovations it so desperately requires, Aya exclaimed with delight. Carrie, perhaps the prince will even secure you a respectable job. Do not rejoice too soon. Mercenary Kale wore a solemn expression. Prince Zeno was merely a child. Even if he were a benevolent prince, promising to construct new homes and roads for us, what guarantee do we have of remaining here in the future? I fear that before the houses are even completed, we may find ourselves expelled. At that point, we might have no choice but to reside outside the city. Hall waved his hand to silence the crowd. As he pondered, he spoke slowly, acknowledging Kale's concerns. However, I believe there are those close to the prince who have already contemplated this, which is why he has requested me to compile a roster of the local inhabitants. Now, should the prince wish to advocate for us, those individuals cannot seize our streets. We must devise a means to ensure he personally supervises the work, the old monk remarked. Everything felt peculiar. Zeno rested his chin on his hands, seated on the steps, silently observing several men squatting on the ground, breaking stones into smaller pieces for the road. Following that fateful night, Hall had swiftly employed over 100 individuals, completing a thorough investigation of everyone in the flea-ridden area within just 5 days. He compiled the findings into a thick volume, which he presented to Zeno. The cost of hiring was so unexpectedly low that Zeno began to question the market prices in King's Landing. Yet it was inconceivable that someone like Hall would engage in a losing venture. Consequently, Zeno randomly selected several households for Sir Finn to investigate, to ascertain whether Hall had indeed fabricated any details. The truth was that he had not. His report was exceedingly detailed, almost accounting for spiders in the corners and lice in hair. Furthermore, his persuasive efforts were both swift and effective, compelling the townsfolk to willingly abandon their previous tasks and happily line up at Bachelor Marwin's for work. They removed all their belongings from their homes, placing them in tents, willingly demolishing their own houses, breaking down their walls, and hauling away the debris they had cleared. The only request they had was for Prince Zeno to be present, as they believed that with his highness in attendance, they would receive the blessings of the gods and possess boundless strength. It was utterly absurd. Zeno had never been so astonished, not even when forced by Iris into the fire pit. That had been mere happenstance. But who was this Hall truly? Your Highness. Just as he was contemplating Hall, the man approached, dressed in a brand new black tunic, a short dagger at his waist, now honed to a sharp gleam. He carried a wooden tray laden with a generous cluster of grapes, freshly brought from Qingting Island, chilled and exuding a delightful fragrance. With a cheerful smile, he presented the grapes to Zeno. Such a luxury. Where did you procure the funds for this? Zeno inquired, eyeing Hall and then the grapes with suspicion. Ever since Zeno had arranged for the transport of stones, timber, and the craftsmen, promising that all laborers would receive payment, Hall had begun to curry favor with him. He first introduced his subordinates and friends to Zeno, including a tall, gap-toothed mercenary, a bearded elder monk, and the unfortunate fellow who had suffered a fractured bone at Zeno's kick. In front of everyone, he swore before the gods that he would guard Zeno with his life. Subsequently, he usurped Ian's responsibilities, delivering a variety of fruits and meats to him daily. Moreover, he took the initiative to lead a group of young individuals to form the Golden Dragon Squad, operating under the name of Prince Zeno, dedicated to patrolling and preventing theft and robbery. Zeno tacitly accepted his actions, understanding that the number of golden-robed individuals was limited, while this area was notoriously chaotic. The Golden Dragon Squad quickly grew to over 100 members, with Sir Balistan asserting that it was filled with capable individuals. Zeno suspected that the count of 15 he provided was a mere fabrication. This is a token of gratitude from everyone, a collective contribution, Hall explained, stuffing grapes into Zeno's arms, as Sir Balistan regarded him with calm scrutiny. Zeno furrowed his brow at Hall. Wishing to avoid any circumlocution, tell them not to waste their money. You need not curry favor with me, for I am not swayed by such tactics. Aren't you supposed to be patrolling? Hall chuckled. No, no, no. This is truly just a simple gesture from everyone. I have not coerced anyone. Kelly has already taken a group to patrol. With your highness here, this place is quite peaceful and serene. Stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you wish to convey? Zeno grumbled, popping a grape into his mouth. It was sweet. I see the houses are nearly completed, and the roads are close to being paved. Have you thought of a name for this street? Hall gazed at him with anticipation. Zeno, perplexed by his insinuation, replied, The walls are gray, and the road is gray. Let's South call it Greystone Street. Hall appeared quite disappointed. Your Highness, isn't that name a bit too simplistic? Everyone currently refers to this place as Prince Street. Since you all have made up your minds, why come to me? Zeno could not warm to this individual, finding him excessively circuitous. What exactly do you want? Spare me the roundabout. Oh, nothing much, Hall said, his demeanor uncharacteristically glum. It's just that everyone entrusted me to inquire about your Highness's plans for the street name. If you all prefer to call it Prince Street, then let it be Prince Street, Zeno replied, glancing at the sky. I must return now. What was he truly after each day? Always speaking in riddles. As if he fancied himself Ferris. Zeno lamented to Dragon about Hall's incessant antics. While Hall may not be vexed, Zeno certainly was. They desire a robust support. And you are the perfect fit, Dragon responded. Hall possesses a commendable character. Although not a knight, he embodies more responsibility and honor than many knights. You could allow him to join you, thus eliminating the need to seek others when you wish to renovate King's Landing in the future. Zeno was puzzled. Join me? What space do I have for him to join? That Golden Dragon squad is already prepared, waiting for you to formally grant them a designation, he implied, regretting that Zeno was too obtuse to comprehend his hints. Aeou harbored disdain for Zeno. If you wish to command them, present him with a sword and compel him to swear allegiance to you. Furthermore, should you desire to prevent their return to their former ways, you must prepare for their expenses. Zeno immediately furrowed his brow, exclaiming, O gods, I am utterly impoverished. Where shall I procure the funds? Aeou retorted, Are you truly incapable of gathering such a meager sum? You are a prince, after all. Merely approach the treasurer. That coward Adrian Setigo will hardly dare to question you. Dinner consisted of apple pie, wild boar, and a delectable cream of mushroom soup. As Zeno savored his soup, he pondered how to approach the treasurer for funds, as well as his urgent need for a sword. I shall venture to the armory tomorrow to select a fine blade, he decided. After much contemplation, he resolved to enlist the Golden Dragon Squadron. Though he held little affection for Hall, he acknowledged the man's competence and his superior knowledge of the streets of King's Landing. Zeno realized he must be dreaming, for he had transformed into a stone. As a stone, he was rendered mute and motionless, standing silently in a resplendent hall. Surrounding him were ethereal white shadows, positioned like soldiers in 4 rows. A dark shadow loomed over Zeno, whispering incessantly. He perceived himself to be colossal, as the indistinct shadows at his feet appeared diminutive in comparison. The dark shadow clung to him tightly, chattering away in a flurry of sounds. What are you saying? Zeno inquired, but the shadow bellowed, causing the palace to dissolve like mist. Now, he found himself once more on a gray wasteland, which seemed oddly different today. The sky had turned red, and the ground was teeming with serpentine creatures, each adorned with limbs, writhing and entwining, viciously tearing at one another. Zeno crouched to grasp one of these serpents, only to discover it bore a human visage, which, though barely handsome, was marred by distortion and tears. It silently screamed at Zeno, stretching forth countless tiny limbs, before, in an instant, it transformed into gray smoke. Although Aeou had warned against frequent visits to this place, having arrived, Zeno surveyed his surroundings in search of the Golden Palace from before. Yet, all he found was a shroud of gray mist. After taking a few steps forward, he stumbled upon a jet-black long sword embedded in a pile of ashes. He withdrew the sword. What are you doing? Return it to me at once. Aeou's voice echoed throughout the dreamscape. Zeno stood in a daze, gazing at the black long sword in his grasp. The blade was entirely obsidian, sharp and slender, with a black crystal embedded in the hilt. Even without understanding the nuances of fine weaponry, Zeno recognized its quality. The only question that lingered was whether a sword brought forth from a dream could truly be wielded. The dragon roared at him. Are you a fool? I warned you not to go there. Yet you not only ventured forth, but returned with a sword. How will you explain this when you are discovered? That you awoke to find a sword in your bed? The door swung open, and in that fleeting moment, Zeno swiftly concealed his sword beneath the blanket. Ian entered with a tray in hand, startled to find Zeno awake. Prince Zeno, you are up quite early today. Breakfast consists of bread and grilled fish. Would you care for some bacon? Zeno promptly replied, Yes, And I would also like some creamy mushroom soup. Could you fetch some for me? Once Ian departed, Zeno quickly slipped out of the window, sword in hand. Chapter 16. The dispute, carried Zeno over King's Landing, landing by the banks of the Blackwater River. You must dispose of that sword, Aeou urged, while there are still few people around. Zeno hesitated, reluctant to part with the splendid weapon. It seems a shame to discard it. We could simply claim it was purchased at a market in Essos. Who would know the truth? You cannot acquire a Valyrian steel sword at a market in Essos, the dragon scolded him. Do not be foolish. You can hardly explain the origins of such a prized blade. Letting it sink to the depths of the Blackwater is its best fate. Why can't I be fortunate? I possess a dragon. Why shouldn't I be able to procure a Valyrian steel sword at a free city market? Zeno gazed at the intricate rippling patterns on the blade, utterly captivated by its beauty. And who could prove I am lying? Keep it if you must, Aeou replied, albeit displeased. But I must warn you. Items that linger in that realm carry a certain malevolence. It may be safe in your hands, but should it fall into another's possession, it could yield consequences you would rather avoid. Zeno lowered his gaze to the sword. What is that place you so often forbid me to visit? Yet refused to explain why. The dragon lowered its head, its enormous golden slit pupils fixed on Zeno. Have you not already surmised? Why bother asking? Zeno gently traced the sword's length with his fingers, for he indeed held suspicions about that place. A sky of dark crimson, charred earth, gray smoke, and those bizarre, grotesque creatures. It was the birthplace of both him and Aeou, the Valyrian peninsula, ravaged by apocalyptic calamities. If I could bring the sword out, surely I could retrieve other treasures as well. Zeno suddenly felt an unusual exhilaration. They say that place is abundant with riches, with gold everywhere. I have indeed glimpsed a grand palace made of gold. Perhaps I might even uncover the long-lost secrets of forging Valyrian steel. Then we would be the wealthiest in all of Westeros. Aeou reminded himself to remain calm to avoid being exasperated by this gold-obsessed youngling. First, the treasures there lie buried beneath ashes, and as I have warned you, everything from that place carries ill omens. You cannot hope to sell them. Secondly, may I remind you that you are a prince, belonging to one of the wealthiest families on this continent. If you find yourself in need of funds, cannot you simply ask your father? The dragon bellowed. With a resigned sigh, Zeno handed a long sword to Hall, stating flatly, let us begin. Today, Hall donned a brand new black woolen sweater, complemented by a fresh leather jerkin. The iron buckle on his belt gleamed brightly from wear. He knelt respectfully before Zeno and Sir Balistan, receiving the longsword from Zeno's hand. Sir Balistan solemnly touched the sword to Hall's shoulder, bestowing upon him the title of knight. Afterwards, Hall placed the longsword at Zeno's feet and pledged his loyalty to him. Following the completion of the ceremony, the once humble flea market, now renamed, was met with exuberant applause and cheers from the crowd. Long live King Rhaegar! Long live Prince Zeno! Huzzah! Huzzah! The residents gathered along the street, atop rooftops and balconies, enthusiastically showering them with colorful flowers. Hall beamed with a broad smile, while Zeno could not suppress a sneeze. As they finally extricated themselves from the enthusiastic throng and entered the newly adorned tavern, the waitress warmly served them food and drink, while a young lad swiftly brought Zeno a high-backed chair. There are several matters I need you to attend to, Zeno stated, his mind racing to support this large entourage. The Valyrian peninsula was rich in treasures, yet they remained out of reach. Requesting funds from the chancellor was possible, but he felt reluctant to do so too frequently. Since trimming expenses was not feasible, he resolved to seek new sources of revenue. Zeno pulled out a notebook. First, I have purchased some looms. You must find a suitable place to set them up and hire a dozen weavers. Second, regarding the shops along the street, I have procured the goods. And now I need you to help me find trustworthy individuals to manage them. Prices must adhere to my guidelines, and no arbitrary increases are permitted. Third, are there any children here eager to learn a trade? I can offer them an apprenticeship stipend, but they must work for me upon completion of their training. Hall responded earnestly. Weavers are plentiful. There are many women without work, though most have never encountered a loom before and will need time to become proficient. Managers for the shops can also be found, and there are numerous children willing to learn a trade. They would be eager to serve your highness. You can select from them shortly. Zeno waved his hand, instructing Master Malwyn to meet with them. He then addressed the throng of Golden Dragon squad members behind Hall, saying, You too should take the time to learn reading and writing from Master Malwyn. I do not expect mastery, but at the very least, you should be able to write your own names. The group responded in unison. Zeno observed them, and the more he looked, the less reliable they seemed. Yet, there were no better options available, so he resolved to take things one step at a time. Dragon reminded him, Have you forgotten something? Forgotten? No. Zeno replied as he flipped through his notebook. For now, this would suffice. He hoped to recoup his investments later. Aeou interjected, I am not referring to your small interests. I mean, shouldn't you resume your martial training? It has been over 6 months since you began renovating the flea market. And your master Raymond is likely to forget you. Sir Raymond certainly did not neglect his duties during the 7 or 8 months he was abandoned by Zeno. Instead, he took on a new pupil, one far more challenging than Zeno. Observing Prince Aemond engaged in a sparring match with a squire, Zeno curiously inquired of Ian, how did he come to be here? It appeared that the prince was dissatisfied with his previous instructor and sought the tutelage of Sir Raymond from King Rhaegar. Ian whispered a warning, Your Highness, be cautious, he is quite fierce. Prince Aemond thrust his sword into the side of the squire, causing the latter to cry out in pain, and followed with a kick that sent the unfortunate lad sprawling to the ground. Relishing the moment, he declared, again, the squire, who was likely of a similar age but much more slender than Aemond, found himself unable to rise after being knocked down. Aemond glared at him in frustration, lamenting his choice of such a weakling as a sparring partner. Upon spotting Zeno, Aemond grinned and called out, My dear nephew, would you care to practice with me? No. Zeno replied without a hint of embarrassment. My swordsmanship is lacking. I fear I would not meet your expectations. Unwilling to relent, Aemond suggested, Then let your squire face me. Zeno glanced at Sir Raymond, who furrowed his brow but did not intervene. Very well, but Ian is quite formidable. Do not weep if you lose, Zeno cautioned. Aemond, brimming with pride, declared, A true dragon never sheds tears, nor does he accept defeat. Come forth. They took their positions on the practice field, wielding a blunt sword in Aemond's right hand and a shield in his left. At Sir Raymond's command, they began their duel. Though Ian was considerably older, he did not tower over Aemond, nor was he as robust, yet his agility was remarkable, allowing him to evade Aemond's strikes with ease. They circled each other, until Ian seized an opportunity, landing a blow on Aemond's right wrist. With a shout, Aemond's sword slipped from his grasp, prompting Sir Raymond to announce Ian as the victor. Damn it, this blunt sword is utterly useless, Aemond exclaimed in fury. If you have the courage, let us switch to real swords and fight again. No. Using real swords is far too dangerous, Sir Raymond replied, his gaze unwavering. I will only permit you to use practice weapons. Aemond, incensed, retorted, I am your prince. What are you to command me? You cannot impose such restrictions. Zeno had never witnessed Sir Raymond's demeanor so cold. As your swordsmanship instructor, you are free to replace me if you are dissatisfied. This match shall not count. Aemond bellowed. He is no match for me. It is the sword's fault. I concede. Ian immediately admitted defeat. Aemond gleamed with triumph as he looked at Sir Raymond, who met him with a frosty stare. A loss is a loss, and a victory is a victory. Mere boasts hold no weight. Will you, in the future, tell your adversary on the battlefield that you lost because your sword was inadequate? Viserys cast a gloomy glance at Sir Raymond, then turned to Ian. Ian shivered and scurried back behind Zeno. Zeno glanced at the time. It was merely a contest. After all, what did victory or defeat matter? Let us dine. Of course it matters. I am not as devoid of honor as you are, Viserys retorted coldly. All you think about is food. I doubt you will ever become a knight. Zeno remained unfazed. Even if he were truly incapable, King Rhaegar would surely be willing to personally bestow knighthood upon him. What is wrong with eating? Without a full stomach, how can one muster the strength to practice? If you choose not to eat, that is your prerogative. We shall go and have our meal. I have heard that Prince Viserys is quite fearsome. His squire often ends up unable to rise after being beaten by him, and he even injures him with real swords, Ian whispered to Zeno on their way back. They told me that Prince Viserys' original mentor had no means to discipline him. Unfortunately, Sir Raymond is not the sort to tolerate such behavior. He is his father's son. Sir Bollistan remarked quietly, and I fear that future conflicts are inevitable. Zeno felt a twinge of concern. Sir Raymond appeared quite displeased. Had they always quarreled like this? Ian nodded vigorously. They argue every day. Today is relatively mild. Last time, he injured someone with a real sword, and Sir Raymond looked ready to strike back. Ian shivered again. How frightening. Suddenly, Zeno began to worry for Cersei. Marrying such a man would surely be troublesome. Lord Tywin's judgment leaves much to be desired. The weather today was dreary, and Zeno's mood mirrored it. Expressionless, he practiced his vegetable slicing sword technique on a scarecrow, while Sir Raymond stood by, supervising. After a long absence, Sir Raymond, who typically had no expectations of him, suddenly raised his standards, all due to Viserys' influence. Viserys was mercilessly thrashing his squire with a blunted sword and striking him with a shield. The unfortunate squire soon lay on the ground, unable to rise. Your name is Ian, is it not? Why not become my squire instead? This one is utterly useless and cannot compare to you. Stick with me, and I assure you will become an exceptional knight." Viserys extended an olive branch to Ian, who was diligently practicing his swordplay. "Staying with my little nephew is a dead end. He doesn't even dare to compete, just a coward." "That is not true, Your Highness. He is quite formidable," Ian replied. His face flushed, "and he is not cowardly. He simply does not engage with you." "Huh. It seems he possesses some redeeming qualities, if you speak so highly of him. But a coward is still a coward. Look, he doesn't even defend himself," Viserys mocked. Ian's anger nearly erupted from his eyes. Rarely did he raise his voice. But he declared, "He is 1,000 times better than you." Viserys narrowed his eyes. "Oh, then let us have another contest, a true duel with real swords. If you can best me even once, I shall no longer call him a coward." Before Zeno could interject, Ian eagerly accepted. "All right. No." Sir Raymond once again intervened, declaring, "When you come of age, you may choose whatever weapons you desire, but for now, that is simply not permissible." "Indeed," Zeno chimed in. "Am I a coward? Your mere words do not dictate reality. Last time, someone lost and refused to acknowledge it." Viserys ignored Zeno, his icy gaze fixed upon Sir Raymond. "Once or twice may be forgiven, but do not consistently forget your station. Do you truly believe a single word from me could send you back home? Feel free to attempt it," Sir Raymond retorted, unperturbed by the threat. Zeno heard Sir Balistan sigh softly behind him. "Can we not find peace for a day?" Zeno reclined upon the dragon's back, pressing his face against Aeou's scales in complaint. "The incessant bickering is giving me a headache. Is Viserys truly unhinged?" "He is his father's son. I thought Balistan had made that sufficiently clear," the dragon replied. They soared above the clouds, the azure sky serene and profound, while the sea of clouds below surged like a torrent. Zeno pondered, "Are you implying he resembles Iris? I had hoped Queen Rhaella would raise him better. He was not like this in his youth." Aeou gazed ahead. "How often have you interacted with him?" "To my knowledge, Rhaella has been quite troubled by his disposition. It appears he mirrors his father's childhood precisely. However, he is not destined for the throne, so it is Elia who bears the burden of being urged, both openly and subtly, to bear more children. Shall I then have siblings?" Zeno lifted his face. "Oh, which would be better, a brother or a sister? Do not dwell on it too much. The stronger the magic, the more difficult it is to bear offspring. Your parents may enjoy longevity, yet they will find it challenging to conceive again." Aeou began a steep descent. "We have arrived." Chapter 017. The outcome. They plunged from the clouds, the landscape unfurling like a painted canvas, the ground rapidly magnifying beneath them. They landed in a meadow abloom with flowers. "Uncle." Zeno spread his arms wide as Prince Oberyn laughed heartily, lifting him up and tossing him into the air, only to catch him once more. "Oh, it has only been a few years, and look how much Aeou has grown," Oberyn exclaimed, marveling at the dragon. "How is your mother? And what news of King Rhaegar?" "They are all splendid. Where is my mild carpet?" Zeno looked around. Oberyn chuckled again. "Fear not. They are well cared for, along with lace, screens, mirrors, and glass panes. I packed them at the camp. I shall have someone bring them shortly." It was then that Zeno noticed a large gathering of peculiar individuals nearby. Their stares a mixture of trepidation and longing. One man had skin as dark as charcoal, adorned with a red feather atop his head. Another, with bronze skin and long black hair intricately braided, sported bells dangling from his tresses. A tall, slender figure resembled a sapling, while a stout man in brightly colored leather armor stood beside him, a stark contrast to his companion. Their eyes were filled with a blend of fear and desire as they gazed upon the dragon. Zeno was not fond of their gazes. Initially, he intended to procure Mill's handcrafted goods through Prince Dowlong, subsequently having the dragon transport them back, thus saving a considerable sum on travel expenses. However, with Prince Oberon serving as a mercenary in the disputed territory, acquiring the goods directly from him would be far more economical. A large cart was filled to the brim with merchandise. Oberon's men secured the goods tightly with ropes and leather, then bound them firmly to the cart with a chain as thick as a finger. He tugged at the chain, nodding in satisfaction, assured that nothing would fall. Zeno joyfully planted a hearty kiss on his face. "By the way, this is a gift." Zeno presented a dragon scale wrapped in burlap to Prince Oberon, winking at him, suggesting he could admire it later. The dragon grasped the cart frame with its foreclaws as a child would clutch a toy. They soared into the skies, and Zeno waved at Oberon until they were concealed by the clouds. The shops on King's Street thrived, with the handcrafted items brought back from Mill fetching high prices. The weavers, under tutelage, grew increasingly adept. Their textiles were both beautiful and affordable, swiftly gaining popularity in King's Landing. The prospect of recouping their investment and achieving self-sufficiency seemed imminent. Yet, Zeno found little joy of late. After all, no one relished the sight of a crab brandishing its claws, asserting dominance everywhere. Moreover, this particular crab was named Viseryston Targaryen, with whom he shared an inextricable bloodline. They were even compelled to share a swordsmanship instructor. What was Rhaegar thinking? Zeno pondered. Did the king seek to train his and Sir Raymond's patience through this? If so, he was sorely mistaken. Boredom enveloped him, day after day. My dear nephew, rather than spar with a scarecrow daily, why not engage with me? Yet, he knew Zeno would not dare. He was simply a coward. After Viseryston knocked one of his attendants to the ground, he approached to provoke further. Observing Zeno's silence, he remarked to his entourage, "Look, our little dragon is so frightened he cannot utter a word." His attendants erupted into laughter. Ian's face flushed with anger. Zeno intercepted the rushing attendant, weakly retorting, "If you are truly so idle, I could lend you a few books to read." By the gods! Viseryston exaggeratedly spread his arms. Listen, my little nephew wishes to become a scholar, yet he is too terrified to wield a real sword." His attendants laughed even louder. "What are you all clamoring about? Off to practice your swordsmanship." Sir Raymond commanded his attendants to practice, declaring they would not eat until they completed 200 swings. Viseryston cast him a disdainful glance before turning away. Sir Raymond glared at his retreating figure in frustration and turned to Zeno. "What are you still doing? Go practice." Such an unwarranted calamity. Zeno rolled his eyes heavenward. Truly bothersome. Zeno clutched Aeou's left paw, pressing his face against it, lamenting, "What a bother, what an annoyance." The dragon, equally exasperated, suggested, "You could speak to your father and request a different mentor." "I certainly will not," Zeno retorted, visibly discontented. He was well aware of their current predicament, yet his father remained indifferent. "If I were to approach him, he might insist on us becoming good friends and getting along. Viserys is merely a foolish 10-year-old. A single lesson would suffice to deter him from troubling you again," Aeou impatiently instructed. "If he wishes to fight, then let him fight. He must learn the extent of your prowess." Zeno lifted his face to meet Aeou's gaze. "Did you not always advise me against standing out too much? Have you changed your mind now?" Aeou rested his head upon his right paw. Observing him, "I never said that. I only cautioned you against appearing as a sorcerer. For you are not one. As for the power you inherently possess, it is of no consequence to display it. In fact, as the sole son of the king, the stronger you are, the better. After all, you have an uncle who could also inherit the throne." The following day, Zeno visited Prince Street, where Hall and Carrie awaited him. "This is the week's ledger. Following your instructions, we have opened a new bakery and an inn, fair in pricing and honest in dealings. With us overseeing matters, no one dares to cause trouble, and our guests are exceedingly satisfied." Hall gazed at Zeno with eager anticipation. Since aligning with the young prince, they had truly experienced a life of comfort, one they had never dared to dream of. Zeno perused the ledger, prepared by an accountant recommended by Sir Fane, yet he resolved to consult Aeou for a more thorough review later. He commended them. "You have done exceedingly well. Maintain the standard." Hall and Carrie immediately brightened, responding with exuberance. On the return journey, Zeno engaged in light conversation with Sir Bollistan. "Sir, I have heard that Lord Tywin has sent Miss Cersei back to Casterly Rock. What is the reason?" Sir Bollistan smiled gently. "It is said that Miss Cersei angered her father, though I am unaware of the specifics. Known for his disinterest in gossip." Sir Bollistan left Zeno to ponder whether he might inquire with Ian later. Upon their arrival at the training grounds, Zeno sensed an unusual atmosphere, far quieter than usual. Ian approached him with a cheerful demeanor, while Sir Raymond appeared in good spirits, yet Viserys bore a sullen expression, remaining silent. "I have bested him once more," Ian cheerfully announced to Zeno. Now he has nothing to say. Zeno mused that if Ian were assigned an attribute panel, his agility would surely be tenfold, as he had effortlessly captured a kitchen boy who turned out to be a swordsman prodigy. Zeno felt a sense of pride in his own prowess. The training grounds today were remarkably tranquil, with Viserys glumly practicing his swordplay while Zeno continued to demonstrate his techniques against a straw man. The attendants engaged in their respective drills. Sir Raymond paced between them, occasionally correcting their erroneous movements. "It seemed you were right. Teaching him a lesson would indeed silence his incessant prattle," Zeno cheerfully remarked to Aeou, reflecting on his past decision to refrain from intervening with Ian. The dragon appeared to be pondering something. "Have you recently ventured to Valyria in your dreams?" "No," Zeno reiterated, fearing Aeou might doubt him. "If I had gone, you would certainly know. I truly did not. I caution you, frequent visits are detrimental, for you cannot cleanse the malevolence from those artifacts," the dragon solemnly warned. Before him stood a grand palace, resplendent in gold, igniting Zeno's longing. This palace, shrouded in gray mist, was constructed entirely of pure gold. Its walls adorned with exquisite reliefs and inlaid with various precious gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, pearls, cat's eyes. Each gem, astonishingly large, sparkled brilliantly even in this fog-laden realm, rendering the palace akin to a divine abode from legends. Selling it could potentially purchase a small kingdom in Essos. No, one need not acquire the entire palace. Merely a single column or a wall would suffice, liberating Zeno from his financial woes. He could renovate the entirety of King's Landing and perhaps even restore the roads of the realm. Yet, how to dismantle a column or wall? Furthermore, how to ensure it remained pure and safe, lest the buyer be deceived? Zeno caressed the enormous amber embedded in the wall, its warmth providing a comforting sensation. Zeno's heart sank when Aeou's grave voice pierced through his thoughts. Is your hearing obstructed by volcanic ash, rendering you incapable of grasping my words? The dragon roared, pressing his snout against Zeno. Or has your mind been scorched, leaving you unable to comprehend my language? What have I told you? Speak, what have I said to you? I merely wish to observe, Zeno protested, wringing his fingers in a pitiful manner. You know I cannot take it. The dragon shot him an irate glare, forbidding him to approach or even gaze, lest he be tempted to enter and pilfer something for sale. No one understands you better than I do. In any case, should you dare to approach again, do not expect my assistance with your shipments in the future. Please, Zeno hastily confessed. I truly understand my error. I shall not return. You may acknowledge your faults daily, yet you never reform. I have ceased to expect you to follow through on your words, but I shall certainly uphold mine. With that, the dragon beat his wings and took flight, leaving Zeno with an indignant silhouette. Now, Zeno was truly on the verge of tears. Misfortune often begets further calamity, and tragedy seldom allows for preparation. Zeno stared at Ian's right hand, swathed in leather and fine linen, now reduced to a mere half, dangling forlornly from his wrist. His head was grotesquely swollen, wrapped such that only one puffy eye and cracked lips were visible, his body ensnared in bandages. The room was saturated with the stench of blood, sweet yet rotting, of foul miasma. From this moment forth, you shall wield your sword solely with your left hand. Zeno was perplexed as to how such words escaped his lips. It was no trivial matter, requiring considerable practice. I'm afraid I can no longer be a knight. In this world, who has ever seen a one-handed knight? Ian's voice was as raspy as sandpaper, yet I still possess my left hand. Serving as a squire is entirely feasible. Please don't cast me aside, Zeno implored him. I would never do such a thing. In truth, not being a knight had its merits. I was never cut out for knighthood. I am timid and perpetually ineffectual. Tears brimmed in Ian's solitary eye, dampening the fine linen on his face. I'm so sorry. What have you to apologize for? This is not your fault, Zeno thought to himself. He ought to offer Ian some words of comfort, yet they became lodged in his throat. The metallic scent of blood in the room was overpowering, and Zeno feared that uttering another word would compel him to retch. Rest well, Scholar Marwyn will attend to you. Ultimately, he could only strive to appear nonchalant. As for whether one could be a knight with but one hand, that was a query for Sir Raymond. The golden-robed investigator meticulously scoured the path where Ian had been assaulted. The assailant was likely a mercenary, at least by his garb, yet no one seemed to recognize him. It appears they are not incapable of finding him. Rather, they have not attempted to seek him out. If you truly wish to uncover the perpetrator, you might enlist Hall and his men to assist you, the dragon advised Zeno. However, given that Jaime Lannister has no recourse against the murderer and seeks to conceal him, you may find yourself similarly powerless. Every creature has its own means of escape, as the rat has its hole and the serpent its path. Zeno had never felt more grateful for having assembled this small band. Within just a day and a night, the killer was presented before Zeno. This fool, having been paid for his services, had not hurriedly departed from King's Landing. When they found him, he was reveling in Silk Street, lavishly squandering his earnings. Your Highness, this lad is not a mercenary, but a hired knight. Someone employed him to render that boy handicapped. Hall cautiously observed Zeno's expression. The introducer is Old Becker, who is waiting outside. The one who paid him is a servant from the Red Keep. Zeno responded slowly, his gaze fixed upon the hired knight before him. The wretched figure was bloodied, one eye gouged out, and half of an ear severed, trembling like a dog on the brink of death. Sever his other hand and deliver him to the city guard, Zeno declared with disinterest. Just inform them it was my directive, and send Old Becker along as well. Let them repeat to the Prime Minister what they have said to you. Zeno was aware that the servant belonged to Viserys. Had I not chosen him, he would still be a mere kitchen boy, and he would not have lost his hand. Perhaps he could have become an exceptional chef, or a carpenter, or a blacksmith. Zeno murmured, I have brought this upon him. Chefs can also be executed for incurring the prince's wrath, and farmers may be slain by bandits for failing to deliver their dues, Aeou remarked disdainfully. This has nothing to do with his profession. He is simply too weak. And that is all there is to it. Is there truly no way? Zeno murmured. Am I to know this and yet remain idle? Aeou replied. You may retaliate in kind. If he can command his retainers to harm, you too can do so. You need not even hire anyone. Hall and his men would gladly assist you in dealing with all his servants, including the sworn knights loyal to him. Once they leave the Red Keep, their right hands no longer belong to themselves. But what of him? Must he suffer no consequences? Zeno protested. As a prince, if he were harmed, the common folk would surely pay with their lives. However, the Golden Dragon Squad would willingly sacrifice a few for you. After all, many of them would rather die than live without you. Aeou comforted him, but I believe you need not rush. You are still quite young, unable to partake in tournaments or mortal duels. In a few years, it will be much easier for you to take action against him. Chapter 018. Unyielding afterward. A calm settled. Duke Tywin remained silent regarding Zeno's gift. Zeno was uncertain whether he had informed Rhaegar of this matter. Perhaps the gift was unnecessary. Rhaegar and Tywin likely already knew, as a mere young prince could not compel the city guard to conceal his crimes or keep secrets. The weather was fair and serene. Ah, my dear nephew, I have heard of your retainer's unfortunate tale. Truly a pity, Viserys said with a smile. Do you not see this as his just recompense? He dared to stand against the true dragon. I find this retribution rather mild, do you not agree? Zeno remained silent, thrusting his sword fiercely into the scarecrow, which stubbornly remained unmoving. Prince Viserys, if you have ample free time, you might consider practicing your lackluster swordsmanship. Otherwise, I shall find it most difficult to account for you before King Rhaegar, Sir Raymond stated bluntly. As for you, Prince Zeno, have you not had enough to eat? Raise your hand higher and strike harder. The smile vanished from Viserys' face as he glared darkly at Sir Raymond. I find your understanding of respect and hierarchy lacking. I am your prince, and you ought to show me respect rather than insult me. Sir Raymond's demeanor was cold. I merely speak the truth. If honesty is deemed an insult, then I have nothing further to say. Feel free to speak ill of me to King Rhaegar or Queen Rhaella. Zeno struck the scarecrow again with considerable force, causing it to lose a single straw. He paused to survey his surroundings. Viserys was glaring angrily at Sir Raymond. A few retainers whispered not far away, avoiding his gaze, while Lord Bollistan remained as silent as ever. The Kingsguard only obeyed the king's commands, never intervening in royal disputes. Zeno pondered the knight's oath to be brave in the name of warriors, to uphold justice in the name of the Father, and to protect the innocent and weak in the name of the Holy Mother. Rhaegar, Tywin, the Kingsguard, and all members of the city's garrison, each one of them was a knight, yet they all remained indifferent and silent in the face of Viserys' malevolence. No one dared offend a prince for the sake of a mere kitchen boy. There was no one to step forward, no one to question, no one to draw their sword in aid, nothing at all. Aeou once remarked that they were merely a band of self-righteous knights, and he was not mistaken in the slightest. Viserys, Zeno heard himself say, let us have a duel, but not now. I shall await you here this afternoon. Viserys paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Oh, a duel must be scheduled? Do you need to gather some courage first? Fear not. I shall be careful not to injure you too severely. Or perhaps you might beg for mercy now and plead for me to spare you, and I shall let you off this time. Sir Raymond furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Zeno. Zeno, expressionless, replied, it is time for lunch. I suggest you eat well, lest you find yourself too weak to cry when you lose. I foresee it will be you who cries. Viserys laughed even louder, and the surrounding attendants joined in his mirth. A coward who cannot even defeat a scarecrow. Ignoring him, Zeno strode directly from the training grounds. Why can you not wait a moment? Dragon implored Zeno. If you were to kill him now, I fear no one would stand with you. Not even your parents would support you. The ministers would claim you are excessively brutal, destined to become Ares III. This would not bode well for you. After all, he is merely a 10-year-old child, your own uncle. Regicide is a grave sin, and even as a prince, you would find it difficult to escape the scorn of the realm. Zeno remained calm. Yet I am only 7, and I do not intend to kill him. I only require his hand. With that, Zeno drew his black longsword, rolled up his sleeves, and surveyed his arm, an arm well-nurtured, pale, and smooth. Are you truly going to do this? Aeou said in a low tone, you need not rush. In a few years, when he is free to roam, there will be countless ways to ensure he never returns. But I do not wish to wait any longer. With a swift stroke, Zeno's blade cut through, and blood splattered. Trembling, he picked up the prepared medicinal powder and cloth, wrapping the wound tightly. Now he was ready. How is it that you are already injured without striking a blow? Or are you attempting to evade this battle? Viserys mocked, observing Zeno's haphazardly bandaged arm. Do not expect me to show mercy because of this. Why do you prattle on? Are we to fight or not? Zeno, impatient, grasped the blunted sword for the duel and lifted the oak shield to demonstrate. Sir Raymond's frown deepened. Striking a wounded opponent was unbecoming of a knight. What was it you said last time? Does an opponent on the battlefield concern themselves with whether you are injured? Viserys erupted into laughter, yet I, possessing the noble spirit of a knight, declared that if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I shall spare you. Zeno stood firm in the arena, retorting that he found Viserys to be even more tedious than a fisherwoman by the Blackwater. Let us hasten to battle. I have matters to attend to, unlike you, who idles away the day, brandishing your crab fork. Viserys' expression darkened instantly, and with a scoff, he remarked that mere words would not win a fight. Oh, is that so? Zeno replied coldly. I always thought your greatest skill lay in your verbal prowess. Viserys struck first, thrusting his sword viciously into Zeno's flank. Zeno attempted to block the attack with his shield, but was too slow, enduring the blow instead. The pain in his side and hand was excruciating, yet it fueled him with the strength he desperately needed. As Viserys twisted his blade for another assault, Zeno ducked to evade the sweeping strike, gripping his dull sword tightly and pivoting to the right. Viserys, seizing the moment, swung his shield to strike Zeno's head. But Zeno was quick to defend with his own shield. In that instant, Viserys' sword tip found its mark beneath Zeno's arm, causing him to stifle a cry of agony. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, pressing forward with all his might, delivering a fierce blow to Viserys' right arm, the sound of bone cracking echoing through the air. The dull sword clattered to the ground as Viserys shrieked in pain, stumbling backward to the floor. Zeno advanced, discarding his shield, wielding his sword with both hands, and bringing the blade down upon Viserys' defending left hand, again and again, certain he heard the sound of shattered bones. Sir Raymond rushed in, bellowing for them to cease. Stop! The victor is clear. For heaven's sake, summon the maester. The servants screamed as they rushed forward. Viserys, tears streaming from his eyes, wailed, How dare you? I shall inform my brother the king. Go ahead and tell him. Zeno shot back. An eye for an eye, a hand for a hand. Blood trickled down Zeno's fingertips from the gaping wound as he fixed his gaze on Viserys' eyes. You had better remember this, for I shall never forget what you have done. Viserys stared vacantly, then broke into sobs, calling for his mother. He sat in a high-backed chair, faintly hearing the voice of Maester Pycelle from the adjoining room. Your right arm is fractured, and 3 of your finger bones are shattered. The damage is severe. You may never regain full mobility. Footsteps echoed back and forth. Glass vessels clinked together with a fragile sound. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, followed by quiet whimpers and groans. The sound of a woman's sobs mixed with indistinct murmurs filled the atmosphere, leaving Zeno unable to discern their words. And he irritably wiggled his small foot. His left hand was practically useless, with broken bones in his palm and severely shattered fingers, likely to remain rigid in the future. Aeou conveyed the state of affairs in the room to Zeno, noting that the right hand's fracture was rather inconsequential, as it would heal with time. The voices and footsteps grew louder, and soon the door swung open. King Rhaegar and Prime Minister Tywin, accompanied by the Kingsguard Ser Gerald and Ser Arthur, as well as Queen Elia and Queen Mother Rhaella. The Queen Mother, her eyes still stained with tears, cast a sorrowful gaze upon Zeno. Zeno regarded her with indifference, oddly discovering a sense of tranquility within himself, devoid of any turmoil. Rhaegar approached Zeno and inspected his arm, inquiring of Ser Barristan whether his wounds had been treated. Master Melwyn has attended to them. They may leave scars, but otherwise, there is no cause for concern, Ser Barristan replied gravely. Rhaegar turned his attention to Zeno, who met his gaze with an expression of apathy. After a brief moment, Rhaegar let out a gentle sigh. It appears you do not believe you are at fault, he murmured. Zeno thought to himself, I am blameless. Punish me if you must, I will not offer an apology. Queen Mother Rhaella spoke with sorrow. That is not our intention. We recognize that he provoked the situation first. He is at fault, and I am sorry. But this punishment is excessively harsh. He has lost his left hand forever. His hand remains intact at his wrist. You should direct your apologies not to me, but to Ian. The one deserving of remorse is not you, but Viserys. Zeno contemplated coldly, reiterating his stance of refusal to apologize. I sincerely regret your servant's plight. Please forgive him. I shall ensure he is properly instructed henceforth. Queen Mother Rhaella placed a gentle kiss upon his forehead and left the room in tears. Zeno found this expression of remorse to be utterly ludicrous, yet he refrained from laughter, for there was a more troublesome individual to contend with. He turned to Rhaegar. who was likewise observing him. It was peculiar. Zeno noticed a look of profound discomfort on Rhaegar's face. Could it be that the king was at a loss for how to administer punishment? You have injured your own hand, Rhaegar inquired. Why? Zeno shrugged. It is evident. Only by doing so could I summon sufficient strength to break his bones. With a blunted sword? Indeed. Though it is regrettable that Ser Raymond permits us only to wield such weapons. Zeno replied nonchalantly. I have a question. Why is Lord Tywin still present? I believe this to be a matter for our family. I find it necessary to understand why my daughter's betrothed has lost his left hand, Tywin responded courteously. Now I am aware. Zeno scrutinized him coldly. What do you know? He brought this upon himself, Tywin stated flatly. Rhaegar lightly tapped the table. Zeno. I am not blaming you. Viserys indeed erred, but he is your uncle. You might consider being somewhat gentler in your approach. Zeno thought bitterly. Who would show kindness to Ian? He could not forget the tears in Ian's eyes. Rhaegar sighed in resignation. Zeno, my child, according to the laws of the realm. Even if Viserys were to take that child's life with his own hands, he would merely be required to compensate monetarily, let alone when the act was not committed by him. You perceive injustice, yet you refrain from seeking me, believing that such an endeavor would yield no fruit. Is that not so? Your trust in me wanes, as you doubt my ability to deliver the fairness you desire, do you not? Indeed. Zeno heard himself utter lightly. Thus I shall take matters into my own hands, an eye for an eye, a hand for a hand. I shall gain a significant advantage by retaliating with my left hand against his right, correct? Oh, should I perhaps offer him some compensation? After all, he is my dear uncle. Rhaegar gazed at him sorrowfully. I comprehend the indignation within you, yet you are but children. And what of it? Ian is also merely a child. He is a scoundrel, and you are even more so. You are fully aware of the truth, yet choose to feign ignorance. You all act as if you are oblivious. Is this what you call chivalry? It is utterly revolting. Zeno shouted at Rhaegar. For a fleeting moment, he felt engulfed in flames, his entire being ablaze. Do you recall the knightly vows you have sworn? Or perhaps keep only those vows of worth and discard the rest? I have come to grasp your code of conduct and have endeavored to accept it. Now you say, he is still a child, so what? Rhaegar sighed deeply, appearing both sorrowful and weary. I do not blame you. Elia gently caressed his arm, prompting him to pat the back of Elia's hand. Sending Zeno away, you ought to return and rest. When Sir Bollistan opened the door for him, Zeno forcefully kicked it, causing it to slam against the wall with a resounding crash. I am truly sorry. As they traversed the corridor, Sir Bollistan spoke in a solemn whisper. I know I should not have stood idly by, and I have no justifications for myself, yet you three are merely children. Silence, Zeno replied darkly. Sir Bollistan nearly pleaded. I am sincerely remorseful, but you must not allow hatred and sorrow to cloud your judgment. Let this matter conclude here. Should they wish it to end here, sir? Perhaps I would have already forgiven him. Zeno lifted his face to regard the sorrowful white knight. If he dares to conjure another Ian, I shall surely take his life. Zeno vowed to the dragon, as well as to himself. Chapter 019. The Wedding, Part 1. You are exceedingly impulsive. Just now, you should not have defied Rhaegar. Especially not in the presence of Tywin. The dragon spoke softly. He has long desired to marry his daughter to you, and now you have rendered her betrothed a mere shadow of his former self, granting him greater cause to demand a change in the marriage arrangement. Zeno was taken aback. He wishes to marry Cersei to me? Has he lost his mind? I am 13 years her junior. What of it? The age difference is merely 13 years. Look at old Lord Tyrell, nearly 80, wed to an 18-year-old maiden. Ion's tone was rarely gentle. He likely remains unaware of your slow maturation, but even if he did, he would still wish to bestow his daughter upon you, as you are the only two unmarried males of House Targaryen. In every regard, you surpass Viserys. Zeno found himself perplexed, questioning the necessity of marrying off his daughter when there were so many suitable noblemen available. Yet, there exists no lineage more exalted than that of the royal family. A union with the crown could bestow numerous advantages upon the Lannister clan. Otherwise, why would Tywin have endured such humiliation to remain as Hand of the King in King's Landing? I have heard whispers of his desire to depart. Yet Aerys forbade his exit. Zeno inquired, where are you? To which the reply came, I am above your rooftop. This kingdom is governed jointly by the king and the nobility. Thus if Tywin truly wished to leave, he could undoubtedly do so. Aerys would be powerless to prevent him. Then come down swiftly. I shall share my bed with you tonight. Zeno sniffled and climbed out from the windowsill. That night, they lay together beneath the luminous moon and starry sky. Aeou carried Zeno soaring over mountains and hills, alighting upon a high cliff. The dragon exhaled flames, creating a deep pit in the earth, crafting a cozy nest for them. Aeou then nestled within the warmth, allowing Zeno to burrow beneath its belly. The sea winds howled fiercely, waves crashing against the shore. The colossal dragon curled itself around Zeno, safeguarding him between its limbs and underbelly, its great head resting close beside Zeno's face. Despite having delivered a thorough lesson to Viserys, Zeno felt an inexplicable sadness. Aeou, do you not perceive the current laws of this kingdom as fundamentally unjust? Zeno lamented, Westeros is not a land of slavery. Yet nobles can slay commoners without facing the gallows, merely obliged to pay a small sum. I have heard that in the north, many places have not even abolished the right of the first night. If you find this disheartening, when you grow older, you may seek to instigate change. For now, sleep. The dragon gently swayed its tail, the fragmented moonlight shimmering like silver foil across its scales. Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare fish for you. Breakfast consisted of roasted fish and grilled octopus tentacles, both captured by the dragon, substantial in size and delectably crisp, charred on the outside yet tender within, even without spices. The only lament was the scarcity of fruit, with only a few trees, bent by the ocean wind. Let us embark on a journey. Anywhere will suffice, Zeno declared. We could venture to the far east, to behold Ass-High and the Golden Empire, or even the fabled city of the dead. We could also travel to Sithorios, where it is said there are long-winged dragons that cannot breathe fire. Not yet, you are still too young. You must return home. Or do you wish to forsake Hall and the others? If you linger too long away from King's Landing, you may find that upon your return, they are no longer there. Aeou gently lifted Zeno by the tips of his claws, allowing him to slide onto the dragon's back. Zeno protested. Were they not faring well before? My absence should not disrupt their lives. The dragon rose to its feet. They were once inconspicuous ruffians, mere thieves. They possess no wealth, no shops, no workers, nor goods. They are not nobles. They lack even a commendable reputation. Should you remain absent for an extended period, others may covet Prince's Street and those possessions. The simplest course would be to fabricate a reason to eliminate them. Who would dare do such a thing? Zeno retorted. Those shops, those workers, and goods do not belong to them. They are mine. Aeou chuckled softly, remarking on your absence. When you return, these possessions will naturally revert to you. It is merely the management that has changed. Henceforth, the ledgers may no longer retain their current authenticity. And do not harbor hopes of commanding them again. Do you think Hall visits you weekly merely out of boredom? No, it is out of fear. What could he possibly fear? Certainly, he fears you, a mere child, who might, in a fit of enthusiasm today, oversee their affairs and grant them a prosperous existence, only to abandon them tomorrow, handing them off to anyone without a second thought. Do you truly intend to forsake them? Long almost questioned Zeno, stating that as the crown prince, countless noble knights are willing to pledge their loyalty to you, while they are nothing more than a motley crew of bastards, mercenaries, and hired knights. Without you, an unlikely fool willing to honor them, they have no better path to pursue. Thus, Hall must constantly demonstrate his significance before you. Zeno found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If you seek novelty, the Red Keep has plenty to offer. Long took Zeno soaring towards King's Landing, suggesting they need not embark on distant travels. Next time, I can show you what the chief ministers are up to. It is quite entertaining. Ian waved his severed hand before Zeno, saying, Look, Your Highness, I still possess half a hand and a full thumb. I can easily open a door or carry a plate. Since that fateful tournament, Viserys had not appeared before Zeno, and life had returned to a semblance of tranquility. For some time, Rhaegar had not sought his company, while Elia and Rhaella treated him as always. Aeou had promised to show him the minister's festivities, but for now, there was no merriment to behold. Ser Barristan was never one for idle chatter, and Hall was eager to gossip about the happenings in King's Landing. But Zeno found no interest in the Prime Minister's unknown paramours. The most joyful news of late was Ian's recovery. Have you heard, Your Highness? Lady Nanna, the maid of Master Pycelle, married the stable boy, Mean, just a few days ago, as her pregnancy could no longer be concealed. You would never guess who the father is. It is Master Pycelle, exclaimed Ian, astonished by the revelation. Ser Barristan cleared his throat gently. Is that true? Zeno was equally stunned. Master Pycelle was of considerable age and well-versed in pharmacology. He should not have fathered an illegitimate child. Mean was drunk when he said it. He claimed the bride confessed it herself. Ian shrugged. The bride also mentioned that several of her fellow maids had shared the bed with the master. Zeno secretly admired Master Pycelle's vigor in his old age. What idle gossip are you indulging in? Go practice your swordplay, especially you, Ian. Swing your sword 300 times with your left hand. No rest until you are finished, Sir Raymond sternly commanded, sending Ian off to train. Even the sightless Sir Mean has become a legendary knight. Losing half a hand is hardly a significant matter, Sir Raymond declared, then commenced a rigorous training regimen for Ian. While Zeno began to discreetly slack off, Zeno must clarify that it is not due to his inherent laziness, but rather a reflection of his meager combat prowess, which stands at a mere 2. Until he discovers a viable solution, he is compelled to endure this predicament. He expressed to Aeou, "We are akin to thieves." Under the cloak of darkness, they clambered atop the Prime Minister's tower with intentions of thievery. Aeou, somewhat displeased, queried, "Are you truly intent on listening?" After a moment's contemplation, Zeno replied affirmatively. Aeou, now perched upon the pinnacle of the Prime Minister's tower, descended soundlessly. Unless the patrolling guards happened to glance upwards, the dragon's presence would remain undetected. Even if they were to notice, they would remain silent. After all, what was peculiar about a dragon lingering atop such heights? Zeno slid down the length of Aeou's tail, reaching its tip, where the dragon gently curved its tail to allow him to sit upon the very end. He grasped the dragon's spines and dangled beside the window of the Prime Minister's study. Voices emanated from within, and Zeno recognized Tywin's tone, stern and frigid as ice. "You have botched everything. Now Varys speaks ill of you before the king, asserting your ineptitude has incited discord among the princes. I have endeavored to speak on your behalf. Yet what Rhaegar thinks remains a mystery only the gods could unveil. At the very least, the Queen Mother's dissatisfaction with you is evident." Another voice, somewhat unfamiliar to Zeno, interjected, "You wish Cersei to marry such a boy? He is but 10 years old, and after being bested by a servant, he sought vengeance by hiring an assassin to sever the man's hand. Do you truly believe your sister would find happiness in such a union?" Tywin continued, "We are presently discussing your dereliction of duty. I am addressing this matter with you." The other voice retorted, "Yes, I did so intentionally. You wish for me to have that imbecile's head severed and mounted upon the wall to placate the young prince, yet he is not the true culprit." Tywin's voice was icy as he replied, "Not the true culprit? Did he not sever the servant's hand?" "Listen, you do not comprehend. I understand far better than you. Cersei is correct. He is nothing but a reincarnation of Ares. I am opposed to this marriage." Silence. Tywin's voice had the power to freeze Zeno's ears. The room fell silent for a moment. Tywin's tone remained unervingly calm. "The worst-case scenario is that Rhaegar will dismiss you and appoint someone more capable. Your incompetence will be exaggerated by Varys, bringing shame upon the Lannisters. However, I shall not permit this to transpire. You are to remain where you are, fulfilling your duties, lest the spider ensnare you further. I have always been diligent in my duties. Now that Viserys is but a shadow of his former self. Father, is this not the opportune moment to propose a change in betrothal?" Tywin coldly retorted, "Is your intellect forged from steel? To bring this up now would only confirm our deliberate instigation of this conflict." Zeno could not bear to listen any longer. The dragon deftly lifted him back onto its back, and they departed as silently as they had arrived. Zeno felt a sense of dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Why do we not continue to listen?" They were discussing pivotal matters. "Someone has already noticed me. If I stay a while longer, perhaps someone will discover a child hanging outside the Prime Minister's window. The dragon soars into the sky, the bright moon hangs high, and the stars twinkle in abundance." Zeno nodded in understanding. The weather tonight was not favorable, the moon's brightness overwhelming. "Why aren't you a black dragon?" he mused. "Isn't gold your favorite thing?" The dragon replied grumpily, "I've been watching Tywin for several days now. Don't you appreciate my efforts?" "Thank you," Zeno said, rubbing the dragon's back affectionately. "I know you are the best to me in this world. You know I love you the most." The dragon, satisfied, escorted him back to his chamber. However, it struck Zeno as peculiar. He patted his feather pillow and nestled himself into the blanket. The resemblance between the father and son was indeed minimal. I'm not referring to their appearance, but rather their temperaments. I never anticipated Tywin's son to be like this. I believe Tywin is even stranger in this regard. He contemplated. Yet, it felt wrong. He didn't seem to be a good person, did he? Zeno wrestled with his memories of the story he had once seen, but the details grew increasingly hazy. "It is entirely normal for you to forget, as fate has already shifted," Aeou replied. On the 287th day, the wedding of Duke Robert of Winterfell and Lady Lyanna was scheduled for the first day of the new year. To commemorate this occasion, a grand tournament would be held at Winterfell. They arrived as the sun set, casting a warm glow across the sky. As Zeno descended from the dragon, an enthusiastic cheer erupted from the crowd. "Last time we met, you were just a small dragon. Now you've grown to the size of a tower. Quite impressive indeed," Duke Robert exclaimed, laughing heartily as he welcomed them. Zeno slid down from the dragon's back, gazing at the long-absent Duke of Winterfell. He had changed little in 6 years. Dark hair, blue eyes, handsome features, broad shoulders, and a tall, imposing stature akin to a formidable stone tower. Adorned in a splendid golden velvet coat, embroidered with the silver threads of House Baratheon's crowned stag emblem. Beside him stood the newly appointed Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark. Equally tall, with brown hair and eyes, a smile gracing his face, clad in a black velvet coat, his cloak displaying the sigil of the grey and white dire wolf. At that moment, the king's retinue entered the gates of Winterfell, led by King Rhaegar. Rhaegar dismounted from his horse and, with a smile, embraced Robert. "Congratulations. I have eagerly awaited this day's arrival. Please, follow me," Robert said, personally guiding them into the castle. Zeno curiously observed the castle, said to be built with magic. From afar, it appeared as a colossal fist, its spire reaching toward the heavens. The interior was equally vast, illuminated by thousands of candles that cast a splendid glow over the hall. Once they took their seats at the main table, fragrant roasted fish and freshly baked cream bread were served. Additionally, there were grilled snails, pea porridge, sweet corn, roasted capons, and an array of pastries. At the center of the table was a roasted peacock stuffed with mushrooms, almonds, onions, and roasted chestnuts, surrounded by platters of peaches, pears, apples, and dragon fruit. A continuous stream of wine was presented as Rhaegar and Robert sat side by side, exchanging laughter and conversation over their drinks. Beside Robert was his bride, Lyanna, resplendent in her attire, adorned with a heavy silver chain embellished with black and golden pearls that shimmered brilliantly, while her gown was decorated with rare golden pearls. Duke Eddard Stark and Lady Catelyn were seated beside her, while Rhaegar was accompanied by Queen Elia. Ser Jorah and Viserys sat with Robert's two brothers. Viserys' gaze was fixed upon the food, as he resolutely chose not to acknowledge Jorah or engage in conversation with him. Stannis wore an expression as rigid as stone, mirroring that of Tywin, who sat across from him. Duke Tywin was conversing cheerfully with Lord Jon Arryn, while Lisa discreetly observed Jorah from a distance. As the musicians in the hall began to play a lively tune, Robert stood up, taking Lyanna's hand and leading her down from the dais to initiate the dance. Following them into the dance floor were Rhaegar and Queen Elia, then Duke Eddard and Lady Catelyn, as guests joined in the revelry, their faces alight with joy. Except for Stannis and his fiancée, Miss Celis Florent, who remained somber, Jorah could not help but notice the couple's seriousness, even amidst the merriment of dance. "Are you not going to dance?" Lisa inquired of Jorah. "I can dance with you." "I do not wish to dance. You may find another partner," Jorah replied, preferring the company of dragons over the dance floor. Several jesters began tossing torches to one another, while a dwarf entertained the guests with jests, and a fool tumbled about the tables. As the music gradually softened, Lord Jon Arryn proclaimed, "It is time to consummate the marriage. Let us escort them to their chamber." The guests erupted in cheers, pounding their hands on the tables, the silverware clinking melodiously, chanting, "To the bridal chamber, to the bridal chamber." An unfamiliar noble from the Stormlands leaped onto a table, raising his arms in request for King Rhaegar to carry his bride into the chamber. "Rhaegar, Rhaegar, Rhaegar." The crowd roared in unison, once more chanting the king's name. Rhaegar approached with a smile, lifting Lyanna into his arms. And Jorah noted the flush that crept from her cheeks down to her chest. The ladies surrounded Robert, playfully beginning to remove the garments and adornments from the newlyweds. By the time they ascended the staircase and traversed the lengthy corridor to the couple's chamber, both were left with naught but their socks. Lyanna shyly concealed her face, curling her body, while Robert, flushed yet composed, remained unfazed. Jorah, feeling his own cheeks redden, quietly slipped away along the corner. The revelry continued upstairs, with boisterous laughter and well wishes for the newlyweds to bear many offspring. Meanwhile, in the hall below, lesser knights, mercenaries, and their attendants, unable to partake in the festivities, continued to eat and drink, listening to a bard sing fervently of love. Zeno stepped into the corridor outside, which was markedly quieter, save for the occasional servants passing through, delivering drinks to the banquet hall. This corridor, devoid of windows and constructed from solid stone, echoed with the distant cries of an infant. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Suddenly appeared Lisa from the left corner, grinning widely. "Just beyond here lies the barn. Did you really build the barn next to the banquet hall?" Zeno marveled at the imposing structure of Wind's Rest, having read about it in books, but still finding himself in awe of its grandeur. Lisa walked alongside him, cheerfully exclaiming, "How convenient. During the feast, we can simply stroll over for a bite." He chuckled to himself. "There's a baby crying," Zeno remarked, hearing the faint wails once more. "I'll take you to see," Lisa replied with a smile. They ascended the stairs, reaching a secluded corridor where the sound of the infant's cries grew louder. "This is where my dear second brother resides," He has always been fond of tranquility. Lisa pushed open the door, revealing a sparse room with only a table, a low stool, and a cradle. Inside the cradle lay a small baby with fine, dark hair, wailing inconsolably. Is he hungry? Where's the nurse? Zeno scanned the small room, realizing it barely accommodated one person. Perhaps she is downstairs mingling. Lisa shrugged. Can you guess whose child this is? Is it necessary to guess? Zeno replied disdainfully, looking at Lisa. The only possibilities are either your brother's, which seems highly improbable, or that of Duke Robert. Lisa burst into laughter, his mirth reminiscent of a miniature Robert. My dear brother guards his belt as a king guards his realm. To have a bastard before marriage would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. Did you know? The child's mother is the sister of the Earl of Pebble, merely 15 years old. They met at last year's Bitterbridge tournament and became involved. Too many people know about this. Last month my brother had to acknowledge the child and bring him home. My dear sister-in-law nearly stabbed him upon learning of this. If it weren't for the betrothal arranged by the late Duke Stark, and my brother being friends with Lord Eddard, I dare say she would have fled the wedding. Zeno was not surprised by Robert's illegitimate child. After all, this dashing and charismatic Baratheon Duke was renowned for his romantic exploits throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He was handsome, skilled in combat, well-born, and exceptionally generous, resembling a hero from a fairy tale. Thus it was hardly astonishing that he could win many hearts. However, to father a noble bastard just before the wedding, Zeno could only admire him as a true hero. No wonder Lyanna had appeared devoid of any joy typical of a new bride. He had initially thought her sorrow stemmed from the death of Duke Stark. Approximately 6 months ago, a multitude of pirate ships banded together to plunder the shores of White Harbor. Duke Rickard led his troops to provide assistance, achieving victory in battle. However, he sustained grave injuries and ultimately succumbed to them. While Lancel was still rambling on, Lord Eddard was quite incensed at that moment. Yet, as you well know, the betrothal between the two families had already been announced, and it could not be easily rescinded. It was precisely due to such circumstances that King Aegon V incited numerous lords to rebel against him. I do not imply that he was not a good king, nevertheless. This child must remain here for now, as it is the farthest from Robert's residence. Out of sight, out of mind. Zeno remarked, you should retrieve his wet nurse soon. He will surely starve. Lancel, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, what good will it do to bring her back? No one cares for this child. My sister-in-law despises him, and I fear he will be cast out eventually. Zeno replied, well, he must be raised before he can be sent away. He cannot even speak yet. He added, my uncle has several illegitimate daughters, yet he raises them well. Since you have already brought him here, you cannot simply disregard him. Lord Oberyn is, of course, exceptional. Lancel's tone was ambiguous, oscillating between praise and disdain. However, Zeno chose to ignore him further. Hurry and fetch the wet nurse, Zeno nearly commanded, or if he starves, it will be on your conscience. Stammering, Lancel had no choice but to seek out the wet nurse. The list for the jousting arena had already been erected, and the three-tiered grandstand was nearing completion. Hundreds of tents had been set up in the meadow, and the knights' capes shimmered with gold and silver threads in the morning sun. Colorful banners waved in the wind, each heraldry vying for attention, yet none were as ferocious as the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Duke Robert would personally compete, while King Rhaegar had sent his fearless Kingsguard, Ser Barristan, to fight on his behalf. The tournament was about to commence. Draped in a cloak, Zeno crouched among the crowd, observing as they placed bets on the champions. At present, Ser Barristan was far ahead, with odds of 1 to 50, followed closely by Count John with odds of 1 to 30. Both were renowned champions of the lance. There were also many betting on Robert, with odds of 1 to 20. After some contemplation, Zeno placed 10 bets on each of the three. It's all in good fun. To the left of the meadow stood several targets, and Zeno noticed Viserys practicing his charge with a dozen knights. He occupied one target, repeatedly launching himself until he had thoroughly shredded the woven shield. It appeared his right hand had healed completely. Several knights surrounded him, cheering and applauding. Proudly atop his steed, Viserys held his head high, reminiscent of a roasted peacock from the previous day's banquet. A fire mage, claiming to hail from Ass High, was performing his fiery magic, summoning a flame lion that appeared rather authentic, drawing a large crowd. However, Zeno found greater amusement in a juggler who was entertaining with a small bear, dancing joyfully to the tune of a flute, which was utterly delightful. As the tournament commenced, Zeno chose not to occupy a seat in the stands. Instead, he arrived early to secure an advantageous position beside the railing of the arena, from where he could discern every detail of the steeds. The only peril lay in the possibility of being struck by a fallen knight or a stray weapon. Once the noble guests settled into their seats, the knights took their places. The first match featured Sir Albert, the heir of the Vale of Arryn, facing off against Sir Mace, the Duke of House Tyrell. Sir Albert, nearing 40, exuded vitality, clad in resplendent blue armor adorned with a pearl blue gem depicting a soaring eagle, atop a pristine white steed. Sir Mace, approximately 30, donned deep green armor reminiscent of a dense forest, while his chestnut horse sported green silk trappings embroidered with golden roses. Armed with 12-foot lances, they paused before the royal box to pay their respects to the king and queen. With the sounding of the charging horn, they spurred their horses forward, leveling their lances. In the blink of an eye, they collided, their lances shattering against one another's shields. They circled back to commence the second round. Both knights exhibited remarkable prowess, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. In the second round, as their steeds converged, Duke Mace deflected Sir Albert's lance with his shield, while his own lance skewered Albert's unguarded breastplate, sending the knight tumbling to the ground. Discarding his broken lance, Duke Mace dismounted to engage in foot combat. He courteously awaited Sir Albert's rise before drawing his longsword. The clash of their blades echoed sharply, and ultimately, Duke Mace proved superior, forcing Sir Albert to concede with a raised hand. The spectators, both above and below, erupted in fervent applause for this thrilling duel. The second match showcased Lord John Clinton of Griffin's Roost against the valiant Sir Bollistan. Lord John was resplendent in golden armor, featuring a red and white griffin embroidered on his chest and shield, while his white horse was draped in red and white silks. Sir Bollistan, clad in white armor upon a similarly white steed, even bore white spurs, with a pure white cloak billowing behind him. As the horn sounded, both knights urged their mounts forward, their lances clashing. Lord John's lance shattered against Sir Bollistan's shield, while Bollistan's lance pierced the red and white griffin, deftly dislodging Lord John's helmet. Exposed, the lord could not conceal his shock and dismounted in surrender. The outcome was determined in a single exchange, prompting Zeno to clap vigorously as the audience roared with thunderous approval. The third match featured the Stormland's protector, Duke Robert, against the Northern Knight, Sir Raven. Duke Robert shone in magnificent golden armor, crafted from fine steel and emblazoned with a black stag, while his helmet was adorned with 2 golden antlers. In stark contrast, his opponent wore black armor and rode a black steed, slender in stature, with a shield painted with a colossal white heart tree bearing a human-like face. Zeno had forgotten much of the unfolding narrative, yet he retained a faint recollection of Rhaegar's paramour. Nonetheless, the craftsmanship of this armor was unmistakably meticulous and tailored. He swiftly turned his head to glance at Duke Ed. The Duke of Winterfell in the stands wore a frown so deep it could crush a fly, while Lady Catelyn beside him gripped her hands tightly, her expression tense. Zeno understood the situation well. Indeed, a brother's devotion to his sister was a malady with no cure. The herald announced the names, and the 2 knights on the field charged toward each other at the sound of the trumpet. In their clash, the lance of the Smiling Tree Knight shattered against Robert's shield, while Robert's lance struck fiercely against her breastplate, toppling the petite Smiling Tree Knight from her mount. Yet, she immediately sprang up and drew her sword. Robert also dismounted, unsheathing his blade to engage her in combat. Robert's strikes were heavy and relentless, each swing sending fragments of the white heart tree scattering into the air, and the spectators gasped as they witnessed the imminent destruction of his shield. At the moment Robert's blunt sword embedded itself in the shield, the Smiling Tree Knight decisively discarded her shield and advanced toward Robert. With remarkable agility, she evaded his shield and slipped between his arms, deftly knocking off his helmet with a swift stroke. Robert, momentarily stunned, burst into hearty laughter and conceded defeat. The Smiling Tree Knight, however, was unwilling to relent. Beneath her helmet, she declared, "Before the gods and King Rhaegar, I seek not your ransom, but your vow." Robert's gaze was one of intrigue. "What pledge do you desire from me? I require you to swear by the new gods and the old, to be as loyal to me as I shall be to you. I demand you uphold the oath you made before the Septon yesterday." The Smiling Tree Knight removed her helmet, revealing a striking visage, her long black hair cascading down. Indeed, she was Lady Lyanna. With unwavering resolve, Lyanna locked eyes with Robert, stating, "If you cannot fulfill this, I shall return home, to the north, to Winterfell, and we shall not meet again." The onlookers exchanged glances, and Zeno, in a moment of impulsive fervor, grasped the wooden railing and called out to Robert, urging him to agree swiftly. For it would be a privilege to wed such a steadfast and brave lady. "Hey, I never said I wouldn't agree." Robert chuckled again, stepping forward to embrace Lyanna. "Am I to marry the daughter of a warrior? I shall surely love you forever. I swear to the gods above my devotion shall remain steadfast." After a brief silence fell over the arena, King Rhaegar smiled, and began to applaud, prompting the entire crowd to join in cheer. Chapter 021. The Royal Council, Part 1. Due to Lyanna's gender, King Rhaegar ultimately decided that this contest would not be counted toward the tournament results. The Lord and Lady of Storms naturally expressed no objections. It was nothing short of a farce. A knight standing beside Zeno grumbled to his companion. They are using the tournament as a stage for flirtation. I believe Duke Robert ought to teach his wife a lesson, lest she ride roughshod over him. A squire squeezed through to Zeno's side, whispering urgently, "Please return to the stands. It is not safe here. The queen is quite worried." Reluctantly, Zeno made his way back to the stands. Duke Robert and his lady had yet to return, and neither had the Eddard Stark couple. Zeno surmised they had likely gathered to converse. Upon seeing him approach to converse, Lisa exclaimed, "You actually fancy that kind of fierce woman? How utterly unexpected. I heard you once proposed to Lyanna. Is that true?" Zeno pondered for quite a while before recalling the incident of his supposed proposal. "I was merely 2 years old at that time, and I did not propose. I merely offered her compliments." "Where did you hear that?" Lisa shrugged playfully. "I heard it from Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn chatting." "Do you genuinely believe such a strong-willed woman is preferable?" Zeno was taken aback that Duke Eddard would remember such trivial matters. "She is now your brother's wife. Why should it concern me? Furthermore, I strongly advise against speaking of her in such a manner in her presence, unless you are seeking trouble." Zeno seemed disinclined to continue the conversation. "I believe it is better for women to be treated with gentleness. Otherwise, one might provoke their ire, and who knows what might happen in the dead of night," Lisa remarked. "Besides, I see that she does not truly understand Robert. My brother has a tendency to forget after a night's rest. If that were effective for Robert, even a pig with chicken wings could be regarded as a dragon. Such remarks about your brother are rather unkind, and since he swore before so many, he ought to uphold it." Zeno felt it essential to place some trust in Robert. "I merely spoke a truth," Lisa said, taking a sip of wine from the table. "And I thought you would comprehend. Did you not incapacitate your uncle last time?" "News travels faster than the wind," Zeno replied. "He is not incapacitated. His left fingers are simply not very agile anymore. Just look at him when he charges on horseback. He seems perfectly fine." Lisa did not seem to care. "Others do not share your view. Whether swearing means anything to Robert is debatable, but his willingness to vow publicly is evidently of great significance to Lady Lyanna." When Zeno encountered the lady again, she was engaged in lively conversation with Lady Catelyn, entirely devoid of the displeasure from the wedding day. The Duke of Winterfell smiled at Zeno and nodded in acknowledgement, to which Zeno returned a broad smile. When Robert toppled Duke Mace from his horse, Lady Lyanna joyfully applauded her husband. "You truly are a master of creating your own troubles," Lisa commented. That evening, the dragons seemed to have learned of the incident. "Why must you meddle in their marital affairs?" Zeno dismissed the concern. "I merely shouted a word. What of it? I was aiding their reconciliation. Such actions reveal your perspective. A wife publicly compelling her husband to swear fidelity is not something many would admire, nor would many appreciate your assistance. Do you believe Robert would be grateful for your intervention? Your prior excessive actions have already aroused discontent among many, and if this continues, the reputation of Ares III will be irrevocably tarnished," Lisa cautioned. "And so what?" Zeno retorted. "They do not favor Ares, yet he reigned for so long. I cannot possibly be worse than him. If I am to endure everything quietly, then why should I assume the mantle of king? I might as well reside in the ruins of Valyria." Zeno flung himself onto the feather bed, asserting that he had neither squandered public resources nor harmed anyone's interests with the money he had earned himself. Today's events could hardly be deemed detrimental to Rob's interests, particularly since Duke Ed had even expressed his gratitude. "As you mentioned, as long as one remains above their baseline, rebellion is an impossibility." The dragon did not concede to him, but refrained from admonishing him either. "As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they may act as they wish. However, you neither comprehend them nor yourself sufficiently. Upon returning, you should have Hall recruit more personnel. The Golden Dragon Squad indeed requires an expansion of its ranks." Zeno lay in bed contemplating Aeou's words. Recently, he had amassed enough funds to renovate the Hook Street and the muddy paths within King's Landing. It was true that the Golden Dragon Squad needed to bolster its numbers. Yet, what did it mean to not understand them or oneself? Aeou often spoke in riddles, and since he was disinclined to elaborate, inquiries would be futile. Zeno resolved to abandon his musings. It was late, and rest beckoned. According to custom, no group tournaments were arranged for the wedding. Aside from a minor incident, the spear tournament concluded splendidly, with all in attendance acknowledging the exceptional prowess of the knights. Sir Balistan once again claimed the championship, and as he dedicated this honor to King Rhaegar, applause and cheers erupted from both the stage and the audience. Everyone appeared genuinely delighted, and while Zeno clapped vigorously, He mused that Sir Balistan had once again enabled many to profit handsomely. In the Red Keep, during a council meeting, the king was advised, "Your Majesty, perhaps you should exercise a modicum of control over Prince Zeno. He has recently turned King's Landing into a veritable chaos. His Golden Dragon squad has compelled residents to vacate their homes and has even pressured merchants to demolish their storefronts to widen the thoroughfares." The Minister of Finance, Count Adrian Settiga, cautiously suggested, "In the past few months, I have heard of 5 armed brawls, and a fire has occurred as well. If this continues, it may lead to dire consequences." "Oh dear, how terrifying!" Varys exclaimed, clutching his chest in alarm. "What dire consequences? Why do you not voice them boldly?" "My observations diverge from your reports. I see the displaced populace rejoicing, especially since the prince is personally funding their new homes," remarked Count John to King Rhaegar, adding that they were indeed grateful to Prince Zeno. Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully. Prime Minister Tywin calmly proposed, "Why do we not summon the commander of the city guard to discuss this matter together? After all, maintaining order in King's Landing should fall under his purview." Sir Jaime Lannister, the commander of the city guard, promptly answered the call. "My lords," he began, "the area around Hook Street has indeed been rather tumultuous recently. With housing reconstruction underway, many homes have been demolished, the affluent are residing in inns, while the less fortunate are temporarily living in tents. Additionally, timber and stone clutter the streets, obstructing passage. Sir Jaime is remarkably honest, although there are indeed a few households that refuse to vacate, causing quite the uproar. However, after Prince Zeno personally engaged in discussions with them, they eventually consented. At least, I discern no apparent impropriety." "What then? Is the matter regarding the knife fights and the fire?" Duke Tywin lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "And what of the Golden Company?" Sir Jaime, subjected to such inquiries, was exceedingly vexed. The recent fire was merely a small incident caused by a beggar who accidentally knocked over a candle while pilfering on Silk Street. It was quickly extinguished. Such knife fights are commonplace in any city, and I can only endeavor to ensure that innocent bystanders are not harmed. The Golden Company belongs to Prince Zeno, and it is beyond my purview. To speak frankly, while other issues may be set aside for the moment, I believe the Golden Company must not be permitted to remain." Chancellor Pycelle earnestly advised King Rhaegar, stating that Prince Zeno is a well-meaning youth who aspires to construct new homes for the impoverished, which is indeed a commendable endeavor. However, he has undoubtedly sought assistance from the wrong individuals. I have heard nothing but disreputable accounts of the members of the Golden Company, comprised of ruffians, thieves, brigands, and an assortment of itinerants and mercenaries of dubious origin. The few knights among them are either of low birth or illegitimate. Prince Zeno, being still quite young, has been led astray by this unscrupulous band, and he has foolishly contemplated the complete demolition and reconstruction of an entire neighborhood, a task that cannot be accomplished in a single breath. In a den of iniquity, the majority are of lowly stock, and there would be no protests against his reckless actions. However, the situation near the river gate is quite different. The accumulated debris has even begun to obstruct the port. It is no wonder that some have sought to appeal to Lord Adrian. 4. To merchants. A single day without sales equates to significant losses. Indeed, that is the case. The Chancellor of Finance hastily added that many merchants cooperating with the Crown have come to voice their grievances. "What a predicament this is," exclaimed Varys, visibly alarmed. Count Clinton disdainfully curled his lip, casting a glance at the king. Rhaegar leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Tywin solemnly concurred with Chancellor Pycelle, stating, "Your Majesty, should His Highness require assistance, he may readily assign the city watch. He does not need a disloyal contingent." After a prolonged silence, which grew so lengthy that several ministers began to shift nervously in their seats, attempting to interject, the king finally declared, "This matter shall be deliberated another day." Following the adjournment, I observed that the sovereign seemed at a loss regarding his only son. The Minister of Justice, Count Walter of the Riverlands, sought to console Count Adrian, suggesting that should the merchants wish to protest, they may do so for the time being. In a few months, once the houses are constructed, their discontent will surely subside. Earl Adrian, clutching a silk handkerchief embroidered with a crimson crab, incessantly wiped the sweat from his brow and chin. "Thank you for your suggestion. I understand and shall contemplate it." Its claws, as nimble as human fingers, could deftly maneuver in every direction, even partially rotating backward. It could lift the prince's collar without inflicting the slightest harm. Witnesses attested to its extraordinary abilities. Given its size, one would assume its weight could easily crush a tower. Yet it perched atop with grace, disturbing not a single brick. Its scales appeared remarkably light, suggesting it was indeed quite buoyant. Yet it could also hoist burdens as massive as its own frame, an occurrence that could only be attributed to magic. The creature possessed a level of intelligence akin to that of humans, a fact widely acknowledged, though its precise cognitive capacity remained elusive. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Chancellor Paxier hastily concealed the half-written parchment before him. He reprimanded his apprentice with displeasure. "I assumed you had learned to knock before entering." "I apologize," the young apprentice timidly explained. "Perhaps my knock was too faint. I noticed you did not respond." "Earl Adrian wishes to see you urgently." "My lord, have you come with pressing matters?" Upon Adrian's entrance into Paxier's study, the desk appeared meticulously organized. "Please, take a seat. The weather grows increasingly warm. Would you care for a glass of chilled milk or juice? I also have some ice-cold pears." "No, thank you for your kindness," Earl Adrian replied, his face glistening with sweat as he firmly declined the Chancellor's refreshing offerings. He continued to dab at his perspiration. "I think we ought to reconsider." "I do not comprehend your meaning," Paxier remarked, plucking a honey-soaked date and popping it into his mouth, his words somewhat muffled. Adrian leaned forward with urgency. "How can you not understand? I mean, we should refrain from provoking Prince Zeno. He has a dragon and a temperament that is rather fierce. If he learns of our intentions, he would surely eliminate us. Do not underestimate him. He did not spare even his uncle for the sake of a mere servant. Look at the king's demeanor today. He is utterly powerless against his own son." "Lower your voice." Chancellor Paxier glared at the anxious man, who fidgeted restlessly. "Do not forget, it was you who initially approached me, lamenting how that band of brutes oppressed your merchant convoy, leaving you destitute, and they happened to be the prince's personal militia. That is why I interceded on your behalf before the king." Paxier's tone was icy. "If you wish to withdraw from this matter, so be it. It was never my concern to begin with." The mere thought of his merchant convoy and the shops under his name brought a look of despair to Adrian's face, as if he were in physical pain. Over the past year, the prices within King's Landing had plummeted drastically, while shops on Prince Street proliferated. Exquisite handcrafted items from Myrene, expensive spices from Pantos, unique textiles from Bravos, and marvelous perfumes from Lys were all available. Zeno utilized his dragon for transportation, making it not only swift and reliable, but also priced significantly lower than his competitors, thereby completely usurping their trade. Yet, these were, after all, luxury goods. The crux of the matter lies in their sale of inexpensive linen and cotton, offering larger loaves of bread at a price more favorable than other bakeries. Of course, cheap boots woven from linen and cotton are abundant. Prince Zeno purchases grain, cotton, and silk threads from farmers at prices that are 1 to 2 tenths higher than those offered by other merchants. Yet he sells the finished products at a price that is at least 2 to 3 tenths lower than theirs. Even the taverns and inns find themselves compelled to set prices for food, drink, and lodging that are utterly unacceptable to Adrian. As a result, the bustling streets of Princess Avenue are filled with patrons, while other shops stand desolate. This has severely impacted the livelihoods of other merchants, with Adrian, who accounts for nearly 40% of the trade in King's Landing, suffering significant losses. The nearby farmers and fishermen along the Blackwater River have begun to exclusively engage in trade with the Golden Dragon Squad, marking a complete catastrophe. The capricious Prince Zeno has thrown the market into disarray. Chapter 22, The Royal Conference, Part 2. Count Adrian is naturally reluctant to witness the erosion of his wealth. He has made various attempts to address this issue, but each effort has proven exceedingly arduous. He and his fellow merchants have tried to intimidate these commoners. Yet those dispatched for this purpose quickly vanished without a trace. Further attempts to locate them resulted in the disappearance of the searchers as well. After much contemplation and hesitation, Adrian ultimately refrained from confronting Prince Zeno about the matter. Fortunately, the prince lacked the audacity to resort to murder and silencing, as the missing individuals were eventually located by the capital's garrison. However, Adrian was compelled to pay a substantial ransom for their offenses of provocation. With no recourse against the Golden Dragon Squad, Adrian contemplated simply lowering prices to at least sell his goods. Yet, no one responded to his overtures. Merchants preferred to discard their wares into the Blackwater River rather than reduce their prices. Zeno's ability to buy high and sell low without incurring losses is rooted in 2 factors. First, he possesses a dragon, which allows him to traverse the narrow sea without the risks associated with maritime travel or the payment of port duties, ensuring his coffers overflow. Second, as a prince, he is not bound by the necessity of profit. He can afford to be generous at his whim. In contrast, other merchants cannot afford such altruism. Their toil in business is driven by the pursuit of substantial profits, and to earn a mere tenth of their investment back in return for a full investment would be a catastrophic loss. Who would willingly engage in charity under such circumstances? Adrian even sought to uncover the transgressions of several members of the Golden Dragon Squad, who had previously defaulted on debts. He possessed sufficient evidence to bring them before the Minister of Justice. Yet upon learning of this, Prince Zeno swiftly repaid their debts and publicly destroyed the promissory notes. Adrian could not fathom the prince's motivations. Why was he so concerned with the Golden Dragon Squad? The more the prince favored them, the more challenging it became for others to intervene. With the Golden Dragon Squad obstructing trade, even the lending of money at exorbitant interest rates has become problematic. The only establishment yet untouched is the brothel on Silk Street, but its future remains uncertain. Adrian harbored a foreboding sense that if Prince Zeno continued his current course of action, there would soon be no place for other merchants within the realm of King's Landing. Recently, numerous traders had already departed from the city. Zeno was undoubtedly more aware of the taxes his establishment generated than Adrian could ever be, leaving Adrian too intimidated to take a single coin from it. To prevent the situation from worsening, it was imperative to dismantle the increasingly formidable and unruly Golden Dragon Squad. The renovations in Hook's Alley had sparked considerable discontent among the populace. Initially, Adrian had been filled with confidence, believing that if he reported the matter to King Rhaegar, the king would issue an order that the headstrong Zeno, as both son and subject, would have no choice but to obey. Yet the current circumstances filled him with deep ambivalence. The usually decisive King Rhaegar was surprisingly hesitant when it came to the matter of his crown prince. Should the king not side with him, it would spell disaster. Prince Zeno was notoriously willful and arrogant, wielding his peculiar and fearsome powers alongside his dragon, doing as he pleased and going wherever he wished, unchecked by anyone. Should he learn of Adrian's attempts to impede him, retaliation would be inevitable. Zeno showed no restraint even towards his own uncle, Prince Viserys. One could only imagine his disregard for others. Contemplating this, Adrian felt the urge to surrender. After all, wealth held little value if one were to lose their life in pursuit of it. Zeno was merely a child. Despite possessing a dragon and a peculiar strength, he remained just that, a child. The Grand Maester Pycelle squinted at him, and yet, he found himself fearful of a mere child. If he could dissolve the Golden Dragon Squad and allow the city guard to take over, everything would unfold as he desired. The newly established shops in Hook's Alley were at his disposal, along with the properties on Prince's Street, skilled female weavers, artisans sourced from far and wide, and an array of goods imported from the Far East, all of which belonged to him. Even with such a promising outlook, Count Adrian was acutely aware that these enterprises were the rightful domain of Prince Zeno, not the Golden Dragon Squad. Zeno would never entrust their management to him. His loyalty lay with those closest to him. Yet King Rhaegar had greater faith in Adrian. For many years, he had managed the royal treasury with exceptional skill. He was an exemplary financial minister, while those surrounding Zeno were little more than scoundrels, incapable of even writing their names. If Adrian were to offer his assistance in management, who would dare refuse? Pycelle interlaced his fingers, resting them upon the table. If you believe you cannot oversee these assets better than they can, then I have nothing further to say, and I shall not bring this matter up again. I certainly can manage them better, Adrian retorted. But the prince has his own dedicated scholar. He pointed out this fact and noted that Zeno might not be inclined to heed the king's commands. The Grand Maester could not suppress a chuckle. Are you referring to Marwyn? I concede he is a competent sorcerer, but he has never been a financial minister. Observing Adrian's lingering indecision, he sensed a wavering resolve. Pycelle cleared his throat, as everyone was already aware of the erroneous decision made by Prince Zeno, and King Rhaegar would undoubtedly contemplate how to address this matter. I reiterate, the prince is but a child, and he likely comprehends little of economic affairs. Were it not for the kingdom's future, I would not extend my assistance to you. You may certainly withdraw. I understand your position. However, once the Golden Dragon Squad disbands, the king will inevitably require someone to aid the crown prince in managing his estate. By that time, Lord Adrian, the consequences, whether favorable or unfavorable, will no longer concern you. Count Adrian departed in a daze. After a moment of contemplation, Sage Pycelle produced a piece of parchment and resumed his work. That afternoon, Hall arrived with 6 individuals to meet Zenon. Who are they? Zenon inquired, observing the tightly bound men. One man, sporting a swollen eye, exclaimed, "We were merely collecting a debt, Your Highness. Your subordinate assaulted me without cause." I had never heard of debt collection involving the abduction of someone's daughter, Dick scoffed. Perhaps I should bring old Parker here to tell Prince Zenon precisely what debt he owes you, requiring a daughter as collateral. So he is a slave trader? Zenon remarked, instructing that the man be sent to the city guards to announce his crimes. The man grew frantic, hastily correcting himself. I am not a slave trader. I was genuinely just there to collect goods. The farmer promised to sell us wheat and flax, but sold them to others instead. We merely wished to teach him a lesson. And those others are likely us, remarked Scholar Malvin, nodding as he asked Hall, "How many did you capture?" "About 30. Hall replied. "Their boss is quite wealthy. He prefers to hire 30 men to threaten a poor farmer rather than raise the purchasing price." "Who is your boss?" Zeno questioned, perplexed as to how a wheat transaction could escalate into violence. The man stammered, unable to articulate a response until he was kicked, at which point he muttered, "His name is Pros. He is a merchant. What does he intend to do with so much wheat? Does he run a bakery or an inn? Since Parker sold to us, let him find another buyer." Zenon did not consider this a grave issue. Pros does not engage in such matters. He is merely a merchant with a close relationship with the tax collector. Old Monk Carvin remarked meaningfully, "At this time of year, when crops are abundant, merchants like him will buy grain at low prices during the harvest and, should drought and famine ensue in the summer, sell it at exorbitant rates." Zenon paused, glancing at the man kneeling before him, who averted his gaze in submission. "It appears we must procure more." Zenon had not previously contemplated such a strategy. Otherwise, when drought struck, we would have no bread to sell, which is unacceptable. Hall immediately responded, "I shall investigate where there are available warehouses. And what shall we do with these individuals? Keeping them would waste food. I believe it would be better if Dick made a throat-cutting gesture." He was immediately met with a fierce glare from Sir Ballystan. Bachelor Marwyn suggested that it would be best to hand the matter over to the City Watch, as their charges included inciting disturbances and abducting maidens. "So let it be done," Zeno replied. After Dick had taken the individuals away, Zeno inquired of Hall and the others whether such incidents had become frequent. "I have heard that there have been disturbances again over in Hook Street. Nothing of great concern," Kelly replied with a gravely tone. "A few merchants feel that we have usurped their rightful profits and have taken to incessantly barking about it. You need not worry. We shall ensure their compliance," Kelly added. Zeno found this assurance rather dubious. "No harm must come to the innocent. I have no desire to see any of you sent to the City Watch." "The City Watch is not infallibly just either," he conceded. "I acknowledge that Sir Jaime Lannister acts with fairness, but he is merely a youth. He cannot reign in that band of gold cloaks. It will take his father to do so." Hall smiled slightly, noting that there were indeed not a few among the gold cloaks who drank on credit and, upon receiving their pay, squandered it on gambling, only to end up brawling when inebriated. "That is Sir Jaime's responsibility. I do not concern myself with it. Since you are under my command, the unacceptable must remain unacceptable. Should any fool forget to repay a debt and require me to bail them out, I shall certainly have Sir Ballystan teach them a lesson," Zeno declared with displeasure. Hall promptly assured him, "We shall never harm the innocent. I have already given those imbeciles a thorough thrashing." Sir Jaime Lannister, heir to Casterly Rock, was a tall and handsome youth with flowing golden hair, always brimming with vitality and ambition, aspiring to be a knight of valor akin to the legendary Sir Arthur Dayne. This was his conviction, and he pursued it diligently, taking great pride in being the captain of the City Watch and safeguarding King S. Landing. However, of late, he felt less like a knight and more like a steward, burdened with trivial matters. All of this turmoil stemmed from the renovations in the Hook Street area. Ever since the first house was demolished, quarrels and fights had become a constant occurrence. Prince Zeno had initially granted every resident a voice, which led to unending disputes over every brick and nail, bargaining and threatening one another, until even the usually mild-mannered prince could no longer tolerate it and commanded them to silence, relegating the construction matters to the scholars and craftsmen. Only then did they finally settle down. What followed was an interminable series of troubles. 2-story buildings transformed into 3 stories, and the question arose as to which 2 stories belonged to the original owner. Those residing on the left wished to move to the right, yet those on the right refused to relocate to the left, insisting on a hierarchy for houses that were ostensibly identical. Whenever they found themselves at an impasse, the prince forbade them from expressing their grievances through physical means, prompting them to seek out Sir Jaime in the City Watch for resolution. Initially, Sir Jaime believed such matters ought to fall under the purview of the Prime Minister or Prince Zeno. However, Bachelor Marwyn advised him that Lord Tywin had too many national affairs to attend to and was exceedingly busy. "The prince is still but a child. He needs to attend his swordsmanship lessons," he concluded. "At present, you hold the highest position here. If you do not intervene, they may resort to violence. Such altercations surely fall under the jurisdiction of the city guard. It is undeniably reasonable, and given that Prince Zeno has earnestly requested his assistance, Sir James reluctantly agreed. Initially, he endeavored to reason with them and mediate their disputes. However, he quickly learned that coaxing and deceit were often more effective in dispersing them. On this day, upon his arrival at the station, he found people already awaiting him. As expected, yet another resident had clashed with a member of the Golden Dragon squad. At the time, It was agreed that I would receive a house and a courtyard. Why now must I reside in an alley? I used to live right by the street. A portly man bellowed. You allow a horde of beggars to dwell above my home. The Golden Dragon squad member did not even lift his eyelids. Look closely. The alley has been widened significantly. It is now a street. Moreover, we paid for the relocation, and you consented to it. Were you not quite pleased when you received the payment? Your original dwelling was merely a single-story house with a small courtyard. Have we not returned it to you as it was? As for the additional second floor, that belongs to us. It is our prerogative to determine who resides there. Furthermore, I advise you to maintain a courteous demeanor. They will no longer be beggars, but will assist in keeping the streets clean. Should you continue your outcry, be wary lest they heap refuse at your doorstep. The man's face flushed, transforming him into an irate, puffed-up frog. You expect me to tolerate beggars above my home? There was never any agreement to share my residence. There are those who do not share. You simply find the location unsatisfactory. Sir James wished to turn and leave, but he never shied away from a challenge. Just as he resolved one issue, a new one promptly arose. My Lord James, a merchant from Pantos implored. Looking at him expectantly, when shall I receive my shop? You ought to direct that question to Prince Zeno, James replied. If you inquire of me, I shall inform you that no one has ever committed to providing you with a shop. But Lord Count Setagaba assured me that I would have a new establishment here. The merchant, with his green-tinted beard, fidgeted anxiously. I have paid, and my goods are already en route. Then you should seek out Lord Count Setagaba. For it was he who made you that promise, Sir James coldly remarked. After dismissing the merchant, James intended to find a place to rest when he heard a soft voice beside him say, You work so hard. He glanced down to find the young prince standing there, gazing up at him with a sympathetic expression. Chapter 023. The Royal Meeting, Part 3. Sir James reminded himself that even amidst chaos, he must remain vigilant. Otherwise, how could this little fellow approach him so quietly? Allow me to treat you to a drink, the young prince offered, flashing a radiant smile that was undeniably charming. Sir James felt a pang of regret for his sister once more. Cersei had always been drawn to beauty, and the young prince possessed both in abundance. The child bears a striking resemblance to his father, and as he matures, he is destined to be both handsome and noble. With golden and silver locks cascading like the dazzling dawn, his magnificent golden dragon is also widely acknowledged for its beauty. Moreover, he is courageous, resolute, and willing to protect the weak. Sir James believes he will grow into an admirable knight, a notion I wholeheartedly endorse, Sir James remarked. They crossed the street and entered a newly constructed tavern. The proprietress warmly guided them to a quiet and pleasant spot. From lists, they were served red wine. Zeno poured a glass for James, then for Bollistan and Hall as well, with the vendor claiming that it was both delightful and not easily intoxicating. Encouraging them to give it a try. Why not to drink while on duty? Sir Bollistan declined the wine, requesting a glass of water instead. Sir James followed suit, also opting for water. Fortunately, I am not on duty at present. Sir Hall cheerfully accepted 3 glasses of wine. Zeno shrugged and took a sip of the milk before him. I have heard that numerous merchants from afar are clamoring for the newly established shops on Hook Lane, claiming they have already made payments. Is this true? Zeno inquired, perplexed, directing the question to James, but I have no intention of selling. I plan to retain them for my own use. All thanks to our esteemed Minister of Finance, who has made a multitude of promises he cannot fulfill, collecting many funds he ought not to have, Sir James candidly stated. I have long heard of his greed and stinginess, hoarding treasures while begrudging even a single penny. Truly, he is as notorious as rumored. Yet, this may not be a detriment to the kingdom. At least he will not squander money, and will counsel the king against reckless expenditures, Sir Bollistan remarked gravely. However, he should not be collecting these merchants' funds, nor making promises he cannot keep. He also ought not to send individuals to threaten the poor farmers. Hall suddenly interjected, those individuals. His Highness dispatched Dick to the capital's garrison. He nodded at James, stating that according to the kingdom's laws, one can redeem sins with golden dragons. And that fellow Pross had redeemed them. Dick has been following Pross for days now. Guess who he went to meet? None other than our Lord Adrian. Hall took a sip of red wine to soothe his throat. They arranged to meet on Silk Street. But he likely did not anticipate that our people would be present at that establishment. Thus, it turns out that Pross is merely a well-trained dog under the service of Count Adrian. Sir Bollistan furrowed his brow. Sir James, perplexed, asked, Pross, who is he? A merchant known for conducting rather unsavory business, Hall explained, seeing James's confusion. He specializes in usury and often hoards grain to sell at inflated prices during times of famine. James looked at Hall in astonishment, to which Hall shrugged. It is indeed the case. You can inquire further. Some of your subordinates are his long-standing clients. and they owe him considerable debts. Do you have their names? Sir James inquired solemnly. The garrison's salary is not insignificant. How could they possibly owe money to a usurer? I must investigate this matter thoroughly. I must speak with my father regarding his finance minister, Zeno lamented, furrowing his brow in distress. How am I to persuade the king to believe me? Zeno conferred with Aeou, acknowledging that accusing a court official was no trivial matter, and they lacked the noble witnesses necessary for their claims. Why must you address the king directly? Unless you wish to usurp his throne, you could simply converse with him. He is not as familiar with you as Hall and the others, and in truth, he fears you. Aeou quietly landed on a rooftop not far from Zeno, suggesting that a mere scare would elicit compliance from the king. Climb onto my back, and I shall show you something intriguing. Aeou hoisted Zeno onto his back and ascended into the sky. As dusk approached, the golden-red sunset bathed the crimson rooftops, as if gilding them in gold. The dragon flew low, allowing Zeno to glimpse the shimmering rooftops below. A boy stood, gazing up at them in awe, his mouth agape as his fruit basket toppled, scattering apples and sweet melons across the ground. They soared over the pristine roofs of Prince Street and traversed a whole row of blocks. An elderly woman leaned out of her window, waving at the dragon and greeting Zeno. They arrived at a narrow lane near Silk Street, untouched by renovations, where the winding path twisted through a labyrinth of closely knit buildings. The dragon's shadow enveloped the alley below. A figure clad in a heavy brown cloak, a long sword at his side, ambled along the path. Look at that man below. He is Varys. Would you like to frighten him? The dragon mischievously suggested. Envisioning the amusement of seeing his startled expression, Zeno scrutinized the man. Although he walked slowly, his strides were long, in stark contrast to Varys's usual demure, feminine gait. From their aerial vantage, the only resemblance they shared was their humanity. What is he up to? Zeno inquired. Perhaps he is off to seek his old flame on Silk Street? You could inquire directly, but I advise you to heed none of his words. The dragon circled above before descending into the alley, gently placing Zeno right before Varys. This time, Zeno took a closer look at the disguised Varys. His cloak obscured much of his face, leaving only a dense beard visible. His boots appeared as though they had recently traversed muddy terrain. Greetings, Lord Varys. What an intriguing ensemble you don. What are your intentions? Transitioning to the life of a mercenary? Zeno waved in greeting. Varys hesitated for a moment before revealing his face. Truly, you are the Dragon Prince. Your gaze is sharper than any blade, and your insight shines brighter than the stars, he intoned in a melodious voice, rich with embellishment. Zeno lowered his hands, responding, I appreciate your tedious flattery, but you have yet to answer my question. Varys exaggeratedly inclined his body, stating that his attire was intended solely to fulfill the task assigned by the king, to gather intelligence. Just beyond lay Silk Street. Could it be that everyone revels in exchanging secrets there? Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename Silk Street as Secret Street. Zeno scrutinized Varys, noting the black scar above his left eye, dressed in a tattered gray robe, sullied and patched, with his black cloak similarly adorned with numerous repairs. Forgive me. I did not realize your role today was that of a hermit. Yet, it is quite unusual for a hermit to bear a sword to a place of revelry. That sword must contain something else, said the dragon. You should acquire it. Your Highness, you are still young and do not comprehend that only women can render a man completely defenseless, both physically and emotionally. Varys wore a sweet smile, a stark contrast to his attire, while a man required no justification to visit Silk Street. Who would dare question my masculinity? This would certainly facilitate the gathering of information. Is that so? Zeno elongated his response as he approached Varys, extending his right hand palm upward. Varys looked perplexed. Your Highness, what is this? Zeno, unwilling to engage in further verbal sparring, circling was never his forte, stated bluntly, the item at your waist, handed over. Reluctantly, Varys unfastened his belt and placed it in Zeno's hand. Observing the grimy, foul-smelling belt, Zeno pondered for a moment. He acknowledged his lack of authority, often not resembling a proper prince. Yet did Varys truly believe he could not assert himself? Stop feigning ignorance. I demand your sword, Zeno said sternly. Do not attempt any tricks. I am watching you. Varys immediately appeared alarmed. No, your Highness, I would never dream of mocking you, he stammered, hastily handing over the sword. Shamefaced as he added, I apologize. You requested the item at my waist, and that is merely the belt. Silence, Zeno interrupted impatiently. I am aware that King Aelyrus places great trust in you. I do not understand why King Rhaegar retains you. But let me reiterate, do not attempt any deceit in my presence. I will not be fooled by your antics. Be honest, or I shall feed you to the dragon. I have no desire for such unappetizing fare, Aeou remarked disdainfully. I merely sought to intimidate him, Zeno quickly reassured the dragon. Believe it or not, all I desire is peace, the peace of the kingdom, Varys lamented as he gazed sorrowfully at Zeno. When I was younger than you, I performed with a troop throughout the free trade cities, and even then, I understood that for the common folk, peace is of paramount importance. Though the kingdom may flourish, it does not guarantee their well-being. Yet, when war breaks out, their suffering is unfathomable. You have not witnessed the ravages of war, which makes your lack of understanding quite natural. However, it is precisely because His Majesty the King comprehends this truth that he continues to value my service. While the knights defend the kingdom with their swords, I safeguard it through intelligence. I could swear to the heavens that my loyalty to this realm is unwavering. These words may seem reasonable, yet the actions of this individual render him utterly untrustworthy. Aeou, do you suspect he is lying? Zeno sought counsel from the dragon. Not necessarily. He may have spoken a portion of the truth, though it may not be the part you wish to hear. The dragon exhaled a plume of sparks into the sky. Nevertheless, you have indeed intimidated him today. Let us leave it at that for now. I shall observe him for a while longer. And you should also have Hall and the others keep an eye on Silk Street. Yet, I have heard that you often spoke ill of my father before King Illyris. Was the discord between them a part of your desired peace? Zeno tilted his head. Best you remain as loyal as you profess, Lord Varys, or I shall have to take action. Without indulging Varys's self-defense, Zeno returned to the dragon's back, watching as Varys's figure quickly diminished into a mere speck. Do you truly believe I intimidated him? I sense he is not afraid in the slightest. The dragon led Zeno to an open expanse, where, beneath the luminous moonlight and starlit sky, they began to examine the longsword. At the very least, he knows we have seen him unbeknownst to him. That in itself is a form of terror. Aeou's sharp claws rent the sword sheath as a piece of silk slid forth. Zeno grasped the slippery fabric, revealing that it was undoubtedly imported silk, adorned with intricate red threads. Apart from the silk threads, there were no inscriptions or illustrations, only a dense tangle of threads intertwined. Zeno scrutinized it from every angle for some time, yet could discern nothing of its embroidery. Nonetheless, since Varys carried it concealed within the sword sheath, it must possess great significance. What could this embroidery depict? A creature I do not recognize? Zeno pondered, stroking his chin. Perhaps it is a map. The dragon also examined it closely, though the location it represented remained a mystery. When Zeno found Scholar Marwyn, he was engrossed in studying several peculiar pages made of metal. Their symbols and patterns a deep crimson hue, which Zeno felt exuded a faint scent of blood. What is this? Zeno inquired, leaning in with curiosity. This is a spellbook from the era of the Freehold of Valyria. Following the destruction of the Freehold, only a few remnants have survived. I discovered it during my travels in Essos. Would you like to see it? I can teach you, Marwyn said eagerly, gazing at Zeno. Zeno felt somewhat disheartened and replied, Perhaps not, Scholar. I have yet to finish the essential readings you mentioned. Marwyn chuckled warmly. Then we can wait until you complete those before we delve into this. Did you come to me with a matter of urgency? Zeno produced the silk map, presenting it to Scholar Marwyn. Can you discern what kind of map this is? Oh, let me see. Marwyn spread the map across the table, retrieving a magnifying glass from his pocket for a closer inspection. Boredom enveloped Zeno as he wandered aimlessly in Marwyn's chamber, a space that resembled an enchanted abode. Towering bookshelves, filled to the brim with tomes and scrolls, reached from the floor to the ceiling, while piles of parchment on the chairs stood 3 or 4 feet high. On the windowsill, a cabinet displayed several peculiar artifacts and a few vividly painted wooden animal figurines that could be manipulated with ease. An old star chart hung on the wall, marred by a wormhole in its lower right corner. Yet, the most magical object of all was a glass candle positioned in the corner of the writing desk, illuminating the room, a creation that Marwyn the Scholar referred to as the Dragon Crystal. Crafted from obsidian, it burned with a radiant glow, having been alight since Zeno first laid eyes upon it over 2 years ago, showing no signs of diminishment. The candle's flame produced no waste. What then was it consuming? Magic, perhaps? Zeno gently touched the vividly colored flame of the glass candle, finding it surprisingly cool. Chapter 024, The Royal Audience, Part 4. Zeno became entranced by the glass candle. The platinum flame flickered, casting shadows as deep as the abyss. Within its glow, he envisioned a resplendent golden palace surrounded by dark silhouettes that drifted around a shadowy castle. Countless doors stretched along an interminable corridor. A tattooed jester donned a peculiar tin helmet, while a decayed human heart floated above a stone table. A massive blue and white cliff sliced through half the sky, as a sailing ship navigated the turbulent waves. Varys was seen removing his bushy beard from above his lips. Marwyn the Scholar lifted his gaze from the map. This map appeared to be a composite of more than 3 separate charts. I shall require some time to disentangle and redraw it. Zeno suddenly awoke from his reverie, realizing he had been mesmerized by the candle's flame. No rush on my account, he replied. However, this map was procured from Varys, so exercise caution. He may attempt to retrieve it. Zeno cautioned, you know how he is, with his myriad little birds. Marwyn smiled reassuringly. Fear not, I am a magician. And magicians excel in capturing little birds. After bidding farewell to Marwyn, Zeno inquired of Aeou, can one truly see distant places through the glass candle? I just glimpsed the golden palace of Valyria and several locations I have yet to visit, including Varys. Indeed, skilled sorcerers can utilize it for communication and even enter the dreams of others to project illusions, the dragon replied. Should this pique your interest, Marwyn would be delighted. However, I advise you to refrain from rushing into the study of magic for the time being. It may not serve you well. Why not? Zeno retorted, unconvinced. According to your assertions, magic is immensely beneficial. Magic does have its advantages, yet learning it at this juncture will not be advantageous for you. You shall understand in due course, the dragon replied impatiently. Now, it is time for the child to retire. Reluctantly, Zeno returned to his slumber, his mind simmering with thoughts. The weather had grown increasingly sweltering. After the royal audience concluded, Count Adrian departed the assembly hall in contemplative silence. He traversed the outer courtyard alone, riding forth from the grand gates of the Red Keep, following a narrow path towards the city. Ultimately, he halted before a splendid 3-story tower crowned with a circular roof, its entrance adorned with an exquisite red lantern. Upon entering, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in silken garments approached him immediately, guiding him to the 3rd floor and into a modest room nestled in the corner. At the center of the room stood a niche draped with silk curtains, filled with cushions, where Prolos sat, indulging in wine. Adrian noted the presence of another individual, who lounged at an angle opposite Prolos. The moment Prolos spotted him, he rose swiftly. My lord Adrian, he declared, allow me to introduce you to Sir Peter Baelish, hailing from the Fingers Peninsula. He then turned to Peter Baelish. And this is the Earl of Crab Island, head of the ancient Valerian family from the freehold of Valyria, a close friend of King Rhaegar, and a key figure in the small council, the esteemed master of coin, Lord Adrian. Sir Peter Baelish was a young man of around 20, of slight stature, who offered a respectful bow to Adrian. My friends call me Littlefinger, he said with an easy smile. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Valerian. Adrian acknowledged him with a curt nod, directing his gaze back to Prolos. What is the meaning of this? Several merchants have approached me recently, claiming I have taken their gold without fulfilling my obligations. Their documents bear my family seal, yet they are not official. They are the small seals I entrusted to you. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you know the consequences that will follow. Allow me to elucidate the matter, Sir Peter Baelish interjected. My lord, this is indeed a most lucrative venture. Adrian's fury flared. You refer to a profitable venture as if it requires me to fulfill promises I cannot possibly meet? Please, my lord Adrian, remain calm, Peter Baelish urged. Shops always require a proprietor. Prince Zeno merely seeks honesty in business and fair prices. He has never imposed specific demands upon shopkeepers. He smiled, adding, it is simply that there have been no trustworthy merchants in the past, necessitating reliance on his own people. Should anyone be willing to collaborate with him, I trust he would not refuse. Are you implying that those merchants you selected are willing to sell goods at a loss? They have paid so much gold, yet cannot recoup their investments. Adrian scoffed, eyeing the diminutive man before him. Do you take them for fools? Or do you take me for one? My lord, you misunderstand me, Peter Baelish replied. The money they paid is not a bribe, but rather a rental fee for shop representation. I once served as an accountant for the Golden Company for half a year. In fact, I still hold the position of an officer there. Prince Zeno has never collected a single copper piece in shop fees from the establishments he represents. He even provides these shops with low-cost imported goods. He is truly a magnanimous individual, worthy of his title as the Crown Prince. Peter Baelish gently shook his head, however. In my view, this is an utter waste, a profound waste indeed. My dear sir, the merchants I seek are from distant lands, unfamiliar with this place. The members of the Golden Dragon Squad do not take the initiative to discuss these matters with them. They are merely aware that conducting business here is highly lucrative, and there are individuals who provide a steady supply of goods. The perils of the sea are immense, and ill fortune may result in the loss of both ship and life. Presently, they need only manage their storefronts, free from the dangers of maritime ventures, with goods and wealth flowing abundantly. For them, this enterprise is not a loss. Rather, it yields substantial profits, making them quite willing to pay a modest fee for the shop. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by a few overly eager merchants from the Free City states. I assure you such incidents will not recur. In fact, we have previously attempted this without issue, as Pross interjected. The other members of the Golden Dragon squad would merely believe they have been chosen, while the merchants, eager to profit, understand that discretion is paramount to their continued success. They remain mutually uninvolved, and thus, remain unaware of each other's dealings. Lord Adrian, this is all due to your efforts. They hold you in great esteem. Adrian furrowed his brow, pacing the room. If Prince Zeno were to learn of this, it would spell significant trouble. Petalbarus cast a glance of disdain, remarking that the prince, known for his benevolence, would not react harshly even if informed. He would simply require a refund of the money. However, the profits derived from these loans are already ours. Hence, I maintain that this is a remarkably advantageous venture, profitable without the need for violence, entirely reasonable. In truth, the prince seldom concerns himself with such trivial matters, provided the merchants keep their tongues in check, as the likelihood of discovery is exceedingly low. Adrian remained hesitant. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Pross, raising his voice in irritation, inquired, "Who is it? I have requested not to be disturbed." No response was forthcoming, only the persistent knocking. "It seems the sound originates from outside the window," Petalbarus noted. The knocking ceased, only to be replaced by a horrifying tearing noise, as a golden claw emerged from beyond the sealed window, shattering the leaded-colored wooden frame, which clattered to the ground. Outside, the crown prince gazed at them with an inscrutable expression. Ignoring the three pallid men within, Zeno perched himself on the windowsill, extending a hand towards Count Adrian. "Would you be so kind as to assist me? I cannot descend." Trembling, Adrian lifted Zeno from the sill and set him on the ground. Zeno approached Sir Petalbarus, stating, "I have arrived late and missed the preceding discourse. What is your name?" Sir Petalbarus composed himself and replied with poise, "My name is Petalbarus, and my territory lies in the valley, the smallest among the islands of the Five-Finger Peninsula." Zeno scrutinized him carefully, responding, "I am not fond of your perspective. My intention in opening these shops is to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. If we proceed according to your suggestions, the poor will remain impoverished, and the rich will continue to thrive. Why should I squander my time, only to be ridiculed as a fool? Who would dare to mock you? You are the most beloved prince among the common folk, surpassing even the legendary dragon King Aegon." Sir Peter Baelish remains composed and smiling. Yet the vastness of King's Landing looms large. As you continue to rebuild, the number of your newly opened establishments will inevitably become unwieldy. At that juncture, it would be prudent to allow wealthy merchants from afar to pay for their shops while you supply the goods and set the prices, leaving them to manage the stores independently. This arrangement would yield profit without exposing you to the risks of travel, and I dare say they would be amenable to paying a bit more. You stand to gain significantly, and for the commoners, uniform pricing ensures they are not disadvantaged. Zeno tilted his head, scrutinizing the man before him, pondering his words. They seemed quite reasonable, did they not? "A splendid idea," Aeou replied with a hint of irritation. "However, your suggestion carries a fatal flaw. It must be profitable. Currently, the only lucrative imports come from across the narrow sea. The rest yield only modest returns. The members of the Golden Company mostly hail from impoverished backgrounds. As long as they can find sustenance, warmth, and shelter, they are grateful to the gods. Nobility and the affluent, however, are driven by greater desires. Do you truly believe this lad would propose something without benefit to himself? He is merely testing the waters. Once you acquiesce, he will undoubtedly advance his agenda. You should be well aware of what the nobility seeks." "You are indeed a clever man," Zeno complimented him. "Yet I do not possess the grand ambitions you presume. I am acutely aware that my ability to reconstruct King's Landing is contingent upon my father's tacit approval, and my aspirations are far more modest than you imagine. After completing the work around the river gate, I shall not undertake further renovations for the foreseeable future. While wealth is vital, justice and fairness hold equal importance. Thus, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must also thank you for the reminder to refund the collected dues, along with the accrued interest, to Sir Horace. Otherwise, I may be compelled to employ methods you would find distasteful to ensure compliance. In this window, do make the necessary repairs." Zeno turned to Adrian, saying, "And you, Lord Adrian, I have always held you in high regard. However, do not persist in troubling me unnecessarily. Should you continue to meddle, our relationship will sour." The Chancellor's complexion paled. "No, Your Highness, I have never intended such. I was merely deceived by them. Please forgive me." "I forgive you, my lord, but I implore you not to let it happen again." Zeno then opened the door and strode out. "By the way, Sir Baelish, you are dismissed." Dick stood at the threshold with several companions, awaiting him. Your Highness, I believe we can no longer recruit nobles. None of them are trustworthy. Before he could finish, someone kicked him from the side, prompting him to hastily silence himself and steal a glance at the young prince. Zeno, oblivious to the faux pas, remained lost in thought. As the Golden Company expands, the growing number of members complicates management. Combatants can be organized into squads of 10, as long as the leaders are kept in line. Order can be maintained. However, what about others such as carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, weavers, accountants, agents, officials, and inspectors? This Berserk has exploited the management loopholes to amass a fortune. Is it only Berserk who can identify these management deficiencies? Zeno felt a pang of headache. Once this reconstruction is complete, it is imperative to reorganize the Golden Dragon team. You can begin by getting to know them, suggested Aeou. Zeno sat on the floor of Bachelor Marwyn's study, his complexion pale. The room, which was never particularly tidy, had recently descended into a state of disarray that made it nearly impossible to navigate. A large, low square table was placed beside the writing desk, while scrolls and parchment cluttered the desk, the table, and the floor surrounding it. The silk map Zeno had previously brought was fully unfurled on the left side of the table, held down by an iron ruler. Bachelor Marwyn was engrossed in a hefty, leather-bound tome. Before Zeno lay an unfurled piece of parchment filled with names, alongside which were details of their origins, specialties, and familial circumstances. He realized for the first time that the Golden Dragon team had evolved beyond a mere squad, swelling to a total of 2,346 members. With over 2,000 being combat-ready personnel, not even counting the apprentices. Now he had to familiarize himself with each one of them, a daunting task indeed. Can I enlist someone as help? Must I undertake this alone? Zeno lamented as he turned over another piece of parchment. Brother Caven was meticulous and diligent, his notes dense and detailed, and Zeno felt overwhelmed after only a short while, as if the letters were dancing in the air, leaping off the parchment. They are far more acquainted with you. You are the only one in the entire team who is unfamiliar with them, remarked Long. They know you well, yet you have no understanding of them, which is unacceptable. But even a king cannot grasp the essence of every noble in the realm. There are simply too many of them. How am I to remember them all? Aeou? I know you have an exceptional memory, Zeno said cautiously. Long firmly rejected this notion, dismissing it outright. I know them, but at the very least, you must familiarize yourself with the squad leaders and management personnel. That Berserk has been an official for nearly 3 months, and you still do not recognize him. How can this be my fault? I have so many responsibilities. I must train, study, and remember the family crests of all the nobles, not to mention contend with these court officials. I always thought my father was reliable in this regard, but it seems I was mistaken. Just look at Varys, then at Adrian. Lord Tywin and Lord Jon are far more competent. Long snorted disdainfully. The Lannisters wield enough power in the court as it is. Tywin himself is the prime minister. His son commands the capital's guards, and his daughter is the fiancée of the second heir to the throne. If it weren't for Viserys being utterly inept, do you think you could remain at ease? As for John Clinton, he is utterly devoted to Rhaegar, but he places too much value on honor. In a real conflict, he would not stand a chance against Tywin. Currently, the realm is at peace and prosperity. Where would the war come from? Zeno tumbled headfirst into a heap of parchment, pleading with Aeou, please, just fly away from the rooftop. In Chapter 025, The Silk Map, Part 1, after being rejected by Aeou, Zeno endured over a month of agonizing study. I do not comprehend why, despite being your master and you my dragon, my memory fails me so woefully. He gazed at the impressive collection of new maps crafted by Scholar Marwyn, contrasting it with his own meager progress. Having barely perused 1/3 of the Golden Dragon Squad's personnel records, how is it that you possess an impeccable memory while I am doomed to forget everything? Zeno lamented, his face a mask of despair. Are we not one and the same? Our lives are intertwined, yet in matters of wisdom. The dragon pondered for a moment. Perhaps during our separation, we neglected to pour ample intellect into your mind. Frustrated, Zeno thrust the parchment away. Enough of that. Let us examine the maps. Surely, Scholar Marwyn cannot bear the burden of so many alone. Are you certain you wish to assist him rather than impede his efforts? Aeou retorted disdainfully. Moreover, he has yet to decipher what these maps depict, as he is currently cross-referencing them with a national map. What if these are charts of the Western Realm or the Erie Valley? I shall take a look, Zeno replied, picking up a map and scrutinizing it intently before selecting another. Strange, this resembles a staircase, an ascending spiral staircase. After a fruitless examination, Zeno gathered the entire stack of maps and perused them alongside the dragon. Do you not see? This resembles a staircase, twisting and turning, he pointed out, and adjacent to it lies what appears to be a hall with several exits. If it were a mountain path or a gorge, would it not also appear thus from above? Aeou pressed a claw against one of the maps, which bore a resemblance to King's Landing. It may indeed be King's Landing, Zeno mused, extracting the parchment Aeou was examining. This particular map strikingly mirrored the view of King's Landing from above, featuring 7 gates and several main roads. Yet it lacked the Red Keep, the Great September of Baelor, the names of principal streets, and the location of dragon pits. Nevertheless, it distinctly delineated the Rhaenys Hills from the Visigna Hills with black lines, and a black dot marked the southern portion of Visigna Hills, from which a winding line led to the Aegon Heights, but abruptly ceased midway. Let us investigate this location, Zeno proposed. What lies here? You have already dismantled this area, have you forgotten? The dragon reminded him. Now, much of it has been rebuilt. Can you ascertain which house the dot on this map indicates? Even if there were tunnels, they have long since been filled. We did not demolish the noble estates. Perhaps the mark indicates those houses. If we cannot find it, we may begin our search from the other end. Zeno turned the map upside down, measuring the distance to the Red Keep. That is possible. But what justification do you intend to use to search someone else's residence? Please do not suggest that you wish to sneak in once more. The dragon cast a glance at the little prince. As for the other side, if you were to look, you would discover that it too has been dismantled by you and is currently undergoing reconstruction. This map appears to be quite ancient, perhaps in that era. There existed a road or a tunnel in this area, but now it is likely long destroyed. With your interference, how could it possibly be rediscovered? Zeno, unwilling to concede defeat, suggested, let us explore elsewhere. Perhaps treasure lies hidden in some nook. What on earth occupies your thoughts? If it is treasure you seek, you would do better to procure it directly from the royal treasury, the dragon remarked, shifting to a more comfortable position as it surveyed the array of maps before them. Do not trouble yourself with these maps. Wait for Marwyn to decipher them, and then you may examine them at your leisure. For now, it is time for you to study. Zeno had no desire to study at all. He perused the maps one by one, yet he found himself utterly perplexed. After Marwyn's analysis, the lines on the maps were no longer entangled, but even so, it was challenging to discern their exact locations. Zeno could only seek out familiar places, such as King's Landing. After some time, he finally managed to locate another map. Look, Aeou, this one is also a map of King's Landing. And observe its annotations. This location is the dragon's lair, Zeno exclaimed, filled with anticipation as he turned to the dragon. Let us explore the dragon's lair. The dragon, resigned, tossed him onto its back. Wait, I must first retrieve the map. These are vital treasures. Zeno hurriedly interjected. The dragon's lair loomed atop the Rhaenys Hills, an immense domed stone structure. During the zenith of the Targaryen dynasty, numerous dragons resided here. However, following the outbreak of civil war within the Dragon Lord family, mobs stormed the lair, slaying the great dragons and igniting a fierce blaze. In the aftermath, only charred remnants remained, and the bronze entrance stood firmly locked. Are you truly intent on entering? It is filthy and perilous here, Aeou disapproved, eyeing Zeno skeptically. Moreover, even if there were valuable items, they have surely been removed long ago. Since we are here, we might as well take a look, Zeno replied eagerly. It is vast, you can enter as well. With you by my side, how could I possibly come to harm? This is a rare adventure, a form of training. You only slack off when it comes to martial arts. Yet when it is time for play, you are full of energy, always crafting excuses for yourself. Aeou pressed its forepaw against the imposing door and pushed with force. The bronze door creaked and groaned, reluctantly yielding inward. Indeed, the interior was a desolate ruin, the stone walls charred black by flames, while the ground was strewn with shattered wood and remnants of iron chains. Zeno inadvertently crushed a brittle, fire-scorched plank, causing several long rods leaning against it to clatter to the ground. A century and a half of dust made Zeno cough like a consumptive, prompting him to seek refuge beneath Aeou's wing. Once the swirling dust settled, he cautiously emerged to survey the surroundings. The dragon's lair was vast. Even with sunlight filtering through the cracks in the roof, it remained dim. Aeou glanced at the torches hanging on the walls, noting that a trace of oil still lingered within. With a puff of flame, it ignited the torch. The faint glow of the fire distorted their shadows into peculiar shapes. They slowly ventured inside, flanked by iron chains used to confine dragons, while remnants of shackles and fragments lay scattered on the ground. Scholar Marwyn remarked that the very act of imprisoning dragons had led to their extinction. Since the establishment of the dragon's lair, each generation had dwindled in size. No dragon, save for you, has grown to the size of the Black Death. Zeno observed a severed bone on the ground, for which Maegor I must take responsibility. Aeou dismissed this notion, acknowledging a connection but deeming it less profound than Zeno believed. The dragon eggs ceased to hatch not due to confinement, but rather because their time had elapsed. Had they not been restrained or turned against one another, dragons would have grown weaker before the next magical tide. Yet they would not vanish. If only Aegon I had not wed Queen Alicent of House Hightower, might things have unfolded differently? Did the Citadel truly wish for magic to disappear? Zeno, puzzled, noted that many, including scholar Marwyn, claimed the Citadel disdained magic. I contend that they do not desire the eradication of magic. They merely wish to eliminate that which lies beyond their control. As for House Hightower, I am unfamiliar. But scholars who revel in research have always taken pride in their knowledge. During the height of magic, the Valyrian Peninsula was home to the greatest number of scholars, primarily studying the arcane. Thus, the Citadel would naturally harbor disdain for magic, as it rendered them obsolete. The dragon shielded Zeno with its wings, evading several crumbling stone columns that hung from the ceiling. I detest riddles and circular dialogue. You seem to know everything yet refuse to share. Zeno sulked, gazing at the dust-laden floor. If you expect me to reveal everything, what purpose does your mind serve? It is not particularly appealing either. The dragon retorted. I shall not assist you in cheating any longer. Zeno, fuming, strode forward only to step into a worm-eaten hole in a wooden plank. Aeou swiftly grasped him, her claws tearing the plank to shreds. Below lay a deep pit, filled with charred bones. Zeno was oblivious to the identity of those whose remains were piled here. He could not discern whether they belonged to the guards of King's Landing, the bones of rioting citizens, or the corpses of those who succumbed during a plague. After all, history had witnessed a considerable amount of refuse discarded into abandoned dragon lairs. Zeno crouched to examine the layered charred bones, feeling a pang of sorrow. Alas. I suppose we should bury them. It would not be right to leave them here. How would you propose to bury them? Where would you even begin? Cleaning up this multitude of bones would take at least half a month. Aeou disagreed, suggesting instead to burn them. They have already been burned once, have they not? Do not fret, the dragon replied. I can incinerate them to a pristine state. Aeou pushed aside the upper layer of wooden planks, unleashing a plume of golden dragon fire, which swiftly transformed the charred bones into a mound of white ash. Wait, Zeno interjected. It seems there is a sword here? Emerging from the white ash was a long sword, its body as dark as smoke, adorned with rippling patterns along the blade. The dragon fire had cleansed it of dust and impurities, rendering it as luminous as obsidian. Aeou retrieved the sword from the ashes. With a sigh, Zeno remarked, This is a Valyrian steel sword. The dragon remained unmoved. Haven't you encountered enough weapons forged from Valyrian steel on the Valyrian Peninsula? They are not the same. Those I could never bring out, and even if I could, only I could wield them. This, however, is accessible to anyone. By the gods, those are indeed treasure maps. Zeno exuberantly declared, I have discovered a Valyrian steel sword using a treasure map. Scholar Marwyn was equally elated, as he and Zeno examined each map, discerning their details. During this period, I have been poring over various maps housed in the royal library. Here are several that bear resemblance to the one above, though the distribution of structures differs. These maps should represent different eras of King's Landing. The earliest can be traced back to the time of the Conqueror, and this stack likely depicts the underground waterways of King's Landing, along with various wells. The remaining map is the most intriguing, Your Grace. I surmise it may illustrate the secret passages beneath the Red Keep. Zeno joyfully suggested, Then let us explore the passages next time. Perhaps we might uncover treasures collected by Maegori. Marwyn shook his head. I am merely speculating and require further validation. However, the markings on this map likely point to the dragon's lair rather than to this sword. Your luck is indeed remarkable, Your Grace. Zeno gleefully scrutinized the sword, exclaiming, I concur. Ever since I informed them of my acquisition of a Valyrian steel sword, this very morning, Duke Tywin approached me to inquire if I would sell it, allowing me to set the price. I have yet to decide. What do you believe it is worth? You intend to sell it? Marwyn was taken aback. A Valyrian steel sword is a rare treasure. It is priceless. In truth, he possessed one at the bottom of a chest in his room, and there were more in the ruins of the Valyrian Peninsula, but Zeno could not disclose this. Is it true that it is forged using blood magic? Zeno inquired eagerly of Marwyn. Blood magic involves infusing blood into steel and chanting incantations, does it not? No, blood magic is far more sinister and cruel. It does not require mere blood. It demands life itself, and specifically, human life, Marwyn stated gravely. Since the fall of Valyria's freehold, blood magic has also faded into obscurity. However, according to scant historical records, they would cast infants into the furnace. Zeno gaped, his mouth agape. He glanced at the sword in his hand, sorrowfully stating, Then this truly cannot be recreated. What else would you expect? The dragon replied. Do you hope to forge several more? Is it not possible? Zeno asked, observing Ian, who was obsessively polishing the sword, then cautiously sheathing it, only to draw it out once more to admire it. Cannot other methods be employed in its forging? Only life and soul endure beyond decay. All mundane objects shall perish. The dragon asserted. How wicked, Zeno lamented. Should you not return to examining the records of the Golden Company? The dragon queried. How long do you intend to be idle? I believe it would be more beneficial to observe the individuals directly rather than merely study the records, Zeno replied. Zeno spoke with conviction. Yet the reality of the situation left a more profound impression. Upon his arrival at Prince Street, he was intercepted by a small man who bowed deeply, exclaiming, Your Highness, it is a pleasure to see you. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Zeno scrutinized him, recognizing Sir Peter Berwick. I thought you had returned home, he remarked. With a bitter tone, Peter replied, After you departed that day, Lord Adrian chastised me severely and expelled me. The Golden Dragon Squad has no place for me now. My territory is the smallest isle on the Five Fingers Peninsula, devoid of anything but soil and stones. If I do not find work soon, I fear I shall starve. Zeno, skeptical, retorted, Do not feign misery. If you ventured into commerce, you would assuredly thrive as a businessman. At the very least, you could continue as an accountant. I have heard commendable things about your work, or else they would not have appointed you as the manager of the shop's affairs. Sir Peter, sincere yet sorrowful, responded, Your Highness, I surrendered all my possessions as compensation for the Golden Dragon Squad's tarnished reputation to Lord Hall. By the gods, I am now destitute. I possess a knack for accounting, yet no merchant would hire a stranger as their accountant, save for the Golden Dragon Squad. You bid me return home, yet my family has long since passed. I truly have nowhere to go. Zeno regarded him. The last time they met, Sir Peter was well-dressed and spirited. In just over a month, he had transformed into a picture of despondency, filthy and disheveled, his collar stained, a trace of blood lingering by his ear, his trousers torn, and his bare feet marred with wounds and mud. What has become of your shoes, sir? Zeno inquired. Did you also surrender them as compensation? My shoes were crafted by the cobbler of the Golden Dragon Squad. He deemed me unworthy of wearing his creations and took them back, Peter lamented, bowing deeply once more. He implored, Your Highness, please take me in. I can serve as your officer. I promise to follow your every command without overstepping. You betrayed the Golden Dragon Squad. And you wish to be my officer? Zeno exclaimed incredulously. Do you think me a fool? Peter, maintaining his bowed posture, raised his eyes and said, You are like a saint, Your Highness. Everyone regards you as a celestial being sent to save the world. You are kind to all, never judging their origins, and willing to forgive their past misdeeds. I beseech you for another chance. Should I disappoint you again, you may feed me to a dragon or cast me into the depths of the Blackwater River, whatever you deem fit. Zeno blinked, uncertain whether Sir Peter was paying him a compliment or mocking him. You appear rather unappetizing, too thin. The fish in the Blackwater River would not find you sufficient sustenance. Zeno retrieved a gold dragon from his pocket and handed it to Peter. I do not wish for your demise on the streets. That would be excessively cruel. This sum should suffice for your return home. Even if your family is no longer there, you must have subjects. You can live amongst them. Peter did not reach for the money. My subjects? They amount to merely a handful of households. I shall not return to trouble them. Your Highness, I understand that trust is elusive at this moment. Yet if you grant me another chance, you shall discover that I too can be dependable. Assign me any task, and should I succeed, your trust in me can be restored. Zeno nodded. Acknowledging the truth of the situation, you are aware that regaining trust is beyond your reach. You have betrayed me once. Shall I afford you the opportunity to betray me anew? Patel offered a strained smile. Your Highness, you can forgive their past thievery, yet refuse to pardon my exploitation of your oversight? Allow me to state this plainly. Sir Berwick, the members of the Golden Dragon Squad have treated you well, and I believe I owe you nothing, yet you look down upon us. Zeno scrutinized the small man's visage. You paint yourself as a pitiable figure, pleading for my leniency. Yet your actions contradict this portrayal. You are astute and capable. Perhaps you would fulfill the role of prince better than I. But I am the prince, am I not? You misconstrue my intentions. Patel hastily interjected. My words on that day were excessively harsh, aimed at a cunning merchant and his lord. I had no choice, or they would not have taken me seriously. Then I cannot place my faith in you, Zeno retorted. Lord Hall serves me because I can bestow him with dignity and honor. Brother Calvin works for me for the same reason. He desires to ensure that all may eat their fill. The common folk follow me because I have fed them. Tell me, Patel, what drives you? I cannot offer you wealth or status. Your association with me brings you no advantage. Patel remained silent for an extended period. You are the crown prince. Should you wish, you can grant anyone status. Your Highness, I shall speak plainly. I aspire to be a great nobleman, to attain the standing necessary to wed the woman I love. She is the daughter of Duke Tully, and we share a mutual affection. Yet, Duke Tully deems my status too low to match his daughter, casting me aside and promising her to another. Thus, I cannot be content merely as an accountant or an official. His words seemed to resonate with truth. Zeno had heard that Duke Tywin initially intended for his eldest son to wed the Lady of Riverrun, but soon abandoned the idea due to her having conceived out of wedlock. In that case, I have a task for you. Are you acquainted with the Master of Whisperers, Lord Varys? The plump, bald eunuch? Certainly, Patel replied with a slight smile. I have met him on several occasions. Excellent. I shall introduce you as his accountant. And in return, you will assist me by keeping a watchful eye on him, reporting all his activities to me. Zeno felt he had devised an astute plan. He had been too preoccupied to attend to Varys, and now placing Patel beside him would allow a clever mind to manage another clever mind. Zeno considered that he too could be quite shrewd. Patel hesitated. However, I have heard that Lord Varys does not employ adults. He prefers the company of younger children. Such peculiar taste he possesses. Where did you hear about this? Zeno exhibited a flicker of interest in Peter's source of information, though it was of little consequence. Regardless, he would have to accept what I offered him. Zeno silently summoned the dragon. Aeou, where's Varys? After a brief interval, the dragon responded, at the Red Keep. Ignoring the hesitant Peter and the disapproving Sir Stan, Zeno produced a gold dragon and handed it to Peter. First, you must change into some fine attire and acquire a new pair of shoes. Dress well, for our Lord Varys is always impeccably attired. Then I shall escort you back to the Red Keep. On their way back, Sir Stan could not restrain himself from advising Zeno, Your Highness, you ought not to allow a rogue and a eunuch to conspire together. They are both untrustworthy. They may collude to deceive you. Thank you for your counsel. I am aware of this person's dubious nature, and I do not intend to place my trust in him. However, I shall grant him another opportunity, Zeno replied. Should he deceive me again, as he suggested, I shall consign him to the depths of the Blackwater. Peter's movements were as swift as a gust of wind. No sooner had Zeno and Stan returned to the Red Keep than a guard announced the arrival of Sir Peter Baelish. Upon encountering the freshly attired Peter, whose hair was neatly styled, Zeno nodded in satisfaction. Lord Varys will surely be pleased with you. Zeno led Peter to meet Varys, advising him. Varys has many subordinates, whom he refers to as little birds. Your task is to ascertain the identities of these little birds and those who collaborate with him. Report to me everything you uncover. If you perform well, I shall forgive you and appoint you as my steward. With Aeou's assistance, Zeno successfully intercepted Varys in the corridors of Maegor's Holdfast. Lord Varys, it has been far too long, Zeno exclaimed joyfully, waving to the eunuch. It brings me great joy to see you safe and sound. Varys wore a pained expression. Lowering his gaze and speaking softly, Your Grace, Varys is at your service. Zeno waved his hand dismissively, feeling invigorated. Dear Lord Varys, do not be so formal. The map you provided me has proven quite useful. I realized I had yet to express my gratitude, and that simply will not do. Maester Melwyn taught me that one must understand the importance of gratitude. So you see, I have brought you an excellent accountant. Henceforth, you may entrust him with your financial records, as your numerous subordinates will undoubtedly require substantial funds. Allow me to introduce. This is Sir Peter Baelish, Lord of the Fingers. He is a remarkable accountant. Peter politely bowed to Varys. My friends call me Littlefinger. It is an honor to meet you. Varys smiled at Peter. Good sir. I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance. Ah, what a truly moving first encounter. Zeno cheerfully clapped his hands. I am confident that you two will get along splendidly. With an exaggeratedly graceful gesture, Varys bowed to Prince Zeno, expressing gratitude for his kindness, yet lamentably declining the offer, stating that the Master of Whisperers has no need for an accountant. Zeno smirked slightly, suggesting that Varys could appoint Sir Beric as his steward, assuring him of the latter's exceptional capabilities. Varys politely refused, asserting that a eunuch has no need for a steward. Zeno widened his eyes in disbelief, while Varys averted his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor. Let me put it this way, my Lord Varys, Zeno declared, Sir Beric requires a well-paying position, and yours would be quite fitting for him. If you do not provide him with a job, I shall have no choice but to inform my father that you are a traitor. Varys's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded the smug young prince before him, exclaiming that such accusations were slanderous and that King Rhaegar would not believe them. Indeed, Zeno replied, a smile gracing his lips. But do you genuinely believe he would not take my word over yours? Varys remained steadfast, asserting that Sir Stan would vouch for his innocence. Zeno glanced back at the White Knight, who wore an innocent expression, confirming the complications that arise from having a White Knight at one's side. Nevertheless, Zeno was resolute in his intent to secure a position for Peter Baelish with Varys. Very well, I concede that I may not have considered all angles. Here's the deal. Accept Sir Beric, and we shall remain good friends. Otherwise, I shall unleash a dragon to consume you. What do you think of this proposal? Varys lowered his gaze to Zeno, who looked back at him with wide eyes. After a moment, the eunuch resignedly raised his hands, conceding that even if the prince were to have him devoured by a dragon, no one would dare come to the defense of poor Varys. Sir Beric, may our collaboration be fruitful. Sir Peter Baelish grinned, expressing his willingness to serve Lord Varys. Zeno, surveying the Hook Street, was pleased to observe that the area was beginning to take shape, with many residents having already moved into their new homes. A large crowd gathered outside a nearly completed tavern, while Zeno clung to Sir Balliston's back, noticing several burly men arguing animatedly at the tavern's entrance. Sir James Lannister, the captain of the city guard, stood among them, wearing a look of profound distraction. Zeno sighed, feeling sympathy for him, and stealthily slipped away. As Zeno and Sir Ballistan rode along the muddy path now renamed Harbor Road, Zeno suddenly felt an urge to explore the locations indicated on the map. Sir Ballistan, let us investigate what lies on the other side of Hook Street, Zeno suggested, recalling the markings on the map. Do you know which noble lord has purchased property there? This area is near the port and rather chaotic. It is uncommon for nobles to acquire homes here, as they prefer residing in the Rhaenys Hills, Sir Ballistan replied, shaking his head. At the very least, they could settle near the Grand Cathedral of St. Baylor in the Vicenia Hills, rather than here. Zeno felt a twinge of disappointment. Was it truly as Aeou suggested that the noble residence had long since been demolished? Your Highness, what kind of place are you seeking? I can inquire further. The White Knight stated solemnly, just slightly north of the alley between the Hook and the Red Fortress. Could you please ask the residents there if there are any remarkable houses or special sights? Zeno replied, do not fret for my safety. The dragon watches over us from above. Sir Ballistan soon returned. That area was merely a makeshift shelter erected by beggars, which has now been dismantled, leaving only a well. Zeno stood beside the well, which was quite large, emanating a chilling aura from below. Is there any legend associated with this well? Perhaps tales of treasures that have fallen into it? He inquired. Legends? No, none at all. The old craftsman guiding them scratched his head. Your Highness, please do not venture too close. This well is both deep and perilous. In the past, a child fell in, and by the time they retrieved him, he had already lost his breath. Zeno surveyed the surroundings once more. Just as Aeou and Sir Ballistan had mentioned, whatever had once existed there was now gone. The holes in the ground had been filled, and neatly cut planks and stones were stacked high beside the well. A group of craftsmen busily toiled, and a 3-story structure was already half constructed, with several children peering curiously from a distance. It seems I shall have to explore the tunnels beneath the Red Fortress, Zeno mused. The dragon squatted in the garden, bending the flowers and shrubs askew, peering through the translucent lattice window with one eye. Must you truly go? Could you not delegate this task to another? The passageway is too narrow for me. If you were to lose your way down there, it would be quite troublesome. Zeno assisted Scholar Marwyn in organizing the map, tucking it into his backpack along with provisions. Worry not. Scholar Marwyn and Sir Ballistan shall accompany me, and I have informed my mother. If I do not return within the allotted time, she will come searching for me. The dragon, irate, clawed at the ground, creating a long fissure. Elia is far too indulgent with you, allowing you to act recklessly. I cannot fathom it. And what of Rhaegar? Does he not oppose this? He has said nothing, Zeno replied. Since the incident with Viserys, he has been perpetually silent. Perhaps he has given up on me. Zeno slung the small backpack over his shoulders, mentioning that the map had been procured from Varys, yet Rhaegar displayed no notable reaction. Chapter 027, The Silk Map, Part 3. I believe he simply thinks you need to stumble before you truly grasp the pain, the dragon remarked, fixing a gaze through the window with one eye. How many are aware of your intention to enter the passageway? Oh, Scholar Marwyn, my parents. And the Kingsguard are likely all aware, Zeno counted carefully. I have not disclosed it to anyone else. My father instructed me to keep it as secret as possible and sent Sir Yura to assist me. A wise decision, otherwise, Maegor's efforts would be in vain. Did you not inform your squire? The dragon inquired. No, Ian is currently preoccupied with practicing his left-handed swordsmanship, and he is progressing remarkably well. So I shall refrain from disturbing him. He is determined to become a member of the Kingsguard. Zeno attempted to lift the glass candle, but found it significantly heavier than it appeared, and thus abandoned the effort. One thing I am certain of is that my father does not possess this map. It is quite peculiar. From where did Varys acquire the map of the Red Keep's secret passages? It grows increasingly unbelievable. You must exercise caution, since he possesses the map. His knowledge of the passages undoubtedly surpasses yours. Dragon gazed anxiously at Zeno. If he intends to plot something through the passages, he would not be pleased to discover your familiarity with them. He is not like Ares. Would he dare to kill me? Even if he would. Should we be ambushed in the passages, it would certainly implicate him. He would first need to defeat 2 Kingsguard and Maester Marwyn before he could contend with me. How many men do you think he can bring inside? Moreover, should anything happen to me down there, my father would swiftly eliminate him and his little birds. I believe he is well aware of this fact. Zeno sheathed his long sword and requested Ser Balistan to assist in lifting the glass candle. Dragon remained motionless, watching them from the window. Zeno reassured Dragon, "Do not worry. I have also brought my Valyrian steel sword." With Ser Balistan wielding a Valyrian steel sword, Varys stands no chance. The silk map did not provide detailed markings of the passage entrances, but fortunately, they were already aware of one. The abandoned garden had evidently been tidied, as the rampant vines had been cleared away and the fallen stone table and benches had been righted. A few soldiers were stationed by the well at the entrance. After Ser Balistan instructed the soldiers to guard the entrance, Zeno and the others descended the well in succession. Ser Jon Darry led the way, holding the glass candle to illuminate their path, while Maester Marwyn walked in the middle, carrying a backpack filled with maps and miscellaneous items. Holding a map to guide them, Ser Balistan brought up the rear, remaining vigilant, with a small prince draped over his shoulder. In the pitch-black tunnel, the glass candle proved exceedingly useful. It shone brightly without any smoke, though its flame was cold, which was acceptable during the summer. As they had on their initial entry, Zeno felt the wind. Upon passing through the door and reaching a fork in the path, Maester Marwyn made a mark on the wall. "Maester Marwyn, if we follow the wind, we may find ourselves at the banks of the Blackwater. I exited that way during my previous visit." Zeno observed the scholar and the Kingsguard meticulously studying the map and suggested, "We can proceed along this route." Maester Marwyn scrutinized the map in his hands. "You were lost at that time. Having lingered too long in the darkness can easily lead to illusions. Let us adhere to the map. I have located the route." They followed the right passage onward, and Zeno noticed several doors along the way, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What about those doors? Shall we not take a look inside?" "No, let us first follow the route indicated on this map." Bachelor Marwyn marked the path as they proceeded. They arrived at a fork in the road. 2 paths opened while one was secured by an iron gate and chain. The map pointed towards the closed route. Marwyn, with a headache, approached and tugged at the chain, discovering a robust iron lock. "Alas, I can pick locks, but I have no tools with me." Zeno promptly suggested, "I possess a Valyrian steel sword. We might test its legendary capacity to cut through iron." The idea found favor among the group. Ser Balistan then set Zeno down, drew his longsword, its dark blade gleaming under the light of the glass candle. He struck 3 times, and on the 3rd attempt, the chain, thick as a thumb, clattered to the ground. Sir John cautiously pushed open the iron door, revealing a narrow path fit for a single person. "Do you think Varys might be here as well? It feels akin to a game of hide and seek. This place resembles the narrow alleys of King's Landing that I have not renovated." Then, at a bend, they would suddenly find themselves before him, undoubtedly surprising him. Zeno, perched on Ser Balistan's back, eagerly remarked, "What do you think?" "Well, we might be the ones who are startled," Marwyn replied. "The door is locked again, Ser Balistan. I require your assistance." "Strange indeed, all the doors are locked. Does Varys possess all the keys?" Zeno gazed at the now open iron door, questioning. "I truly need to find an opportunity to inquire how he acquired this map and the keys. Perhaps he is adept at lockpicking." Varys hails from Myr, a place renowned not only for exquisite craftsmanship, but also for its thieves and assassins. Sir John stated gravely, "This man is too familiar with the secrets of the Red Keep and King's Landing. He is exceedingly dangerous." "Then why does the king keep him?" Zeno tilted his head towards Sir John, noticing his troubled expression, and quickly added, "I am aware of your vows. I merely ask out of curiosity, no need to respond." They traversed the rugged stone path for quite some time, passing a winding staircase and a small door through which only Zeno could enter while the others would have to crawl. After descending a lengthy staircase, Zeno sensed an ominous presence drawing nearer. The white flame of the glass candle grew ever brighter in the encroaching darkness as they ascended 3 steps. To their left was a passage, and as Sir John turned into it, he suddenly halted, seemingly frozen in place. Bachelor Marwyn peered inside, exclaiming in astonishment, "Good heavens!" Zeno caught sight of a half-human skeleton, suspended by chains, appearing to be inverted. Before Zeno could scrutinize the room further, Sir Balistan had already stepped back, firmly placing a hand on Zeno's inquisitive head. You should not look at such things, the White Knight admonished Zeno solemnly. Ser John also solemnly concurred with him, stepping forward and swiftly returning, for there lay yet another door ahead. I shall take a look. Do not stray from this spot. Maester Marwyn, do you possess any spare candles? None, but I have a torch. The maester procured a small torch from his satchel, igniting it before handing it to Ser John. Once Ser John departed, Maester Marwyn meticulously marked the map, for this was likely the 4th level of the dungeons beneath the black cells. How enlightening. Isn't it merely a dungeon? I wish to see it. Zeno strained to extend his neck, but alas, he was too far away, with Ser Balistan's considerable strength holding him back. I advise against it. There is naught but torture devices and skeletal remains within. Maester Marwyn rolled up the map and tucked it into his pack, retrieving another map instead. We may traverse another route to see if there are intriguing sights. Upon Ser John's return, he informed them that beyond the door lay a staircase, with a hidden door at the corner leading directly to the black cells. Upon our return, we must report this matter to His Majesty. What a revelation. As they retraced their steps, Zeno mused, a tunnel lies beneath the dungeon. Is that not a convenience for those wishing to escape? What was Maegor the first thinking? He could have simply locked the door, after all. Not everyone possesses a Valyrian steel sword. Let us proceed this way. Maester Marwyn fiddled with the map, while Ser John extinguished the torch. Holding a glass candle to illuminate their path, they meandered through corridors, ascended and descended stairs, and after severing an iron lock gate, they arrived at a circular chamber. This room contained 5 locked doors, and a series of long iron rings adorned the walls, extending into the pitch-black ceiling. The floor was laid with red and black stone tiles, forming the emblem of a 3-headed dragon. Ser Balistan methodically sliced through the chains securing the doors and ignited the fire pit in the corner. Ser John climbed above the iron rings for a closer inspection, while Maester Marwyn crouched on the ground, organizing his maps. Zeno circled the room, only to be met with disappointment at its emptiness, his gaze fixating on the flickering flame of the glass candle. A golden palace shimmered within the gray mist, as a group of girls clad in flowing veils and adorned with bells danced gracefully. A mercenary-clad man wielded a sword, blood splattering as he struck. A great fish leapt from the water, while a maid rummaged through Maester Marwyn's study. Zeno was momentarily entranced before the vision dissipated. He quickly focused intently on the candle's flame once more. The golden palace continued to glow, a multitude of birds soaring past the eaves adorned with bells. A boy picked up an apple that had fallen to the ground, while a maid rummaged through Maester Marwyn's shelves. This time, Zeno observed her more clearly. She appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old, with dark hair, brown eyes, a delicate appearance, and a slender frame. Maester, I have seen an unfamiliar maid rummaging through your shelves in the candlelight, Zeno informed Maester Marwyn. What should we do? Shall we return? No need, Maester Marwyn replied, lifting his gaze to the flickering flame and gazing at it for a moment. I have the silk map with me. You are truly considerate. Zeno felt a surge of delight at the thought of Varys returning empty-handed. For reasons unknown, he harbored a particular disdain for the seemingly insincere rotund eunuch. Could it be that she was Varys's little bird? It was a possibility, though she might merely be a maidservant with thieving intentions. Scholar Marwyn retrieved the silk map from his satchel and handed it to Zeno, suggesting that it should be presented directly to the sovereign, as he had no further need for it. As Zeno gazed upon the silk map, the crimson threads shimmered under the glow of the flames, prompting him to ponder aloud. Scholar, do you believe this map was crafted by Varys? Marwyn shook his head, responding, I believe this silk map cannot be of recent origin. It is woven with gold thread, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary artisans. Such exquisite silk can only be produced by the skilled craftsmen of the Golden Empire, renowned for creating textiles that are both aesthetically pleasing and durable enough for long-term preservation. However, a century ago, their gold threads were twill, while this map's gold threads are plain weave. So this map may very well date back to the era of Maegor. Remarkable, Zeno lamented. Perhaps I should have followed Varys for a few more days. He possesses a wealth of intriguing items. Sir Balistan cast a reproachful glance at Scholar Marwyn, who was left in a state of bemusement. Your Highness, he suggested, let us examine the map together and identify those pertaining to this chamber first. After a brief period of perusing the maps, Zeno discovered one that appeared to depict their current location. Look, this circle has 5 exits. Yet it offers only one path forward, with no return route. Scholar, you have only illustrated half of it. Marwyn chuckled. That was my intention. This way, even if others see it, they cannot discern what it represents. The iron ring clanked once more as Ser John returned. his expression graver than when he had first viewed the dungeons on the 4th level. "Above us lies the Prime Minister's tower," he disclosed. If the fabled dungeon is indeed the Prime Minister's tower, then this path cannot possibly lead directly to the King's chamber, can it? Zeno pondered with unease. As his exploration of the secret passage had initially aimed at uncovering treasures from the time of Maegori, yet now it seemed to veer towards the King's quarters. "Quite possibly," Marwyn replied. "Historical records indicate that Maegori was exceedingly paranoid, and it would be reasonable for him to have an entrance to a secret passage within his own chamber." Suddenly, Marwyn halted, as they stood before a narrow and twisted staircase. "It appears we must ascend." One by one, they climbed the staircase. Sir Balistan was more than willing to continue bearing Zeno, but the stairs were steep and confined, with each step growing increasingly narrow. The 2 Kingsguard, tall and broad, could only manage to occupy half a step at a time. The stout Marwyn faced even greater difficulty, having to angle his body sideways, using the wall for support as he ascended, relinquishing his pack to Sir Balistan. Zeno, preferring not to jostle with the backpack, decided it best to walk independently. "This must indeed be a passage designed for children," he mused. Zeno moved with ease, observing the 3 adult men ahead, who treaded cautiously. He contemplated surpassing them, yet understood that they would undoubtedly object. The trio comprised a child, a slender man, and a dwarf. Sir Balistan remarked that they were ill-suited for tall individuals. The spymaster of Queen Maegor was a witch hailing from Pentos. Sir John concurred, stating that the iron ring leading directly to the Prime Minister's tower was similarly more accommodating for those of slight stature. Upon reaching midway, several diminutive passages appeared, through which someone of his build could only crawl on hands and knees. "Wait," Bachelor Marwyn suddenly halted. "This should be the spot. There ought to be a door here." Yet before them stood only a wall and a rough stone path spiraling upwards. Chapter 028. The Silk Map, Part 4. They knocked and prodded the wall, exploring its surfaces. At last, they discovered a small iron hook nestled between the stones. Marwyn pulled it downwards, and a rumbling echoed from within the rock as a stone slab slid aside, revealing a pitch-black passage barely half a man's height. "I'm the only one who can fit in there," Zeno remarked. "Shall I venture in first?" "Absolutely not," Sir Balistan decisively rejected. "We shall enter first. This could be an exit, or perhaps it is not." Bachelor Marwyn interjected. "The map's path ends abruptly, indicating there should also be a door here." Sir Balistan crouched down to observe for a moment. "Then let us 2 proceed to investigate. The passage is too narrow to accommodate glass candles and backpacks. We require someone to remain here to guard our belongings. Your Grace, perhaps you would prefer to stay with Sir John while we explore?" "I also wish to enter," Zeno immediately protested. "I can slip in without any difficulty, and I can exit just as easily." Sir Balistan grasped his Valyrian steel sword and, with great effort, crawled in first. Next was Bachelor Marwyn, one hand clutching the map and the other holding a small torch. Finally, Zeno followed, finding it the simplest task to walk directly inside. Sir John stood guard over their packages outside, awaiting their return. Initially, it was quite arduous. The passage was exceedingly narrow. Sir Balistan's broad shoulders, clad in full armor, scraped against the walls, producing an unsettling sound akin to cracking ceramics. Once they emerged, his armor would require repairs. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, the light from the glass candle at the entrance had completely vanished, leaving only the faint glow of their torch. At that moment, they heard faint sounds emanating from the other side of the wall. The closer they advanced, the clearer the voices became. "He is a hypocritical knight, a mad dog that bites indiscriminately." An angry voice, somewhat familiar, exclaimed, "Lord Tywin, you know the truth. Mind your words." The Prime Minister responded in his customary calm and courteous tone. "Where is the evidence? Are you implying that the villagers are lying?" retorted the voice of Count John Clinton. "Does your dog stamp the body after it has killed?" They caught sight of him and recognized him instantly. The Duke of Tywin spoke calmly, asserting that the witnesses were merely villagers who did not even recognize their own lord. They were likely to misidentify the culprit, as tall individuals were commonplace. Lord John's voice was as cold as ice shards. If even those who witnessed his heinous act could not accuse him, then he could not fathom how to prove that he was indeed the murderer. "My Lord Tywin," he continued, "surely a mind as astute as yours must possess alternative means." At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice interjected cautiously, proposing a trial by combat, a reasonable suggestion. Zeno recognized this voice as belonging to Chancellor Pycelle. He realized they were within the walls of the meeting hall, eavesdropping on the royal assembly. Scholar Marwyn turned, whispering to Zeno, urging him to retreat. Zeno nodded and turned in the relatively spacious corridor, heading back to the entrance. After a lengthy wait, Scholar Marwyn finally emerged from the passage, struggling and in evident discomfort. His torch extinguished, leaving only a few flickering embers. Following him was Sir Balistan, his armor battered and scarred. They stood silently facing one another in the corridor. What transpired within? What happened to you? Sir John inquired, his confusion evident as he glanced between Sir Balistan and Scholar Marwyn. I believe we inadvertently overheard some idle chatter regarding a certain individual under the Duke of Tywin, Zeno reassured the slightly anxious Sir John. They are currently convening a royal assembly above us. We might consider taking this route instead. Scholar Marwyn selected a map from a stack, indicating a path that should lead to the exit. We've lingered in the secret passage long enough. It's time to depart. Sir Balistan wiped the sweat from his brow, preparing to don his helmet once more. Zeno halted him, rummaging through his small backpack to produce a pack of roasted sausages, a few meat pies, and a flask of fresh water. I've brought some provisions. Let us partake a little before we emerge, for we shall surely miss lunch. The arduous ascent through the passage, culminating beneath the royal assembly table, had left Zeno devoid of hope for the journey ahead. This secret passage seemed better suited for thieves, assassins, and eunuchs. The thought of them whispering in what they presumed to be a concealed room while someone lurked behind the walls eavesdropping sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, his conversations with Aeou were conducted through their minds, devoid of vocalization. Otherwise, no secret would remain intact. Zeno contemplated the necessity of sealing this passage to prevent any little birds from flitting about. He had begun to unravel the nature of Varys's intelligence operations. No wonder Peter Baelish expressed an affinity for children. It appeared that this Lord Baelish was quite adept at the craft of espionage. Perhaps their earlier misfortunes had exhausted their bad luck. Afterward, they encountered no particularly narrow passages on their journey. They traversed an expansive, dimly lit hall, opening rusted iron doors, descending further stairs and slopes, without encountering a single soul. Only a mouse, startled by their presence, squeaked and scurried away in fright. As they passed through a cellar with a pointed roof and pushed open no fewer than 3 concealed doors, the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid, as though they had entered a cold storage. The pale flame of the glass candle provided no warmth. Zeno felt the biting cold of Sir Balistan's armor beneath his palm, while Bachelor Malwyn paused to rub his hands together. After observing the wall for a considerable time, he opened another hidden door. The space within was scarcely larger than Zeno's bedroom, filled with iron shelves neatly lined with jars of red clay, and beneath them, metal boxes were stacked high. Sir John opened one of the metal boxes, revealing it to be filled with ice. He picked up a chunk and crushed it. Ice from the cellar? Malwyn inquired, lifting a jar and breaking the wax seal on top. Inside was a murky green liquid. Wildfire. Sir Balistan exclaimed in horror. Scholar, please put it down at once. Wildfire is exceedingly dangerous and prone to explosion. Fear not, Malwyn reassured. The jars are all sealed with wax, and the flame of the glass candle differs from ordinary fire. It does not produce heat. The warmth would ignite the wildfire, hence the abundance of ice stored here. Carefully, Malwyn set the jar down and resealed it, retrieving a quill to make notes on the map. Despite Malwyn's assurances, Sir John instinctively moved away from the wildfire jars with the glass candle, while Sir Balistan had already retreated to the door with the young prince. Zeno could not help but gaze at the rows of jars, which resembled red grapefruits and appeared quite appetizing. The presence of such a substantial amount of wildfire beneath the Red Keep was an exceedingly perilous matter that necessitated urgent destruction or relocation. We must hasten our return, Sir Balistan insisted. After marking the wall, Malwyn closed the hidden door. If we continue forward, we should find our way out. He was correct. They walked along what seemed to be an unfinished rough stone path for about a mile, resisting the urge to open the hidden doors along the way. After turning several corners, they finally beheld sunlight streaming through a low, narrow window. They now stood in a small room, devoid of doors or additional windows, save for this one, which was only large enough for a child to escape through. It was said that King Maegor I was a tall and valiant warrior. As the book suggested, people tend to desire that which they lack. So was his dream perhaps to be a dwarf? Zeno grumbled in frustration, otherwise. Why would he insist on such small doors and windows? Your Highness, you should go first, and we will seek another route, Sir Balistan suggested. Zeno waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such trouble. I will have Aeou enlarge the window. The dragon deftly transformed the narrow window into a spacious floor-to-ceiling opening. At long last, they emerged from the secret passage. Sir John hastily proceeded to inform the king about the circumstances within, particularly concerning the wildfire. Sir Balistan went to summon soldiers to secure the area. Before their arrival, Bachelor Marwyn eagerly prostrated himself upon the ground, fervently inscribing his refined map of the passage. Zeno stood alongside the dragon in silent companionship. This exit was in close proximity to the weirwood forest, where elms, oaks, and black poplars swayed gently in the breeze under the radiant sun, creating a scene of brilliant clarity. They had finally emerged. Zeno stretched languidly in the sunlight and began to regale the dragon with complaints. Aeou, you cannot fathom the trials we have endured. We ventured into the legendary fourth dungeon, crawled within the walls of the council chamber, eavesdropped on a royal meeting, and even discovered a room filled with wildfire jars. Henceforth, we need not traverse the courtyard to reach the Prime Minister's tower. We can access it underground, though it requires climbing iron rings. But isn't that quite amusing? However, there are no treasures, the dragon remarked, lowering itself beside Zeno. I told you there would be no riches in the passage. Your previous encounter was merely a stroke of luck. Who says there are no treasures? We found a room brimming with wildfire jars that could obliterate the Red Keep. I even uncovered some intriguing anecdotes about the royal advisors, Zeno retorted, indignant. It seems that Lord John and Lord Tywin are at odds. A little inquiry would reveal that their discord is not a recent affair. They simply do not exhibit it outwardly. The dragon dismissed this information with a scoff. Wildfire is abundant beneath the Alchemist's Guild. Surely my dragon fire is far more potent? Of course, your dragon fire is superior. Let us dine first, Zeno replied, glancing down at Bachelor Marwyn. Do you require my assistance? No need. I have already organized it, Marwyn cheerfully replied, tucking the marked map back into his satchel. I have annotated the paths we traversed on this journey. I am confident our next venture will be more successful. Really? Will it truly be successful? Zeno pondered. He remained intrigued by the prospect of future explorations, yet he harbored no expectations for success. As long as we do not inadvertently intrude upon anyone's bath next time, I will be grateful to the gods. Nearly 3 months had passed since that subterranean adventure. Sir Balistan informed Zeno that the passage held an even greater stockpile of wildfire jars than they had previously encountered. Consequently, they could not descend again until these hazardous items were duly managed. The dragon soared downward, carrying Zeno amidst the clouds. They are merely concocting excuses to prevent your descent, Aeou remarked, evidently pleased with the outcome. Rhaegar has already assigned personnel to clear the passage. They intend to seal off some unnecessary routes. Until this task is completed, you cannot descend again. In the past, Zeno would have protested vehemently at such a deprivation of adventure, but now he opted to feign death upon the dragon's back. His timidity stemmed from an incident that had transpired a fortnight ago. King Rhaegar has proclaimed a grand feast to celebrate the bountiful harvest of early summer, to be held at the Red Keep, followed by a magnificent tournament. In anticipation of the festivities, a plethora of guests have recently arrived at the Red Keep. As the Crown Prince and the Prince of Dragonstone, Zeno is obliged to accompany the king and queen in greeting them, enduring their incessant flattery. Over these few days, Zeno has felt his facial muscles stiffen from the strain of forced smiles. He harbors a deep admiration for Rhaegar, whose melancholic smile seems to adorn the king's visage. And he also respects Lord Tywin, whose demeanor is entirely devoid of mirth, appearing more suited for a funeral than a joyous harvest celebration. Prince Doran of Dorne was the first to arrive, followed closely by Duke Mace of Highgarden. Each brought along a considerable entourage, their wives, children, distant relatives. Numerous lords and ladies, knights, attendants, messengers, cooks, blacksmiths, and jesters. Duke Mace even brought an entire troupe of performers, as though the Red Keep were devoid of entertainment. Since their arrival, Zeno has endured no respite. The ladies, resplendent in their finery, surrounded Queen Elia and him, creating an overwhelming cacophony of chatter and laughter. Zeno felt as if he were besieged by 1,000 Varys, nearly suffocating from their cloying fragrances. These matters, however, were relatively trivial compared to the more pressing issue of familial ties. Most of the guests are related, and the Targaryens and Martells are sworn enemies. During Zeno's naming ceremony, a tournament had resulted in Prince Oberyn and Duke Mace exchanging injuries as a greeting, leaving them both incapacitated and unable to attend the celebratory feast. This time, upon their first encounter, Oberyn and Mace engaged in a war of words, with Doran seemingly holding the upper hand in this verbal sparring, according to ENS whispers. Zeno suspected they had planned to showcase their prowess in the tournament once more. Merely discerning the names and domains of these nobles had nearly cost Zeno half his life, while unraveling their familial connections demanded the other half. Yet, the lords and their ladies exhibited an insatiable curiosity toward the crown prince, eager to seize the opportunity for conversation with him. Fortunately, Dragoness Mercy intervened once again, aiding him in avoiding embarrassment. Thus, Zeno reminded himself to avoid inciting Aemon's ire during this period. As the brief respite concluded, Dragon placed Zeno in the garden, where Ser Balistan awaited him. The evening banquet was set to take place in the Queen Mother's ballroom. Upon slipping through the back entrance, Zeno discovered that the festivities had already commenced. Musicians played a lively tune, while the jesters brought by Duke Mace performed tricks in the hall, and a jester on stilts meandered among the guests, eliciting peals of laughter and joy. Duke Mace and Prince Dowling occupied opposite ends of the banquet table, one seated beside the Prime Minister, the other next to the Queen. A vacant seat remained beside Queen Elia, and Zeno discreetly slipped into it, a task not particularly challenging for a child of his stature. Queen Elia smiled, gently ruffling Zeno's hair. "Did you play with the dragon?" she inquired. "We just flew around in the sky," Zeno replied softly. "I haven't had much time to go out lately. If you wish to fly, you may do so whenever you please, without concern for others." Oberon was savoring a glass of golden wine, a fine vintage from Qingting Island. A maid brought Zeno a bowl of meat soup, along with a salad of apples, nuts, and raisins, as well as a crab meat and chive pumpkin pie. Elia cast a light, reproachful glance at Oberon. Prince Dowling cleared his throat softly, prompting Oberon to make a face, which elicited a laugh from Zeno. A singer approached the king and queen, raising his voice in a melodious tribute to the venerable King Jarius I and his era of peace, extolling the virtues of the benevolent Queen Alyssa. After finishing a slice of pumpkin pie, Zeno lifted the bowl of meat soup to his lips. He then picked up a piece of roasted lamb and began to gnaw on it. Today's roast was as delectable as any dragoness. Crisp on the outside and tender within, slathered with cream and spices. Midway through his meal, Zeno suddenly felt as though a piece of meat was lodged in his throat. He attempted to speak, but his voice became trapped, and he struggled to draw in air, producing only faint, rasping sounds. Desperate, he tugged at the clothing of those nearby. Prince Dowling was the first to notice his distress. He embraced Zeno and called out loudly, prompting everyone to gather around. Zeno felt increasingly suffocated. Riga's face turned pale, and he tore open Zeno's collar, pressing on his chest, trembling as he called for the scholar. Zeno had never seen him so frantic. Oberon lifted him, laying him across his knee, forcefully striking his back. Zeno felt as though his ribs might shatter, yet the meat remained firmly lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Elia screamed, the hall filled with a cacophony, and Zeno could not discern her words. He felt his body growing limp, his voice fading away, as the world around him descended into darkness. Chapter 29. Another boy who died. Zeno found himself adrift before a towering, obsidian mountain. He finally recalled fragments of his past life, a wretched existence. At the age of 10, he had worked at a construction site to assist his parents, only to be tragically crushed by a falling metal frame. However, death was not his conclusion. The mountain before him loomed endlessly, dark and glossy, its base littered with countless skeletal remains. Gray wisps of smoke coiled around it, dissipating, coalescing, and swirling like living entities. This was his former essence. Zeno could only vaguely remember that after his demise, he had become entwined with innumerable souls, wailing in agony while they consumed one another. He consumed them all before finally recalling his name and a few hazy memories of the past. The reason for his transformation into a stone remained a mystery even to himself. During that time, his days revolved around eating and sleeping, drifting aimlessly in that chaotic space, utterly free, until one day, he heard someone calling for him. Upon responding, he fell into this world. Thus, he inexplicably became a black stone. Zeno sighed, anxiously tugging at his hair. In the next moment, he plummeted swiftly, crashing face first onto the ground with a thud. Resiliently, Zeno flipped over and rose to his feet, now standing in a vast hall shimmering with gold, filled with exquisite treasures. At the center stood a black stone towering at least 40 feet high, its surface dark and glossy. However, compared to the black stone mountain, it was but the difference between an ant and an elephant. Gazing at his true form, Zeno sorrowfully remarked, "Is this all that remains of me? What else could there be?" A dragon retorted sharply from behind him. "The core is all here. A portion of the rest is temporarily stored beneath the sea, and most of the remainder has been taken by humans as building materials." Zeno was left speechless. What on earth had transpired? Had he died once more? He scratched his head, struggling to recall what had happened in between. He had been called by a group of people, fallen and transformed into a black stone mountain. They claimed to need help and were willing to offer flesh and soul in exchange. After consuming the offerings they provided, he lent them his strength and separated a part of himself, which formed the dragon. And then what? After that, they offered him more food, and once satiated, he blissfully fell asleep. Upon awakening, he became Zeno Targaryen, the one who had forgotten everything. At the mere mention of this, Aeou nearly exploded with rage. "Who can you blame? It's all your fault. You, the fool with a mind only for stone. Initially, the Night Lion sought to drive them away, even to eradicate humanity. It summoned the long winter night, transforming the living into wights and the dead into corpses. We called upon mighty dragons and brave humans to battle them. The war raged for nearly 100 years, eventually drawing in even other deities, such as the Maiden of Light. The dragon angrily nudged Zeno with its snout, exclaiming, "Only you, who knows nothing but slumber, remain stubbornly asleep no matter how often you are called." Those humans sacrificed frantically day after day, praying for revelation. Yet you provided neither insight nor assistance, leading them to ultimately cut you apart. At least your body is sufficiently resilient. It serves as both weapon and shelter. I don't know what kind of revelation to provide. How could I? And who is the Night Lion? Is the Maiden of Light our friend? Why do you not intervene? We are one. Zeno timidly murmured, "You are, after all, a part of me." Aeou, infuriated, expelled a great plume of fire towards the ceiling. The Night Lion and the Maiden of Light are the Frost God and the Light King. Have I not intervened? If I had not intervened, how could they have endured for a century? After you cast me aside, you simply fell asleep and abandoned everything, not even bestowing a name upon me. How dare you speak of it? Yet, I truly did not anticipate that your essence would be that of a mere child. It is not my fault that you met an early demise. Zeno fervently sought to justify himself, claiming, "I was perpetually fatigued back then, and I could scarcely hear your calls." Surely, my inability to awaken was the work of the Night Lion. The dragon let out a heavy snort from its nostrils and tossed a book at him. Upon receiving it, Zeno glanced at the title, "Manual for the Self-Redemption of a Dark God." What does this mean? Zeno opened it and was rendered speechless once more. Name, Zeno. Gender. Stones do not require gender intelligence. 5. Do not doubt it. You are indeed a fool. Strength, 200, strong compared to humans. But a mere weakling among other magical beings. Agility, 10. Among stones, you are exceptionally gifted. Charm, 100. People will inexplicably like and admire you. Do not misunderstand. This is not due to your merit, but simply because of magic. Constitution. Stones possess only the advantage of durability. Will, 0. You are merely a stone that has slumbered through the entirety of the War of the Gods. Lifespan. You perished at the age of 10. Stones do not require a lifespan. Normal human attributes are 110. Special. Magic. 1000. This amount of magical power is less than that of an official wizard. Do not boast of having once been a dark god. It is utterly disgraceful. Zeno stared at the manual for quite some time before glancing up at the dragon. Elia, did you write this yourself? Dying at the age of 10 is clearly a matter from a past life. And how did I become a dark god? I am, without question, a fair and just stone. The dragon snorted again. This is all to help you gain a clearer understanding of yourself. To most humans, you are indeed a dark god, so it is best to conceal your peculiarities, considering you possess so little magical power now. I must remind you that the Night Lion would have only discovered your existence upon the next tide of magic. However, since you have regained your memories, it has also become aware of you, and it will undoubtedly summon the Long Night once more to eradicate humanity and expel us. What? Zeno was utterly astonished. What shall we do? I am left with so little power. Apart from you, I have no other strength. We cannot possibly contend with it. Should we consult the Maiden of Light? The dragon, incensed, nudged Zeno with its snout. Consult the Maiden of Light? How would that even work? We were allies for a time, but we have never been friends. But I hold no grudge against the Night Lion, Zeno pondered, struggling to recall when animosity had developed between them. Why would it seek to trouble me? What does our expulsion and the annihilation of humanity have in common? Have you done something to incur its wrath? We are summoned outsiders, a threat in its eyes. The dragon lowered its head and spoke to Zeno, urging him not to rely on others, but to depend on himself. I have prepared a kingdom for this war, a place closest to the Night Lion, located in the land of eternal winter. The Night Lion can only wield the Long Night and the others, seeking to exterminate humanity through our summoner to drive us away. As long as we possess sufficient strength to withstand its assaults, it will be powerless against us. Oh, Zeno lamented. But the common folk of Westeros struggle to fill their bellies. How can they contend with the creations of a deity? Why did you not choose Valyria? At least they had dragons. Could I not hatch a few more? The dragon snorted disdainfully. Do you think I haven't tried? Your current form is, after all, that of a Valyrian. When the freehold of Valyria acquired a portion of Essos, their greed led them to desire more, ultimately summoning doom upon themselves. Relying on humans as our agents is exceedingly unreliable. It took me centuries to procure a new body for you. We no longer need to seek proxies. We can conduct the war ourselves. Hatching dragon eggs is indeed simple if you are willing to employ blood magic. You can produce as many as you desire. However, you must first prepare dragon riders for them. They are not like me, merely powerful beasts. If you merely require dragons to engage in battle, there are still some in the Far East, and when the time comes, I can summon them. The Night Lion's summoning of the Long Night will also require time, approximately another decade or so for our preparations. If you have further inquiries, you may ask them next time. You must return swiftly. You have lingered here too long. Your body has been disconnected for too long, and it will suffer irreparable damage, which would be troublesome. Wait, am I not dead? Zeno interjected hastily. Your body is one I painstakingly created. It is not so easily lost. Hurry back. The dragon unfurled its wings, stirring up a tempest, and Zeno was immediately swept away. In the next instant, Zeno found himself back in the banquet hall, cradled in Rhaegar's arms. His mouth pried open as Ser Arthur attempted to pour water into him from a waterskin. Elia was tightly embraced by Oberyn, her face streaked with tears and her gaze vacant, surrounded by a throng of concerned onlookers. Prime Minister Tywin's piercing gaze remained fixed upon him, his expression as composed as ever. Prince Darren's eyes were riveted on him, filled with anxiety and care. Duke Mace wore an expression of unease, while Count John appeared tense. Varys stood nearby, pale and covering his mouth tightly. Zeno could not discern whether he was genuinely alarmed or merely masking a smile, so he rolled his eyes at Varys. Then Ser Arthur forced a large gulp of water down his throat. Zeno felt he might choke not from roasted meat, but from the water, straining to expel it all. It's all right, as long as you can spit it out," Count John proclaimed loudly, patting Rhaegar on the shoulder. "All is well. Splendid." The crowd erupted into applause and cheers. "Ahem, it seems that a piece of barbecue got lodged in my throat, but I have now swallowed it." Before Zeno could finish his words, he was abruptly embraced by Elia, who clung to him tightly, both laughing and crying, pressing his head firmly against her bosom. Zenon exerted himself to return the embrace, assuring her, "I am truly fine. Let us continue our dinner." However, the banquet was evidently beyond salvaging. In the wake of the recent mishap, the hall lay in disarray, with tables and chairs overturned, barbecue and pies strewn across the floor, trampled into a mushy mess, and dark red wine cascading everywhere. Many guests had already fled the scene. Casting a glance at his own table, Zenon noted it had long since toppled over, the food upon it having vanished without a trace. The serving maid who had attended them earlier was nowhere to be found. "Elis, could you assist me in locating that maid?" Zenon called out to the dragon, envisioning its red hair, green eyes, and round face. King Rhaegar announced the relocation of the feast to the royal hall. Once the guests had resettled, Zenon perceived that they were stealing glances at him, whispering amongst themselves. "Oh dear, let us hope that by the end of the evening, the rumor of the Crown Prince's resurrection does not spread throughout the streets of King's Landing," Zenon mused. Feeling disheartened, the dragon reminded him, occasionally, a miracle is not such a bad thing. If it instills fear in your adversaries, all the better. Yet, it cautioned him not to become complacent, for poison was ineffective against him only because they did not yet grasp his true nature, underestimating him. However, should they sever your head directly, then you would indeed be finished. "What of that maid? Have you located her?" Zenon inquired. Elis responded, "She is missing. You must understand. This castle is riddled with secret passages." That was truly terrifying. You seemed to stop breathing entirely. Oberyn, still shaken, gently touched Zenon's head as he sat beside him, adding, "For a moment, I truly thought we were about to lose you. Remember to eat slowly, do not rush. Would you care for some wine?" Prince Dowlong gently coughed. "I believe milk or juice would be more suitable for children." Oberyn replied nonchalantly, "What difference does it make? I began drinking wine at 5. He winked at Zenon, saying, "When you are a bit older, I shall introduce you to more delightful experiences." Elia shot him a playful, reproachful glance. Zenon, cradling his mushroom soup, declined Oberyn's generous offer. "Thank you, but I prefer mushroom soup." Oberyn burst into hearty laughter, tousling Zenon's hair affectionately. A wandering minstrel was ushered in, commencing a melancholic yet sweet melody, singing of the legendary Kingsguard Dragon Knight, Prince Aemon, and his love for his brother and sister-in-law. The song resonated beautifully, captivating everyone's attention. Who could be so shameless as to poison the feast? Zenon lamented, sipping his mushroom soup while venting to the dragon. And to think they dared to poison at such a banquet. Are they so certain it was I who consumed the tainted food, rather than someone else? This only suggests that the poisoner is either exceedingly familiar with you or is sitting right beside you, the dragon replied. How could that be? To my left sits my uncle Dowling, and to my right is my mother. That maid vanished so completely. Could it truly be Varys? Zeno mused, feeling despondent as he took a bite of roast pork, only to be immediately handed a large cup of milk by Queen Elia. If it were indeed that maid, she must have escaped through secret passages. Is it really as simple as just investigating Varys? Not necessarily. The eunuch knows the Red Keep's tunnels better than anyone. But that does not mean others are completely ignorant. The dragon spoke in a low tone. Regardless, if he intends to kill you, he will not give up after a single failure. As long as he makes another attempt, you will eventually capture him. On the other hand, if he truly abandons the endeavor, then he no longer poses a threat to you. Zeno was fixated on one matter. What just transpired? What if he poisons me again? The dragon assured him, although the poison may not kill you outright, your body would still react adversely. To truly end your life, he would need to bring an entire basin of poison to pour down your throat. Zeno felt reassured. Once the banquet concluded, he lay in bed once more pondering the issue. Who, after all, had poisoned him? He suspected Varys most likely, given his origins from Meereen, a place renowned for its poisons and assassins. Yet many now knew of their discord. If he were to be poisoned, his father would undoubtedly suspect Varys first. Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to act on such a premise? As Zeno turned in bed, he observed the curtains were undrawn, allowing him to see a dragon's tail obscuring the window. It could also be Tywin Lannister. His daughter's wedding to Viserys is set for the latter half of the year. Your death would be advantageous for them, the dragon remarked. Whoever it may be. I certainly startled him today, Zeno replied with a sense of satisfaction. The dragon's tail swayed outside. Is that your only aspiration? Regardless, what matters now is that you prepare for the long night. We must also reclaim what has been severed from you. Zeno, feeling a headache coming on, pulled the blanket over his face. The dragon took Zeno on a flight around the old town. The beacon atop the towering spire blazed brightly, while the bells of the starry temple echoed across the city. One of the largest sections of Westeros lies right here. Aeona pointed with her forklaw at the base of the towering spire. What? Am I to dismantle House Hightower's ancestral castle? What justification would I have? They would surely rally against me. People would think I had lost my mind. Zeno dismissed the notion of war for such a reason. Let it remain as it is for now. We can begin by improving the lives of the common folk, strengthening them. Recently, grain prices have plummeted. We should stockpile provisions. There are numerous cellars beneath the Red Keep. Let us not waste them. They would serve perfectly as granaries. By the way, what about the other section? The dragon hesitated for a moment. That portion has been integrated into the wall, ensuring it remains steadfast. The wall is crucial as the first line of defense. You cannot reclaim it at this time. I am aware that there is a small portion nearby that we can retrieve first. Half an hour later, Zeno silently gazed at the island of Pike below. This area is modest in size. Crafted into a seat that the locals refer to as the Seat of the Sea Stone, nestled within that castle, and it could be easily transported back. The dragon gestured towards Pike Castle. Zeno, in a state of indecision, remarked, if I were to take the chair that symbolizes the Iron Island's throne, they would undoubtedly demand its return. Or worse, they might assume I aspire to become the king of the Iron Islands. Let it remain there for now. I shall contemplate a solution later. Did you not mention that you have gathered many treasures from the sea? We can retrieve those first. Retrieving the portion from the sea is quite straightforward. When the time is right, I shall bring them all up. The dragon suggested, these lands are inhabited by your subjects, and it would indeed be improper to take them directly. In truth, many have been appropriated by the Golden Empire to construct their castles, which are of no concern to you, allowing you to take them freely, even if it means engaging in conflict. However, it is still too early to venture there. Let us wait a few more years until the magic has sufficiently replenished before we proceed. Chapter 030. The Harvest Feast, Part 1. As the Harvest Feast drew near, King's Landing once again became a bustling hive of activity. That afternoon, the king hosted a banquet in the garden of the courtyard, inviting the noble lords and their families to attend. At the garden feast, Zeno encountered Cersei once more. She was adorned in a long gown of deep green satin and sumptuous black velvet, with a lion embroidered in gleaming golden thread upon the hem, and intricate bright green lace embellishing the bodice, cuffs, and skirt. She flashed a charming smile at Zeno, playfully winking, yet unlike before, she did not approach him to converse. Instead, she stood quietly beside Lord Tywin and her brother, Ser Jaime, accompanied by a child of similar height to Zeno. As the child turned, Zeno was momentarily taken aback. The boy was of comparable stature to him, yet his head resembled that of a 15 or 16-year-old youth. He boasted a mane of beautiful golden hair, but his eyes were mismatched, one black, the other blue. His visage bore a resemblance to the grotesque features of the insect-like creatures Zeno had encountered on the Valyrian Peninsula, twisted and unseemly. How to describe it? The impact of his beauty and his ugliness on the eyes was equally striking, leaving a lasting impression. Upon spotting Zeno, his eyes lit up, and he limped over with a noticeable gait. Upon reaching Zeno, He did not immediately speak, but simply stared intently. "Greetings," Zeno initiated. "What happened to your foot? Did you sustain an injury?" "Thank you for your concern. It is merely a slight sprain," the boy replied, bowing. "I am Tyrion Lannister. Honored to meet you, the legendary Dragon Prince, the esteemed Prince of Dragonstone." Zeno nodded. "I am Zeno Targaryen, equally delighted to make your acquaintance. You are indeed Lord Tywin's third child, are you not? I have heard of you. May I call you Zeno?" Tyrion boldly inquired. "I am known as the infamous imp, you see. What do you think? Am I not fearsome?" "Of course, you may." Zeno found this individual quite intriguing. "I can only remark that you are rather distant from the devil." Tyrion remained silent, merely fixating his mismatched eyes upon Zeno. "If you prefer that appellation, I could also refer to you as Little Devil." Noting his silence, Zeno hesitated and decided to respect his preferences. No, just call me Tyrion. Now I understand why my sister is so fond of you." Tyrion began to speak with unrestrained enthusiasm, as if a floodgate had opened. "You might not be aware, but she often mentions you at home, extolling your virtues. The last person she spoke of so frequently was King Rhaegar. I initially wondered what a mere child could possess that was so remarkable, yet you exceed my expectations. You bear a striking resemblance to your esteemed father. May I behold your dragon?" Countless individuals yearn for a close encounter with a dragon. Zeno had long since grown accustomed to this attention. It is currently out, but when it returns, it usually perches upon the roof, so you can simply look up to see it. Tyrion continued to gaze at him. What a splendid suggestion. After all, I am small and short-legged. I could likely only see a dragon's tail. Zeno gestured to indicate their height difference. "Not at all. You are slightly taller than I am. I can see you clearly. So how could you not see?" Tyrion's expression fell. "Zeno, that was merely a jest. After all, jesting is a jester's forte, is it not? What I mean is, could you allow me to touch it? If that is not possible, perhaps let it remain within my reach for a moment, would you? You cannot touch it. A dragon is hotter than molten iron, and I do not wish to explain to Lord Tywin why I burned his son. If it is merely for viewing, then certainly. But not at present. There are too many people in the Red Keep lately, and the dragon is quite large. Where would you have it stand?" Zeno shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. "Then I suppose it can be arranged once they have all departed." Tyrion appeared pleased. "I shall remain in King's Landing from now on." "It is settled then. I look forward to beholding the most exquisite creature in existence." Zeno agreed. Tyrion limped away, and Zeno observed him from a distance. Upon returning, he spoke to Lord Tywin, tilting his head upwards. Tywin turned to glance at Zeno and nodded, yet his demeanor remained exceedingly cold. Zeno scrutinized the hand of the king. Tywin's countenance was perpetually devoid of expression, making it remarkably difficult to discern his true emotions. That evening, Zeno instructed Ser Barristan to investigate the maidservant. The round-faced girl had indeed vanished without a trace. Even the steward of the Red Keep could not ascertain when she had departed, as there had been an overwhelming number of people that day. She had left in such haste that she took none of her belongings, including a bulging purse filled with varying denominations of coins. Was she in such a rush that she could abandon her purse? Or did she deem these possessions unnecessary? Zeno turned his gaze towards Varys, who stood at the opposite end of the garden, his usual affectation on full display, clad in an exquisite silk robe. Closely positioned beside Ser Robert Arryn, attempting to grasp his hand. Ser Robert, caught off guard, appeared as though he had swallowed a mouthful of flies. Not far from them, a small cluster of knights gathered by the bushes, where Ser Lyn Corbray was showcasing his ancestral heirloom, the renowned Valyrian steel sword, Lady Forlorn. Zeno noticed that Viserys was also squeezed among them, gazing longingly at the blade. They all exuded an air of suspicion, yet they seemed innocently unaware. Zeno found himself momentarily perplexed. The following day, after lunch, Zeno finally seized the opportunity to depart from the Red Keep. From the heights of Aegon's Hill, he beheld King's Landing, adorned with a myriad of fluttering banners, the tournament stage already erected by the shores of the Blackwater Rush, awaiting the arrival of the Harvest Festival. The renovations around the Rivergate and Hook Street had been completed a month prior, with red rooftops and pristine streets gleaming under the sun. The crowd parted for Zeno and Ser Barristan, bowing in greeting. Zeno reciprocated with a nod and a smile. However, today, Zeno was not there for an inspection. He was there for a rendezvous. The meeting location had been discreetly arranged in an inn not far from the harbor road. Citing the overwhelming presence of individuals within the Red Keep as a reasonable excuse for the private discussion, Ser Barristan pushed open the heavy oak door, and Zeno surveyed his surroundings. The inn's ground floor was bustling with patrons indulging in food and drink, gathered for the Harvest Festival and tournament. The second and third floors provided accommodations. Upon spotting Zeno, a waitress approached him immediately, whispering, You've arrived. Your Grace, please follow me. The individual he was to meet awaited him in the third room on the right on the second floor. A spacious chamber with open windows revealing a distant view of Blackwater Bay. Inside sat Sir Peter Baelish, positioned at a large wooden table by the window, leaning slightly to conceal himself in the shadows while observing the scene outside. As Zeno entered, he smiled and beckoned Zeno to join him at the window. Your Grace, look there. That is the one you asked me to find, Peter whispered. Varys's little birds? Zeno glanced below. Indeed, most of the children were not native to Westeros, presumably acquired by Varys from elsewhere. Littlefinger pointed a finger towards the children. There were those from Myr, Pentos, Lys, Coer, and even some from the Slaver's Bay, all strategically placed in the streets and within the court, utilizing the secret passages of the Red Keep for eavesdropping. Zeno paused. How do you know about the secret passages of the Red Keep? There are no walls without ears, Your Grace. The moment you leave the Red Keep, the little birds of the spider are already aware. How could he possibly be unaware of your exploration of the secret passages within the Red Keep? Peter revealed a sly smile. The spider knows everything, yet I possess the means to entangle its 8 legs. Zeno disregarded his jest, questioning whether you imply these children are his slaves. Do you possess any evidence? Littlefinger furrowed his brow. How could there be proof of such a matter? I can only speculate that these children are his purchased slaves, for he has never compensated them. And most importantly, these children are well-trained, perfect thieves and eavesdroppers. What purpose does your discourse serve if I cannot convict him on such grounds? Zeno expressed his dissatisfaction. Please, allow me to speak, Littlefinger replied with a smile. We may indeed lack the means to accuse him of violating the laws of the realm, yet we can apprehend these children and remove them, provided you grant me the authority over the gold cloaks. I assure you, within a day, I shall render him legless. Where did he acquire these children? Do you know? Zeno inquired. Who knows? Littlefinger shrugged disinterestedly. Those children seem to multiply effortlessly. Zeno cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking that he was also aware these children are impeccable assassins. Sir Baelish, my intention in assigning you to him was to uncover his collaborators and the true identities of these little birds. You have achieved nothing in that regard. Littlefinger sighed softly. Your Highness, you provide neither funds nor personnel. I am but one man. I can only do my utmost to surveil Lord Varys, but even if I discern their identities, I would be unable to capture them. Should you desire more from me, you must provide the gold cloaks and their subordinates. Zeno scrutinized the seemingly earnest little man before him. I can arrange for Sir Hall to temporarily cooperate with you, lending you some men. How much do you require? Littlefinger chuckled. You are indeed generous. Yet I cannot merely borrow them. They must belong to me. I require 50 individuals, preferably women and children, along with 5,000 golden dragons. Zeno recalled Aeou's previous warning that Peter Baelish is utterly untrustworthy. What do you intend to do with such numbers and wealth? Of course, to emulate our esteemed spider. Your Highness, his success stems from your lack of intelligence operatives, a deficiency I can rectify. I can establish an intelligence network for you. Littlefinger bowed deeply, intending to purchase several establishments, transforming them into taverns and brothels to serve as venues for information exchange. I will arrange for those women and children to enter the Red Keep, assisting me in monitoring the 8-legged spider. Oh, your scheme is quite admirable, Zeno stated bluntly. But I possess no funds. Littlefinger paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Your Highness, please do not jest. I am aware of your distrust in me. Yet the members of the Gold Cloaks are fiercely loyal to you. Even if they become my subordinates, they would never betray you. Zeno waved his hand dismissively. I am not jesting. I have recently spent excessively, and I truly find myself devoid of spare funds. Furthermore, is it not the Harvest Festival? The members of the Golden Dragon Squad are exceedingly occupied and have no time to accompany you in surveillance. Sir Beric, I must continue to rely on your diligent efforts. With a pained expression, Peter sighed. Your Highness, if you require my assistance, you must afford me a modicum of trust. Otherwise, I shall never accomplish your tasks. I believe you are performing admirably as Varys's assistant. Continue your diligent work, Zeno remarked, leaving without altering his expression. Peter stood at the tavern's entrance, observing the Crown Prince and Sir Baelish riding towards the Red Keep. He returned to the second floor and pushed open the door to the second room on the right. This room's layout mirrored that of the adjacent one, the sole difference being that Varys occupied the seat at the table. Though the young prince is naive, he is not easily deceived, Varys chuckled. Peter seated himself and poured a glass of wine, sighing in resignation. My Lord Varys, please choose your words with care. I have deceived no one. My words are sincere and heartfelt. Varys covered his mouth, laughing like a young girl. He leaned closer, taking Peter's hand. Thus, I say to you, Your aspirations to rise alongside the crown prince are futile. Only Prince Viserys can offer you such an opportunity. Viserys? That imp who has neither dragon nor the courage to meet the crown prince's gaze. He possesses neither formidable subordinates nor loyal troops, nor any mysterious, powerful force. As long as the crown prince lives, he shall have no chance. Peter contemplated many thoughts in an instant, but revealed nothing on his face, merely withdrawing his hand gently. He understood that regaining Prince Zeno's trust seemed improbable. In light of this, pledging allegiance to Prince Viserys appeared to be a viable path. However, that night, was the crown prince truly resurrected, or was it merely an accident? During this period of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to collaborate with Varys, albeit on his own terms. My lord, your words wound me. Do you truly believe I am such a fickle person? I am the most loyal subordinate of His Highness the Crown Prince. Peter pressed his hand to his heart. Prince Viserys is indeed commendable, yet he is not the first in line for the throne. My lord, you must discern to whom your allegiance should lie. My loyalty shall forever be to His Majesty the King, Varys sweetly replied. My lord, your devotion is truly commendable. Peter set down his glass and exited the room. Chapter 31, The Harvest Feast, Part 2. The Minister of Justice, Count Walter Riverin, stood grim-faced upon the dais of the throne room. Behind him loomed the ancient seat of the conqueror Aegon, the iron throne empty amidst its menacing metallic spikes. King Rhaegar was absent, and the hand of the king, Duke Tywin, was likewise not present. Only the Chancellor, Count Adrian Setiga, and the royal advisor, Pasher, sat beside him at the council table. Cursed harvest feast, cursed Gregor Creggan, Walter silently cursed within, and those cursed farmers who couldn't even recognize their own lord. Several farmers knelt before them, both men and women, all tattered and gaunt. One man spoke loudly. We will accuse him, Gregor Creggan, the Mountain of Magic, and his lackeys. We will bring charges against them. Count Walter was greatly irked. You have already brought charges. We conducted a trial by combat for you, and you lost. Before the seven gods, he is innocent. Count Adrian chimed in. The trial by combat is sacred and just. Since you lost, hasten back home. The man forcefully dragged the girl kneeling beside him closer. She appeared around 13 or 14, expressionless, her clothing stained with blood. He shook the girl. Speak up, quickly. The girl's voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. I want to accuse him. He violated my sister, and they. The girl covered her face and began to weep softly. After cursing again in his heart, Count Walter struggled to maintain his composure. 3 months ago, you accused him. Sir Creggan requested a trial by combat. This was reasonable and lawful. The outcome was your defeat. According to the law, he has been acquitted. I shall say this one last time. Return home. An elderly man trembled as he spoke. Last time it was Gran who accused him. This time it is I and young Aaron who bring charges. My lord, we accuse him. The crowd of commoners and nobles in the hall stirred restlessly, whispers rising and falling. The royal advisor, Pasher, shook his head. Forgive me. I am not here to speak on behalf of Sir Creggan. However, it is inherently wrong to accuse your lord. King Rhaegar, in his benevolence, granted you the opportunity for this trial by combat. Yet you have lost. Return home. The wheat that has burned can grow again. Live well. Live well. What life do we have left? Gran, the first man, shouted. Just because I refused to allow him to touch my daughter, he violated her before my eyes. His subordinates even stabbed my son. They took turns with my little girl and burned my wheat. My mother tried to intervene, and they killed her. My lord, where do we have left to go? Our house has been burned. Count Adrian nodded. It is indeed unfortunate, but since you reside on his land, all that you possess rightfully belongs to him. The very trial by combat we allowed you was already a concession in your favor. Since the gods have declared him innocent, you have no further claims. The girl collapsed on the ground, weeping profusely. Count Walter clenched his fists in anger. Gregor Creggan, renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms as a valiant knight, could feasibly win in a trial by combat. It was merely that these farmers were not the ones who could summon the necessary strength. The man's lips trembled, yet he remained resolute. I once worked in Lord Creheck's marsh hen hall. I understand that even as a lord, one must care for their subjects. He is not a good lord, and my daughter intends to sue him. Master Pazel coughed gently. But Count Walter interjected before he could speak. You do realize that even if you found another to file the complaint, you would still require a trial by combat, correct? Have you secured a representative? Gran nodded vigorously. Yes, we have found one. Master Pazel's tone grew rigid. My Lord Walter, this may not be entirely appropriate. How can a commoner dare to accuse their lord? A trial by combat has already taken place. The truth is evident. Why pursue this again? Count Walter did not respond, merely addressing the farmers. In that case, I shall relay this matter to Sir Gregor Kilgorn. The trial by combat will occur tomorrow morning. However, I must warn you. If the gods continue to side with him, there shall be no third trial. Zeno, squeezed among the crowd, was fascinated. It was his first encounter with a commoner accusing their lord. Yet, if this Gregor Kilgorn was indeed as the farmers claimed, then he truly deserved condemnation. They will not prevail, murmured an elderly nobleman observing the scene. Zeno, curious, inquired why not. The nobleman, turning with impatience, brightened upon seeing Zeno. Your Highness. What a privilege to encounter you here. Zeno pressed on. You say they will not win. Why is that? Is this Kilgorn exceptionally formidable? The nobleman hastily replied, Indeed. Sir Gregor Kilgorn is the mightiest warrior of the West. He towers above all, wielding a colossal sword with one hand, a feat others can only accomplish with both. He is known as the Mountain of Sorcery, and he has never tasted defeat. Zeno pondered this, recognizing that the strength of a knight is ultimately gauged by their power and skill, and in the face of absolute strength, the utility of skill diminishes. Given Kilgorn's prowess, a trial by combat would seem unjust to the farmers. As Zeno perused the parchment, he turned to Aeou and lamented, By the way, where have you been these past few days? Aeou replied, I have been tracking Varys. If you disapprove, then do what you will. Zeno was taken aback. Observing Zeno's distraction with the accounts, Hall quietly poured a glass of milk for the young prince. Zeno returned to his senses and asked Hall, Are you aware of the recent events regarding Gregor Kilgorn? Hall placed the milk before Zeno and nodded. He has killed several commoners from his own lands, who have brought accusations against him. Those commoners were truly misguided. How could they accuse their own lord? Zeno expressed his astonishment. Do you also believe they should not have pressed charges? Even a lord should not have the liberty to slay their subjects at will. Hall's eyes mirrored the resplendent golden and silver locks of the little prince, and he reflected on the fortunate choice of companionship. Most lords would never act in such a manner, and even if they did, few would possess the audacity to speak out. These individuals displayed remarkable courage, yet their efforts seemed futile. Zeno set aside the parchment. Who was the agent they were seeking? They had been working in King's Landing for some time, saving enough to hire a mercenary, as they could not return home, should they attempt to do so. The wrath of Cregan would surely claim their lives. Hall shook his head, deciding that remaining in King's Landing was not such a bad option. Before dawn, a light rain fell from the sky. The trial by combat was to take place at the venue of the Harvest Festival tournament, eliminating the need for any reconstruction of the stands. However, the audience was sparse. Count Walter occupied a seat as a witness, and aside from him and Zeno, the stands were eerily empty. The surrounding area, however, was crowded with townsfolk and nearby farmers. Zeno noticed the plaintiffs anxiously waiting beneath the platform for their agent, while the defendant, Sir Gregor Clegane, had already taken his position. He was indeed a giant, wielding a massive sword. Zeno had inquired about Gregor from Sir Barristan the previous day and learned that it was King Rhaegar who had originally knighted Gregor Clegane. Gregor had been introduced to Rhaegar by Lord Tywin and had served as his guard for a considerable time before inexplicably being dismissed and returning home. Zeno recalled having seen him at the tournament before. He was a robust and taciturn man. Upon delving into his family background, the rumors were nothing short of horrifying. Zeno mused that his father was indeed digging his own grave, so utterly unreliable. A ray of morning sunlight cascaded from the eastern horizon, and the rain ceased. Count Walter rose, urging the plaintiffs, Time is of the essence. Where is your champion? Garland felt a surge of anxiety. We had an agreement. We have already paid him. He will come. My lord, please wait a little longer. He will arrive shortly. Gregor's thunderous voice echoed from beneath his helm. If he does not come, then I am the victor. I will remember you, boy. Garland's trepidation deepened. He promised us he would come. Yet even he struggled to believe this statement. For mercenaries who accept payment and fail to deliver are all too common. Count Walter's demeanor remained composed. I shall grant you a little more time. However, as Sir Clegane has indicated, if your champion fails to appear, it signifies that the gods have once again favored Sir Clegane. Garland glanced at his father, then at his younger sister, teetering on the brink of despair. He cast another look at the empty stands, where only the prince remained, observing the crowd beyond the barriers. He saw mostly commoners, with only a handful of armed knights, none of whom he recognized. Count Walter urged him once more. Time is up. Jellin opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Everyone understood that his representative would not be arriving. Zeno descended from the stands and approached them, declaring, I shall be their representative. The expression on Count Walter's face resembled that of someone who had been force-fed a lump of excrement. You are incapable, your highness. You are but a child, he retorted. Zeno countered, there is no rule stating that only adults may participate in a trial by combat. Is there, Sir Cregan? Sir Cregan raised his massive sword with a disdainful snort. I am ready. Count Walter glared fiercely at Cregan, yet the latter paid him no heed. Your Highness, knights do not engage in combat with children. It is dishonorable. Zeno unsheathed his sword and stepped into the arena, asserting, but Sir Cregan is willing to fight me. Is he not? Moreover, I have heard he has slain quite a number of children. The mountain remained silent in the face of Zeno's provocation, striding towards him with such force that the ground seemed to tremble beneath his advance. Upon closing the distance, Zeno thrust his sword at the mountain's knee, but Gregor blocked it with his shield. The combination of Valyrian steel and Zeno's immense strength cleaved the shield in twain. Seizing the moment of the mountain's momentary shock, Zeno pierced his knee and then swiftly slid upwards, as if a hot knife were slicing through butter. The steel sword severed the mountain's left leg from the knee down, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Gregor cried out in agony as he fell, then managed to rise on one knee, supporting himself with one hand while raising his sword to strike fiercely at Zeno. Zeno ducked beneath the giant's sword and, like lightning, darted to his right, delivering a blow to Gregor's right arm. The mountain's arm, along with his massive sword, was sent flying, blood splattering across Zeno. Finally, Gregor collapsed, never to rise again. Zeno approached him and, with a single stroke, severed his head along with the helmet. He lifted his gaze to the astonished Count Walter and proclaimed, It appears the gods are on my side today. The arena fell silent for a fleeting moment before erupting in thunderous applause. Zeno flicked his Valyrian steel sword clean. How splendid it was, requiring but a simple motion to cleanse. Ever since he embraced his identity as a stone, he no longer needed to bleed to secure victory. As he turned to depart, a woman rushed forward and planted a fervent kiss upon his cheek, exclaiming, You are the pride of the kingdom. An elder grasped his hand firmly, proclaiming, May the gods grant you the power to eradicate evil. A man embraced him tightly, stating, I shall forever serve you. A young girl knelt to kiss his sword, an elderly woman kissed his face, and a child squeezed in to hug him. By the time Zeno finally extricated himself from the throng, the blood upon his face had been thoroughly wiped away. As evening descended, heavy rain began to fall once more. Tywin pressed his hands against the window ledge, gazing into the distance. A colossal dragon soared through the downpour, lightning crackling around its form, casting a brilliant golden glow against the dark clouds. The dragon ascended ever higher, plunging into the inky depths of the storm. Tywin slowly clenched his fingers, his expression darker than the tempestuous weather outside. Just moments ago, Rhaegar once again dismissed his request for Cersei to wed the crown prince. The king asserted that the betrothal between Cersei and Viserys had been publicly declared, and the wedding was imminent. A monarch's word is not to be taken lightly. And how could one so casually alter the intended bride? Absurd, laughable. Ever since Rhaegar allowed John Clinton to trouble him, he had remained on high alert. Tywin loathed the feeling of being out of control. It constantly reminded him of the days when his father, Tytos, was alive. That feeble lion always managed to ruin everything. Tywin was never weak. Behind him, Maester Pycelle continued to ramble. The king inquired of me again today. I explained that individuals may enter a state resembling death when asphyxiated. Yet he no longer believes me. I could see it in his eyes. Tywin's expression remained icy. You should not have come to me. Pycelle, anxious, rose abruptly and approached Tywin. My lord, he suspects us. That woman has vanished. Do you think? Tywin had grown weary of his panicked demeanor. Return to your duties. Write letters, feed the ravens, just do not come to me. Pycelle gaped, his countenance ashen, and after a moment's shared glance with Tywin, he slowly bowed his aged head. Then I shall take my leave. Tywin disregarded him, turning back to gaze out the window. Chapter 032, The Harvest Feast, Part 3, Early in the morning. Zeno was in Maester Malwyn's study, intently focused on the flickering flame of a glass candle. Tywin was busy in the study of the Tower of the Hand, where a group of riders traversed the Crimson Wasteland. Tywin inscribed words onto a piece of parchment, while several boys engaged in a game of horseback riding. Tywin turned the pages of a hefty tome. Zeno inhaled deeply, continuing his watch. Tywin turned another page, revealing a girl bound in a darkened room. He flipped to another page, depicting a desolate city of black stone beneath a somber sky. Zeno sighed. Utilizing a glass candle for surveillance was not entirely futile, yet the results were far from satisfactory. All that was known was that the handmaiden was still alive, confined somewhere, and that Duke Tywin was diligently attending to his duties as Hand of the King. What is it? Have you found nothing? Maester Malwyn inquired with concern. It was, after all, quite normal for illusions to be unstable. Zeno, troubled, asked, Maester, is there a poison that could render a victim appearing as if they had suffocated? Malwyn nodded. Indeed, there are several poisons that can cause death by asphyxiation. For instance, in the City of Learning, there exists a toxin known as the choker, which leads to airway obstruction, presenting outwardly as if one had been choked. Do you suspect someone has poisoned you? Zeno resolved to trust Maester Malwyn. It is not mere suspicion. Someone has indeed poisoned me. I genuinely believed I was choking. But when I sought out the handmaiden who delivered my meal, she had vanished, confirming my fears of foul play. Maester Malwyn did not question Zeno's tale of death and revival. He merely set aside his book and began to ponder. After a while, he inquired of Zeno, "Did you see the Master Pycelle at that time?" Zeno shook his head. The banquet that evening was in honor of Uncle Dowling and Duke Tyre. It seems Master Pycelle was unwell and did not attend. I did not pay much attention. Do you suspect him? Marwyn pondered aloud. There are many in the Academy who do not appreciate the miracles you exhibit. I am uncertain of Master Pycelle's allegiance. He departed before my arrival at the Academy. Zeno remained silent, realizing the number of those who wished him harm was indeed increasing. In the Megrel Tower, Viserys' violet eyes sparkled in the sunlight. Mother, I truly desire a Valyrian steel sword. Queen Rhaella regarded him quietly, a trace of anguish reflected in her similarly hued eyes. Our ancestral swords, Dark Sister and Blackfire, have been lost for many years. Viserys, incensed, rose and paced the room. He exclaimed to the queen, "But Zeno possesses one, while I do not. It is impossible to hatch dragon eggs here. I must move to Dragonstone." The queen reached out to caress his face. He acquired that sword on his own. "If you wish for one, you may seek it out or purchase it. I forbid you from going to Dragonstone." Viserys evaded her touch. If father were still alive, he would surely grant me permission. He would procure a Valyrian steel sword for me. Rhaella withdrew her hand. He is no longer living. Viserys stormed out of the chamber. Once he had departed, Varys murmured, "Prince Zeno killed Ser Gregor Clegane during the trial by combat yesterday morning. He displayed remarkable strength. And there are numerous rumors circulating in the city, claiming he has received the blessings of the gods." Rhaella replied, "I am aware. What does Tywin say?" Varys responded, "The trial by combat was witnessed by the gods. Lord Tywin has said nothing on the matter." Rhaella nodded gently. "Was he injured?" Varys shook his head, strangely enough. He emerged unscathed. The garden of the queen's residence was exquisite. Peter admired it for a moment before witnessing Prince Viserys storming out in a fit of rage. "This boy is also a prince," Peter thought disdainfully, "though the more foolish he is, the better." Shortly thereafter, Varys emerged from the queen's quarters. The eunuch smiled. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, Sir Peter." Peter returned the smile. "My lord, you are too kind." Varys remarked, "Tomorrow is the harvest feast, sire, and it shall surely be a grand affair, especially since this winter has lingered far too long." He abruptly fell silent as a golden dragon descended upon the tower's peak, spreading its wings and using flames to clean the scales upon them. Peter quipped, "It seems even the dragon knows of tomorrow's festivities and wishes to prepare itself in advance." Varys chuckled softly, and Peter keenly noted the underlying wariness in his smile. "He is wary of the dragon," Peter mused. Aunt seized a struggling young boy and deftly bound him. Raleigh noted on a piece of parchment, "How many is this for us?" Aunt counted, having recently learned a modicum of arithmetic from the scholar, the sixth. A few days prior, Prince Zeno had issued a peculiar command to the Golden Dragon team, instructing them to investigate the orphans in King's Landing. He intended to take those unfortunate children, unwanted by anyone, under unified management, forcibly bringing in those who resisted. Sir Hall subsequently divided them into pairs for the purpose of capturing these children. Aunt's harbored no grievances about this. He had once lived as a vagabond mercenary, and had it not been for his enlistment under the Crown Prince, he would have been at a loss for his next meal. Now, clad in a complimentary uniform and boots, and receiving a steady monthly salary, he found himself waking with a smile in his sleep. Raleigh helped lift the boy into the wagon. "Where have all these little rascals gone today? There are usually many here, are there not?" Aunts returned to the front of the wagon, casually taking up the reins. They heard the Golden Dragon team was seeking recruits, and most of them willingly stepped forward. The remainder are simply the troublesome ones. Once Raleigh secured the wagon door, he leapt onto the seat. That child was quite peculiar, silent as a mouse. Were it not for his cry when we bound him, I would have thought him mute. Aunts glanced back. "Did you lock the door?" "We mustn't let them escape." Raleigh patted his chest in assurance. "I locked it tight, and with you binding them so securely, what is there to fear?" Aunts pondered. "I've heard that those disobedient children are sent away by Sir Hall. Where do you suppose they are taken?" Raleigh cast his gaze toward the red keep in the distance. "Best we not meddle in the affairs of the great. Look at the castle. It's bustling with people tonight. They must be hosting a ball, and I long to attend." Aunts laughed heartily. "Then you must first become a person of significance." It was not difficult for Zeno to locate Duke Eddard Stark amidst the throng at the ball. He stood conversing with Duke Robert Baratheon, whose boisterous laughter could be heard throughout the hall. "Good day, Lord Eddard." Zeno approached the Duke. "I have heard Lady Catelyn is with child. Congratulations." A smile broke through Eddard's usually solemn demeanor. "Thank you." Duke Robert announced joyously. "My dear Lyanna is also with child. When our offspring are born, Eddard and I can continue our bond of brotherhood through marriage." Zeno replied with a smile. "Congratulations to you as well, Lord Robert." Duke Robert let out another hearty laugh. Zeno's aim was Duke Eddard. He leaned closer. "Lord Eddard, are you acquainted with Ser Peter Baelish? I have heard he was once bested by you." Duke Eddard paused briefly. "Indeed, it was so. He challenged me to a duel and lost." Zeno endeavored to phrase his inquiry delicately. "I have also heard he has taken a certain Miss Tully as his betrothed. Is there truth to this?" Duke Eddard furrowed his brow. "Your Highness, this is not a matter for our discussion." Zeno whispered, "I apologize." He confided in me that he and that lady share a profound affection, yet fate has cruelly separated them. Thus, he is determined to achieve greatness in order to win her hand. I find him quite pitiable, and I long to assist him. However, he is reluctant to disclose her identity, which is why I sought you, Lord Ed, to inquire why you intend to duel with him. Duke Ed replied firmly. He is lying. He did not address Zeno's question, but turned to converse with Duke Robert instead. Zeno mused that the youthfulness indeed afforded certain advantages. Otherwise, Duke Ed might have felt compelled to challenge him to a duel in defense of his wife's honor. Zeno thought. Meanwhile, Sir Peter Baelish was indeed weaving a web of deceit. "Good day, Lord Varys," Zeno said, bidding farewell to Duke Ed before promptly intercepting Varys. The eunuch was clad in a loose blue silk robe, adorned with a white velvet vest intricately woven with golden and silver threads, and wore soft slippers of purple satin, broad at the back and tapered at the front. His face was dusted with white powder, and he exuded a heavy scent of lilac. Zeno complimented him. "Lord Varys, you look splendid today, shimmering like dragon scales kissed by fire." Varys lowered his gaze to the young prince and replied softly, "Your Highness Zeno, you are most handsome today, akin to the knights of ballads." Zeno unabashedly concurred. "I believe so as well, Lord Varys. Are you not going to dance? Why is Sir Baelish not accompanying you? Who would wish to dance with a eunuch?" Varys chuckled, covering his mouth. "Sir Baelish is unwell and has retired to rest." A singer was ushered into the ballroom, launching into a rousing rendition of The Bear and the Beauty, prompting many to join in, and soon the entire hall resounded with cries of "Bear! Bear!" covered in black-brown fur. Zeno laughed. "I would love to, Lord Varys. Let us dance together." Without waiting for Varys's reply, Zeno seized his arm and dragged him into the dance floor, surrounded by knights and ladies, all singing and dancing, their faces flushed with joy. Varys stood still amid the throng, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please do not jest at my expense." Zeno hopped in place, puzzled. "I have heard that spiders, aside from their venomous skills, excel in dancing. Lord Varys, could it be that you only excel in the former?" Varys gasped, covering his mouth. "Poison? Who would poison? That is truly terrifying." Zeno boldly lunged forward, grasping Varys's golden vest, nearly burying himself in Varys's embrace. "Varys, listen, I know it was you who poisoned." Varys promptly retorted, "It was not I." Zeno lifted his gaze to him, and the eunuch's face was a mask of fear, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Varys urgently repeated, "It was not me. I am truly uninvolved, Your Highness. If I lie, may your dragon devour me." Amidst the laughter and merriment of the crowd, Varys felt his heart racing wildly. The little prince's indigo eyes sparkled with a silver gleam under the lights, his hand gripping Varys tightly, rendering him immobile. Varys whispered, "I know who that girl belongs to." Zeno followed his gaze through the throng, spotting the formidable Lord Tywin Lannister seated comfortably, engaged in conversation with his eldest son while sipping wine. Varys continued in hushed tones, "The king commanded me to find her, but I could not. However, I discovered a letter she never sent. She is from the Westerlands. The Westerlanders are everywhere. Where is the evidence?" Zeno did not release his grip. "What about grandmother?" Varys managed a bitter smile. "I could not locate her. There is another matter I cannot explain, Your Highness. It is my duty." Zeno met his gaze. This time, Varys did not shy away. After a moment, Zeno slowly let him go. The singer raised his voice. "Oh, the people are saying, 'Come see the beauty. The beauty.' But I am a bear. A bear, all black and brown, covered in fur." Varys watched the little prince retreat, cold sweat breaking out upon him. He had indeed sensed a clear intent to kill moments ago. He did not fear death, but he could not afford to perish at this juncture. Zeno strode directly out of the ballroom, the guards at the entrance saluting him. A dragon rested upon the roof, observing him. You finally understand, it remarked. I have told you before, if you find them displeasing, eliminate them. For you, engaging in intrigue is futile. Aeou stated that for a ruler, the greatest folly is to exhibit weakness. Zeno sighed. Thank you, but I cannot simply slay them all. Do you know how Meg was killed? Aeou dismissed him with indifference. You are not Meg. Next, you must focus on expanding your army and training those children. They will serve as your foot soldiers, cooks in the kitchens, and blacksmiths crafting weapons. Do not forget, the long night is fast approaching. Zeno gazed upward at the great dragon. I have not forgotten. I have already dispatched individuals to instruct them, though many are mere little spiders. And what of the spiders? Their heads can be severed and roasted for consumption. You cannot truly believe otherwise. Aeou spread his wings and soared into the sky. I believe they all share in this. They all deserve to perish. Zeno silently regarded the night sky. I understand. I simply need to contemplate how best to proceed. Chapter 033, The Harvest Feast, Part 4. What manner of man is Tywin Lannister? He is formidable, authoritative, and exceptionally capable, renowned for his composition The Reign of Castamere, subsequently becoming the youngest hand of the king, serving as the prime minister for decades without faltering. Would a man of his stature undertake an endeavor fraught with uncertainty? To conspire against the crown prince would inevitably ignite war. Rhaegar is still so young. Should the king catch even a whiff of wrongdoing, the entire Lannister family would be doomed. Your Highness, look! Ian exclaimed excitedly. It is Sir Bollistan. Tyrion leaned forward to observe. Who is his opponent? Oh, it is my elder brother. He is indeed fortunate. I wager 100 golden dragons that my brother will prevail. Zeno withdrew his thoughts and gazed upon the tournament grounds. The White Knight donned gleaming white scale armor, his white cloak shimmering under the sun's radiant rays. Opposite him stood Sir Jaime Lannister, resplendent in golden armor, with a lion emblazoned upon his helmet, roaring defiantly toward the heavens. The iron hooves of the horses thundered past them, shattering the dawn's tranquility. The two knights bowed to the king before returning to their respective ends of the field. Renly squeezed in next to Zeno, exclaiming, Your Highness, it has been far too long. I heard you triumphed over Sir Gregor Clegane of the Westerlands in the trial by combat. Truly remarkable. That contest must have been spectacular. I can't believe I missed it. What a shame. Zeno glanced at him. It had been 2 years since they last met, and Renly Baratheon had grown significantly taller, still resembling his brother. You flatter me, Zeno replied. Renly grinned widely. Everyone is saying you must be blessed by the god of war to exhibit such bravery and valor. Your Highness, I plan to remain by the side of Lord Clinton as a squire, and once I become a knight, I would be honored to serve as your protector. What do you say? Zeno responded. Let us speak of that when you have earned your knighthood. Where is your brother, Sir Stannis? I seem to have missed him. Renly burst into laughter. Only you and Gendry seem to remember my good elder brother. He had a fierce argument with Robert yesterday and was so incensed that he refused to participate in the tournament. On the field, Sir Balon Swan and Sir Jaime had already shattered their lances, riding back to prepare for the second round, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Zeno casually inquired, What was the quarrel about, and who is Gendry? Renly chuckled. Gendry is our family's maester. The reason for their dispute actually involves you. Zeno raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What does it have to do with me? Of course, it pertains to you. May I call you Zeno? Renly said with a playful grin. You transformed King's Landing into such a pristine and beautiful place that everyone is singing your praises. My good elder brother wishes to do the same for Storm's End, intending to renovate the town while simultaneously banning the brothels and the maesters, which I believe is his true aim. Robert refused, and thus the argument ensued. Stannis then accused Robert of infidelity towards his marriage vows, causing Robert's face to turn ashen with rage. I have never seen him so furious. Fortunately, Lord Eddard intervened, preventing Robert from casting him out. Today, Stannis returned to Storm's End. Although Robert once swore before the king and all the gods that he would never betray Lady Lyanna, it is evident he does not consider visiting the maesters as disloyalty. Zeno could only respond, I have heard that Sir Stannis is both capable and honorable. In a few days, Lord Robert will surely calm his temper. Renly shrugged. Indeed, too honorable for his own good. He abstains from sweet wine and forbids others from indulging in it as well. Tyrion chuckled. It seems he wishes to smash the wine barrels outright. I wager 100 golden dragons on my brother's victory. Who will join me? Zeno replied, I shall join you. I bet on Sir Balon Swan's victory. As Balon Greyjoy placed his bet on Ser Barristan Selmy's victory, the valiant knight was engaged in combat with Ser Jaime Lannister, both dismounted and fighting on foot. It seems you are destined to lose, Balon proclaimed triumphantly to Tyrion. Unperturbed, Tyrion retorted, "My brother will surely prevail in this foot battle." Ser Barristan is well past his prime. In the midst of the duel, Ser Barristan skillfully deflected Jaime's assault with his shield, landing a decisive strike at the junction of Jaime's helmet, dislodging it. Seizing the opportunity, Barristan charged forward, using his shield to thrust Jaime off balance, sending him to the ground. Before Jaime could regain his footing, Ser Barristan advanced, positioning his sword at Jaime's throat. The crowd erupted in applause, with Balon's laughter resonating even louder than the cheers. Zeno consoled the disheartened Tyrion, suggesting he place a bet on Ser Arthur Dayne when his turn arrived, to recoup some losses. Tyrion rolled his eyes dramatically, "And who would wager against Dawn, pray tell?" "You?" Zeno couldn't help but chuckle, conceding, "All right, I concede my misjudgment. I must ponder how to spend this newfound fortune wisely." Meanwhile, the next round commenced, featuring Ser Meryn Trant from Maidenpool against Lord Yohn Royce from Runestone. Tyrion's spirits lifted once more. "I believe Ser Meryn has the upper hand. I shall wager 100 golden dragons on his victory. Do not underestimate the bronze of Yohn." Balon countered, "I place my bet on Lord Royce. What say you, Zeno?" "I shall abstain," Zeno replied. "I have matters to attend to." With that, he departed from the stands. Pycelle traversed the inner courtyard, his mind troubled despite the splendid weather and the melodic chirping of birds. His thoughts were consumed with the whereabouts of a certain girl, a matter he had pondered incessantly. Lord Tywin had advised him to focus solely on his duties, and he was indeed correct, as he often was. Pycelle should heed his counsel, yet the question of the girl continued to plague him. His chambers lay directly beneath the rookery, and upon opening the door, he was irked to find the apprentice guard absent once again, likely off to witness the tournament. It was imperative that he replace the boy. Taking a seat at his desk, Pycelle gently shook a silver bell. "If you seek a maid, she will not be coming." A child's voice chirped. Pycelle nearly stumbled in shock, but Zeno's quick reflexes steadied him. "Careful, Grand Maester Pycelle," the prince cautioned with genuine concern, "at your age, a fall could be quite disastrous. If you were to perish now, it would certainly give me a headache." Pycelle apologized for not noticing him earlier. "Your Highness, have you come to see me regarding something of great importance?" "Whether it is of great significance, one might say yes or no," Zeno replied, settling into a chair beside Pycelle and resting his hand upon the Chancellor's knee. "I have heard that you have misplaced some vital medicinal supplies. Is this true?" Pycelle felt his hands tremble once more. "I have an abundance of herbs, salves, and potions here, Your Highness. I have always managed them diligently. However, given my advancing age, if someone were to take one or two while I am not present, it would be difficult for me to notice." Zeno patted Pycelle's knee, causing the Chancellor to groan in pain and grasp his hand. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Pycelle was bewildered, for although it was a child's hand, it bore an inexplicable strength. Zeno glared at him, dissatisfied. "You claim to manage everything well, yet you also say you would not know if something went missing. So, do you know or do you not?" Pycelle responded weakly, "Your Highness, please do not rush me. I must conduct a thorough inventory to ascertain the facts." Zeno pouted, leaping off the stool and approaching Pycelle's shelves. The Chancellor's heart sank anew. The shelves were filled with an array of medicinal supplies, glass jars sealed with wax, and countless containers of herbs, all meticulously arranged and labeled. The bookshelves overflowed with scrolls and tomes. Zeno wandered among the shelves while Pycelle anxiously wrung his fingers, watching him closely. However, the Crown Prince did not take anything. Instead, he approached the open window and peered outside, startling a large raven that had been perched on the sill, causing it to take flight. Zeno turned to the anxious Chancellor. "I have heard you are quite fascinated by my dragon. Dragons are the most magnificent and powerful beings. Who would not be intrigued by them?" Pycelle cleared his throat. "Though I have joined the Academy and absorbed countless knowledge, I remain but a mere mortal." Zeno chuckled. "That is splendid indeed." He moved forward, pulling the Chancellor from his seat, and Pycelle reluctantly followed him to the window. Suddenly, a massive claw shattered the window frame and seized him. Pycelle screamed in terror. In the next moment, both he and Zeno were lifted into the sky by the dragon. "Do not be alarmed. After your extensive studies, you know that dragon claws are not hot," Zeno reassured the Chancellor. However, Pycelle paid him no heed, continuing to scream in frantic despair. Zeno was left with no choice but to instruct Aeou, "Fly slowly. If he is scared to death, I will be unable to question him." Aeou huffed softly, circling in the air before locating a thick patch of grass deep within the royal grounds, where he unceremoniously dropped them from a low altitude. Zeno landed gracefully on the grass, catching Pycelle, who nearly stumbled again. The Chancellor was gasping for breath, his complexion paler than milk. "You claim to love dragons," Zeno complained. "What are you shouting for then? The esteemed Master Paisel trembled, stammering, Aye. Zeno, growing impatient, interjected, What is it with you, Aeou? As the dragon descended. Paisel grasped Zeno's arm, exclaiming, No. I can't bear it. I do have an affinity for dragons, but... Zeno, suddenly enlightened, remarked, So your interest lies solely in the study of dragons. Paisel nodded vigorously in affirmation. Zeno then inquired, And what of Elia? Where has she gone? As Paisel opened his mouth to respond, he promptly shut it again. Zeno regarded him silently. Elia, don't tell me you don't know her. She was initially your maid, and later introduced to the Queen Mother. A month ago, she went to assist in the kitchen, tasked with serving dishes at the banquet. It was there that she carelessly applied a dose of poison to my food. Paisel's eyes widened in horror, his beard quivering as he stammered. I did introduce her to the Queen Mother, but it was her desire to go. Serving the Queen Mother is indeed a fine position. After that, I have not seen her since. Zeno pointed a finger at the Grand Scholar's chest. Master Paisel, do you recall the trial by combat between me and Sir Gregor Clegane? Paisel nodded rapidly. Your Highness, you protect the innocent and the weak. I'll commend you for it. Zeno gazed intently at him. I learned a vital lesson from Sir Gregor. Never presume that others cannot act against you. Master Paisel, do you think I cannot act against you? Paisel shook his head vigorously, on the verge of tears. Of course not. I truly do not know. Zeno slowly nodded. Very well. I believe you genuinely do not know her whereabouts. But was it Tywin who instructed you to poison? The elder scholar wept openly. No, Lord Tywin never instructed me. Zeno comprehended. So it was the Queen Mother who commanded it. Does the king know? Paisel trembled uncontrollably. No one instructed me. I swear I do not know. Zeno regarded him with disdain. You have done what you have done. Did you not supply the poison? I am aware that the poisoner hails from the citadel. Truly. It was not me, your Highness, Paisel pleaded, bending low, curling into himself. Zeno observed that he had indeed aged significantly. It was only after Elia's disappearance that I realized the poison was missing. I am terrified. The king keeps questioning me. I swear it was not me. Zeno probed. And Tywin? Does he know nothing? Do not feign ignorance. I know you heed his words more than the king's. Paisel stared blankly. I do not know about Lord Tywin. Zeno declared, Very well, I understand. Now, we shall escort you home. Paisel fell to his knees, exclaiming, Your Highness, I am innocent. I truly know nothing. I beg of you. Zeno helped him to his feet. Do not fear, it will be over soon. The dragon unfurled its wings and soared once more into the sky. Scholar Malvin observed the fainted Grand Scholar in shock, hastily fetching remedies. This man truly possessed an excessive amount of timidity. Zeno lamented to him, recounting how they had taken to the skies, only for Paisel to succumb to fear mid-flight, fainting upon landing. Marvin was caught between laughter and tears. Your Highness, not everyone possesses the courage to ride dragons into the sky. Master Paisel is already of advanced age. Please do not frighten him so. Zeno stroked his chin. I thought you did not like him. Indeed, I do not. Scholar Marvin dragged Paisel onto the bed, administering a bit of water and medicine. However, he was, after all, a member of the council. I merely wish to inquire a few questions, yet this rascal knows nothing. I cannot simply execute him. Zeno, in a sullen mood, remarked, How do you select a chancellor for the council? I wish to replace him. Would you be willing to take the position? The chancellor is elected by the council, not appointed by the king. Marvin chuckled. Thank you for your confidence, but I would prefer to remain your scholar. Zeno nodded. Do you have any means to keep him unconscious indefinitely? Scholar Marvin responded with a mysterious smile. Of course. Chapter 34, The Harvest Feast, Part 5. Tywin gazed solemnly at the unconscious Master Paisel. The chancellor lay on the bed, shrouded beneath heavy curtains, his complexion pale and ashen, resembling a corpse. The king, accompanied by several of his trusted ministers and the crown prince, filled the small room to capacity. Zeno sighed. This is truly unfortunate. I came to borrow a book and happened upon him collapsed at his desk. I immediately took him to Scholar Marvin, but alas, it was too late. Varys clasped his chest in terror. This is dreadful. Tywin replied with an impassive demeanor. The window frame in the study is broken. Zeno blinked. In my haste to transport him for treatment, I had the dragon assist me, as I could not manage him alone. King Rhaegar calmly nodded and inquired of Scholar Common. Is he well? Scholar Common shook his head, revealing a look of sorrow. I have administered peppermint and camphor and given him some medicine, yet the chancellor shows no response. I fear he may not be well, perhaps a cerebral hemorrhage. Scholar Marvin suggested, I could attempt to perform a bloodletting. Then let us proceed with the bloodletting, the king commanded. If he remains unresponsive, write to the citadel, requesting another chancellor to be sent, making special note of Master Paisel's condition. Zeno added, I believe we need a chancellor skilled in treating cerebral hemorrhage. Scholar Deluan shook his head helplessly. I fear the Citadel may not have such a chancellor available at this time. Tywin quietly remarked, I have heard that someone heard a scream. Oh, that was me. Zeno admitted, lowering his gaze. At first, I thought he was dead. I was utterly terrified and let out a few cries. Rhaegar patted Zeno's head, addressing the scholars. Please take good care of him. They descended the twisted, narrow steps of the crow's nest, and Zeno observed Tywin ahead of him. If he were to give him a kick now, even the Duke of Casterly Rock would meet his end. But the Lannisters were a powerful family. What a pity, Zeno thought. Varys traced stars upon his chest, whispering a prayer for the divine favor of Lord Pycelle, urging that they light candles for the ailing old scholar in the sacred hall and beseech the gods for his swift recovery. Surely, the seven would be touched by such devotion. Tywin responded with a cool politeness. Your Grace, I wish to discuss a matter with you. King Rhaegar's demeanor mirrored that chill. I too have matters to address with you, Lord Tywin. He turned to Zeno and beckoned, join us. The council chamber was adorned with opulence, its floor cloaked in exquisite merit carpets. Beautiful tapestries from Lys and Volantis graced the walls. Flanking the grand entrance were a pair of dripping dragon statues from Valyria, their golden inlays glimmering upon the ebony marble, water cascading from their mouths and creating ripples upon the base. They took their seats at the long table in succession. Your Grace, Duke Tywin spoke gravely. With Lord Pycelle gravely ill, I propose that we temporarily delegate his responsibilities to Maester Dursey and Maester Corman. Zeno immediately countered. I believe Maester Marwyn would be more suitable. After all, he is the Archmaester of the Citadel and can readily assume the role of Grand Maester. Duke Tywin solemnly concurred. If Maester Marwyn is willing to undertake this weighty task, it would indeed be for the best. King Rhaegar nodded. Then it shall be decided. Let Maester Marwyn act in place of Grand Maester Pycelle. I will subsequently write to the Citadel to discuss this matter. Zeno, uncertain of Tywin's true intentions, resigned himself to patiently listening to their deliberations on state affairs. Recently, the Iron Islands had exhibited a resurgence of ancient ways, with pirates relentlessly plundering passing vessels. Rumors circulated of seeing Balon Greyjoy and some of his brothers among them. Tywin suggested a response in kind, asserting that the fleet from Lannisport stood ready for action. Zeno awaited his turn in the discussions. However, once they concluded their discourse on King Balon, they departed the council chamber. At the evening banquet, Tyrion remarked to Zeno, You truly missed the most exhilarating moment. The tournament finals were nothing short of spectacular. They broke 11 lances. And I wager it was the most thrilling jousting event in 3 years. Zeno concealed half his face behind his wine cup, surreptitiously observing Tyrion's father. He was certain Tywin comprehended the provocation, yet Tywin maintained an unwavering expression throughout. Tyrion, have you ever seen your father smile? Tyrion responded, lifting his cup to his nose. Lord Tywin never smiles. Zeno tilted his head. Then have you witnessed his anger? Of course, Tyrion replied. I see it daily. He grows furious the moment he lays eyes on me. Why? Zeno inquired. Why? Tyrion echoed. What a question easily answered by anyone with eyes. It is because I am a dwarf. Zeno understood. Lord Tywin valued the family's honor above that of his own son. Tyrion shrugged and drained his cup. The night's weather was unkind, devoid of stars and moonlight. Zeno's mood was as somber as the weather. He felt as though he had stumbled into a dead end. Varys accused Tywin, while Pycelle pointed a finger at the Queen Mother. One of them must surely be lying, or perhaps both were deceiving him. After the harvest feast concluded, Zeno stealthily entered the chamber of the eunuch, an endeavor that proved quite effortless, and then he awaited his moment. When Varys entered the room, enveloped in a heavy scent of lavender, Zeno crept up from behind, delivering a sharp kick to the eunuch's calf. As the man staggered, Zeno leapt onto his back, bringing him crashing to the ground. Good evening, Lord Varys, Zeno declared, pressing a small knife against the eunuch's throat. It's rather unwise to stay up so late. Varys, pitifully sprawled on the floor, responded, Your Highness, what troubles you this time? The unfortunate Varys had been doing nothing of consequence lately. Zeno struck the eunuch on the head with the hilt of his knife, and upon eliciting a pained cry, he inquired, Nothing at all, you say? I find that my trust in you is the gravest error I have made. Speak to me. If I were to perish, who would stand to gain the most? Varys attempted to rise, but was swiftly met with another kick from Zeno, compelling him to remain prone. There are indeed many who would benefit, Your Highness. How can I elaborate on that? Zeno pressed, but among them, you are certainly one, are you not? He waved the knife threateningly near Varys, asserting, I believe that your demise would be advantageous for all. Varys struggled to turn his face. Your Highness, could it be that you intend to slay an innocent? I am the most innocent of all. Another lie. Then why don't you act? Varys surrendered. If you truly mean to strike, Poor Varys stands no chance of resistance. Nor would anyone seek vengeance for a eunuch. Zeno plunged the blade into his side, the knife short and the wound not deep, yet Varys immediately cried out in agony. I was wrong, Your Highness. I speak the truth. It was the Queen Mother who ordered the poison, but the king forbade me from revealing it. The eunuch began to weep. What could the pitiful Varys do? Your Highness, it is indeed a dreadful affair. Your grandmother seeks to harm you. Your father does not trust you. I can only strive to protect you both, but I am but a eunuch. I possess no swords or means to prevent this calamity. The eunuch was indeed skilled in the art of theatrics. Zeno pondered whether to deliver another blow. Why would my grandmother wish to kill me? This lie of yours is hardly clever. Have you forgotten all that you have done? Varys retorted. You destroyed your uncle's hand over a trivial matter. He struggled to rise again, but Zeno kicked him down once more. You resemble King Aerys far too much. It is that which the Queen Mother fears the most. Do you think Aerys was mad from birth? Varys replied, it was not so. Aerys was once valiant and charismatic. He achieved great renown in the War of the Ninepenny Kings and was once the best of friends with Lord Tywin. Whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast coins into the air, and we pray for them to land on the favorable side, yet fate always toys with us. The Targaryen lineage is inherently prone to madness, a trait most evident in you. Had it not been for Aeou uncovering a small secret of Varys, Zeno might have almost believed him. The eunuch struggled to rise from the ground, feeling a warm trickle of blood at his lower back, his mouth agape in terror. Oh heavens, am I to perish? I have lost so much blood, I must seek the maester at once. Zeno nodded in agreement. I concur. Allow me to escort you to the maester. He grasped Varys, who attempted to leave the chamber. You are mistaken, my lord Varys. We must take another path. Zeno guided Varys to the entrance of a secret passage. We shall proceed through here. I trust you can find your way to the crow's nest, yes? Through the secret passage? Varys hesitated. I am gravely injured, your highness. I cannot ascend and descend. Zeno brandished his dagger. Would you prefer to endure another stab? Varys sighed. Bending down with great difficulty to descend the staircase of the hidden passage, he crawled down the iron-laden ladder, with Zeno following closely behind him. The entrance to the secret passage sealed behind them, leaving them in the enveloping darkness. This is untenable. It is too dark. I cannot see a thing. Varys sighed softly. I cannot find the way. Zeno produced a small piece of dragon glass, igniting it with magic. Now you can see. Let us proceed. Varys stared at the glass candle for an extended moment. This is truly remarkable. Your Highness, how did you conjure the flame? Enough with the chatter, Zeno replied, his eyes shimmering with silver under the pale fire. We must hurry before your blood drains completely. I swear to the gods, I speak from the heart. Varys spoke as he walked. I genuinely stand by your side, your Highness. Before you, no prince or king has shown such concern for the lives of the impoverished. Aside from Aegon V. Are you familiar with Aegon V? He was a truly benevolent king, tragically perishing in a great fire, the fire of the Great Hall. He yearned to restore the dragons, hoping to persuade the lords to grant more rights to the common folk, yet ultimately he failed. You have awakened the dragons, your Highness. You are unafraid of the flames, and you shall undoubtedly surpass him. Just moments ago, you called me a madman, yet now you believe I could become a good king? Varys sighed again. It is not my belief, it is the Queen Mother's. I have never held such an opinion. I have always believed you could achieve more than any king. Zeno remained silent. Shortly, they arrived at the juncture of 6 tunnels, where Varys led Zeno to choose one. They traversed a winding stone staircase, ascending and descending. Passing through an archway, Zeno whispered, My father, he knows everything, does he not? Indeed. Varys turned to look at him. After all, he had lived through the reign of King Aerys. During the darkest phase of his relationship with Aerys, the king even contemplated deposing him in favor of Prince Viserys as heir. It was Queen Rhaenys who aided him, always steadfast in her support. Given the current circumstances, what could one expect of him? Moreover, your rebellious nature and refusal to heed their counsel only complicate matters. Zeno pondered, what if I were to die? If you were to truly perish, your father would undoubtedly grieve, for he loves you dearly. Varys turned a corner. Perhaps he would forever harbor resentment towards the Queen Mother. Your Highness, you are too formidable. To be weak invites scorn, yet to be excessively strong breeds hatred. Zeno sighed, so, I am despised by all. Varys began to ascend the ladder, not by me. I have never held animosity towards you. As I have previously stated, I believe you possess the potential to be a wise king, surpassing your father, your grandfather, and your great-grandfather in wisdom. Zeno inquired, what of that handmaiden? Who does she belong to? Varys replied softly, the girl indeed hails from the Westerlands. Lord Tywin previously assigned her to serve beside Maester Pycelle. However, upon witnessing the opulence of the Red Keep, she was loath to return to the Westerlands. Maester Pycelle rather favored her and introduced her to serve the Queen Mother. As for what transpired later, and why she agreed to poison you, only the gods know, for she spoke not a word before her demise. I can only ascertain that Lord Tywin is certainly aware of this matter. They entered a small room, and Varys opened a hidden door, revealing Maester Pycelle's study beneath the nest of crows. Currently, it was occupied by Maester Marwyn, who was organizing the jars and vials left behind by Pycelle. Zeno greeted him. Maester Marwyn, I believe someone here requires your assistance. Marwyn looked at them in surprise as they emerged from behind the shelves, then walked past to inspect the ajar hidden door before returning his gaze to Varys. You are injured? Maester Marwyn said, Come, sit here. He urged Varys onto a stool, cut open his clothing to dress his wounds, and prepared herbal concoctions for him to consume. Your Highness, you must now believe me, Varys said with a pained expression. I genuinely aspire to be a loyal servant to the realm. Zeno climbed into the chair left by Maester Pycelle, which was adorned with a comfortable fur cushion and a feather pillow. I suppose I must first consult your good friend Illyrio. Varys paused for a moment, and in the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 35, The Golden Rose Manor. Clop, clop. A company of 5 knights proceeded slowly along the gravel path. The warm air infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Not far ahead lay a quaint countryside manor. This estate surpasses other rural homesteads in size, encompassing more than 10,000 acres. It is inhabited by 290 farming households, totaling approximately 1,800 souls. From the estate, one can clearly behold the lush expanse of the imperial forest. Only a prince possesses the authority and inclination to establish such a grand estate in such proximity to the royal woods. A signpost stands by the roadside, inscribed with the name Zijin Huazhuang. A middle-aged knight, adorned with a full beard, remarked, This estate is indeed vast. Indeed, it is not only larger than others, but is also constructed entirely of stone, overseen personally by Lord Kelly. Another young knight, brimming with pride, stated, His Highness has entrusted this estate to Lord Kelly for management, which speaks volumes of the esteem held for him. Therefore, we must not be complacent. Kelly solemnly cracked his whip, declaring, You are now responsible for safeguarding its peace and tranquility. Off you go. A gentle breeze caressed Kelly's cheek as he donned black leather boots, a black silk long robe, and a black cloak with golden trim that billowed in the wind. A golden dragon, the emblem of Prince Zeno, roared proudly upon his chest. In his youth, Kelly had once aspired to become a wealthy magnate, but that was long ago. He later found contentment in possessing a few acres of fertile land, living as a humble farmer, tending to his fields and family, and enjoying a peaceful existence. Fate took an unexpected turn, transforming him into a mercenary. He then met Hall by chance, who introduced him to Calvin, Aya, Dick, and the Dragon Prince Zeno. Joining the Golden Dragon Squad, he became a knight and was entrusted with the management of the grand estate on behalf of the prince. It felt like a dream that he would be addressed as my lord. Kelly could only wish that this dream would never fade. To effectively oversee the estate, he even learned to read and write, as well as perform basic arithmetic. A few farmers were squatting by the field, engaging in idle chatter. And upon seeing Kelly accompanied by several knights, they promptly stood to greet him. Kelly paused to converse with them. How is the newly sown wheat growing? Well, splendidly. Just like His Highness's dragon, it grows rapidly, an elderly farmer replied immediately. My lord, are you here to collect the wheat? We have it all dried and ready. We also have corn and potatoes, all packed and awaiting your arrival. Kelly nodded in approval. You may take them to the estate. Has anyone troubled you recently? Are the new tools functioning well? Are the newcomers adapting to farming smoothly? Are the children behaving? The old farmer beamed. No, everyone is doing well, smoothly indeed. The newcomers are quickly getting the hang of it. The children are happy to have enough to eat. After inquiring a few more matters with concern, Kelly returned to the estate with his accompanying knights. Dinner consisted of roasted chicken, meat pies, corn chowder, and a large jug of ale. As Kelly dined, he listened to the steward's report on the latest harvest: barley, wheat, corn, alfalfa, lentils, potatoes, radishes, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and cattle. Surplus grain needed to be bagged for storage, and the meat required drying. The Crown Prince dismantled the small shanties outside King's Landing, relocating the impoverished residents into the estate. With such a sudden influx of inhabitants, there was an acute shortage of housing, prompting ongoing construction of new accommodations. Prince Zeno also aspired to forge agricultural tools and weapons within the estate, necessitating the procurement of stone and iron furnaces, as well as the essential pig iron. He intended to recruit several blacksmiths, and the children sent off for training had grown and were ready to return to assist. Perhaps in a few months, the estate would require further expansion, lest there be insufficient space for the newly acquired fruit trees. By the time Kaylee concluded his tasks, the sky had darkened considerably. He poured himself a cup of corn juice and filled a plate with half a roasted chicken and several meat pies before descending to the basement. The original purpose of establishing this estate was to cultivate and store grain. Thus, the entire structure was constructed from robust stone. The ground housed nearly 100 warehouses, and additional vast underground storage facilities had been excavated. Currently, many of these underground storages remained vacant, perfectly suited for accommodating guests. As Kaylee descended the stone staircase, he noted that to prevent dampness, these underground warehouses were ingeniously designed with ventilation shafts, allowing for air circulation while keeping rainwater at bay, making them entirely suitable for habitation. Upon opening the iron door, Kaylee discovered his guest slumped in a corner, staring blankly at the wall. He politely addressed the guest, "Lord Varys, please come over for dinner." Varys turned his head, a forlorn expression on his face. "You've tied me up so tightly. How am I to eat?" Kaylee acknowledged the inconvenience and placed the food tray on the floor, then approached to drag the portly eunuch, securely bound, to lean against the wall. "There. Now you can eat. Dinner consists of roasted chicken and meat pies. I have sampled them, and they are quite delectable." Kaylee offered a piece of roasted chicken into Varys's mouth. "Take your time. Don't choke. I have corn juice here as well." Varys, his waist bound with bandages, had a significant portion of his golden-robed attire torn away, and he was covered in dust from the floor. He chewed slowly on the food Kaylee had provided, scrutinizing his surroundings. The space was a stone chamber, nearly equal in length and width, devoid of adornments or furniture, save for a single glass candle hanging from the ceiling, casting a stark white light that illuminated the room like fresh snow while simultaneously rendering it as dark as a void. Varys shivered at the shadow cast by the glass candle. He beseeched Kaylee, "My lord, please release me. I am but a eunuch, incapable of wielding swords. My subordinates are merely informants. If you wish, you could easily take my head at any moment." "Do not be hasty," Kaylee replied with a smile, offering another sip of corn juice. "If you desire to meet your end, we can accommodate that, but not at this moment. Then please take me to the restroom. I can no longer hold it," Varys implored once more, "or I fear I may soil your chamber." Kaylee raised an eyebrow. "I do not mind." The eunuch gazed at him with anguish. "Please, allow me to meet Prince Zeno. We have a slight misunderstanding. After all, I am a significant court official. He bypassed King Rhaegar to abduct me. If the king discovers this, it could lead to dire consequences, causing a rift between father and son." Carrie remained unfazed. "If the dragon prince wishes to see you, he will come to you." After the meal, Carrie produced a piece of burlap to seal the eunuch's mouth. That afternoon, as Zeno traversed the courtyard, he was intercepted by Littlefinger. Sir Peter Baelish smiled as he handed Zeno a letter, sealed with Lord Varys' sigil. Zeno broke the wax seal, curious to discern what scheme Littlefinger was concocting this time. Upon reading, he was utterly perplexed. "What do you mean by giving me a letter from Varys to the king? I have no interest in the sordid affairs of Brecon and Blywood." "Because he left this behind," Peter sighed. "Your Highness, Lord Varys has gone missing." The instigator feigned innocence. "So, this is what you provide me? Do you expect me to deliver it to the king?" Littlefinger shrugged. "That is for you to decide, Your Highness. It's not particularly urgent news. Yet, where has Lord Varys gone? Will he return? How should I know? It would be best if he were dead." Zeno carelessly stuffed the letter into his pocket, intending to depart. Littlefinger hastily obstructed his path. "Your Highness, with Lord Varys now missing, what should I do next if he does not return?" Zeno replied, "You almost made me forget about this, Sir Baelish. Return to the Fingers, or go elsewhere. It matters not. Just do not reappear before me." Littlefinger stared at him in astonishment. "Why is that?" "Your Highness, I am in no way connected to Lord Varys' disappearance." Zeno retorted angrily. "How would I know? You failed to keep an eye on him. He is missing, so you may as well leave." Disregarding Littlefinger's protests, Zeno swiftly descended the steps, with Littlefinger watching him from a distance. Finding Viserys was not a daunting task. Many knights who had participated in the tournament had yet to depart, seeking employment within the Red Keep, and Viserys had been mingling among them of late. Zeno effortlessly extracted him from a group of boisterous knights, while several attendants observed cautiously. "What do you want?" Viserys bellowed. "Don't think I fear you." Zeno gently patted Viserys' arm. "My dear uncle, do not be tense. I come to reconcile." Viserys closed his mouth, eyeing Zeno with suspicion. Zeno could tell his uncle harbored no trust in him. "My dear uncle, we have had some misunderstandings in the past, but that is behind us." Viserys interrupted with a cold laugh. Are my hands merely a misunderstanding to you? That is precisely why I have come. Zeno smiled as he drew forth the Valyrian steel sword. This is for you. Viserys was taken aback, his gaze flitting between Zenon and the sword. Are you truly giving me this? You better not regret it. Why would I? Zenon chuckled. In fact, I procured another one, so this shall be yours. What? Viserys exclaimed. Where did you acquire it? Zenon replied with a grin, at a small stall and mill. Your luck is astonishing. Then this one is rightfully mine. Viserys felt a mix of jealousy and joy as he unsheathed the Valyrian steel sword, examining the intricate wave patterns etched upon it. Zenon paused for a moment. There is one more matter I wish to discuss. I would like to alter my betrothal to the Lannister family. Allow me to take Miss Cersei as my wife. What do you think? Viserys attempted to sever a branch with the Valyrian steel sword, marveling at the smooth cross-section, his violet eyes gleaming with fervor. You wish to marry that woman? I concede she is quite beautiful, but she is of considerable age. Why not choose someone younger and more alluring? Because I adore her. Viserys turned to Zenon, laughing. Good heavens, how old are you? If you truly fancy her, then that older woman is yours. He gazed at the sword in his hand. I shall name it the Head Crusher. What a splendid name, Zenon commended. However, this blade is particularly sharp. Exercise caution while wielding it, lest you harm the innocent. Viserys scoffed at Zenon. Understood, you are more verbose than my own mother. With excitement, Viserys plunged into the crowd, showcasing the sword, which elicited a chorus of gasps. Zenon turned to Aeou. One remains. The Prime Minister's tower was a lofty structure, featuring steep spiral staircases and narrow, lofty windows. Guarding the tower were the Lannister family's private soldiers, who promptly saluted Zenon upon his arrival. One guard hastily ascended the stairs to inform the Prime Minister. Zenon followed him up the tower at a leisurely pace. The Prime Minister's private parlor was considerably smaller than the king's study, yet equally opulent. The floor was adorned with a plush, thick carpet from mill, and the walls were clad in ebony paneling. Tapestries depicting the Lannister lion hung outside, while the fireplace and the broad-backed chairs were intricately carved with exquisite reliefs. A triangular cabinet displayed glassware from Volantis, and a multi-armed silver candelabrum adorned with lit candles hung overhead, with heavy silk drapes framing the tall windows. Duke Tywin invited Zenon to take a seat on a cushion upholstered with feathers, after which the serving maids presented wine and fruit before departing. Good afternoon, Lord Tywin. Zenon said, I hope I am not intruding. Tywin's intense gaze bore into him, and Zenon noted a faint golden glimmer at the edges of his green pupils. Not at all, Your Grace. How may I assist you? Well, Lord Tywin, I have a great fondness for Miss Cersei. Might you consider arranging her marriage to me? Zenon delighted in witnessing the rare expression of shock on Tywin's face. Tywin chose his words with utmost caution. My daughter is already betrothed to your uncle. Zeno chuckled lightly. It matters not. I believe Viserys would willingly part with his fiancée for me. Surely, our family's friendship shall remain unaltered by this, will it not? What truly matters is your consent, my lord. Your opinion holds great significance. Tywin appeared on the verge of acquiescence, yet maintained his composure. Have you consulted King Rhaegar regarding this matter? No, Zeno replied, fully aware that the arrangement was set. If you are amenable, my lord, let us approach my father together. Tywin pondered for a moment. I respect the king's wishes. Zeno rose first. In that case, let us proceed swiftly. We must conclude this matter before dinner, so we can share a meal together. I have much to discuss with you. They descended the staircase together, with Tywin deliberately trailing half a step behind Zeno. He regarded the young prince ahead of him, only 10 years of age this year. What is it that draws you to Cersei? Your Highness, I had not perceived it before. Zeno looked up at him. Because Lady Cersei is your daughter. If she inherits even a fraction of your wisdom, our descendants shall reap boundless benefits. Furthermore, Lady Cersei is both beautiful and well-mannered. I find no reason to dislike her. Tywin's expression almost broke into a smile. Indeed, my daughter has always been gentle and understanding. In time, you shall discover that her beauty is but one facet of her character. Chapter 36. Harrenhal. Upon reaching the king's study, Rhaegar was engaged in discussions of state affairs with Lord Jon. After hearing Zeno and Tywin's intentions, the typically composed king was momentarily taken aback. Rhaegar turned his gaze to Zeno. Marriage is no trifling matter. Lady Cersei has already been promised to your uncle. Zeno replied with a grin. A union between two families need not hinge upon a single individual, especially since Viserys has already consented. Rhaegar responded quietly. What have you done? I gifted him a Valyrian steel sword, and he readily agreed. A profound silence enveloped the room. Rhaegar remained silent for an extended period. Enough. Marriage is not to be trifled with. I shall not permit such impulsiveness. I have other arrangements for your union. Lord John chimed in. Your father speaks wisely, Your Highness. Your uncle's wedding to Lady Cersei has already been scheduled. Do not act rashly. We can assure you of a more beautiful match. Tywin shot him a cold glance. Zeno remained resolute. But I am fond of Lady Cersei. Rhaegar addressed Lord John and Prime Minister Tywin. I require a moment alone with my son. Lord John readily agreed. Of course, let us step outside. Shall we, Lord Tywin? Tywin nodded silently. Once they had departed, Rhaegar fixed Zeno with a stern gaze. I ask you, why the sudden desire to wed Tywin's daughter? Because Cersei is beautiful. You lie. She is 13 years your senior. By the time you mature, she shall have aged considerably, and you have never placed value on mere appearance. Zeno could only concede that the Lannisters were quite useful, and that Cersei was not nearly as astute as her father, making her rather easy to manipulate. Easy to manipulate? That was utterly ludicrous. The king was seething with anger. The Lannisters had already amassed too much power. Tywin was the prime minister, his eldest son commanded the city watch, and he intended for his youngest son to become your steward. If you were to marry his daughter, do you wish to adopt the Lannister name? Zeno now understood why Tyrion circled him incessantly. He had initially believed it was solely to see the dragons, but it was not entirely for that reason. I already have a steward, and I am but 10 years old. Even if I were to marry, consummation would be impossible. Rhaegar reminded him, and so what? As long as you share a bed, she could bear your children, and the blood of dragons would mingle with that of lions. I would prefer your wife to hail from a lesser house than to have you surrounded by ambitious schemers. You stand no chance against them. This was a point Zeno could not refute. Father, Cersei will not bear children so soon. It will be at least 10 years before I am of age to consummate the marriage. By then, if the Lannisters present a problem, I shall simply replace her. Rhaegar furrowed his brow tightly. Do you think a wife can be discarded at whim? Do you consider Tywin a fool? I have never thought such, father. But have you ever experienced strange dreams? Zeno gently spoke. I dreamt of a great war in a prolonged winter. The Lannisters will indeed be useful. If Tywin seeks power, then let him have it. Should he overstep, I shall obliterate the Lannisters. Rhaegar stared at his son in stunned silence. After a long pause, he declared, Your wedding will be arranged for the latter half of the year. Zeno cheerfully replied, Rest assured. Rhaegar suddenly lowered his voice. The Citadel has agreed to appoint Maester Marwyn as the Archmaester. Zeno recognized Rhaegar's intervention. I am certain Maester Marwyn will serve diligently. Eliminate Pycelle, make Varys disappear, and wed Cersei. This was the outcome Zeno and Aeou had deliberated. Regardless of what Pycelle knew, as the Archmaester and the king's advisor, the royal physician, he was ostensibly a member of an apolitical organization. His loyalty lay not with the Targaryens, but with the Lannisters. He must die. Varys surely knew the truth, or he might be the true culprit. However, that was of little consequence. He had once whispered slanders against Rhaegar to Aerys, and now spoke ill of Zeno to the Queen Regent, acting as the master of whispers, perpetually inciting discord within House Targaryen. A captured little bird divulged one truth. They were all trained slaves. Their original master was Illyrio. Zeno sought to uncover their true intentions. The first step was to abduct Varys, followed by an investigation into Illyrio. Tywin is indeed the most troublesome of all. He is exceedingly cautious, leaving no incriminating evidence and affording no opportunity for Zeno to strike. Unlike Varys and Pycelle, who are solitary figures, he is backed by a formidable family. Confronting him is a daunting challenge. It would be more prudent to seek his alliance. As for whether Tywin would be amenable, Zeno could not say. If he remains oblivious to the clandestine affair between Cersei and Jaime, Zeno would find himself at a loss. Oh, the unpredictability of this world. Tyrion exaggeratedly waved his arms. Just a moment ago, I lamented the marriage of my sister to Prince Viserys, pondering how I would manage given their mutual disdain for me. And now, in the blink of an eye, my brother-in-law has been replaced. All I hope for now is that your child resembles you. He certainly will. Otherwise, how could he hatch a dragon egg? We have plenty of dragon eggs at home, yet only one dragon, which is far too few. Zeno caressed the scales of Aeou. The colossal dragon lying before him, resembling a small mountain in size. It stretched nearly 70 meters in length, capable of swallowing a cow whole with its gaping maw. Its expansive wings could overshadow the sun, and each scale gleamed like shields gilded in gold and silver, overlapping in perfect alignment, sparkling in the sunlight. 7 long, sharp golden horns sprouted from the dragon's head, each one crystalline and exceptionally sharp, resembling a crown atop its head. Tyrion knew that many referred to this as the crown of the 7. The dragon's eyes shimmered with brilliance, as though harboring stars or the sun within them. The tip of its tail was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Tyrion gazed at the majestic dragon before him. It was strong, graceful, intimidating, and as beautiful as a dream within arm's reach. He longed to touch the magnificent beast, even if only its claw. The dragon's claws are not hot. Feel free to touch them, Zeno generously offered, though he cautioned to be careful, for they were indeed sharp. Tyrion scratched his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment for having unwittingly voiced his innermost thoughts. He gingerly touched the dragon's claw, which was a rich golden brown, its edges sharper than a blade. Warm to the touch and smooth like a maiden's skin. What is it like to soar through the skies? Do you feel immensely powerful? Zeno invited. If you wish to perch upon the dragon's claw, I can take you for a flight. Tyrion glanced at the sky and then at the great dragon gazing down at him, feeling a tremor in his calves, uncertain whether it was excitement or fear. Then what are we waiting for? Tyrion exclaimed, let us depart at once. As a child, he often dreamed of possessing a dragon. Simply riding upon its back would allow even a deformed, twisted dwarf to look down upon the world. Now, although he was not astride the dragon's back, he was gripped within its claw. Yet he truly beheld the world, sprawling beneath him, mountains and rivers shrinking rapidly until they appeared as a vivid tapestry. Never before had he felt so close to the heavens. He yearned to shout at the top of his lungs, yet the fierce winds filled his mouth and nostrils, leaving him to lament his lack of an additional scarf when he set off. Not only had he forgotten his scarf, but he had also neglected his fur coat and moleskin gloves. He ought to have brought a rope to tether himself to the dragon's claw, for he constantly felt as though he might plummet. The altitude was unbearably frigid. The dragon carried them over mountains and verdant fields, descending beside a lake where the grass grew tall and thick. As soon as Tyrion touched the ground, he rolled into the grass, sprawling with his limbs outstretched, gasping for breath. 7 gods, how could you not warn me of the chill at such heights? Tyrion sneezed violently, rubbing his nose. I nearly froze off my manhood. Zeno leapt down from the dragon's back and helped Tyrion to his feet. Cold. I don't feel it. Tyrion glanced at Zeno, the prince clad in a red silk shirt, black wool trousers, and black boots. Reluctantly, he remarked, I forgot you are a dragon. Zeno shrugged and surveyed the surroundings. In the distance, a colossal tower loomed by the azure lake, its top vaguely visible, twisted and grotesque, resembling a candle half consumed by flames. Tyrion sighed, Harrenhal. We flew halfway across the riverlands in one breath. They trudged through knee-high wild grass for quite some time before arriving at a bustling little town. This settlement lay at the foot of Harrenhal, which appeared even more immense up close, a vast stone fortress with thick, steep walls rising like a sheer cliff. It dwarfed the Red Keep by several magnitudes, wild grass growing at its blackened corners, blooming with delicate, colorful flowers, while a few children played nearby. Tyrion looked up from below, catching only glimpses of the 5 towering spires, the yellow bat banner of House Hightower snapping straight in the wind at their summit. As they entered the lively town, the houses were neatly constructed, their roofs painted white, with a grand brick and timber cathedral perched atop a gentle hill. A few farmers were selling roasted meats and fruits by the roadside. Zeno purchased 2 sausages and a large orange for 3 copper pennies, and Tyrion watched with keen interest. Zeno inquired, Aren't you going to eat? I've heard you relish the company of common folk, and it seems the rumors hold true. You understand that one must pay for goods. Zeno regarded him as though he were a fool. Are you mocking me? Tyrion burst into laughter, snatching a sausage from Zeno's hand and stuffing it into his mouth. Between bites, he asked, I'm serious. What do you see in Cersei? Zeno pondered for a moment. Perhaps it's because I cannot bring your father home? Tyrion laughed heartily again. My father wishes for me to be your steward, though I am but 16. I assure you I could manage far better than your attendant, Ian. Zeno was gazing intently into the distance as they stood beside the Goddess Eye Lake. A small ferry dock resting at the town's edge, several boats bobbing gently along the shore. Do you possess knowledge regarding the construction of houses or the repair of roads? Zeno turned his head to look at him, inquiring about urban planning, the construction of city walls, trade, agriculture, or navigation. What could he do? Tyrion chuckled. I am capable of repairing drainage systems. I have cleaned the entire underground sewer of Casterly Rock. I know how to stack stones to form a house. Though I have yet to engage in commerce, I am a quick and adept learner. Zeno pondered briefly. What I lack most at present is a fleet. Can you assist me in assembling one? May I inquire about the purpose of this fleet? Zeno gazed at the distant small boats. Naturally, it is for transporting goods. Zeno's financial situation was exceedingly straightforward. His income stemmed solely from shop trades, whereas his expenditures were overwhelming. The Golden Dragon Company was consistently expanding, and the construction of estates and farms required substantial funds. Even if he no longer intended to reconstruct the remaining parts of King's Landing, he still had thousands to support. And that number would only grow in the future. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to financial ruin. For the sake of long-term planning, he needed to devise a means to earn more money. The swiftest way was to open additional shops, which Zeno intended to establish in the Westlands and the Riverlands, where the affluent resided. However, from where would the goods come? Only merchandise imported from the Far East could yield exorbitant profits. Yet the goods themselves also required a considerable investment. Thus, Zeno sought an alternative avenue. He planned to salvage sunken ships. The primary force would undoubtedly be the dragon Aeou. But while the dragon could retrieve the wrecks from the depths of the sea, someone had to oversee the cleaning, washing, and accounting. Many of the wrecks were ancient and cumbersome to tow ashore. It would be best to clean them on site. Therefore, Zeno required a trustworthy fleet. Constantly apprehending traders would become exhausting. Additionally, the fleet could be utilized for transporting goods, as waterways provided a significantly swifter route than land. While Zeno contemplated the small boats, Tyrion kept his gaze fixed upon him. Even back in Casterly Rock, Tyrion had heard tales of this prince. He was known for his defiant individuality and reckless behavior, lacking any semblance of noble demeanor. Yet, he displayed genuine care for his subjects, embodying kindness and benevolence, and was said to be blessed by the gods, resulting in a blend of praise and criticism. However, since he was the one who awakened the dragon, and as the only dragon prince within House Targaryen, all evaluations of him were rendered irrelevant. He was destined to be the next king. Tyrion had once envied him. Yet, upon their actual encounter, Tyrion found himself quite fond of the prince. This royal figure was indeed rebellious and unruly, disregarding conventions in many matters. However, the way he regarded Tyrion was no different from how he looked at Cersei, lacking affection or aversion. His demeanor towards Tyrion was equally indifferent. Such a rarity was hard to come by. Had Zeno been aware of Tyrion's thoughts, he might have concluded that Tyrion was overthinking. Having been a stone for so many years, Zeno's primary consideration of humanity was whether they were palatable rather than aesthetically pleasing. It was a beautiful misunderstanding. Chapter 037. The Fleet. The lake of the Eye of God was vast, its waters shimmering and glistening under the sunlight. As I gaze across the expanse, a verdant island emerges in the center of the lake. A few swans glide gracefully over the surface. Zeno and Tyrion have procured a small boat at the dock, intending to journey to the Isle of a Thousand Faces. The ferryman, a frail old man, fixates on Zeno's hair and face, casting furtive glances at Tyrion, and remarks, "Are you bound for Hard Island? There are no souls there, only blood-stained trees and an uncountable number of crows that inhabit the isle. The moment you step ashore, you shall surely be drenched in bird droppings." Tyrion replies, "We had not anticipated such a fate. Thank you for the warning. We shall procure a cloth to shield our heads." The little boat wobbles as it sets course for the Isle of a Thousand Faces. Zeno gazes into the turquoise depths of the lake and muses. It is said there lies a cavern beneath the waters, which accounts for the many who have mysteriously vanished into the Eye of God, their bodies never to resurface. Tyrion leans against the boat's edge, lightly touching the surface with his fingers. It is merely a legend, he continues. In the tales, the children of the forest still dwell upon the Isle of a Thousand Faces, a race both dark and beautiful, diminutive in stature, yet said to resemble children even in adulthood. Though small, they move with a grace and agility unmatched, residing in tree hollows and rocky crevices, wielding bows and arrows crafted from fishwood to capture their prey. Their green prophets are remarkable, capable of conversing with flora and fauna, and wielding formidable magic. In ancient ballads, they summoned the seas to rise, submerging islands and shattering the arm of Dorne. You possess a wealth of knowledge. You must be a lover of books, Zeno reflects. Despite the prowess of the children of the forest, it was ultimately the Undulls who triumphed. Perhaps the Undulls of that era wielded magic as well. Tyrion chuckles. No magic can rival that of dragons. The boat halts beside a prominent mound of earth, where a colossal fishwood tree greets them with a vibrant crimson visage. The ferryman, filled with trepidation, declares, "I can take you no further. Are you truly intent on proceeding?" Zeno offers the ferryman a generous handful of copper coins. "We shall return shortly. Please wait for us. There exists no path here, only the fishwood tree with its drooping branches, gazing at the uninvited guests. A thick carpet of fallen leaves blankets the ground, beneath which lies a foot-deep mixture of decaying branches, leaves, and bird droppings, forming a viscous mire that requires considerable effort to extricate one's foot." Tyrion gasps for breath. This island appears small, yet traversing it is exhausting. The old ferryman spoke the truth. There is naught here. Zeno remarks, "I shall ascend the tree for a better view." Grasping the outstretched branches of the fishwood tree, Zeno climbs to its summit, where he beholds a serene emerald lake at the island's heart. Crows soar overhead, and unfamiliar birds chirp melodiously, while a snake, the size of a thumb, slithers past Zeno, flicking its tongue. There are no signs of the fabled children of the forest or the green folk. On the return journey, Tyrion sheds his mud-caked boots, reclining on the boat's deck with his feet submerged in the lake's waters, leisurely propping his head on his arms. Even if those whimsical beings still inhabit the island, it is certain they would not reveal themselves to us. I have heard that the forest sun and the giant have ventured beyond the Great Wall. Have you ever visited the wall? Zeno expressed his regret. No. Recently, the Night's Watch sent a message requesting to heighten the walls and fortify the structures, which Father has approved. When I find the time, I shall go and take along some provisions. Tyrion interjected. You must remember to bring me along. I could hide in the large basket where you store the grain. Zeno couldn't help but chuckle. That would surely be the most significant grain ever brought by Aeou. As Tyrion stepped into the Hand's Tower, a lavish banquet had already been laid out in the small hall, where Tywin and his children were gathered, dining together. You rode out with Zeno on a dragon this afternoon? Without waiting for Tyrion to greet her, Cersei interrogated him. Has he agreed to make you his steward? Tyrion requested his servant to bring him bread, smoked fish, bacon, and a glass of fine red wine. To be precise, I clung to the dragon's claw. For dragons are as scorching as freshly forged iron, and only the dragon's talons are cool. He has agreed, and I shall henceforth be his steward. Tywin, unusually, spoke up. Why did you not invite him to dine with us? Tyrion noticed his brother Jaime appeared somewhat sullen, because the queen summoned him back before I could. Tywin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Tyrion surveyed his siblings. The twin pair were clad in crimson and gold, their golden hair cascading down. Cersei's necklace glimmered with scattered deep green gemstones, while Jaime wore a ring adorned with an emerald on his finger. They resembled statues carved from the same mold. Yet, something was amiss with Jaime, Tyrion mused. His brother had never been so distant. Ever since Lord Tywin announced Cersei's betrothal to Prince Zeno, Jaime had grown increasingly displeased. Could it be that his brother preferred Viserys? Tyrion found it perplexing. Cersei, however, was utterly delighted, preparing for the wedding set to take place in 6 months. Already selecting the garments and jewels she would wear. After a simple meal, Tywin returned to his duties, while Cersei hurried off to inspect the newly arrived fabrics. Only Tyrion and Jaime remained in the small hall. Jaime Lannister scrutinized his brother with his emerald green eyes. You seem to be getting along well with Prince Zeno. Tyrion responded with a smile to this affirmation. As long as you do not provoke him, he is quite amiable. Dear brother, you should understand him better than I do. I have heard you assisted significantly during the renovations in King's Landing. Jaime replied darkly. Are you aware that the Master of Whispers, Varys, has gone missing? His relationship with Prince Zeno was rather poor. Tyrion took a hearty bite of smoked fish, speaking with his mouth full. That oily, powdered eunuch? I have heard of him. But even the king does not pursue this matter. Why should we concern ourselves? Jaime's expression remained grim. I worry that if your sister angers him, he may take it out on Cersei. Tyrion swallowed bread and smoked fish, bursting into laughter. My brother, you worry far too much. How can my sister, who loves him so dearly, ever provoke his ire? Moreover, what regard does he hold for the abilities of our father? Can a eunuch truly be compared to Lord Tywin? In the Vale of Valyria, Zenon toiled for an extended period, sifting through bones and ashes, until at last he unearthed a hefty tome crafted from metal. Its pages were fashioned of gold, the spine adorned with sapphires, black crystals, and red agate, while intricate patterns and symbols were engraved upon the pages, stained a vivid red with an unknown dye. Not a single word was comprehensible to Zenon. Seated on the ground, he swatted away a humanoid serpent attempting to slither up his leg. This is not Valyrian. What script is this? He inquired. Aeou replied, this is ancient Dawn language. Before the Golden Empire, there existed a vast nation known as the Dawn Kingdom, and this tome contains the writings of its sorcerers. You may wish to study it. The blood magic of the Valyrians originally stemmed from the spells of ancient Dawn. Flipping through the pages, Zenon lamented, I cannot even decipher the letters. Return to your true form for a moment, and you shall understand, Aeou instructed. Thus, Zenon took the book to the Golden Palace, laying it before the black stone. Once he returned to the stone, comprehension dawned upon him. This was a treatise on the nature of sacrifice. The essence of sacrifice lay in exchange. Cruelly extracting human souls and emotions from their bodies to offer to an unknown entity, thereby obtaining the power to influence reality. According to the text, the more brutal the method of sacrifice, the more potent the soul offered, and thus, the more likely one would attract the gaze of the unknown. It was through this very method that they had summoned Xenon. Aeou instructed him, "Once, you needed do nothing, as sacrifices were made for you. Now that they are all gone, you must seek sustenance for yourself. Let us begin with that half-dead scholar." Xenon awakened from his dreams. Dawn had yet to break, and the room lay in silence. He rose from his bed and placed the golden book into the pine chest beside him, which already contained several items: a half-broken metallic compass, a Valyrian steel sword, a sapphire the size of a fist, and a handful of obsidian fragments, trinkets Xenon had scavenged from the shores of Valyria. He climbed out the window, stealthily making his way into the crow's nest. Scholar Malwyn had returned to his own quarters to rest, leaving only the unconscious Scholar Pyzel and a maidservant tending to him. The maidservant slept soundly in the adjoining chamber. Standing before the slumbering Pyzel, Xenon hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, he extended his hand, covering the scholar's mouth and nose. As a wisp of white vapor escaped from the still form of Pyzel, Xenon grasped it and drew it into his own mouth. A fragment of Pyzel's memory began to unfurl within him. He carefully labeled the herbs and placed them into a glass vial, then handed a small phial to the round-faced maid. Anxiously, he paced the room, while Tywin's frigid visage and icy words lingered in the air. Aeou's luminous slit pupil sparkled. The memories vanished as swiftly as they had emerged. As Zeno swallowed the soul, Pazur was irrevocably lost. A gentle drizzle had persisted for 2 days. Leaning against the window sill, Zeno gazed at the red keep shrouded in rain, droplets rhythmically striking the glass panes, leaving trails of delicate patterns. The distant garden and colonnade were obscured by the misty rain, appearing both hidden and revealed. Aeou's drooping dragon tail glimmered with silvery light amidst the fine rain. Zeno engaged in casual banter with the dragon. "These people speak not a word of truth." I almost believed him. "Should I consume Varys as well?" "Do as you wish." Aeou replied, "I intend to assemble a fleet. It would be far more efficient, as salvaging sunken ships is exceedingly time-consuming. One vessel is simply insufficient. I've heard that Shipbreaker Bay has claimed countless merchant ships. Surely we could salvage some treasures. You cannot achieve your ambitions solely through legitimate trade. Although those goods from the Valyrian Peninsula possess malevolent power, you could sell them to those in need," the dragon remarked. "I imagine some would willingly part with their entire fortunes for a taste of magical prowess." "Are you referring to Volantis or Bravos?" "I had considered the Iron Bank. But I've heard their bargaining skills are formidable. Their interest rates are equally daunting if one were to borrow." Zeno gazed skyward, noting the rain had tapered off. "Do you think they would desire a cursed gemstone?" Aeou nonchalantly replied, "Unless you disclose it, who would know the stone is cursed? Of course, you could always mention it hails from the Valyrian Peninsula. That would fetch a higher price. It would be best to seize Bravos directly. Then you could compel them to redeem themselves with the Iron Bank." Zeno sighed, "Let us visit Davos." Davos was a slender man of unremarkable appearance, with brown hair and eyes. He perpetually donned a brown coat and trousers, draped with a tattered brown cloak. Born in the squalid flea bottom of King's Landing, far from the now pristine Prince's Street, he had ventured to sea at a tender age with a merchant from Tyrosh. Later, after the former captain was captured and executed by the Night's Watch, Davos took the helm himself. He prided himself on being a better captain than his predecessor, engaging only in smuggling rather than piracy. Months prior, Davos had roamed freely as a smuggler, navigating his ship, the Black Beth, through various ports. He trafficked in silks, spices, jewels, and dragon bones, as well as honey, onions, pickled fish, and potatoes. He sold food to the Night's Watch at the Wall and to the wildlings beyond. In exchange, he procured furs and beast bones to sell to merchants in King's Landing. He understood that capture would mean certain death or a black-clad exile to the Wall. On that day, much like countless others before it, before dawn broke, he and his crew loaded the cargo onto a small boat, quietly making their way along the Blackwater Bay's shoreline. They approached the city walls with stealth, as their contact on the opposite side cast a long hook and chain over to them. A few crew members hoisted the cargo, securing it with the hook and chain, and with a firm pull on the thick rope, the line began to turn slowly. "After this, I must pay a visit to Silk Street," one crew member remarked. "I'm going to find Maris." The others chuckled quietly. One chimed in, "Why not just marry her? Same person every day, it must get tiresome." "If I had the money, I would marry her," another replied. "I'm heading to Prince Street for a drink. Jack, are you coming?" Someone initiated a conversation, and the crew began to chat amongst themselves. Davos shot a glare at the loquacious crew member. "Be quiet. If you're discovered, you'll have to seek solace with the wildlings." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from across the way. A brief and abrupt cry that ceased as quickly as it had begun. Davos and the crew abandoned their cargo and turned to flee. Yet, they were too slow. A golden, colossal beast descended abruptly, obstructing their path. "Good morning," greeted the prince, standing atop the dragon. "What a coincidence, a pleasure to meet you." Thus, Davos lost his freedom, and the Black Beth embarked on a new existence as the prince's private vessel, summoned at his whim. Fortunately, the prince had no intention of starving them. They would still receive wages, albeit significantly less than what they could have earned through smuggling, yet it offered safety and stability. Davos remained uncertain whether to feel relieved or disheartened. Recently, the prince had taken to whimsically commanding the dragon to retrieve several sunken ships from the depths of the sea. Davos and his crew found themselves transformed into shipwrights, tasked with clearing and dismantling the wrecks. Chapter 38. The Fleet, Part 2. As Zeno leaped down from the dragon's back, Davos was in the midst of rolling up his sleeves and pant legs, fervently working alongside his crew. They were on a deserted beach at the edge of Taz Island, in close proximity to Wreck Bay, where the benevolent Count of Taz had graciously lent them the space. The Black Beth, Davos' smuggling vessel, lay anchored nearby, its sails furled, gently swaying with the waves. Several sunken ships lay scattered across the beach, adhering to a principle of waste not, want not. Any cargo still intact was salvaged, and the ship hulls were dismantled. Usable planks would be repurposed, while the remnants would serve merely as firewood. Zeno had no qualms about this. Their spoils were piled beside a large rock, several chests of waterlogged, faded silk, some wool and fur, unknown animal bones, a partially shattered glass screen, a few mercury mirrors corroded by seawater, and most valuably, a complete set of porcelain from the Far East, exquisite silver and gold tableware, pearls, gemstones, agates, and an assortment of gold and silver coins, all polished to a brilliant sheen. The sea surged as if boiling, and a colossal dragon leaped forth, water droplets cascading down like a gentle rain. A broken-masted wreck was cast before them by Aeou. Davos, hands on his hips, gazed at the massive vessel, nearly the size of half a dragon, and remarked to Zeno, "We are short on manpower." Zeno, somewhat vexed, replied, "Shall we recruit more?" In truth, dismantling a ship does not require specialized sailors. As long as the individuals are honest and strong, it suffices. Davos inquired, "Your Highness, how long do you intend to pursue this enterprise?" "I need to ascertain the number of recruits." Zeno pondered for a moment. "Let us commence for 2 or 3 months, and I shall deliberate further." "Davos, have you ventured to the Far East?" "If you refer to Ashai, then no," Davos cautiously replied. "I have only traveled as far as Volantis." "That is sufficient," Zeno stated. "I require you to assemble a fleet, and this task is entrusted to you." The crown prince extended a signet ring, adorned with a golden dragon soaring upon an obsidian base. Davos could not help but draw a heavier breath. He had encountered members of the Golden Dragon Squad, whose insignia was embroidered on their garments. Receiving this ring signified that he could henceforth act on behalf of the crown prince. Davos knelt, respectfully accepting the ring. "I shall not betray your trust." Zeno helped him to his feet. "First, make a trip to Braavos. There is something I wish to sell, and I need you to inquire whether the Sea King is interested." After a month of observation, Zeno deemed Davos trustworthy. Despite his former life as a smuggler, he had remained steadfast and had not taken what was not rightfully his after making a commitment to Zeno. Moreover, he treated his subordinates fairly. Zeno indicated a small box at his feet. "This is a gem I acquired from the Valyrian Peninsula. You shall tell the Sea King that this gem possesses magical powers. If he desires it, he may exchange it for a ship. My minimum price is 3 three-masted or 4-masted vessels. But remember, do not open the box in front of anyone except the Sea King, and you must not look at it yourself." Davos solemnly assured, "I will accomplish this task. If he does not want it, I shall return with it." Zeno chuckled. "Regardless, the loss would fall upon me, since you have even ventured to Volantis. Do you know a merchant named Illyrio?" "What does he trade?" "He is a merchant from Pintos," Davos replied. "He specializes in spices, gems, and dragonbone. I have dealt with him. If the price is right, he can sell anyone." "Anyone can be sold?" Zeno mused, wondering if he would betray Varys. At the Violet Gold Manor, Sir Kelly guided the crown prince through the newly constructed blacksmith shop. The tidy stone building housed 5 forges, and the shelves were stocked with hammers, anvils, and other forging tools. Several blacksmiths were hard at work in front of the fires, while an apprentice presented Zeno with a freshly forged suit of armor. "Only 5 forges? Is that not rather insufficient?" Zeno meticulously examined the armor, a double-ringed chainmail, where each link was connected by 2 chains. It bore no superfluous embellishments, yet was sufficiently robust. Once financial resources permitted, additional pieces could be constructed, as the demand for iron tools and weaponry would inevitably escalate. Kyrie promptly replied, "Indeed, I initially intended to fabricate 5 as a trial, Should the outcome prove favorable, I would consider expanding the number. After a moment's reflection, Zeno acquiesced. That is a reasonable plan. We must also increase the production of agricultural tools. The current weather is ideal for planting. Kyrie immediately acknowledged the directive. Zeno took a stroll around the estate, observing the commendable efforts made. He praised Kyrie, noting that once the estate underwent expansion, additional warehouses could be built and more guards recruited. Recently, the monk Carl had returned from Magoo City with a considerable number of individuals. Kyrie could select from them. With a smile, Kyrie agreed. Zeno suggested, "Let us go and visit the guests." "My prince," Varys exclaimed upon seeing Zeno, almost in tears. "You have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, poor Varys might have perished here." Kyrie smirked coldly. "I assure you, I have not mistreated you. Look at how well you are fed. You're even plumper than when you arrived." As Zeno crouched before Varys, a foul stench wafted towards him, clearly indicating Kyrie had diligently kept the eunuch confined. Covering his nose, Zeno spoke in a hushed tone. "Lord Varys, you have endured much. I do not wish for it to be this way, but your actions have rendered you highly suspect." With a mournful expression, Varys lamented, "My prince, I am but a pitiful eunuch. Capturing me serves no purpose. On the contrary, at the very least, the intelligence chief has been replaced, alleviating any concerns of eavesdropping through the walls." "I have never eavesdropped on matters that do not concern me," Varys insisted, striving to inch closer to Zeno. "I have always adhered to law and order." Zeno's patience with Varys' fabrications began to wane. "Who is Illyrio? The funds you received from Lord Adrian cannot sustain such a multitude of little birds." "Illyrio is a friend I have cherished since childhood, my dearest companion," Varys replied earnestly. "He is a successful merchant. Upon seeing my financial plight, he extended his support. I once endeavored to have him join the Privy Council so that we might serve the crown together, but my efforts were in vain." "Is that so? Lord Varys, did you not notice that your hair has grown? It is silver. Are you of Valyrian descent?" "I possess the blood of Valyria," Varys readily admitted. "I hail from Meereen, where Valyrian descendants abound. However, as a eunuch, it is rather inappropriate to sport a head of silver hair that signifies royalty, so I shaved it." "You have a point. No wonder my father trusts you," Zeno remarked, still skeptical. "Yet, you have failed to fulfill any of your promises to your friend, and he continues to support you. Do you not find that peculiar?" "But, my prince, the intelligence chief is inherently cunning, skilled in flattery and deception. I do not imply that I deceive my friends. Rather, I have a talent for ensuring they believe in me. Do you suppose I would not subject you to severe interrogation?" "I have never entertained such a thought." Varys smiled bitterly. "I am aware that eunuchs are seldom trusted, yet I reiterate, my intentions are solely for the kingdom and its multitude of innocent subjects." Zeno rose, contemplating his words. "Perhaps I should take a turn at this. I could employ alternative methods to inquire," said Kaylee in a hushed tone. "No need," Zeno replied, regarding Varys' expression of steadfastness. "I shall first pay a visit to that Illyrio. In the free trade city-state, the trafficking of slaves is ostensibly prohibited. However, even Braavos, which staunchly opposes slavery, ensnares the impoverished through debts, and the other city-states are no exception. Illyrio is a prosperous merchant from Pintos, his full name being Illyrio Mopatus. He is a corpulent man, rivaling Varys in girth, with a plump chin and belly, resembling another eunuch upon sight. Dressed in a loose orange silk robe, he walked with a graceful, fluid gait, and his smile mirrored that of Varys, sweet yet deceitful. Were it not for their dissimilar appearances, Zeno might have suspected them to be siblings. Zeno visited his opulent mansion in Pintos, bustling with servants. In the courtyard stood a marble pool, with a painted marble statue of a boy at its center. The boy was strikingly handsome, wielding a delicate sword, his features vividly lifelike. And the entire statue was a masterpiece. Zeno found himself gazing longer than intended, prompting Illyrio to chuckle. "Isn't it delightful? I commissioned Somalaran to sculpt this when I was 16, though seeing it now brings tears to my eyes." Zeno refrained from comment. They entered the sitting room, where Illyrio settled onto a cushioned sofa, and Zeno took a seat opposite him, as handmaidens presented fruit and wine. "Let me be straightforward," Zeno declared, cutting to the chase. "What is your relationship with Varys?" Illyrio lifted his goblet. "Please, partake, my friend. These are the finest wines from the distant, mysterious East." "You have yet to answer my question." "Varys is my closest friend," Illyrio replied with a smile. "We were both young when we met. I was an assassin, he a thief, and we collaborated closely for profit." Zeno interjected. "He serves as my father's spymaster, yet you supply him with funds and even slaves. Is it merely because you are good friends?" Illyrio patted his rotund belly. "My friend, do not utter that term lightly. According to the treaty imposed upon us by the Bravosi a century ago, Pintos has no slaves. Stop evading the issue. I do not comprehend your roundabout ways. Zeno retorted sharply. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you had best pray you can outrun Dragonfire. Please remain calm, noble prince, Illyrio replied, his tone unhurried. If I have offended you, I beg your forgiveness. Varys and I are indeed the best of friends. He twirled his oiled yellow mustache. I once owed him a tremendous favor, and so when he requires assistance, I shall certainly render it. Zeno appeared skeptical. Is that all? I have heard that for money. You would sell anyone. That is merely a misunderstanding on the part of others. Illyrio spoke with earnestness. I have always been one to assist those in need. Even his nonsensical demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Varys, Zeno mused. If you continue with your ramblings, I shall have no choice but to summon the dragons to converse with you. Illyrio took a sip of wine. Very well, very well. I assure you that Varys and I are indeed good friends, and this is no idle boast. As for why I provided him with funds, it is because he once vowed to assist me in becoming the treasurer of House Targaryen, and he promised to persuade your father to grant me a title of duke. Zeno scrutinized him. He has vanished. Do you have any idea where he might be? Illyrio sighed deeply. In truth, I too am perplexed. My old friend Varys owes me far too much, and has yet to repay it. May the gods protect him from harm. Observing the plump man before him displaying a visage of concern, Zeno blinked. In fact, Varys owes me a considerable sum. Since you are his closest friend, I presume you would be willing to settle his debt. Illyrio appeared taken aback. How much does he owe? Over 1,000,000 golden dragons, Zeno replied nonchalantly. The debt was indeed substantial. Illyrio's expression grew increasingly troubled. Your Highness, I know Varys well. He is never frivolous with his expenditure, especially not on such a grand scale. Do you have any idea where he has allocated his funds? Zeno replied, how would I know? I merely extend loans. Are you not his closest confidant? In truth, it has been quite some time since we last met, Illyrio sighed. Perhaps during our separation, my old friend has changed beyond recognition. I suspect he fled to escape his debts. If he were to settle his obligations, he might return. Illyrio's demeanor turned resolute. If a modest sum could bring my old friend back, I would certainly be willing to provide it, but I must first see a promissory note. The prince's fury over the suggestion of a forged note was palpable. Are you accusing me of deceit? Of course not. But such is the nature of business, Illyrio said, awkwardly interlocking his fingers. I cannot compromise the rules. On the way back, his account aligned with Varys's. Zeno remarked to Aeou, is he truly deceiving us? The dragon replied. Perhaps observe for a while longer, or consider apprehending him for questioning. Zeno hesitated. Let us wait. If they are merely pawns, capturing him would serve no purpose. Look below. Aeou indicated. It is a band of pirates. 2 smaller ships, painted with vivid colors, flanked a merchant vessel from Dorne. The skull flag of the pirate ships billowed fiercely in the sea breeze. The merchant ships struggled to change course, only to be obstructed by the pirate vessels, causing panic among the crew as they shouted and scrambled to the hold. One impatient pirate swung across on a rope, followed by a second and third, their grappling hooks flying and planks bridging the gap, until the pirates surged onto the merchant ship, clashing with the guards aboard. Chapter 39. The Fleet, Part 3. A towering pirate severed the lives of 3 men with ease, laughing heartily as he pursued a fleeing boy. Grabbing the lad by his hair, he plunged a dagger into his chest. With a swift twist of his waist, the blade flashed, eviscerating a crew member who sought to ambush him from behind. An elderly male passenger, summoning his courage, seized a wooden stick and struck the pirate's skull fiercely. Yet, the pirate remained undeterred. He spun around and cleaved off half of the man's face in retaliation. Another portly pirate did not rush to kill. He busily rifled through the passengers, greedily collecting gold and silver jewelry, leaving no earring or ring unclaimed. One crew member, his right arm severed, knelt weeping against the ship's railing, cradling his severed limb. Just as the pirate who had wrought this devastation prepared to deliver a final blow, an arrow flew in from above, piercing through his skull, causing him to collapse silently onto the deck. Several pirates began to ascend the rope ladder, while the archer stationed in the lookout tower relentlessly rained arrows down upon them. His skill was remarkable. Each arrow claimed a pirate's life until a group of pirates managed to drag him down from his perch, severing his neck and casting him into the sea. Suddenly, the pirate ship blocking the merchant vessel ignited, flames roaring with a ferocity reminiscent of hell itself. The ship blazed fiercely, its sails aflame crashing down, as the pirates caught in the conflagration danced in agony, emitting inhuman shrieks. Dragon! The dragon has come! A voice bellowed. The colossal beast descended from the heavens. With a swipe of its claws, the remaining pirate ship's foremast shattered, crushing several pirates who could not evade in time, eliciting a chorus of screams. A horde of pirates retreated to their own vessel, disregarding the fallen mast, desperately attempting to steer away. However, the dragon denied them this chance. As Aeou circled the two ships close to the water's surface, its wings stirring up a tempest, the two trapped vessels swayed violently within the eye of the storm, causing many to topple to the deck. A pirate who had fallen cried out, "We surrender! We surrender!" Zeno leaned out, commanding, "Drop your weapons and kneel." Clattering swords and daggers fell to the ground as the pirates, gripped by fear, either leapt into the sea to escape or knelt, cradling their heads in surrender. As Zeno slid down the dragon's tail, he was dismayed to find the crew and passengers equally terrified, huddled in corners, trembling. "Do not be afraid. First, bind the pirates," he urged, searching for a rope to tie up a kneeling pirate. However, as Zeno approached, the pirate sprang to his feet, thrusting a sharp knife towards Zeno's eyes. Zeno dove to the ground, rolling to the left to evade the blade. Another pirate, who had hesitated momentarily, lunged forward to obstruct Zeno's path. Zeno charged towards him, and as the pirate spread his arms, Zeno delivered a powerful punch to his groin, causing the pirate to howl in anguish and collapse. "Do you need assistance?" Aeou inquired. Zeno declined the dragon's offer. "Shall we burn this ship?" "No, I can handle it myself." He ceased to acknowledge the shattered individual as the first pirate's assault swiftly followed. The pirate, in a frenzy, swung his weapon with reckless abandon, leaving traces of his blade in the air. Zeno evaded with remarkable agility, secretly lamenting his oversight of leaving his sword behind. After circling a mast several times, the pirate began to tire, his strikes losing their fervor. Seizing the moment, Zeno pivoted and leaped, delivering a forceful kick that shattered the pirate's knee. Gritting his teeth, the pirate persisted, attempting to pursue Zeno on one leg. Yet his movements had become sluggish. Zeno dashed swiftly, maneuvering to the pirate's rear, and incapacitated his other leg with another decisive kick. The pirate finally collapsed, and Zeno leapt onto his back, wresting the blade from his grasp and severing his head. Enraged, Zeno turned to bind the pirate, who was still curled up in pain. Upon completing this task, he raised his gaze to find all eyes fixed upon them in stunned silence. Zeno bellowed, "All pirates, drop to the ground and behave. Otherwise, I shall feed you to the dragons." The others hastily complied, securing the pirates in bonds. He raised his hand, pointing at the few crew members frozen in place. "And you all, what are you waiting for? Bring me the ropes." The crew and male passengers finally sprang into action, swiftly lining up the bound pirates. "With a bit more effort, the Great Wall shall never lack for manpower," Aeou remarked leisurely. "Moreover, I shan't have to spend a penny on ships." As Zeno regained his composure and surveyed the pirate ship, he suddenly recognized the profitability of piracy. The merchant ship's owner remained alive, expressing boundless gratitude alongside the passengers, who helped Zeno usher all surviving pirates onto the intact pirate vessel. The crew busied themselves mending the sails, retrieving the unfortunate souls who had fallen overboard. Aeou, cradling the pirate ship, with the young prince on his back, leisurely soared back to King's Landing. The dragon set the pirate vessel down near the port outside the river gate. Zeno dismounted and called upon a guard to assist, summoning his newly appointed steward. Tyrion stood before the pirate ship, its foremast broken and accompanied by dozens of pirates, momentarily taken aback. "This is now your responsibility," he stated. "They were once pirates, but are now more inclined to don black garb in defense of the Great Wall, serving the kingdom. Find a few gold-cloaked men to escort them to the wall." Zeno joyfully informed Tyrion, "This vessel is my new ship. Please repair the mast and repaint it, as the current design is utterly unappealing." "Oh, I've actually already procured a new ship," Tyrion replied, "but another one certainly wouldn't hurt." He patted Zeno on the shoulder. "It seems you've had a day most extraordinary, truly enviable. You bought it already? So swiftly? I hadn't even prepared the funds for you." Zeno expressed his astonishment at Tyrion's efficiency. "How many did you acquire? What was the cost?" Tyrion laughed heartily. "Why the formality? Soon we shall be one family. Consider these ships as my wedding gift to you. Come, I shall show you the vessels." A gold-cloaked man led the bound pirates away, while Zeno followed Tyrion to the harbor where the new ships were docked. Tyrion bestowed upon Zeno 4 newly crafted vessels, predominantly standard 3-masted sailing ships. Among them, one stood out, a magnificent 2-masted schooner, resplendent in its beauty, anchored amidst a host of robust ships, akin to a delicate maiden amongst rugged men. The bow of the ship was adorned with a graceful mermaid, her visage enchanting. The hull was slender and elegant, while the white sails bore the artistry of blue waves. Both the prow and the stern arched skyward, and the gunnels were intricately carved with vines, blossoms, and undulating waves. This was the Golden Mermaid. Tyrion, brimming with pride, remarked. I was instantly captivated by her charm. Just look at her beauty. Moreover, she boasts 10 sails, and when the winds blow, she glides as swiftly as any three-masted vessel. Zeno, perceiving the ship's inherent value, mused that its cost was considerable, yet given that Tyrion was the benefactor, such a flaw transformed into a merit. Thank you. I find her delightful. Indeed, she is quite lovely, Zeno praised, adding, your discernment is commendable. However, I intend to use her for cargo. Such beauty seems somewhat wasted. With a smile, Tyrion suggested, you might consider gifting her to my sister. She would be overwhelmed with emotion, perhaps even reward you with a fervent kiss. As her fiancé, it is only fitting that you occasionally bestow her with tokens of affection. What do you say to a cursed gemstone from Valyria? I guarantee it will captivate anyone who lays eyes upon it. Zeno, contemplatively, replied, I apologize. I am rather preoccupied and have not given her much thought. What does she enjoy? Does she have an affinity for gemstones? Tyrion patted Zeno's arm, saying, my sister possesses a veritable trove of gemstone jewelry. You could invite her to witness the dragons, stroll through the gardens, or simply spend time with her. I'm certain she would find great joy in your company. Zeno, pondering this, responded, thank you for your suggestion. Did she send you to remind me of these things? Tyrion's expression remained composed as he replied, this is merely a small gesture of concern from a brother to his sister. I have always prided myself on being a good brother. Furthermore, my father has requested that I invite you to dinner at the Prime Minister's tower. Zeno readily accepted. This modest family gathering took place in a small hall within the Prime Minister's tower. Zeno occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Tywin and Cersei on either side. A musician sat in one corner of the elongated hall, gently plucking the harp, weaving a delicate melody. The long dining table was laden with roasted lamb chops, stewed chicken, fried fish balls, creamy mushroom soup, meat pies, and freshly baked bread, while the desserts featured honeyed apples and lemon cake thickly spread with cream. The beverages included red and purple wines, alongside a large jug of warm milk. The roasted lamb, rich and succulent, sizzled as it was brought to the table. The chef carved the most tender, fattest piece, dusting it with finely ground black pepper and presenting it before Zeno. Thank you, it is utterly delectable. This is indeed a feast, Zeno remarked after taking a dainty bite. Tywin's lips curled slightly, though his demeanor remained stern. You flatter me. If you enjoy it, you are most welcome to visit often. The chef then served Zeno a plate of steaming smoked fish. Zeno took a bite. While the fish would be too hot for most, it was perfectly suited to his palate. Cersei gracefully lifted the milk jug and poured a steaming cup of milk for him. I know you have a penchant for milk, she smiled at him, adding, along with mushroom soup and roasted meat. Tyrion stifled a soft chuckle. Thank you, I do enjoy it. Zeno took a sip of the milk. You look splendid today. Cersei, adorned in a form-fitting golden gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, had long lace sleeves that cascaded down, while the emerald at her bosom and her azure eyes sparkled in the candlelight. Receiving Zeno's compliment, she radiated a smile akin to the summer sun. As Zeno observed Cersei, who was filled with joy while refilling his cup with milk, a flicker of guilt stirred within him. Aeou, do you think marrying me would squander her youth? Zeno couldn't help but express to Aeou, in truth, she and her brother seem quite well together. I need to contend with Tywin without necessarily exploiting her. Aeou, watching from the window, remarked, the girl is indeed lovely, but do you genuinely believe she would fall for a child of 10? Let us not jest. What she adores is your resemblance to Rhaegar, your princely status, and my dragon. Furthermore, allowing her to remain with her brother? They do not share the Targaryen name. Are you foolish or merely being naive again? After Aeou's stern admonishment, he softened his tone. To outsiders, marrying you would appear to be the best match she could secure. If Tywin were to wholeheartedly assist you in the future, you need not use this as leverage against them. Are you suggesting that I should genuinely consider her as my wife? Zeno bit into a roasted lamb chop, scrutinizing the Lannisters at the table. Tywin savored his wine and roasted meat while enjoying the music. Cersei delicately nibbled on toasted bread, embodying the essence of a refined lady. Jaime remained silent, resolutely intent on consuming the fine wine before him, while only Tyrion engaged Zeno with light-hearted banter over his chicken leg. That was not my intention, Aeou replied. Once you mature, the long night will arrive, and how events unfold then is uncertain. By allying yourself with the Lannisters now, they will strive to assist you, which should suffice for you. Other matters can await until the long night is dealt with. Once they had all dined and quenched their thirst, Zeno smiled and invited Cersei. Dear Miss Cersei, would you care to accompany me for a stroll in the garden to enjoy the scenery? Cersei joyfully agreed, and Zeno took her hand as they departed. After Tywin left, Tyrion tapped Jaime's arm with his finger. Jaime, what is the matter with you? Your face resembles that of a man mourning his father. Jaime shot Tyrion a cold glance, continuing to drink in silence. Tyrion stroked his chin. Shall we also take a stroll in the garden? Stroll where? Jaime glowered at his wine glass. It would interrupt sister and the prince. Tyrion assessed Jaime's demeanor. We could observe how they interact. What do you think? Shall we go? Jaime set down his goblet and rose to his feet, yet instead of descending the stairs, he made his way directly back to his chamber. Tyrion followed closely behind, saying, Are you truly not going? If you don't, I must venture forth alone. You know how much my sister despises me. Should she catch me in the act of spying, I would surely face her wrath. However, if you accompany me, she would likely just roll her eyes in exasperation. But then again, in the presence of Zeno, she must present herself as the dutiful sister. The mere thought of her wanting to chastise me, while feigning a smile, amuses me greatly. Jaime halted and began to retrace his steps. Tyrion tilted his head to gauge his brother's expression, but Jaime strode ahead with such haste that Tyrion had to quicken his pace to keep up. The sky had darkened, and the flickering torchlight danced in the evening breeze. The garden in the courtyard was imbued with delightful floral scents and the refreshing aroma of pine. Zeno and Cersei strolled leisurely on the lawn. Cersei gently shook Zeno's hand and remarked, I've heard that you tasked Tyrion with assembling a fleet for your cargo. Why complicate matters? My father possesses an entire fleet at Lannisport. You could simply command them directly. Zeno, distracted by a blooming white flower, replied, Your father's fleet is needed to guard the port. They cannot be so easily reassigned. Then you could enlist Jaime's assistance. Tyrion could direct the fleet, though I fear he may struggle to command respect. Zeno snapped back to attention. Tyrion does quite well. Why would he be incapable of earning respect? Cersei cast him a resigned glance. He is, after all, not quite like others. My father doesn't favor him being in the limelight. Did you know he once wished to travel to the free cities, but was thwarted by my father? Such a venture would bring shame to our family. Lord Tywin is exceedingly cautious. The might of House Lannister is evident to all. Should anyone look down upon your brother simply because he is a dwarf, they would be gravely mistaken. Zeno paused. Then they are sorely mistaken. I believe your brother possesses significant capabilities. After all, wealth is indeed a form of power, Zeno mused. Cersei shook his hand again. I still find it somewhat inappropriate. Zeno replied firmly, This is my affair, Cersei. And Tyrion is your brother. You ought to trust him. Cersei appeared somewhat displeased, yet she refrained from pursuing the topic further and instead shifted the conversation to the recent weather, noting the showers of early summer. Chapter 040. The Fleet, Part 4. Tyrion crouched behind a lush rosebush, utilizing the soft glow of the stars and moonlight to observe his brother's demeanor. Cersei and the young prince stood not far off, engaged in conversation. They began discussing Zeno's recent reading of Dr. Gulden's work, The Wayward Prince. Before delving into Zeno's current affairs regarding the fleet and Tyrion, Tyrion listened intently, aware that Cersei harbored disdain for him, a truth he had recognized since childhood. In reality, there were few who truly cared for him, even among family, and even fewer who could genuinely love him, the ugly dwarf. However, the fact that Zeno managed to earn Cersei's trust brought a smile to Tyrion's face, stirring within him a mix of amusement and heartfelt gratitude. He cast a glance at his brother, who was intently observing the engaged couple holding hands, a peculiar expression adorning his face. Cersei began discussing with Zeno about the anticipated rainfall for the year, engaging in conversation while they gradually moved forward. Jaime and Tyrion did not follow suit. 2 guards from the Red Keep recognized them. One guard scrutinized them and solemnly inquired, Good evening, Sir Jaime. It's quite late. Do you have business here? Do you require our assistance? The other regarded them with an odd expression. Surely, they do not suspect that the two of us harbor unusual inclinations, Tyrion mused. Perhaps of a voyeuristic nature. Jaime stood, calmly explaining, Please do not be concerned. We merely ventured out to admire the flowers and moonlight. Indeed, Tyrion chimed in. The moonlight tonight is simply exquisite. The guards glanced at the moon shrouded by wispy clouds, remaining silent. However, we should return, Tyrion. Let us go? Jaime said to his brother before striding away. Tyrion offered the guards a smile and hurriedly followed. As they passed through the archway, they finally felt the weight of scrutiny lift. By the gods, they will surely report us to Ser Arthur. We appear rather suspicious, Tyrion remarked, striving to match Jaime's pace. Your excuse was rather feeble, he added. Jaime, unfazed, retorted, Is it not your suggestion that led us here? Now you blame me? Tyrion clicked his tongue in annoyance. It is precisely because you were worried that I suggested it. What troubles you? They seem to be getting along splendidly. Do I appear worried? Jaime did not turn back. You are mistaken. Tyrion exerted himself to catch up to Jaime, tilting his head to observe his brother's face. You certainly sound less troubled now. Jaime let out a soft chuckle. At last, you've smiled, Tyrion said with satisfaction, patting Jaime's forearm. You should trust our father's judgment. They will make the happiest couple in the realm. Pentoshi Zeno placed a piece of parchment on the table. Here is the promissory note you requested. Illyrio, amiable, took the note to examine it closely, nodding as he read. Indeed, this is unmistakably the handwriting of my old friend. My comrade has a penchant for slanting his script. However, Your Highness, I currently lack the liquid assets. May I offer goods in exchange? Very well, Zeno replied generously. Jewelry, spices, fine wine, and even your slaves will suffice. Additionally, I desire that child from your backyard, the one with silver hair and violet eyes. Illyrio lowered his gaze, troubled. Your Highness, that child is not a servant. He is the offspring of a friend. Zeno's indigo eyes sparkled with a silvery gleam. You certainly have many friends. The portly governor seated on the sofa leaned forward slightly. Though I am old, overweight, and a fool, I must repay my debts of gratitude. You certainly sound like a reliable friend. Are you referring to Varys as your friend? Varys indeed yearns for a child, yet alas, Illyrio bears a heavy heart. My departed friend left behind only this child, his most cherished legacy, invaluable beyond measure. Zeno, however, is skeptical. Do Varys and Illyrio truly believe in the concept of emotional debt? Surely there exists something that captivates them beyond wealth or status. It is merely that he has yet to fathom what it may be. Varys obstinately withholds the truth, and Zeno finds himself torn between devouring him or sparing him. At times, an overly efficient digestive system can be a curse, as the memories of the soul dissipate too swiftly. Illyrio instructed his steward to present a lengthy list, detailing all the goods offered in lieu of debt. Zeno perused the parchment. It was a genuine and sincere list of assets, brimming with exquisite items and gold coins from the 9 great trading cities, which would be melted down and appraised for their worth. While these possessions certainly piqued Zeno's interest, they were not his foremost desire. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he set the parchment aside, rose, and approached Illyrio. He reached out towards the ample neck of the corpulent governor. Illyrio swiftly rolled off the couch, evading Zeno's grasp. Your Highness, what is your intention? Illyrio, remarkably agile for one of such girth, sought refuge behind the couch, pleading with Zeno. Zeno discerned another similarity between him and Varys. Both were adept at concealing their true selves. Your attire today is quite splendid. May I touch it? Illyrio promptly shed his dark crimson silk garment, his movements becoming increasingly clumsy, ultimately requiring the assistance of a servant. The servant dutifully presented the silk robe to Zeno, the fabric reeking of heavy perfume. Illyrio stood bare-chested, exposing his ample white belly, gazing pitifully at Zeno. Most esteemed prince, if there is aught you wish to obtain from me, do not hesitate to express it. I shall not refuse what I possess, only beseeching that you spare my life. Zeno gestured towards the parchment. I demand double. Then you may as well take my life, Illyrio replied bitterly, for this has already left me financially destitute. Zeno cast aside the silk robe and advanced towards him. Illyrio raised his hands. Very well, double it shall be, but I require time to gather the funds. Zeno ignited a glass candle. I want you to place it in your parlor. I intend to take that child. Illyrio gazed at the candle's platinum flame, momentarily lost in thought. I shall place it in the parlor, but that child left days ago. His parents have already secured a home for him, and I am merely caring for him temporarily. Zeno set the candle on the table. I shall take your word for it. Do not disappoint me. Zeno sat atop the dragon, pondering. Had that child truly been sent away? To where, one might wonder. Aeou was rather indifferent to the child. Indeed, he was no longer within this house, but this was of little consequence. You have cornered him into a dead end. If he truly has accomplices, he should reach out to them for counsel. It seems we must rely on Bachelor Marwyn to keep a watchful eye on him. Zeno turned over on the dragon's back, gazing at the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. Let us venture to Tar's Island. It has been over 2 months, and Davos should have returned by now. Did you not desire a pirate ship? Aeou suggested. The Stony Steppes Islands are rife with pirates. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and torrential rain began to pour. Every inhabitant of Bloodstone Island, along with each dog, hastily sought refuge beneath eaves or within ship cabins. This was the realm of pirates, a haven for rogues. A pirate peered through the tattered lattice of a tavern window at the raging storm outside. Through the misty deluge, he could faintly discern the harbor, teeming with vessels, among which one was unfurling its sails. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Is there truly someone setting sail in such downpour? By the seven hells. At that moment, the man seated opposite him suddenly lunged towards the window. It's a dragon. A magnificent golden dragon beat its wings amidst the rain, extending its foreclaws to seize the largest pirate ship in the harbor, soaring into the sky. Everyone stood agape, merely watching as the dragon whisked the ship away. Once Aeou ascended above the clouds, Zeno slid down the dragon's body onto the pirate vessel. Several disheveled men leaned over the ship's railing, staring blankly at the roiling sea of black clouds below. "Welcome to the skies," Zeno said, wiping the rainwater from his hair. "I know you did not choose this life of piracy willingly." One man snapped back to reality, turning to Zeno and kneeling, exclaiming, "I did not choose to be a pirate. I was once a knight. I was forced into this." Zeno tossed his damp hair back. "Thus, I offer you a chance for redemption. You may don black garments and defend the kingdom's borders. I am from Tyros, and I am not subject to the rule of the Sunset Kingdom," a pirate asserted. "I can pay for my freedom. I possess great wealth, hidden in a secret location. Name your price." Zeno disregarded him. "You may either bind yourselves now or await your arrival in King's Landing, where the guards will bind you. I must warn you, the guards may not be gentle." With that, he climbed back onto the dragon's back. "I sense they will not be compliant," Zeno remarked as he removed his shirt to wring it dry. "Shall we return to King's Landing first, or proceed directly to Tar's Island?" Aeou replied, "I can teach them obedience." Releasing the ship, the pirate vessel plummeted, and Zeno heard blood-curdling screams emanating from below, quickly fading into the distance. The colossal dragon dove like a torpedo, plunging through the clouds to grasp the ship once more. Zeno craned his neck to look, finding the ship eerily silent. "They haven't all fallen, have they?" Zeno chastised. "I did write to Commander Mormont, assuring him that we would bolster the wall-less defenses." The dragon gently rocked the boat, which was only a third of its length, and faint cries emerged from within. "Do not worry, there are about a dozen of them. But is it wise to send so many pirates over?" "They are rather unruly," Zeno remarked. He shrugged, recalling what Old Bear had said. "It's fine. He claims he excels at taming beasts. Moreover, their only escape routes lead north to be captured and executed, or beyond the wall to become savages." Ultimately, they returned to King's Landing, as the rain fell heavily. A squad of gold-cloaked guards escorted the terrified pirates away, and Zeno stretched lazily under the bright sky. Aeou spoke gravely. "You mustn't always seek shortcuts. An army is essential. Excluding the lords and the Night's Watch, you require at least 200,000 elite soldiers." Zeno yawned. "Am I not in the process of building an army? Hall has been recruiting, and Sir John and Sir Balistan are training the new recruits for me." "Your figure is excessive. 200,000 is daunting, considering the entire population of King's Landing is just over 500,000. I need to find that many people and provide them with food, clothing, shelter, and equipment, not to mention the considerable expense of armor and weaponry. Producing dragonglass weapons also demands time and resources. Although my father is willing to support us, the royal treasury has other obligations, so we must prioritize generating income." After a moment of silence, Aeou relented. "Shall we seize a few pirate ships then? Braavos is the most powerful and influential city among the free trade city-states, ruled by the Sea King. The title of Sea King is not hereditary. Upon the death of the incumbent, a new Sea King is chosen by the governor of Braavos and the descendants of the founders of the Iron Bank, through a process that is both enigmatic and perplexing. Once appointed, the Sea King serves for life. In principle, any citizen of Braavos can aspire to become the Sea King, but principles are rarely upheld. One can encounter individuals from all corners of the world here: the stout, hairy men of Ibn, the dark-skinned denizens of the Summer Isles, the golden-haired, violet-eyed Lysini, the multicolored-haired and bearded Tyroshi, and even those from Westeros. It is indeed a peculiar realm, where assassins don vibrant silks, while merchants and officials wear drab-brown cloaks. The current Sea King of Braavos is Phyrego Anturian, a man of serene demeanor and slender build, appearing to be in his 40s, clad in a brown robe. Davos was first greeted by one of the Sea King's stewards, who, upon hearing of Davos's purpose, escorted him to the Sea King's yacht, a peculiar vessel adorned with smiling faces. Davos waited aboard for 2 days. While this was not his first visit, it was his inaugural entry to the northern Purple Harbor, a port exclusively for Braavosi merchant ships. On the afternoon of the third day, Davos finally met the Sea King. Cradling a calico cat, the Sea King gently invited Davos to take a seat in the soft armchair across from him. "I have heard that you, representing the Crown Prince of Westeros, wish to present me with a treasure." Davos corrected him. "It is to sell to you, esteemed Sea King." This is an unparalleled and priceless artifact obtained by His Highness from the Valyrian Peninsula. The Sea King smiled faintly. That peninsula is a land of calamity. No one returns alive from there. Not even the ancient dragon lords who ventured forth never to return. Davos countered with facts. You may examine the treasure before making a decision, but His Highness insists that only you may behold it. After a moment of contemplation, the Sea King waved his hand, and soon all attendants exited, leaving only one behind. Do you wish for him to accompany you? Davos inquired, looking at the remaining man, reiterating. His Highness has decreed that only you may see it. The Sea King remained composed. He is my chief swordsman and is utterly loyal to me. Davos pondered briefly. Since you are so certain, then please, take a look. He lifted a small box and placed it on the table, opening it. In an instant, a blue radiance illuminated the entire room. Davos fixed his gaze upon the Sea King's face and clearly observed his eyes widen, fixated on the contents of the box. Satisfied, Davos thought to himself. He snapped the box shut, declaring, "This is a gemstone imbued with magic. His Highness's minimum price is 3 three-masted or 4-masted ships." Chapter 041. The army 200,000 elite soldiers, Zeno mused, was indeed an excessive number. Ordinary arrows had little effect on whites, and one could say that they were hardly effective. To confront animated corpses, cleaving them was the most effective means. It was imperative that these 200,000 were skilled in decapitation and dismemberment, fully clad in armor to prevent being bitten by the whites. The situation with the White Walkers was even more troublesome. Only dragonglass and Valyrian steel swords could vanquish them. Fortunately, Dragonstone boasted deposits of dragonglass, alleviating that concern. As for Valyrian steel swords, Zeno would need to recover them from the ashes and find individuals unafraid of the curses they carried. Thankfully, there was no immediate rush for weapons. The foremost task was to establish the army. A formal knight required a monthly salary of 1 gold dragon. A free knight 150 silver stags, archers 80 silver stags, and common soldiers 20 silver stags. A set of armor cost 3 to 4 gold dragons if crafted by themselves. Purchasing externally would incur even greater expenses. A plow horse cost about 1 silver stag, while a fine steed would amount to approximately 1 gold dragon. Attendants also required chainmail. Furthermore, provisions, accompanying artisans, wear and tear on horses, and weapon degradation were essential considerations. Most critically, food was paramount. During the long night, all would require sustenance. Zeno calculated the annual expenses for food and finances, and soon, only gold dragons danced before his eyes. Aeou continued to remind him, "You must first prepare provisions for 10 years. Although it may not suffice, they cannot be stored for much longer." Following this, they would construct an underground cultivation facility. In this era of waning magic, they could initially seek out hardy plants. Master Malwyn calculated swiftly, determining that at least 3 million gold dragons would be required annually. "Your Highness, why do you require such a vast army?" Malwyn inquired, puzzled. "If you wish to wage war, you could summon the lords to fight for you. To build such a formidable army from scratch and sustain it would likely demand tens of millions of gold dragons." Zeno expressed his discontent. "It is not that I distrust the lords. In fact, I have already accounted for them, yet it remains insufficient." Malwyn, with a perplexed expression, responded, "I previously thought you aimed merely to implement your policies within the kingdom, but it is evidently more than that. May I inquire as to the reason?" "Because I had a dream," Zeno replied, half seriously. "I dreamt that in a decade or so, a prolonged winter would descend, heralding the return of the White Walkers." "Are you familiar with the White Walkers, scholar?" "It is said they are composed of ice and snow, capable of freezing all that exists. They awaken the countless undead of the land of eternal winter to assail the wall. The undead feel no pain and know no fatigue. Our casualties would be devastating." Malwyn furrowed his brow. "A prophetic dream? Yet, Your Highness, prophecies are not invariably accurate. It would be difficult for anyone to believe you are constructing an army based solely on a dream." Zeno sighed. "Just consider it an endeavor to implement new policies, scholar." "What new policies, though? I am not even aware." "You have consistently provided aid to the impoverished and appointed individuals from common backgrounds as your officials and proxies. Many now believe you wish to revive the political ideals of your great-grandfather, King Aegon V." Malwyn pondered. "Have you never entertained such thoughts?" Zeno had not. He sincerely suggested to Aeou, "Perhaps we should find a proxy. I fear that before my army is fully formed, the nobility will already be at odds with me." "Is it impossible for you, but feasible for another?" Aeou replied, somewhat irritably. "At present, you have not encroached upon their fundamental interests. Thus, they have no reason to oppose you. They would also hesitate to confront you directly. If someone troubles you openly, simply challenge them to a duel. Should they dare to rebel, do not hesitate. Eliminate the ringleader and bestow their fief upon Hall. The remainder will submit. This would also serve as excellent training for the new recruits, Aeou added. Were you not the one who advised me to avoid offending people? Zeno pointed out. Why is it different now? Plans are often outpaced by changing circumstances. What was true then is not necessarily so now. Zeno sighed at the table. I am still uncertain. Scholar, perhaps I do desire to proceed in this manner. Yet, regardless of my objectives, I require a powerful army that is wholly loyal to me. Malwyn appeared contemplative. Then, we might consider an alternative approach to building the army. In the Far East, I once encountered a diminutive nation where every citizen was a soldier. Half of the populace toiled in the fields during the morning, while the other half engaged in training in the afternoon, alternating in this manner to conserve significant resources. Zeno expressed his astonishment, questioning whether they had no time for rest, and if such a regimen would be unbearably exhausting. Yet, he noted that he had not observed them appearing fatigued. Malvin elucidated that their principal meals consisted predominantly of meat, thus providing them with ample energy to endure the rigors of both physical training and labor. We might consider adopting a similar approach, Zeno mused. Though soon he was beset by worry over the inadequacy of their livestock. Aeou reminded him of the 2 million available in Illyrio, suggesting that he could procure them with funds. I have yet to retrieve them, he added. Zeno, mustering his spirits, replied, Thank you for your suggestion, scholar. I find it quite commendable. I shall seek to gather the necessary funds. No sooner had Zeno stepped out than he was met with the exuberant Ian, who declared, Your Highness, the singers and minstrels have arrived. There are dozens. Queen Elia has decided to select only 7, and they are currently showcasing their talents in the Queen's small hall. Would you care to attend? Zeno, his mind occupied with thoughts of finances, responded, Let my mother make the selection. I shall not attend. However, Ian hesitated, adding, Miss Cersei is also present. Would you not wish to meet her? Both of her brothers are here, along with others from House Lannister. I have other matters to attend to, Zeno replied, instructing Ian to convey his apologies to them. Yet, before he could leave the corridor, a handmaiden from the Queen's retinue arrived to summon him. He thus found himself obliged to set aside thoughts of Illyrio and listen to the poets sing. Davos's dealings with the Sea King had unexpectedly proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Upon viewing the gemstones, the Sea King had readily accepted the price proposed. With a sense of wonder, he returned to Tarth, accompanied by 3 newly acquired ships. As he disembarked, his eldest son, the 12-year-old Dale, joyfully rushed to his side. Father, you have returned. Prince Zeno inquired about you just yesterday, the boy exclaimed, beaming with delight. He even gifted us 3 grand vessels. Davos turned to see 3 large ships docked beside the Black Beth, one of which appeared strangely familiar. Dale continued, The prince said these ships are his spoils of war. However, the hulls are somewhat damaged and require repairs. The first mate and the crew are currently selecting planks. Would you like to take a look? As Davos approached the vessels, he observed his crew scrubbing the decks, adjusting the sails, and organizing the rigging. The largest ship boasted a gilded mast, with a lion's head figurehead that seemed to snarl. Davos offered a silent tribute to his old friend, pondering the fate of those aboard. The first mate, wearing a wicked grin, remarked, I've inquired, and the captain is quite well. He has merely lost his ship, along with its cargo and several dozen sailors. I doubt he ever imagined that while he sat in a tavern, a dragon would descend from the skies. Dale interjected. I heard that the pirates from the ship were all sent to the wall. Davos reflected carefully, realizing that he had never mentioned that pirate or his ship in the presence of the crown prince. He nodded slightly, inquiring about the state of the ship's repairs. The first mate waved dismissively, stating that several holes had been punctured by dragon claws, but had since been mended. Recently, the prince had developed a penchant for raiding pirate ships. After a trip to King's Landing, I returned with 3 vessels. Captain, perhaps you should consider staying in King's Landing to serve the prince. Otherwise, all the good spoils will be snatched away by that dwarf. What is rightfully ours should remain ours. Davos asserted that since the prince had commanded them to remain on standby and dismantle the wrecks, they ought to comply. Have you completed the dismantling of the shipwrecks? The first mate, visibly discontent, replied, Now that we have 3 new ships, Captain, let us gather enough crew and embark on a covert expedition to Braavos, Marine, or Volantis under the cover of darkness. Once we discreetly transport back a bounty of spices and silk, we shall reap considerable profits. The prince will surely be pleased, as long as we can generate wealth. Why must we persist in dismantling shipwrecks? We are no longer smugglers. Davos reiterated that they were now respectable men, vassals of the crown prince. His word was law. Since he had ordered the dismantling of the wrecks, they would proceed accordingly. The future utility of those ships was at the prince's discretion. The first mate sulked away, and Davos watched his retreating figure, pondering the past. Once they were smugglers, reveling in their profits. Now they were confined to this desolate island, devoid of King's Landing's splendor and variety of amusements. Though the prince's salary was stable, it paled in comparison to their former illicit earnings, breeding discontent among the crew. However, Davos relished this newfound stability. He had learned that the commander of the Golden Company had once been a street thug, and the steward of the Violet Manor had been a mercenary. Both rose from humble origins. If they could be knighted and achieve prominence, Davos believed he too could aspire to such heights, perhaps even become a knight with his own modest estate. He was not greedy. He merely wished for his wife to live without fear and for his sons to become knights or landowners. Anything would be preferable to the life of a smuggler. Yet aspirations varied among individuals. What he sought might be seen as folly by others. If they yearned for more than the mundane, he would not stand in their way. Zeno observed Varys voraciously consuming his meal. Today, the eunuch had been thoroughly cleansed and donned fresh attire, his bald head now adorned with a fine layer of silver hair. Once satiated, the eunuch wore a troubled expression, lamenting, "Your Highness, is this a meal of execution? I am truly innocent." Zeno, unrelenting, shoved the eunuch into a chest, retorting, "I am the most innocent here. I have not held you accountable for your poisoning. What do you have to complain about?" Aeou seized the chest and ascended into the air. "What do you plan to do next?" Aeou inquired of Zeno. "I suggest you consume him, after all this time. It seems they have no other accomplices, and even if they did, they seldom communicate. This individual has outlived his usefulness." Zeno pondered. Consuming him would be simple. But what about Illyrio? Should he also be devoured? "I harbor a dislike for both." "Do not be picky," Aeou advised. The dragon flapped its wings, the vast sky stretching before it. A refusal to partake in sustenance would only hinder growth. Aeou descended, the city transforming from a mere speck into a sprawling vista. Illyrio stood before a pile of boxes, laboriously bowing to Zeno. "Your Highness, I beseech your forgiveness. All the wealth I could muster is contained within these boxes. The remainder I shall repay in due course, if you might grant me a little more time." Zeno casually opened one of the boxes, revealing it brimming with gleaming gold. "Illyrio is quite astute," Zeno mused. "As long as he does not repay his debts in full, I shall spare his life for the sake of this fortune." Thus, Zeno resolved to extend another opportunity. He smiled at Illyrio. "I bear good news, my rotund friend. I have discovered your dear companion. This rogue has concealed himself well. But as a human, he must breathe, and my dragon can detect his foul scent. Now, how much do you intend to pay for his release? Lest I be compelled to cast him into the sea?" Illyrio parted his lips, managing a grimace more pitiful than a cry. "All my wealth is here. It seems I must resort to writing an IOU, Your Excellency. I am willing to pay interest." Zeno was pleased, instructing the dragon to set down the boxes. Reluctantly, Aeou dropped the box with a resounding thud, landing squarely atop a mound of crates. Varys tumbled out with a groan, and a servant hurried to assist him. Zeno produced a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Illyrio. 5,000,000 gold dragons. Both of you must sign. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing or defaulting." After exchanging glances, Illyrio and Varys silently affixed their seals to the document. "Debt is no burden," Aeou grumbled. Dissatisfied with his pickiness, what difference did it make whether he owed 2,000,000 or 5,000,000? Zeno retorted, "At least they must repay their debts." "Indeed. Robbing is a swift means to wealth. Let us continue our pursuit of pirates." Aeou huffed in annoyance. "You must consume the pirates we capture. It is unacceptable to forego regular meals." "Understood," Zeno replied dismissively, as the dragon whisked the young prince and the treasure away into the horizon. Illyrio sighed. Turning to his old friend, "This prince has us at his mercy. 5,000,000 is indeed a lion's share. Yet, it is shocking that you faltered." Varys maintained a calm demeanor. "I am merely an inept magician. How could I contend with a true sorcerer? He has likely deduced my true identity." Illyrio's eyes widened. "And yet he spares your life? He is a good lad. As long as he lacks concrete evidence, he will not act against me," Varys replied. "Why do we not retreat inside to discuss this further?" "I hold a different opinion. I suspect he remains unaware." Illyrio recalled Zeno's silver-eyed gaze and the glass candle he had placed at the threshold of the parlor. "I dare not speak within the confines of the house." Chapter 042. The Great Wall. Tyrion awoke with a tremendous sneeze. He peered out of the basket, gazing downward, and beheld an endless expanse of pristine white ice interspersed with vast, dark forests. Ahead, a colossal blue crystal spanned the horizon, stretching uninterruptedly from east to west. This was the Wall of Despair. Tyrion muttered to himself, "It feels as though we have flown for an eternity." When they set forth days prior, He had donned his thickest padded trousers, a woolen coat, and a substantial lynx fur cloak, rendering him a veritable ball of fluff, yet he still felt the chill that had accompanied him since entering the north. While King's Landing basked in the height of summer, the north had yet to emerge from the grips of winter. Upon their arrival, the entire Night's Watch had come forth to greet them, welcoming the copious supplies of fabric and wrought iron they had brought along, a large cage of ravens, books, ink and paper, several baskets of barley and wheat, fruits, vegetables, jerky, a few large oil barrels, and an abundance of medicines and spices piled beneath the carts. Zeno dismounted from the dragon and exchanged pleasantries with the commander of the Night's Watch, a venerable man named Jorah Mormont, robust and imposing, reminiscent of a black bear. Earning him the moniker Old Bear, Zeno inquired, "My Lord Mormont, have the men I sent arrived? I trust they have not caused you any trouble." Mormont smiled warmly. "The more, the merrier. I welcome them all." Meanwhile, Aeou busied itself with cleansing its back and tail with flames, drawing a crowd of onlookers from a distance. Several members of the Night's Watch lifted the baskets from the cart, and Tyrion poked his head out from a pile of carrots. "Please, do not hasten to carry me to the kitchen. Allow me to emerge first. A bit of assistance would be appreciated." A tall, unsightly ranger seized Tyrion by the collar and yanked him out. "Oh my, you possess considerable strength," Tyrion cautioned. "Do handle me with care." Zeno introduced Tyrion to Mormont. "This is Tyrion Lannister, the third son of Lord Tywin. Tyrion, this is the commander of the Night's Watch, Lord Jorah Mormont." Mormont extended his large hand, grasping Tyrion's small one. "A pleasure to meet you." "Indeed, a pleasure," Tyrion beamed, shaking Mormont's hand. "The wall is truly magnificent, deserving of its status as one of the seven wonders." Mormont replied, "It is the greatest of wonders." "Indeed," Zeno mused, "it was a marvel constructed with my very being." He had never imagined himself as a building material. Humanity itself was the greatest miracle. After meeting the commander, Zeno sought out Master Aemon, his great-uncle, who had surpassed 90 years, frail and diminutive, his hair long gone, eyes nearly blind, yet his mind remained as sharp as ever. He gently stroked Zeno's head. "Are they all well?" Zeno glanced at the decaying wooden walls. "They are all quite well, though this house is in need of some repairs." Master Aemon smiled slightly. "I have heard you possess a penchant for fixing things, having mended the houses and roads of King's Landing. Is it now the wall's turn? I am sure Commander Mormont would be delighted." Zeno did not deny that the Night's Watch boasts 19 fortresses, yet only 3 remain garrisoned. This is hardly tenable, especially given the dilapidated state of the inhabited ones. One can only imagine how much worse the uninhabited ones must be. They are in dire need of substantial repairs. Aemon regarded him through his cloudy, white-tinged eyes. "I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Night's Watch." Zeno observed the elder, whose slender neck bore the weight of a heavy chain of office, glimmering with gold, silver, iron, lead, tin, and other metals. For a fleeting moment, Zeno contemplated revealing the truths of the long night and the others to him, urging him to return to King's Landing or the Citadel, yet ultimately, he refrained from uttering a word. During dinner, Zeno inquired of Mormont, "Have there been any peculiar occurrences of late? Perhaps instances of the dead returning to life or the living going missing?" "None," Mormont replied, chewing on jerky, his voice somewhat muffled. "Where did you hear such tales?" Zeno shook his head as a large raven perched at the window, cawing harshly, "Corn, corn, corn." Mormont cracked a nut with a sharp sound and stuffed the meat into his mouth. "Your Highness, had I any knowledge or witnessed such phenomena, I would inform you at once." Zeno sipped his meat broth, which had begun to cool almost immediately after being served. "Perhaps I am merely overly anxious. Have you encountered any children of the forest beyond the wall? Or giants?" "None at all," Mormont continued to shell nuts. "Once, there were reports of giants. And in ages past, the Night's Watch engaged in dealings with the children of the forest, but those are tales from long, long ago." Tyrion, with keen interest, speared a piece of turnip with his fork. "Are you concerned that those ancient tricksters might return? The wall has stood here for 8,000 years. I have perused the records meticulously, and apart from the wildlings, I have found no mention of other threats attacking the wall." "Who knows?" Mormont replied. "In any case, we must do our duty." Zeno concurred. "Indeed, I plan to undertake significant repairs to the wall during the summer. This structure is nearly crumbling." Mormont expressed his sincere gratitude, and they proceeded to discuss the renovation plans. Tyrion listened attentively, for as the heir apparent's steward, this matter might require his coordination. The chill outside was biting, and the interior was no better. Tyrion wrapped his fur coat tighter around himself, nestled under the blankets warmed by hot bricks. He silently envied Zeno, for the prince could sleep beneath the warm belly of a dragon. Outside, The wall shimmered with a ghostly blue light under the moon, vast and enigmatic. Zeno and Mormont spoke as if the others truly lurked beyond the wall. Tyrion mused. He had come here and found satisfaction merely gazing upon the world's end. Yet they were preparing to confront the real ancient fiends? Suddenly, he felt an urge to ascend the wall for a closer inspection. Tyrion rose from his bed, forsaking the warmth of his linens and the brazier, and made his way to the base of the wall. To the south of the wall stood a ladder constructed of rough timber, but Tyrion's objective was the iron cage by the well, which offered direct access to the heights above the wall. He climbed into the iron cage and tugged at the rope connected to the summoning bell, pulling 3 times before the cage began to ascend slowly. The surface of the great wall was vast, resembling a white thoroughfare. Tyrion felt a pang of regret. The cold here was truly bone-chilling, and even the gravel underfoot was slick with moisture. Surrounding him was an oppressive silence and darkness, with no light save for the wooden hut beneath the crane, while the howling wind cut through the air like a knife. "How did you get up here?" A voice suddenly broke the stillness behind him. Tyrion spun around to see Zeno standing at his back. The prince was clad in a crimson and gold knee-length sweater and black woolen trousers, his feet encased in tall black leather boots, and draped in a black woolen cloak that fluttered violently in the cold wind, his golden hair tousled and whipping against his face. Tyrion pulled his fur collar down to expose his mouth. "I came to see the edge of the world. Why did you not even bring a scarf?" "The heights are far colder than this. I have long since acclimatized," Zeno replied, gazing into the shadowy forest in the distance. "Tomorrow, I intend to venture out with the rangers. Will you join me?" Tyrion couldn't help but shiver. What purpose is there in going out? To search for those mischievous spirits for a drink? It's already cold enough here, and you wish to go to an even colder place. I dare say you are the one who is a bit peculiar. You truly do not fear the cold. Zeno chuckled. "Perhaps they will be willing to roast mammoth meat for you." "Who says I fear the cold? I simply have grown accustomed to it. So, do you wish to accompany me or not?" Tyrion gritted his teeth. Entering the land of eternal winter might be his only chance in this lifetime. Curse those mischievous spirits. "I shall go," Zeno urged him. "Then you must hurry back and get some rest. We depart at dawn." They set off in the early hours, and at first, Tyrion assumed they would ride dragons, but Zeno informed him that they needed to travel with the rangers. "Is your dragon truly as legend has it, fearful of the wall?" Tyrion protested. "Otherwise, why must we walk?" The dragon cast him a disdainful glance. Tyrion touched his nose, sometimes feeling that this dragon resembled a person more than a beast. Zeno mounted his horse, with a ranger guiding him. "We see more clearly when we walk ourselves. Besides, we do not walk on foot. We ride. If you are afraid, you may still back out now." Tyrion refused assistance as he climbed atop his horse. "If I die in the snow, I shall ensure to haunt you as a ghost." Zeno, with a sword slung across his back and the hood of his cloak obscuring half his face, retorted, "That would be delightful. I could snack on you when I grow hungry." Tyrion steadied himself in his saddle and laughed heartily. "I assure you, I shall be quite unpalatable." After a day and night of travel, they arrived at a small village, nestled beneath a massive fish beam, comprising 4 stone-built houses, with a small sheep pen and a well outside. A timid little girl stood at the doorway, gazing at them, but upon catching sight of Tyrion, she swiftly retreated inside. "Is this truly the wildling village?" Tyrion complained to Zeno. "This is too small to even be called a village." The squad leader named Eddie informed them that these individuals could hardly be deemed true savages. Most were merely descendants of escaped commoners, reluctant to stray far from the Great Wall. After spending a night here, they resumed their journey, and as they ventured further north, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. The rangers ceased their boisterous chatter, adopting a demeanor of solemn vigilance. Having endured days of riding, Tyrion felt his back ache, his calves cramp, and inwardly cursed himself for willingly subjecting to such torment. The path beneath their feet was hardly a road. It resembled a narrow beast trail, strewn with gravel and overgrown with weeds, glistening with frost. Sentinel trees and soldiers stood watch along the sides, while the gaping maw of a fishleaf tree could easily swallow a small lamb. For the first time, Tyrion clearly realized they were traversing an entirely different realm. The rangers did not intend to delve deep into the ghostwood forest. They merely planned to patrol its edges before returning to the wall. As dusk fell, they set up camp by a frozen stream, surrounded by an expanse of desolate darkness. "You all should return," Zeno stated, perched upon a stone. "I have matters to attend to." Eddie vehemently opposed. "Please do not jest with us. Leaving you here alone? Old Bear would skin us alive." Tyrion gently patted Zeno on the shoulder. "I understand your fondness for the peculiar, yet even if you remained here, you wouldn't encounter them. Why risk our lives? If I abandon you here, Not only would my father flay me, but he would also fashion a cloak from my skin. We should hasten our return. The cold here could freeze off your fingers, and the books in the Black Castle's cellar await my perusal. How can you bear to keep them waiting in anguish? Zeno surveyed the surroundings, the rangers eyeing him with apprehension, as Tyrion handed him a roasted sausage. Eat up, we'll head back tomorrow. Reluctantly, Zeno acquiesced. Aeon, Aeon. Can't you come to carry me for a stretch? Zeno silently called out to the dragon. What am I to do now? They refused to take me deeper into the north, and slipping away without a word would be rather excessive. Then speak to the fishleaf tree. If I approach, those creatures will surely hide. You insisted on reclaiming that sword. As night deepened, Zeno sought out the largest fishleaf tree he could find, its dark red leaves and pale trunk flourishing with branches. The visage upon the tree appeared as though it had been struck, leaning conspicuously to the left. Zeno glanced at the rangers watching him from a distance and addressed the fishleaf tree's gaping mouth. Dear uncle, I know you are listening. I found you in the flames of the glass candle. I do not wish to disturb your existence. However, you must return the ancestral sword to me, as you have no further use for it. I shall wait here. Having uttered these words, Zeno returned, the rangers casting him peculiar glances, their lips poised to speak, yet held back. Zeno reassured him, Fear not, I am not mad. I am merely engaging in discussions with a rather whimsical entity. The ranger appeared utterly unconvinced. The following day, Zeno requested to extend his stay for a few more days, as he awaited the return of the sword from the children of the forest. Tyrion also harbored doubts, yet expressed them more delicately. It is not that I doubt your word, but rather our provisions are insufficient, and we must return post-haste. Zeno presented his coin pouch. We could procure some supplies from the villagers. Eddie added weight to Tyrion's words. When we set out, we carried only half a month's rations. The gold dragons beyond the wall are of no use, your highness. Even if we wish to trade with the villagers, we possess nothing of value. Zeno admitted a lack of knowledge regarding the lands beyond, conceding perhaps a day or two more would suffice. That night, he continued his quest for the fish lizard, Lord Brynden. Might you expedite the process? Otherwise, I may have to bring the dragon to visit you. On the fourth day's dawn, Zeno received a Valyrian steel sword from the gaping maw of the fish lizard. The blade was slender, its hilt forged in the likeness of flames, adorned with a ruby at its center. Tyrion gaped at the long sword, his mouth agape for an extended moment. Satisfied, Zeno wrapped the sword in a piece of cloth. It was indeed an unexpected delight. While he had sought the Valyrian steel sword amidst the flame of a glass candle, the ashes of the Valyrian peninsula were so thick that finding it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Instead of the desired item, he had discovered Brynden's ancestral lineage in the Dark Sisters. On the return journey, the rangers whispered amongst themselves, while Tyrion frequently stole glances at Zeno's profile. That evening, as they paused for rest, he could no longer contain his curiosity. How did you manage to negotiate with them? I saw you converse with the fish lizard, and the legendary children of the forest returned the sword to you. How did they come to possess it? The rangers ceased their murmurs, attentive to his inquiry. Noticing the curiosity etched on everyone's faces, Zeno shrugged lightly. I am acquainted with one of their green prophets. He rendered some assistance. Eddie's excitement was palpable, so, can we trade with them in the future? Your Highness, they must possess greater knowledge of the lands beyond than we do. With their aid, locating the wildlings would surely be far simpler. Is that green prophet an ancestor of yours? One could say he is an ancestor, albeit a very distant one, Zeno replied, not surprised by Eddie's ignorance of Brynden's lineage, as he belonged to a time long past. The children of the forest will not assist us against the wildlings. If you are merely lost and wish for guidance, they may oblige. As for trade, I cannot ascertain their needs. You may endeavor to discover that for yourselves in due course. Disappointment flickered across Eddie's face, while the rangers fervently engaged in discussion. Tyrion marveled. The legends are indeed true. The children of the forest and the green prophets exist. What of the giants? The others? Is there truly everything beyond the wall? Damn it. I have not encountered a single one. If you are willing to remain as a night's watchman, there will come a day when you shall see. Lord Mormont will be quite pleased, Zeno remarked. The commander has requested on more than one occasion that I find literate individuals. The wall is in dire need of talents such as yours. Tyrion replied with a grin. If I were to stay here as a night's watchman, my father would likely be elated. After all, it is a rare honor. Nevertheless, I shall decline. I cannot endure the prospect of residing in such a frigid locale indefinitely. Zeno descended the steep staircase at a measured pace, the incessant thumping of woodcutters in the haunted woods resonating in his ears. Upon his return, Old Bear had presented him with an extensive list, meticulously detailing the current state of each castle and the materials required for reconstruction. There was no shortage of timber from the haunted forest, yet the procurement of stone posed a challenge. The labor force was insufficient, and additional workers would need to be hired from Winterfell. Upon learning of this, Duke Eddard promptly allocated a contingent of manpower to them and penned a heartfelt letter of gratitude to Zeno. After all, individuals like the Crown Prince are a rarity throughout history. The library within the cellar of Black Castle was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the scent of dust and decaying parchment. Towering wooden shelves were arranged tightly together, laden with leather-bound tomes and various ancient scrolls. In a corner, a small table was embedded within a stone wall niche, above which hung a glass-sealed oil lamp. Zeno surveyed the clutter of aged papers before him. You've been here for 5 days, Tyrion. Even if the books contain gold, I believe you should have exhausted your search by now. Tyrion closed the book he had been reading, its cover inscribed with the Dragon Lords, the Targaryen family's journey from exile to deification, alongside the life and death of dragons. To his right lay a substantial roll of parchment, a copy of Colloquy*s overview of the Jade Sea, chronicling tales and legends from the East. Taking a glance at the densely written text, Zeno remarked, "You truly adore reading, but there is no need to reside in the cellar, tirelessly perusing these volumes." Tyrion sighed. "Zeno, look at me, and then at yourself. You are but 10 years old, while I am already 16. Yet, we stand at the same height. In a few years, you will grow to be as tall as your father. As for me, I shall never reach such stature. My feet are short and deformed, and after a few steps, I cramp. My arms, while reasonably strong, cannot compare to yours, and they are simply too short. I lack your agility, thus I shall never become a great warrior. Had I been born to a destitute family, I would have been discarded or sold long ago. Fortunately, I was born into the Lannister family of Casterly Rock. However, my birth cost my mother her life, and for that, my father and sister can never forgive me. Were I as formidable as my brother, perhaps they would find some solace, but alas, I am but a freak. What do you think I can do beyond reading?" Zeno remained silent as Tyrion cautiously opened a dusty, tattered book. "You possess your dragons and great swords, yet I am left with a mind that still functions adequately. Therefore, I intend to search this tome thoroughly for a means to alter my circumstances. Behold, this volume was penned by a ranger long ago, during the time when King Aegon had yet to set foot on Westeros. They fought against giants and brokered deals with the children of the forest. If those ancient worshippers of the old gods could stir great waves and obliterate Dorne's arm, then transforming me into a normal being should not pose a great challenge. Do you yearn for rebirth? There are methods to achieve it." Zeno's gaze drifted across the stacks of antiquated texts upon the table, acknowledging that such knowledge would not be found within their pages, and that the price of such a transformation was beyond Tyrion's means. Tyrion suddenly lifted his head, incredulous as he regarded Zeno. "You possess a solution. What price must I pay?" Zeno hesitated momentarily. In the legends of Valyria, there exists a tale. A merchant fell gravely ill and sought to restore his health, spending vast sums to beseech a sorcerer skilled in blood magic. The sorcerer acquiesced, on the condition that all of the merchant's kin must be present. The merchant indeed regained his vitality, yet all his relatives melted away like burning candles. Tyrion listened quietly, absorbing the weight of Zeno's words. That is the effect of blood magic. The children of the forest may possess alternative methods. Have you heard of blood sacrifice? Zeno countered. You have read more tomes than I. You surely know of this. In the north, even to this day, many places uphold the tradition of blood sacrifice to the weirwood trees. They hang the entrails of their foes upon the heart tree, beseeching greater victories. The essence of sacrifice is a transaction. You offer tributes to the divine, and in return, they bestow their blessings upon you. Should you desire greater grace, you must present more precious offerings. The new gods will not grant you what you seek, nor will the old. Tyrion pushed the book aside, rising with a sullen expression and a sharp tone. Are you suggesting that I can never change? Is this your counsel as a sorcerer? You are entitled to your interpretation. Zeno replied, his gaze heavy upon the diminutive figure before him. In ancient times, humans directly negotiated with deities, offering mountains of corpses and oceans of blood in exchange for prolonged lifespans and powers unmatched by mortals. Yet, you are not of that ilk. Though our acquaintance has been brief, you would not cast a child into the furnace, nor would you intentionally harm the innocent for your own gain. Tyrion interjected. How do you know I wouldn't? Perhaps I am the merchant who sacrifices all his kin in pursuit of a healthy body. After all, they do not love me. Zeno leaned closer, gazing into his mismatched eyes. If you are certain you can bear such a burden, then I could perform this magic for you. Tyrion was taken aback. After a considerable pause, he returned to his seat. You are mad. My sister is about to become your wife. Do you intend to kill her? Zeno corrected him. It is not a matter of whether you should kill her. Although the narrative involves the entire family, fortunately, you possess a large kinship, and we do not require so many members. Beside the icy wall stood an exquisitely adorned brass lens, perched upon a tripod. Zeno leaned in closely to scrutinize it. Master Aemon smiled at him. This is used for observing celestial phenomena. You may come to view it at night. Zeno acknowledged with a nod and resumed his examination of the star chart hanging on the wall. Suddenly, a tremendous crash emanated from the direction of the phantom woods. Likely the sound of a colossal tree being felled. Zeno approached the windowsill and gazed down, spotting Tyrion limping out from the king's tower. Since that day, Tyrion had become utterly mute, his face contorted with turmoil, struggling to articulate his thoughts to Zeno while suffering from insomnia, resulting in dark circles appearing beneath his eyes. Even Commander Mormont began to express concern for his well-being. Aeou, however, regarded this with disdain. Has he never considered that you might be deceiving him? You possess no blood magic. He can only offer sacrifices to you. Do you truly wish for him to serve as your priest? He will surely abandon that notion. Zeno fiddled with the brass lens. I believe his brother and uncle genuinely care for him. His aunt even claims he is the brightest child in the family. Isnt Tywin also striving to find him a wife. Although it has not been particularly successful, he will find one eventually. Master Aemon interjected. Has your friend recently encountered any troubling matters? He has been requesting sleeping drafts from me daily, yet he still appears to be restless. Zeno coughed lightly. It's nothing. He longs to meet the curious beings beyond the wall, yet he dares not venture outside. Is that so? Master Aemon replied with a gentle smile, seemingly perceiving Zeno's unease, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. You mustn't intentionally torment him. Zeno hastily shifted the topic. Upon my return, I shall be wed. You must join me for my wedding. You can share a basket with Tyrion and cover yourselves with an extra thick blanket to keep warm. After the ceremony, I shall see you safely back. No need, Master Aemon replied, his cloudy eyes gazing into the distance. I have long forsaken my surname. When I allowed my brother Aegon to succeed the throne in my stead, I vowed never to return to the Targaryen family. Your wedding will surely be a grand affair. With lords from all corners gathered, my presence would not add to the splendor. Zeno remarked, Father and mother will be exceedingly delighted to see you, as will grandmother. Master Aemon responded, I have never met them. They have never laid eyes upon me. Certainly, a family reunion is a joyous occasion, yet I shall refrain. You have reclaimed the Dark Sisters. That is already a source of great comfort. If Aegon were still alive, he would undoubtedly take pride in your achievements. Dinner consisted of steaming roasted bread, carrot pie, lamb stew, and the chef presented a large basin of freshly caught, succulent fish from the Eastern Sea. Zeno bid farewell to Commander Mormont. Upon my return, I shall clear the prisons across the land and send more individuals your way. It has come to my attention that many knights from the Vale and the Riverlands aspire to don black attire and join the Night's Watch, an esteemed honor indeed. The Night's Watch will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. The pirates sent previously have proven to be quite capable. Commander Karth Pike of Eastwatch, savoring a glass of red wine, is a skilled leader. They require no training, as they can venture forth to slay wildlings upon arrival. They are, in fact, far superior to certain noble lords. Sir Dennis Mallister, commander of the Shadow Tower, shot him a fierce glare. You dare equate pirates with knights? You shall never comprehend the true essence of honor, for you possess none yourself. Commander Mormont intervened to quell their bickering. We need valiant warriors, as well as wise minds. Your Highness, the Night's Watch shall forever be in your debt. The crows behind him echoed loudly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As dinner concluded, the guests gradually departed. Tyrion followed Zeno through the courtyard, feeling increasingly fatigued. The ascent was painfully arduous. Yet, he endeavored to quicken his pace. They certainly owe you their eternal gratitude. Not only have you provided men and supplies, but you have also financed the reconstruction of their fortifications and the reinforcement of the wall. You are akin to a reincarnation of Queen Alysanne. After all, gratitude costs nothing. You are mistaken, Zeno replied, his boots crunching in the snow. I do not act for their sake. The wall and the Night's Watch are of paramount importance. Are you no longer angry? Master Aemon rebuked me over this matter. What reason do I have to be angry? Tyrion limped, feeling dispirited. Did you reveal this to Master Aemon? I thought you wished to keep your identity as a sorcerer concealed. Zeno slowed his pace, walking alongside Tyrion. That is because I am not one, and he is unaware. He merely assumes I have been bullying you, a notion only you are privy to. Tyrion paused, astonished. You are not? You can converse with the Green Seers and wield magic. Zeno candidly responded. Speaking with the Green Seers is quite simple. Their visions connect every fish beam. And you too can converse with them, though they are unlikely to respond. I possess a modicum of magic, yet I fall far short of true sorcerers. You are my friend, and thus I confide in you. Please, keep this a secret." Tyrion was momentarily taken aback, his spirits lifting as his worries seemed to dissipate. He laughed. "Then do be cautious not to offend me, lest I let it slip." Zeno rolled his eyes at him. "You have been troubled for far too long." Recalling his recent distress, Tyrion grew irate. "It is all you're doing, giving me hope and then plunging me into despair." "Damn it, Zeno, you are right. I cannot do it. Let me remain a family disgrace for all eternity." Zeno pondered for a moment. "My steward has hired knights, mercenaries, recluses, and now a family disgrace has joined their ranks. What does that make me? You are the crown prince." The aching feet incessantly protested, yet Tyrion paid them no heed. "You must become the legendary wise monarch, and I shall be the prime minister who will never be overshadowed by Lord Tywin." Chapter 044, The Red Priest. The searing flames danced and transformed continuously. At one moment, they morphed into a galloping white steed, then into a vivid red lion, only to shift again into a golden serpent and a colossal wolf with deep blue fur. A flamboyantly dressed fire sorcerer stood before the brazier, guiding the flames with his fingers and incantations. The fire ascended before him, twisting and spiraling upward like a ladder. Zeno whispered to Ian, "Isn't that Rosart? I thought he was dead. Is he performing at the wedding?" Ian replied in hushed tones, "The wizard's performance is a tradition, Your Highness. He is the finest fire sorcerer." Zeno remarked, "I would rather perform myself. This fellow once tossed me into a brazier." Tyrion chuckled from the side. "I recall you lack fire magic. Do you wish to demonstrate being burned alive? It would indeed be a groundbreaking spectacle for the groom to enact a burning at a wedding." After Rosart departed, a red-robed priest entered. The clerk announced, "Next, we have the Red Priest Machiro from Volantis, who will present the flame sword." Machiro, with his dark skin and towering stature, boomed with a resonant voice, clad in opulent silk robes of red. He approached the brazier, beginning his prayer, "O King of Light, bestow your favor upon me. Bless your loyal servant Machiro, for the long night is dark and perilous. Grant me wisdom, grant me courage, grant me the power to pierce the darkness." He drew forth a long sword, pressing the blade against his palm, making a gentle incision, and crimson blood flowed forth, staining the sword. In the next moment, the blade erupted into flames. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, though many shook their heads in disapproval. Queen Elia furrowed her brow and whispered a few words to her maid. The maid exclaimed, "No bloodshed is allowed at the wedding." Next, Machiro leaned the blazing sword against the brazier and declared, "I possess other magic to demonstrate." The maid glanced at the queen, who gave a slight nod. Machiro began to manipulate the flames, causing them to soar and twist. His skill rivaled that of Rosart. As he prayed, the flames ascended ever higher, soon reaching a height of 10 feet, the edges expanding into the form of a golden dragon. The flames crackled loudly, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, and the audience erupted in applause. Elia smiled and gestured to her maid. The maid announced, "Machiro is selected." Tyrion expressed his keen interest. The influence of the King of Light, Rallick, in the 9 free trade cities is as significant as that of the 7 in Westeros. I have heard they have many followers in Old Town and Dorne. When King Aerys was alive, there were red priests in the court, though none matched Machiro's prowess. Zeno inquired curiously, "How do you know Machiro is more formidable?" Tyrion remarked, "There has never been a red priest capable of transforming blood into flame." The clerk called out, "Next, we have the sorcerer Philapto from Caes, who will present the dance of clouds and rain." How peculiar, Zeno pondered, as an array of bizarre figures sought to partake in his wedding. Philapto, adorned in a blue silk robe embellished with white pearls, possessed skin as immaculate as the pearls themselves, while his lips mirrored the deep azure of his attire. After bowing in deference, he produced a small silk pouch, extracting a pinch of powder, which he tossed into the air while murmuring incantations. The powder erupted in the atmosphere, transforming into countless tiny droplets that dispersed into a fine mist, enveloping Zeno in a refreshing breeze. Ian gasped softly, "How invigorating." The mist continued to morph, and a white deer formed from the vapor pranced before the assembly, gracefully tilting its head. Zeno observed his mother and fiancée. The queen was intently focused on the ethereal creature, while Cersei nestled obediently beside her. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Zeno rose and stealthily exited. Ian hurried after him, inquiring, "Your Highness, where are you going?" "I need to speak with Master Marwyn." "You may continue to watch," Zeno replied, striding forward. "Inform me of the outcome tonight." Tyrion followed suit. "I shall accompany you, for I too have inquiries for Master Marwyn." 7 vows of marriage, 7 layers of blessings, 7 challenges, 7 performances, and 77 courses. Zeno reflected that none of the weddings he had attended were ever this convoluted, yet the crown prince's ceremony demanded uniqueness. The crow's nest loomed ahead, and Tyrion pointed out, "Look, there stands the Red Priest, Makiro." Makiro was positioned at the entrance of the crow's nest, engaged in conversation with Master Marwyn. Zeno noted Marwyn's apparent displeasure, yet he endured Makiro's incessant chatter. As Zeno hesitated to approach, Makiro spotted him and swiftly made his way over. "Your Highness, I am Makiro, servant of the Lord of Light, extending my greetings." Zeno responded with a lackluster, "Greetings." He turned to Marwyn, who, clearly displeased, stated, "Makiro wishes to join the royal council as the Master of Whispers." Since Varys's unexplained disappearance from the court, the position of Master of Whispers had remained vacant. However, Varys was a balding, corpulent eunuch, and Makiro was a balding, stout priest. Surely, there could be no correlation between the two rotund bald men. Zeno understood that Red Priests were zealous in their preaching, yet he had never encountered one with aspirations for power. "You worship the Lord of Light, while we revere the Seven." Tyrion discerned Marwyn's reluctance. "I have heard that the followers of the Lord of Light traditionally allow no other deities. Do you intend to convert?" Makiro's dark eyes gleamed with fervor. "There are no 7 gods. Aside from R'hllor and the unspeakable Ancient Ones, all other deities have long since perished." Tyrion remarked, "With such a statement, the High Septon will undoubtedly demand your execution. The followers of the old gods cannot hold positions of authority in Westeros." The latter part was directed towards Zeno, who contemplated, what connection does this figure, the Lord of Light, have with the Maiden of Light? Do you perceive any relation to Varys? The Lord of Light and the Maiden of Light are merely different appellations of the same deity. Aeou responded, "This individual is likely a senior priest from the temple. Varys cannot sway him." Machiro lowered his gaze, asserting, "I merely speak the truth. I am familiar with the followers of the false god. They are but a troop of monkeys clad in resplendent garb, adept at flattery, yet incapable of manifesting any miracles. Should His Majesty grant permission, I shall erect a temple to R'hllor in King's Landing, and then all shall see that only the Lord of Light is worthy of true faith." Such words would surely provoke the High Septon into another frenzy. Tyrion replied to Zeno, "King Rhaegar would not permit it, unless he wishes to witness a conflict amongst the faithful." Unfazed, Machiro declared, "Fools believe only what they see. Yet, Your Highness, you know well that the long night approaches, the future is shrouded in darkness, and our enemy is one and the same." Zeno stroked his chin, inquiring, "Who sent you here?" "The flames guide my path," Machiro responded. "The little dragon has perished, the great dragon reborn, light extinguished, shadows descend, to kindle the flames. One must first enter the night." Zeno understood nothing of this. Tyrion interjected, "If you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, I suggest you hasten back to Volantis. This place does not welcome ambiguous prophecies." Machiro paid no heed to Tyrion, his gaze fixed intensely upon Zeno. Zeno retorted, "I care not for your god or your prophecies. If you wish to become the Master of Whisperers, seek Lord Tywin's endorsement. You may even approach King Rhaegar directly to showcase your talents. Perhaps the king and the hand will believe you, but I am well aware of your penchant for burning people." Machiro paused, his expression one of astonishment. "That is an offering to the Lord of Light. To become a part of R'hllor's temple is their highest honor. Your Highness, you must understand. For in ancient times," Zeno swiftly interrupted, "I cannot determine who shall be the Master of Whisperers. However, you are a monk devoted to the Lord of Light, hailing from Volantis, making it difficult for others to trust you. Today, due to differing beliefs, we are already at odds. Should you assume the role of Master of Whisperers, it would incite even more severe discord." Machiro asserted gravely, "Time will prove my utmost credibility. The Lord of Light has provided me with answers through the flames. If the followers of the false god have grievances against me, I am more than willing to confront them directly." Tyrion suggested, "Let us disregard this fool. My father has always abhorred the pious. Let him meet his own downfall." Machiro replied, "I require not your father's endorsement. Archmaester Marwyn will recommend me to the king." Tyrion gazed at Marwyn in disbelief. The Archmaester, who neither believes in the new gods nor the old. Marwyn bitterly remarked, "Alas, I fear I must proceed with this. I owe them a significant debt of gratitude." "They?" Zeno inquired of Aeou. "Does the King of Light wish to collaborate with us? What does his prophecy signify?" Aeou remained silent for a considerable time, then replied, "That is not a prophecy, but rather a tale from antiquity. He was unaware that you had been in slumber. Perhaps he sought to gain your trust through this means. If he wishes to stay, let him do so. You need not hinder him, nor assist him." I have long asserted that while we are not enemies, we have never been allies. Tyrion interjected, by the gods. I can already envision how vociferously the high priest will protest. Let us hope King Rhaega has no debts owed to them. Machiro calmly stated. A good king shall not be deceived by the followers of false gods. Marvin responded, please return. I shall facilitate your introduction, but ultimately, how His Majesty Rhaega decides is beyond my control. In the next audience, I shall sit beside you. After Machiro bowed to Zeno, he departed swiftly. In Marvin's study, the shelves left by Pasher had been entirely cleared. Once densely packed behind the desk, some now leaned against the wall while others had been moved upstairs. The room, previously inhabited by a maid attending to Pasher, was now vacant, as Marvin required no maid, thus allowing ample space for various jars and bottles. The cleaned room, which ought to have felt spacious, was now crowded again by a large square table laden with disordered tomes, scrolls, and magical artifacts. Zeno perused a large roll of ancient parchment, its cover inscribed with the origins of the Iron Treasury and Bravos. Another stack of parchment was filled with numbers, which Zeno recognized as his ledgers, prompting him to request Marvin's assistance in verification. An apprentice brought forth a jug of ale, pouring each of them a cup, the rich aroma of barley wafting through the air. Tyrion unceremoniously claimed a plush chair, exclaiming, finally, we've dispatched that rotund fellow. If I continue to listen to this without action, I may very well convert, lest the high priest douse me in spittle. Zeno chuckled softly. Yet Marvin could not share in the mirth. During my travels to the Far East, I encountered a red-robed monk named Karamu aboard a ship. He foresaw a tempest rising from the flames, yet the captain disbelieved him and refused to alter course. I heeded his warning and prepared in advance, which saved my life. Alas, I owe him a debt of life. The red-robed monks are often truly gifted. They can perceive events from miles away within the flames and deliver precise prophecies. However, they are also known for their penchant for immolation. Indeed, the priests of Rollo are notorious for their love of burning. They particularly relish incinerating those of high status and devoted followers of foreign gods. Zeno contemplated that without sacrificial offerings, their power would wane, necessitating their relentless acts of burning. However, there is no need to elaborate on that. Just now, he was genuinely afraid that the Red Priest would expose his secrets, yet upon reflection, it seems unlikely that the Red Priest would dare. Tyrion took a sip of ale, pondering, isn't the High Septon rather perilous? Yet, the devout brother Cavern poses an even greater threat. Zeno, if you do not intervene, he may very well ascend to the position of Master of Whisperers. After all, this role is distinct from the other royal advisors. A man of his caliber is more befitting. Let him have it, Zeno replied. The Master of Whisperers must be filled. Varys has vanished for several months, and the king requires intelligence. Tyrion remarked, I fear he will not be content with merely being the Master of Whisperers. You heard him just now. He referred to both the new god and the old gods as false deities. He intends to construct a temple for R'hllor. And if he succeeds, he will certainly seek to cast the false gods and their worshippers into the flames. Can he build while we dismantle? Zeno picked up a small piece of dragon glass, a splendid green shard from Dragonstone. Most of the dragon glass from Dragonstone is black, but there are also green, red, and purple varieties. He had requested samples of each for study. I believe we need not worry excessively about this. A temple to the Lord of Light in King's Landing? Even if the king consents, the High Septon would never permit it. He may find it relatively simple to gather followers, given his genuine talents. However, erecting a temple is another matter entirely. I have heard that the Red Priests worship two deities, locked in eternal conflict. Which is R'hllor? Marwyn answered, both are. The gods are singular. They are two facets of one entity. The Lord of Light's opposite is the God of Cold. The Lord of Light embodies warmth and life, while the God of Cold represents darkness and death. Though they may simultaneously venerate both, they would never invoke the God of Cold. Suddenly, Zeno grasped the concept. If the Lord of Light is the Maiden of Light, then the God of Cold must be the Lion of Night. No wonder Aeou remarked that while the Lord of Light is not an enemy, he is certainly no friend. Chapter 045. The sorcerer Count Yora Royce stood before Zeno, cautiously unfurling an ancient parchment, upon which was depicted a familiar longsword. He said solemnly, Your Highness, this is an image of the ancestral sword of House Royce. The Valyrian steel sword you bestowed upon Prince Viserys is indeed our family sword, known as Sorrow. In the days of yore, my ancestor, Sir William Royce, was one of Queen Rhaenyra's 7 knights. During the Dance of the Dragons, amidst the turmoil in King's Landing, he perished in a dragon's lair while attempting to rescue Prince Joffrey from the mob, and the sword has been lost ever since. We have searched far and wide, yet it eluded us until you found it. My family and I are eternally grateful to you. But now, Prince Viserys refuses to return the sword to me. Viserys' face flushed with anger. Nonsense. This is my sword. Do not think that you can seize it simply by presenting a tattered piece of parchment. Count Royce's expression remained unchanged. The truth is as such. King Aegon commanded Prince Viserys to return the ancestral sword to me, yet he steadfastly refuses. He mentioned that this was a gift from you and should not be carelessly handed to others. Zeno understood. Ever since Viserys acquired the Valyrian steel sword, he had been inseparable from it, flaunting it everywhere. It caught the eye of Count Euron Royce, who had come to attend the wedding. The head of House Royce immediately recognized it as their ancestral sword. He requested that Viserys return the sword, but Viserys refused, leading to a quarrel that escalated before the king and queen regent. The king commanded Viserys to return the sword to Count Royce, but Viserys, unwilling to comply, dragged Zeno into the dispute as an excuse. Zeno sighed inwardly. Viserys, if you return the sword to Count Royce, we certainly do not lack Valyrian steel swords. Viserys, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, just because of this worthless piece of paper? You trust him so easily? I believe he is merely spouting nonsense to seize our family's Valyrian steel sword. The Count of Stonehelm's countenance darkened. You insult me. Prince Viserys, out of respect for your youth, I have refrained from holding your insolence against you. Yet you continue to insult me time and again. I would never lie. The expression of Count Royce indicated to Zeno that had Viserys been an adult, he would have demanded a duel without hesitation. Zeno interjected. Please, calm down, both of you. The Dark Sister had been kept locked away in his chest since he retrieved it, and King Rhaegar had shown no interest. So Zeno tacitly accepted that the sword belonged to him. Though it was technically a sword designed for women, Viserys would likely not mind. Zeno handed the Dark Sister to Viserys. This is our Targaryen family sword, the Dark Sister. Take good care of it, for if you lose it, I shall not forgive you. He then returned the lament to Count Royce. Lord Willem was a man of integrity and honor, and people shall never forget his courageous deeds of unwavering resolve. Count Euron solemnly declared, Your Highness, House Royce shall forever remember your kindness. Viserys scoffed. In these times, anyone can speak of kindness. Zeno whispered, Be quiet, return. Is not our ancestral sword sufficient? Viserys found no words to retort and stormed off in a huff. Having successfully sent both away, Zeno poured himself a cup of mead when Ian arrived to report that the Wizard of Clueless sought an audience. Philapto did not come alone. He brought along his companion, another male wizard. They bowed respectfully to Zeno. Your Highness, this is my associate, Ladosi. We have come to present you with a wedding gift. The gift they brought was a vial of shadow water and a beautiful wooden box adorned with pearls and emeralds. Zeno casually opened it to find a shimmering green beetle, seemingly carved from agate and emerald. The beetle screeched as it unfolded its wings and raised its tail, revealing a black human face. Zeno was taken aback, realizing that it was a scorpion-tailed beast. Ladosi smiled and remarked, I have heard that you have a fondness for these peculiar creatures. We intended to bring you a snake lizard, but alas, such a being does not inhabit Westeros, so we procured this scorpion-tailed beast at great expense. Do behold its beauty. Zeno pressed his finger down to prevent the scorpion-tailed creature from escaping its box. The little creature hissed and struggled beneath his touch, attempting to sting him with its tail. Zeno forced a smile. I am most grateful for your kind intentions. I am curious to know who has spread word of my affinity for such venomous creatures. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to that individual. Ladosi, sensing Zeno's gritted teeth, realized they may have erred in their gift selection and cast a nervous glance at Philaptro. Philaptro cautiously replied, We heard it at a tavern on the street, Your Highness. They spoke of you as being just like the Holy Father, fair and gallant as a warrior, with a penchant for nurturing both beauty and danger in creatures. With a decisive snap, Zeno closed the box. Thank you. It is indeed a lovely little thing. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Philaptro said, We invite you to partake of Nightshade water, a wizard's exquisite vintage that grants clarity of mind and the ability to discern the truths and wisdom of this world. Zeno held up the Nightshade water, a magical concoction renowned in course, its appearance akin to viscous blue dye. He refrained from drinking it. It sounds remarkable. I shall sample it when time permits. Philaptro continued, We are adept in the arcane arts, and if you so desire, we wish to remain by your side in service. Very well, I shall consider it, Zeno replied. Should I require your assistance, I will seek you out. Please return for now. The two male wizards departed reluctantly. Ian then announced, Your Highness, the head of the Alchemists Guild, Rosat, requests an audience. Rosat did not arrive alone. He bore a large chest filled with lavish gifts, pearls, gemstones, gold and silver, soft furs. spices, silks, and a cloak fashioned from an entire polar bear skin. It was evident that Rosat understood Zeno's disdain for him. Yet he was somewhat more astute than the previous wizards, as he was aware of the prince's true preferences. With a sycophantic expression, Rosat declared, "Your Highness, this is a wedding gift from the Alchemists Guild, and I hope you will find it to your liking." For the sake of the gift, Zeno engaged him in conversation. "Thank you." Rosat continued, "I have heard of your support for the Night's Watch, aiding them in bolstering their ranks and rebuilding defenses. You are truly a person of commendable virtue." Zeno could only respond, "You flatter me." Rosat raised his voice, "In truth, the Alchemist Guild possesses superior methods to safeguard the wall." Zeno's interest was piqued. "Pray tell, what methods?" Rosat proudly proclaimed, "We can utilize wildfire. As soon as the wildlings appear at the foot of the wall, we can hurl wildfire at them. It ignites solid ice, leaving the wildlings with no means of escape. Furthermore, we have recently developed a new method for safely transporting wildfire. If safe transport were indeed achievable, wildfire could prove exceedingly useful. Although its efficacy against White Walkers remained uncertain, it would certainly be effective against Whites." Zeno inquired, "How can you ensure that?" Rosat replied, "Please accompany me to the Alchemist Guild, and I shall demonstrate it for you." Zeno nodded. "If it truly proves effective, you will have accomplished a great feat." The Alchemist Guild is located at the base of the Visania Hills, its entrance facing Silent Nun Street. Zeno followed Rosat down the winding grand staircase. Arriving at a hall constructed entirely of black stone, towering 20 feet high, verdant flames danced around the beams and pillars forged from black iron, casting an eerie glow upon the walls and ceiling, illuminating the entire chamber in a flickering green radiance. "What if a fire ignites in this hall?" Zeno expressed his disapproval. "This area is densely populated and in close proximity to the St. Beller Cathedral. You must exercise utmost caution." Rosat quickly responded, "This is a welcoming ceremony for you. If it displeases you, we shall extinguish it immediately." They continued their descent via a spiral staircase until they reached a vast cellar deep underground. The jars of wildfire were stored in the damp, dark corridors of the cellar, with countless shelves sprawling along the passage. Behind the shelves, the moist stone walls were adorned with niter, and the lower sections of the shelves were filled with solid ice, making the entire room exude a chilling atmosphere. Rosat, with pride, declared, "Wildfire is the most powerful combustible known to man. Once ignited, it burns fiercely, consuming fabric, wood, leather, and even steel with remarkable efficiency. However, you need not worry, for these jars are sealed with wax to prevent accidents. Observe this stone wall. Outside, we have placed niter, while the interior is filled with ice water. The ceiling is also protected by the most potent magical wards to ensure that should a fire ignite, it will be extinguished immediately." Zeno remarked, "I have heard that even a slight shake can cause it to ignite, even explode. How do you intend to transport such volatile and explosive material? The Great Wall is not close, or would you prefer to manufacture wildfire there?" Rosat replied, "To manufacture wildfire at the Great Wall? Certainly, that is feasible. However, I believe transporting these stored wildfires would yield superior results. Newly created wildfire is not yet mature, whereas these are fully ripened. Once thrown, they will explode upon impact. You need not be concerned. As long as we bring sufficient fire mages to chant spells continuously, they will not ignite en route. Since spells are so effective, why have you not employed them previously?" Zeno scrutinized Rosat. "I have heard that you once attempted to transport wildfire, resulting in not only the destruction of the vehicle and loss of life, but also a significant fire in the Imperial Forest. Our current methods are entirely different from those times," Rosat insisted eagerly. "Back then, we relied on mechanical devices. Now, we utilize spells." He cautiously gauged the expression on the prince's face. During the time when dragons disappeared, magic vanished as well. But now that the dragons have returned, so too has magic. Please believe me, I can stake my life on the efficacy of these spells." He picked up a jar of wildfire, unsealing it, revealing the viscous green liquid within, frozen and flowing sluggishly. Rosat gently shook the jar, and soon the flow of the wildfire solvent became smooth and silky, with a few small bubbles rising to the surface. As he continued to shake the jar, he recited an incantation, causing the green liquid to slow its movement and solidify once more. He presented the jar to Zeno, stating, "Behold, the effect of the spell is akin to that of solid ice, capable of rendering the solvent solid. As long as it does not come into contact with an open flame, it will not ignite." Zeno took the jar for inspection, glancing at Rosat, whose face was alight with anticipation. "For now, I shall take your word for it," Zeno replied. "How many jars do you currently possess?" Rosat responded, "According to the scholar's estimates, We currently have 5,860 jars. If you require, we can provide 10,000 jars within 2 months. There is no need to rush. Zeno pondered for a moment. Send 1,000 jars to the Great Wall first to assess the effectiveness, and then we shall devise a plan. Rosat nodded vigorously. Your foresight is commendable. I shall attend to it immediately. Your Highness, I have a request, he mustered the courage to say. In truth, the Alchemist Guild is an exceedingly ancient society, far older and more powerful than the Academy. He continued, we possess numerous spells and secrets. The creation and utilization of wildfire is merely one among many. If you permit, we wish to serve as your magical consultants. The guild is replete with highly skilled sages. All at your command. Zeno contemplated the influx of wizards desiring to be his magical advisors, though most nobles indeed lacked interest in magic, as those capable of wielding it were exceedingly few. I have heard that you can refine metals. Are you able to cut large blocks of Valyrian steel? I can provide the raw materials. Rosat hesitated. We can refine gold, silver, and many precious alloys. However, we have yet to attempt Valyrian steel, a metal both rare and precious. Nonetheless, we can certainly try. Very well, Zeno said. If you can accomplish this, I shall appoint you as my advisors. He placed the jar back down, clarifying, you need not forge weapons. It suffices if you can merely cut them into smaller pieces. Rosat immediately affirmed, of course. We can achieve that. Zeno nodded, follow me. During this period, he and Aeou had collected 2 substantial blocks of Valyrian steel. The first was retrieved by Aeou from the seabed, towering a full yard and 5 feet wide, carved into an eccentric shape resembling a human with 3 pairs of hands, 2 heads, and 10 legs. Given that a single leg could yield dozens of long swords, the more legs, the better. The second block was far more conventional. A massive sphinx statue with a woman's visage and the body of a dragon, discovered in the ruins of Essos. Few artisans in the world knew how to forge Valyrian steel, prompting Zeno to summon one from Coer, in anticipation of the craftsman's arrival. He intended to disassemble these 2 statues first. Zeno led Rosat to the Golden Vine Manor, where he proceeded to cut off a leg from the statue before his very eyes. Perhaps you could first attempt to relocate this leg, ensuring that each piece remains between 2 to 3 kilograms, Zeno advised. Once you have completed the cuts, do inform me. Also, provide Sir Kale with your price list. Your efforts shall not go unrewarded. Zeno mused to himself, considering the formidable nature of Valyrian steel. If the Alchemist Guild truly possessed the means to fracture it, having them as his magical consultants would not be a bad idea. After dismissing the cheerful Rosat, Zeno returned to the Red Keep, where Tyrion awaited him. You have certainly been busy today, Tyrion remarked. I have heard that several groups have presented you with gifts. What did these sorcerers bestow upon you? Zeno pondered for a moment. Shadowbinder's water, scorpion beast, wildfire. Would you like any of it? The scorpion beast is rather exquisite. I could send it to you along with its box at no cost. Tyrion nearly spewed his drink. Pray tell, which clever individual gifted you a venomous scorpion? I must keep my distance from him. Chapter 046. King's Landing. The rugged path led the heirs of Stonehill, Androyus and Rob Royus, down the mountainside. As the distant city lay shrouded in the morning mist, its red rooftops glimmering under the rising sun. After crossing a shallow ford, Rob urged his horse forward, exclaiming in excitement, Brother, look! King's Landing. Sir Andar, not far behind, also beheld the grand city, majestically situated by the sea, with the Red Keep atop the airy hills presiding over the entire metropolis. A golden dragon descended from the sky, entering the Red Keep. Rob's excitement surged. A dragon, brother. Look, it's a dragon. I see it, Sir Andar replied, equally elated. The family had recently encountered a string of fortunate events. Their father had recovered the long-lost ancestral sword, and he had successfully betrothed himself to the daughter of House Grafson. Alas, the young lady was still quite youthful. Otherwise, he could have brought his beautiful fiancée, to see King's Landing. Let us hurry along, brother, the 12-year-old Rob exclaimed, exhilarated by his first journey away from home. Andar curbed his brother's impulse to dash into King's Landing. Mind your manners, Rob, lest I regret bringing you to this grand occasion. The realm had enjoyed decades of peace, and following the hatching of the dragon, tranquility prevailed. King's Landing flourished with blooming flowers and shady trees. The houses were artfully arranged, and the streets, paved with gray stones, were smooth and immaculate. Entering through the Lion's Gate, a grand carriage passed by Rob, its gilded roses strikingly visible. The wide streets were lined with bustling shops, showcasing a dazzling array of goods that captivated the eye, while pedestrians thronged the area, creating a lively morning atmosphere. In the distance, the majestic Great September of Baelor stood solemnly, its morning bells ringing resoundingly throughout King's Landing. Following the tolling of the bells came a chant, as a group of red-robed monks congregated in the square, reciting together, "Long is the night, dark and perilous." They beseeched Lawler to deliver humanity from the shadows. Robb could not help but stare at them, having only heard of the followers of the Red God. This was his first encounter with them in the flesh. A voice remarked, "Andar, Robert, you have arrived." Sir Robert Arryn was mounted on his horse, watching them with a cheerful smile from a short distance. Andar greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Robert, it has been quite a while. It is truly unfortunate that you did not attend the harvest feast. My friend, it brings me immense joy to see you." Robert and Andar exchanged a brief embrace. "I made sure to arrive early this time." They conversed and laughed along the way, soon reaching the residence of House Royce. "The last time I visited King's Landing was during the coronation of King Rhaegar," Robert reminisced. "It certainly was not as splendid then. I have heard that the Crown Prince spent an unfathomable amount of gold dragons on renovations, and remarkably, he earned all that wealth himself. How could a mere child accumulate such riches?" Robert could not resist interjecting. "I have heard it said that Prince Zeno is blessed by the gods, that gold dragons simply fall from his palms." "Do not heed such nonsense," Andar admonished. "Without the king's support, the Crown Prince would not have achieved any of this. Yet, it is true that he has not depleted the royal treasury." Robert took a hearty gulp of wine. If he had spent so lavishly for mere aesthetics, there would have been dissent long ago. Andar gazed at him. "Prince Zeno is undoubtedly the heir apparent. He is a benefactor of House Royce." Robert raised his goblet toward Andar. "You misunderstand. I do not imply ill of him. He will undoubtedly become a great king. However, his share from his estates is rather modest, and many deem this inappropriate. The king entrusted him with that land, and he is free to manage it as he sees fit." Andar remained unconvinced. "I believe his policies are commendable. Look how he has reduced taxes while still amassing wealth. I would certainly like to learn from him." Robert looked at him meaningfully. "My friend, I fear you might find it difficult to emulate him. He achieves his successes because he possesses dragons. He employs them for transport, and he even personally ambushes pirates, bringing their ships back for his own use. He is indeed unlike his ancestors." Andar calmly replied, "I am increasingly convinced he shall become a remarkable monarch. Let us not dwell on this. What does your uncle intend to present as a wedding gift?" "A pendant encrusted with gems," Robert responded. "The gem is the size of an infant's fist, matching the color of the Crown Prince's eyes. It was brought by a merchant from Lys, and my uncle took an immediate liking to it. Moreover, I have heard that Prince Zeno has a fondness for gemstones." Andar recalled the gift prepared by his own house, a finely crafted longsword, and felt a pang of anxiety. While the gift was admirable, it now seemed woefully inadequate, for a Valyrian steel sword is truly priceless. Count Joran had urged him to seek a gift that would please the Crown Prince, yet all had stated that the prince merely cherished gold. Perhaps a chest of gold dragons as a wedding gift? The Royce family would become the subject of ridicule. "I have heard he also has an affinity for exotic creatures." Robert continued. "Last time, several sorcerers presented him with a scorpion-tailed beast. Perhaps you could gift him a snake lizard or a shadow cat, something fierce, as I have heard the Crown Prince delights in taming them." "Perhaps gemstones would be a better choice," Andar said with uncertainty, "for these are far too perilous for children." As Kyrie and Hall conversed while strolling through the estate, they soon arrived at the workshop district. Here, 5 workshops were in operation: the textile workshop, the forge, the grain and oil workshop, the dyeing workshop, and the leather workshop. Hundreds toiled within, the clanging and creaking sounds resonating throughout. Upon their arrival for inspection, the overseers of the workshops promptly came forth to greet them. Many skilled artisans hailed from across the narrow sea. They were originally slaves purchased by Zeno, who sought them out as the artisans in Westeros charged exorbitant fees for their teachings. Apprentices were required to work for their masters without pay, making the acquisition of slaves a more pragmatic solution, providing both instructors and proficient workers. However, since Westeros did not have slaves, these workers were regarded as the estate's common folk. Subsequently, they offered Kyrie several valuable suggestions, leading him to acquire more enslaved craftsmen and some textile machines and other equipment from the Golden Celestial Empire. Although the costs were jaw-droppingly high, the efficiency gained was undeniable. Even more impressively, with the assistance of the scholars, they successfully replicated some of the machinery. The expenditure was indeed justified. Hall surveyed the towering textile machine before him, its apex adorned with countless threads connected to the pulleys below. A worker stood atop the structure, murmuring to himself as he manipulated the threads. Another worker sat beneath, transforming the vibrant threads into exquisite silk. Kyrie picked up a piece of silk to show Hall. "Behold, this is from the very machine that His Highness had specially transported last time. It can weave cotton, linen, silk, and wool." The fabric produced is smooth and delicate. He caressed the patterns on the cloth, especially the silk. Look at this little bird. It appears almost lifelike. Each finished piece can fetch a handsome price. The machine had cost them a substantial sum, and for the time being, it could not be replicated, as Master Marlin stated he would need further research. Did you acquire it from the Golden Celestial Empire? Hall inquired with interest, noting that the silk appeared identical to that produced by the Empire. Kyrie smiled. Indeed. We procured it through a merchant from Volantis. His Highness made a personal trip to Volantis for this, which took nearly a year, but it was well worth the effort. Wouldn't you agree? Hall scrutinized the operational diagrams. Did the scholars draw these? Kyrie replied. No, they were included as a gift upon the purchase of the machine. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss on how to operate it. Hall nodded. Are we perhaps in need of more hands again? I was just about to mention this. Kyrie said. With His Highness's forthcoming wedding, we should present a wedding gift. I plan to acquire 50 more skilled craftsmen to expand the workshops and present a mountain of golden dragons as a gift to His Highness. A splendid gift, Hall concurred. I too shall proceed with this. Brother Calvin intends to gift a rare ancient tome. Alas, I do not possess such a valuable relic. As they conversed while observing, they soon arrived at the forge. Compared to a year ago, the modest workshop had expanded several-fold. However, most of the workers were not engaged in their tasks but were gathered around an enormous statue. One blacksmith inserted an iron lever between the statue's foot and its pedestal, while another craftsman repeatedly struck the lever with a hammer. This statue, cloaked in darkness and eeriness, boasted 3 pairs of hands, 2 heads, and 8 legs. Its bald humanoid form was covered with eyes, devoid of a nose, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth and fangs, curving upwards in a sinister grin. As Hall gazed upon it, an odd sensation washed over him, as if the multitude of eyes were scrutinizing him in return. He turned away, unwilling to meet the statue's gaze. Regardless of its peculiar nature, it was forged from Valyrian steel. If they could successfully dismantle and reforge it, each of them could wield a legendary sword. The crafting of Valyrian steel weaponry was the aspiration of every blacksmith. Yet this particular steel was exceptionally hard, making it nearly impossible to even scratch, except by Prince Zeno himself. The Crown Prince had issued a decree. Whoever could cut it would be rewarded with a Valyrian steel sword. Carrie had tried, Hall had tried, and Sir Bollistan had attempted as well, all to no avail. Clearly, the blacksmiths were not yet willing to concede defeat. Alas, the prince must be quite disappointed in us. He has summoned the Alchemist Guild to attempt the cutting, Carrie lamented. Last time, they took a leg with them. Hall, puzzled, remarked. Did the prince also sever a leg for the blacksmiths? Why must they persist in their struggle against the statue? Because they are powerless against that steel leg, Carrie replied. It was uncertain who had conceived the ill-fated idea that the statue could be pried from its base. Carrie led Hall into the heart of the workshop, where the heat was stifling, flames illuminated every inch of the space, and massive forging furnaces blazed with intensity. The artisans stood around the furnace, either working the bellows or hammering the glowing iron ingots. Hall did not linger long. As the oppressive heat forced him to retreat, the craftsmen were nearly bare, clad only in protective leather aprons, while he, encased in armor, was already drenched in sweat. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Carrie suggested, "Let us observe Sir Bollistan's training results." Upon entering the recruits' training ground, they found Sir Bollistan demonstrating the art of archery to a novice. With legs apart and standing firm, back straight, he instructed seriously, lean forward slightly. Yes, focus on your arrow tip, aim for the bullseye, and release. Excellent. Remember this sensation. Good afternoon, Sir Bollistan, Hall respectfully greeted. These recruits have been remarkably trained by you. The prince truly chose the right person to be their mentor. You flatter me. Bollistan replied, allowing the recruits to continue their practice while stepping forward to speak with Hall and the others. This is only temporary. Once the prince finds a suitable replacement, I shall return to my duty of guarding him. I hope the new mentor arrives soon. I should return early. Bollistan's brow furrowed with concern as he added, lately, I have heard troubling rumors. There are whispers that Prince Zeno has an affinity for perilous and peculiar creatures. Some individuals have fallen prey to this absurd rumor and even presented a scorpion-tailed beast to His Highness. Fortunately, it did not cause him any harm. This situation was indeed perilous. Regarding this matter, Hall expressed his indignation. A group of foolish simpletons, babbling nonsense in the tavern. They did not deliberately intend to spread falsehoods. Yet the rumor has spread like wildfire. I apprehended these imbeciles and declared that they were lying, but it proved to be of little consequence. Everyone truly believes that His Highness accepted the scorpion-tailed beast with delight. Kyrie, in a fit of anger, remarked that they ought to have their skins flayed and displayed on the city walls to deter any future fabricators of lies. His Highness is clearly more enamored with gold. Sir Stan, exasperated, corrected him. It is only through accumulating wealth that one can support so many. Prince Zeno's love does not lie in riches, but in his subjects. As various lords arrived in King's Landing, Zeno's daily existence became consumed by social engagements, grand balls, excursions, and hunts. At today's ball, Cersei donned a flowing blue gown, adorned with intricate golden embroidery that cascaded from her chest to the hem, and her golden bracelets sparkled with rubies. Jaime wore a sky-blue long shirt paired with black riding trousers, and a long sword hung from his golden belt. This pair of twins always dressed similarly, and with their striking resemblance, Zeno gazed up at them conversing softly, perceiving them as though they were cast from the same mold. A handsome man with flowing golden locks approached. This was Gillian, my uncle. Cersei smiled as she introduced him to Zeno, mentioning his penchant for adventure and his grand aspiration to retrieve our family's ancestral sword. Rest assured, I shall recover it soon. Gillian bowed and greeted, Your Highness. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Zeno noted that the Lannisters bore a resemblance to one another, with the exception of Tyrion. I have heard that your family's sword went missing in the Smoking Sea. Are you planning to venture to the Valyrian Peninsula? I am preparing a longship and intend to set sail next year, Gillian replied. At that time, I shall bring back the dawn's light for your admiration. The curse of the Valyrian Peninsula is so formidable that even items retrieved from there are tainted. His demise is all but assured. Zeno hesitated, contemplating whether to offer a word of caution, but Tyrion interjected. That place is cursed, uncle. Thus far, no one has returned alive from there. Gillian displayed a mischievous grin. That is only because they are not me. Behold, this talisman I acquired at a great cost. With it, I shall traverse the Smoking Sea unscathed. He produced a triangular wooden piece, coated in silver, inscribed with a Valyrian phrase, protection. Tyrion turned his head to glance at Zeno, who subtly shook his head. He sensed no magic within the wooden artifact. It appears to be nothing more than a piece of scrap wood. Have you been deceived? Tyrion questioned. With so many sorcerers around, wouldn't it be wiser to seek one of them rather than purchase a block of wood? Gillian tucked the piece away. They are a cowardly lot. Fear not. I possess the favor of the gods. You may inquire with our newly appointed Master of Whisperers whether the gods truly offer protection. Tyrion steadfastly maintained his dissent, asserting that the journey to the Valyrian Peninsula was fraught with peril. King Jaehaerys I had issued a decree prohibiting access to the Valyrian Peninsula and the Smoking Sea. Uncle, you cannot contravene the royal edicts, he insisted. Gillian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Tyrion, even your father did not oppose it. Furthermore, this decree has been in place for over 2 centuries. If we were to strictly adhere to it, would we still be able to engage in trade with Volantis? Chapter 047. The pirate's proposal. The morning mist cloaked the world, enveloping it in a gossamer veil. The drifting clouds, swayed by the gentle breeze, morphed into formidable city walls, sturdy fortresses, and towering battlements. Wisps of delicate cloud resembled banners fluttering atop the castle, merging with the vanishing stars at the horizon, creating an ethereal dreamscape. As the sun ascended, its golden rays bathed the land in light, transforming the cloud castles into myriad resplendent ribbons of color, gold, crimson, and violet intertwined, illuminating the lengthy wedding procession. They set forth from the Red Keep towards the great September of Baelor as the first light of dawn graced the earth. Zeno today donned an opulent attire, his outer garment radiant as the golden red sunlight, draped in a black velvet cloak intricately embroidered with a red, 3-headed dragon and a golden lion. His crown sparkled brilliantly, mirroring the sheen of his lustrous golden hair. His bride wore an ivory silk gown symbolizing purity, revealing her graceful swan-like neck, her skin as smooth as cream, a slender waist, and her beauty beyond words. Her pristine silk gown was adorned with a semi-transparent layer of myrrhine lace, embellished with golden pearls that twinkled like a constellation of stars, while a ruby necklace hung delicately around her neck. The bride's cloak trailed from her steed to the ground. They knelt before the 7, pledging their vows 7-fold, receiving the archbishop's 7 blessings, and exchanging promises thrice. As the sacred hymns resounded, should anyone question this union, they would have 7 opportunities to contest it. Zeno beheld Rhaegar's gentle smile, while Elia shed tears of joy, and though Tywin did not smile, it was evident to all that he was in high spirits. With no challenges presented, it was time to exchange cloaks. Duke Tywin Lannister, with deliberate grace, assisted his daughter in shedding her bridal cloak, while King Rhaegar presented Zeno with the groom's cloak. Cersei elegantly smoothed her gown, kneeling submissively before Zeno to fasten his cloak. In turn, Zeno unfurled his own cloak, enveloping his bride within its dark fabric. Finally, their lips met softly, and the archbishop bestowed his blessings, eliciting applause and cheers from all witnesses. As they departed the sept, 7 members of the king's guard clad in white armor cleared the path for them, while multitudes of commoners showered them with flowers, petals cascading upon Zeno. The great September of Baelor bestowed upon them a loving gaze as they took their leave. The newlyweds stood atop the broad marble steps, the king and queen positioned behind them, encircled by the king's guard, with the city watch stationed below, separating the crowd. The lords approached one by one to offer their congratulations, while Cersei held her head high, her face aglow with pride. Zeno graciously received gifts until his hands were full. King Rhaegar generously bestowed vast tracts of land extending from the Kingsguard to the Blackwater River. Duke Tywin presented an imposing statue of a dragon, crafted from pure gold and standing 8 feet tall, with eyes fashioned from fist-sized golden pearls, each scale's edge adorned with minute silver diamonds. Prince Daemon gifted a flawless sand-colored pony, as pristine as the clouds. Prince Oberyn offered a dagger capable of slicing through iron, its hilt made of pure gold and embellished with a magnificent blue diamond. Many others contributed an abundance of gold and silver treasures, including gold chains set with enormous gemstones, an entire chest filled with rare black pearls, golden and silver spurs, and jeweled brooches. The most extravagant gifts came from Hall and Cale, who jointly presented 7 large chests brimming with golden dragons. After the noble lords had finished their offerings, a rotund tavern keeper placed a box of mead atop the pile, followed by an elderly monk who laid down an ancient tome. Subsequently, the common folk began to add their own gifts, with Zeno receiving numerous pairs of boots, a dozen daggers, assorted cloaks, an entire cart of wheat, cakes, bread, fruits, lizards, crows, shadows, and lynxes. Zeno subdued a lizard that attempted to bite him and expressed his gratitude to the members of the Golden Company, stating, "I shall keep it in the pool of the Red Keep. Thereafter, none shall dare to steal the fish within." Some stifled laughter ensued, while Hall bowed his head to hide his flushed face, resolving to administer a thorough reprimand to those unruly members upon returning. As dusk fell, a grand banquet commenced in the throne room, gathering 1,000 guests beneath 1,000 torches that illuminated the hall as brightly as day. Zeno stood upon a dais before the Iron Throne, receiving kisses and blessings from Rhaegar, Tywin, Kevan, Gillian, Jaime, and Tyrion. However, he could not partake in the meal until the High Septon completed the prayers. Once the prayers were recited, goblets filled, and the collective congratulations uttered, the dinner formally began. Musicians and singers occupied the sidelines, creating a harmonious symphony of drums, flutes, harps, and resounding voices. A sorcerer performed in the center of the hall, conjuring flames from thin air, while the golden dragon and golden lion danced gracefully in the skies above. Maegor summoned a fire dragon that circled the hall, and in an instant, the flames dissipated, revealing a majestic stag formed of white mist that galloped among the guests, offering a refreshing breeze. Zeno nibbled on a pie while watching the spectacle unfold. One singer began with 7 renditions of the Reign of Castamere, and by the time he concluded, another took the stage to sing an ancient ballad from Bravos, recounting a poignant love story of a couple enduring trials and tribulations, comprising 77 verses. Zeno felt drowsy, convinced that this song exceeded 1,000 verses. He glanced around. Cersei was wrapped in attention. Rhaegar was smiling and whispering to Elia, the queen mother softly chastised Viserys, who was flushed with intoxication and lost in daydreams. Tywin remained his usual serious self, while Jaime and Gillian engaged in a drinking contest. Oberyn and his lover were entwined, and Tyrion appeared to be dozing at the table. At that moment, the wedding pie was brought forth, a magnificent 7-tiered confection towering 2 yards high, its surface adorned with an enticing golden-brown hue. The crust appeared crisp and delectable, while melodious chirps and the playful flutters of birds emanated from within. Zeno drew his sword, joining Cersei in slicing through the pie, and 100 tiny birds erupted into the hall, flitting about chaotically, scattering feathers across the floor. The High Septon proclaimed that there were 77 species of birds, symbolizing that true marriage encompasses a kaleidoscope of laughter and sorrow, pain and joy, love and loyalty. A pledge to share both love and hardship. The atmosphere in the hall reached a crescendo, thunderous applause erupting, and radiant smiles illuminated the faces of all present. The musicians transitioned to a lively tune as Zeno took Cersei's hand, leading her onto the dance floor. Following them were the king and queen, with guests joining in a jubilant celebration of song and dance. As Zeno twirled with Cersei, he engaged in conversation with Aeou, inquiring if he had visited Illyrio and Varys lately. What are they up to? They seem preoccupied with business ventures, he remarked. Do you think I should press them for repayment? Zeno nearly stepped on Cersei's gown, but deftly avoided the mishap. It has been 2 months since I last saw them. I should certainly calculate the interest owed. Have you gleaned anything from the candlelight? Aeou asked. No, Zeno replied, his disappointment evident. Yet, I suspect they have accomplices and fear my discovery. Who do you think assassins and thieves would ally with? Aeou mused. I believe you need not concern yourself with their partnerships unless they are in league with the Lord of Light. Otherwise, they pose no threat to us. I suggest you consume them to replenish your strength. On that note, Zeno pondered a curious matter. I have devoured many souls, yet I have not grown taller. Have you ever seen a stone that grows an inch each year? Aeou suggested. If you wish to increase your height, you must eat more. Let us visit the Stepstone Islands tomorrow. There are pirate ships you adore, along with plenty of delectable pirate fare. As the ball concluded, the much-anticipated betting ceremony was, of course, rendered impossible, as the groom was merely 10 years old, thus this step was omitted. The crown prince, accompanied by a throng of attendants, escorted the princess to her chamber. Before consummating their union, they would first spend some time as neighbors. Cersei's smile radiated like spring sunshine as she embraced Zeno, planting multiple kisses on his cheek, eliciting laughter. Her cousins entered the room with her. For tonight, they would stand in for the groom to accompany the bride. On Bloodstone Island, heavy rain obscured the distinction between day and night, though the tempest would soon pass, and the pirates would set sail. Until then, they were left to linger under the eaves, awaiting the storm's end. The bored pirates found little to occupy their time. Ever since the Dragon Prince had chosen the Stepstone Islands as a supply point, the area had seen a significant decrease in population. Nevertheless, due to Bloodstone Island's advantageous geographical position and its unyielding, barren land, it was perpetually abundant with pirates. In the time it took Davos to enjoy a meal, 3 brawls had erupted in the tavern. One pirate crashed against his table, sending his plate and meal tumbling to the floor. Davos seized the wine bottle and struck the pirate at the back of his head, then pushed the unconscious man to the ground before ordering another meal. This island boasted more than one tavern, yet each was equally filthy, chaotic, and clamorous. Merchants, smugglers, rogues, thieves, and scoundrels, each one could easily assume the role of a pirate when the need arose. A group of men navigated through the brawling crowd, led by a man with the characteristic platinum curls and blue eyes of the Rhoynar, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat embellished with feathers and striped agate. His neatly trimmed platinum beard curled slightly at the ends, and he wore a red silk shirt, with a silver belt from which dangled a pearl-encrusted dagger and a longsword. My old friend, the pirate named Salladhor Saan, embraced Davos warmly. I hear you've allied yourself with a powerful patron, vowing never to smuggle again? Davos patted the shoulder of the Rhoynar pirate as they both took their seats. Are you not the self-proclaimed prince of the Narrow Sea, with your extensive network? You must have known long before now. Davos smiled with calm assurance. I am a knight now. Salladhor's expression fell as he lamented, You have achieved great success, commandeering my finest ship and sending my crew to the frozen tundra to mine ice. If I were to remain ignorant of all this, I would be as good as dead. My friend, I believe your master ought not to be a prince. He should be a pirate. Look at how well he performs, ensuring that prey cannot escape and that those he plunders feel gratitude, defending the borders of Westeros. Joining the Night's Watch is a mark of honor for them. But we are pirates, and what we desire is gold, not honor, Salladhor said, looking at Davos with a sense of despair. Moreover, this honor forces them to forsake their wives and children. Davos scoffed at his words. What wives and children do pirates possess? They are all mistresses and bastards. To not serve in the Night's Watch is to hang. I find that quite fair. Alas, you sail my finest ship, yet display such impatience with me. That vessel was custom-built for me in Volantis, 100 feet long with 50 oars, its hull and mast adorned in gold paint. The lion at the prow bearing my father's visage. The Dragon Prince not only seized my ship, but also took my 78 good crewmen and plundered my entire cargo, which comprised exquisite silks and spices. I have suffered a significant financial loss because of this. Davos beckoned to the serving girl and ordered a mug of ale. Where did you acquire your cargo, if not through theft? Salladhor swore vehemently. These goods were purchased by me from Volantis and Slaver's Bay, and I spent my own money. Isn't your money also acquired through theft? Davos took a sip of the ale. As a pirate, you should understand that snatching food from the dragon's jaws is impossible. Therefore, I wish to discuss a partnership. Salladhor regarded Davos earnestly. I know you currently possess 20 large ships. I have 26. Whatever type of ship or cargo your prince desires, I can provide. Rest assured, His Highness would never harm the innocent, and I am no longer a smuggler." Salladhor erupted into laughter, exclaiming that while he was unwilling to harm the innocent, the guilty were fair game. Having paid the taxes to Westeros, he argued, one was a good night. Why persist in paying the taxes of Volantis? Moreover, the free cities in Westeros were hardly the best of friends. Trust me, my dear friend. Your prince is certainly not one to adhere rigidly to tradition. Otherwise, how could my ship have come into your possession? As long as there is profit to be made, he will not care whether the funds originate from pirates or unscrupulous merchants. Noticing Davos's hesitation, Salladhor leaned closer, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. You must have noticed too. The Dragon Prince is a man destined for greatness, and throughout history, those who aspire to greatness require abundant gold. I am more than willing to support his grand endeavors. All you need to do is welcome an honest and loyal Salladhor-san into your fleet, and wealth will flow to us. Davos was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of voices. Look, it's a dragon. The Dragon King has returned. A pirate shouted excitedly. I bet he will seize Moro's ship. I wager he will take Calalin's, the larger one. But Moro's is better. I'm betting on Moro. Just as long as he doesn't take my ship. Your little vessel is beneath the dragon's notice. What did you say? Two pirates quickly fell into a brawl. Davos leaned in closer and witnessed a golden dragon swoop down with a flash of lightning, snatching away a three-masted ship adorned with red fish. Salladhor slammed his fist on the table. The Dragon King has stolen Salladhor-san's ship. He turned to Davos. My friend, I now possess only 25 ships, yet fortunately, the total count remains unchanged. Look how fond the Dragon Prince is of my ships and crew. How can you bear to deny me? Davos found himself at a loss for words, gesturing towards a pirate who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. Salladhor shot a glance at his first mate, and his crew promptly approached the pirate, knocking out half of his teeth. I shall convey your proposal to His Highness, Davos remarked, unable to suppress a twinge of sympathy for the pirate, wondering if he might agree to allow Salladhor to join. Salladhor sighed. Let this ship serve as my wedding gift to the Dragon Prince. I hear the bride is the fairest maiden in Westeros. The Dragon King is truly fortunate. Davos recalled the astonishing beauty of Cersei Lannister. He felt that the age difference between the couple was rather considerable, but as a sworn knight of Zeno, his opinion held little weight. He politely replied, Thank you for your generous gift, though it comes a month late. I trust His Highness will not mind. Chapter 048. The speculator beneath the dim sky lay an abandoned city enveloped by forest. They hurried to locate the altar situated at the far right of the city before darkness fell. The altar was a flat, glossy black stone, with a stark, bare column rising behind it, beneath which lay a heap of animal bones. The witch summoned from Ass High, draped in a black cloak and wearing a red wooden mask, concealed a wrinkled, sinister, and cunning visage beneath her disguise. Before the altar, she ignited a pyre, as several robust men collectively bore a bull, forcibly binding it upon the sacrificial platform. This bull, upon entering the city, had incessantly bellowed in despair, desperately attempting to break free from its confines. Yet, when compelled to lie on its back, exposing its sleek abdomen, it fell silent, tears streaming down its face. Zeno crouched atop a stone pillar, the bull's dark eyes reflecting his shadow, yet he remained invisible to the others. After the witch slit the bull's abdomen with a gilded dagger, her right hand delved within, provoking a cacophony of anguished cries from the bull as it thrashed desperately, yet remained immobilized. Her sharp claws clawed and tugged at the entrails, spilling intestines and viscera, until she finally grasped what she sought. Seizing the bull's heart, she yanked it forcefully, and a viscous spray of blood erupted, splattering over her. With bloodied hands raised high, the witch proclaimed, To the greatest being of this realm, please accept my offering. A slender tendril of black mist wafted before Zeno, and he reached out, consuming it in his mouth. It was too faint, he could scarcely discern its flavor. Not enough. The witch insisted, Bring forth the slaves. Dozens of severed heads formed a chilling tower. Their eyes, filled with despair, seemed to curse the world as they faced their imminent demise. Zeno felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were satiated yet still craving more. New captives were presented, and the witch, wielding her dagger as if to cleave the bull's belly once again, opened the slave's abdomen. She raised her hands once more, a living sacrifice, offered to you. The disemboweled slave slowly widened his eyes, witnessing a child emerge atop the stone pillar, as an endless black mist swirled above him, expanding into a colossal vortex, enveloping the entire city. Wisps of the fine black fog gathered from the heads of the onlookers, ascending towards the heavens, unnoticed by the muttering witch or the arms-crossed leader of the caravan. A voice inquired, What do you desire? The slave's lips, pale from blood loss, trembled in overwhelming fear. Can you see me? Will you be my priest? The child descended before him, strikingly beautiful, with golden hair interspersed with silvery strands and deep blue eyes shimmering like silver. Silence signifies your acquiescence. What is your name? Summoning all his strength, he whispered his name, Thin Mouse. What sort of name is that? The child placed a hand upon his forehead. I am Zeno. From this moment forth, you shall be known as strong. Night fell. The witch and the caravan leader slumbered in opulent tents, while the others rested beside the fire. The forest canopy wove a dense shroud of darkness, with eerie insect chirps and the low growls of beasts echoing in the distance. Paul was once a mercenary, having experienced the glory of joining a grand mercenary guild. However, after he lost his left hand due to intoxication and impulsiveness, securing work became exceedingly difficult. Bakroja, a merchant from Tolosi infamous for his avarice, offered meager payment but was willing to employ a one-handed mercenary. The continent of Sothros was inherently perilous, teeming with gem mines, gold and silver deposits, and flourishing with rare spice plants. Yet, it was also rife with insects, monsters, and diseases. The local striped people were grotesque, crude, and savage, and Paul had never encountered a more incommunicable race. While the threats of illness and monsters were formidable, they did not frighten Paul. However, this city was different. He could not articulate what set it apart, but there was a dreadful atmosphere that compelled him to flee. It was said that this place had once been occupied by an evil deity, causing all its inhabitants to vanish overnight. And even the locals would never dare to spend the night here. Bakroja astonishingly intended to resurrect this forsaken city, even bringing in a witch from Ashaya for the endeavor. Paul harbored disdain for that woman, a fallen priestess of the Red God, who sacrificed not with flames, but with knives. He tossed a piece of wood into the fire, intensifying the flames. This place is truly peculiar. Look at this black mud. Not a blade of grass grows, Paul murmured. On such a hot day, there isn't even a single mosquito. What is Bakroja thinking? Nas, the pirate, fiddled with his crossbow. Why concern yourself with that? He pays, we work. It's as simple as that. I find that slave peculiar, remarked Jokin, leaning against a collapsed stone while drinking. He has bled so much that his intestines are spilling out, yet he remains alive. A drop of water fell onto his face. Damn it, it's raining. As the downpour intensified, Paul hastily sought refuge in a dilapidated shack, turning to call for his companions. Behind him lay an eerie silence. The fire had been extinguished by the rain, and only a faint glow emanated from the tents in the darkness. Nas, Jokin? Paul ventured into the deluge in search of them. Nas's crossbow lay abandoned by the extinguished fire, and Jokin's longsword was discarded in the black mire. The mercenaries and slave swordsmen guarding the tent had vanished as well. From within the tent came faint sounds, and countless shadows danced upon the fabric. Had everyone retreated inside the moment he turned? Paul cautiously pulled back a corner of the tent flap, and through the gap, he beheld a throng inside. Gathered around the witch and the caravan master, all encircling the slave swordsman, whose belly had been opened, yet he lingered on the brink of death. They were gutting the slave, devouring him like beasts, ravenously competing for a bloody liver, their faces smeared with blood and satisfaction. Paul bit down hard on his severed arm. Otherwise, the sound of his teeth clashing would have been enough to awaken the dead. He lowered the tent flap and fled without a backward glance. The devoured slave turned his head, watching Paul's retreating figure. Zeno, having indulged, leaned back with a round belly and let out a satisfied belch atop the dragon's back. Aeou remarked, "We have arrived." The weather of the Stone Steps archipelago is perpetually capricious. One moment the sky is a brilliant azure, the next, torrential rain pours down. Zeno and Aeou have always seized the opportunity of heavy downpours to commandeer ships. However, the pirates have learned their lesson. No longer mooring their vessels in the open, but instead hiding them in caves. Yet, with only a few large caverns available, there are always some ships that cannot find refuge, and Zeno consistently returns laden with spoils. Few islands in the Stone Steps archipelago bear names, and Torture Abyss is not among them, yet it serves as a crucial stronghold for pirates. The exterior of this small isle is stark and barren, while within, a labyrinth of caves flourishes, interconnected in a vast array. The coastal sea caves are notably spacious, allowing pirates to conceal their grand vessels within. Surrounding the island, the waters are dark and tumultuous, riddled with treacherous reefs that can easily ensnare unacquainted ships, leading them to capsize. Nevertheless, these perils do not deter dragons. Zeno descended upon the mouth of a cave, nestled between two cliffs. The left cliff boasted several small openings, devoid of paths, with only an iron chain dangling down as a makeshift rope ladder. Grasping the chain, Zeno ascended, eliciting astonished and fearful gazes from several pirates. "I seek Salado Sanjen," Zeno announced, brandishing a piece of parchment. "There is a business matter I must discuss with him." hence my arrival. A pirate named Gray guided Zeno into the cavern, which was deep and expansive, resembling a grand palace where pirates had established their own small town. A drunken pirate stumbled past Zeno, clutching a woman, and tilted his head to stare at Zeno. "Gray, is this little brat yours? Arisen? He is a guest of Salado Sanjan," Gray retorted curtly, pushing him aside. The pirate laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle Zeno's hair. "Sanjan is gambling at Blood-Eye. This lad could serve as a wager." Zeno seized the pirate's arm and hurled the inebriated man away as if he were a mere sack of sand, sending him crashing into a long table. Zeno brushed his hands together. He truly is tiresome. Witnessing the man she had been clinging to collapse, the striking woman showed no fear. She leaned down, playfully tapping Zeno's cheek and casting him a flirtatious glance. "When you grow a little older, feel free to seek me out. I am Lena." Zeno tugged at Gray's sleeve, urging, "Let us depart." Blood-Eye is the name of a tavern, a two-story structure precariously perched within a semicircular cave, with a bottomless black water pool below. Zeno ascended the rickety wooden staircase, acutely aware of the creaking boards lamenting under Gray's weight. In the dim light, a circle of men gathered in the tavern's hall, engaged in a coin-tossing game. A bald giant inhaled deeply, flicking a silver coin into the air with his fingertips, sending it soaring and spinning. At that moment, he launched a second coin, followed by a third, creating a straight line of 3 coins suspended in midair. Zeno observed as the giant prepared to toss a fourth coin. "What game are they playing?" he inquired. It was a contest to see who could keep the most coins aloft. Gray elaborated that as soon as the coins touched the ground, they were swapped out, with the victors seizing all the money while the vanquished were left with naught. Others could wager against the winner. 7, 8. The pirates bellowed, "A dozen, a dozen." As the 9th coin fell, a silver piece clattered to the floor, prompting a chorus of jeers from the crowd. Before the next player could commence, Gray patted Salado's arm. "Captain, your guest. Whoever it is, I shall finish this round first." Salado retorted, not bothering to glance back. "I intend to win." Zeno grasped his arm, forcibly extracting Salado from the throng. The fury on Salado's face transformed into astonishment upon seeing him, and he exclaimed, "How did you get in?" "Simply walked in." Zeno surveyed the elegantly dressed Rhaenys. "I ought to have you detained at the wall, had it not been for Davos's intercession. Are you inclined to converse?" Salado, casting a reluctant glance at the crowd, turned back with a broad smile. "I should have been the one to visit you. I did not expect you to come first. Please, follow me." They ascended the creaking stairs to the 2nd floor, with Gray stationed at the staircase. The upper chamber was tall and narrow, half filled with reeds and bulrushes stacked against the walls, while several dark brown pine boxes served as tables, and dirty empty barrels acted as stools. Salado gestured for Zeno to sit atop a barrel. "I regret having to entertain you here. I believe you deserve a more splendid setting. In my residence in Rhys, I possess tea from the golden paradise, more precious than gold itself. You must come to sample it." "You are quite verbose," Zeno observed, as a few pill bugs hurried across the tabletop. "Pirate, you offer me stolen tea and yet have the audacity to speak thus." Salado sighed. "Your tone mirrors that of Davos. I am merely an occasional pirate. Most of the time, I am a law-abiding merchant." Zeno regarded him with disdain. "I care not whether you are a pirate daily or sporadically. In any case, pirates are not afforded the protection of the law." Salado opened a pine box, retrieving a decanter and cups, pouring each a glass of wine, an exquisite red wine. "This is all that remains. My lord, Davos and I are the best of friends. If he is the finest smuggler, then I am the preeminent merchant and pirate. We excel in smuggling, trade, and plunder, and we share the same perspective. We never kill indiscriminately, especially not children. Currently, we command 46 great ships, surpassing all pirate crews. If you desire, we could even seize Tolosai as a gift for you. But I am not the type of pirate who seeks only immediate gain, my lord. What do you think of the title King of the Staircase Isles? Seizing Tolosai? Are you speaking grandiloquently, or have I misheard you?" Zeno asked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Davos has referred to you as the Prince of the Narrow Sea. You should know better than I about the Staircase Isles, where no king has ever reigned for long." Salado shrugged, remarking that with wealth and power, anyone could become the Prince of the Narrow Sea. "Your Highness, we possess men, ships, and most importantly, dragons. We can certainly conquer Tyrosh. However, while the act of conquest may be straightforward, governance is a different matter altogether." Zeno, displeased, rapped his knuckles on the table. "Enough of this nonsense. I genuinely believe so." Salado, suppressing his smile, replied earnestly, "Once we seize control of the Stepstone Islands, we will dominate the waterways leading in and out of the Narrow Sea. Cities like Pandos, Bravos, Mir, Tyrosh, and Lys are utterly dependent on maritime trade. At that juncture, by imposing tolls on their vessels, we could amass wealth beyond our wildest dreams. Zeno countered. You are aware of their reliance on sea trade, particularly Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys. If I were to acquire the Stepstone Islands, I would simultaneously have to wage war against them. They will not form alliances. A cunning smile crept across Salato's face. That is precisely why we shall first ally with Lys. Chapter 49. On the path to sovereignty, Zeno showed little interest in Salato's proposal. Are you suggesting that because you hail from Lys, we should collaborate with them? Your idea sounds intriguing, yet it is fraught with challenges. Merely eradicating the pirates from the Stepstone Islands could take years, and after that, we would still have to contend with the free cities. He lifted his goblet, but did not drink. You seem well-versed in these matters. You are undoubtedly aware of the conduct of the Tri-City Alliance from years past. Lys even demanded young boys and girls as tolls. If you expect me to ally with them, I might be tempted to reduce the governor's residence and the perfumed gardens to ashes. Salato quickly backtracked. That was merely a minor suggestion. Whether or not to ally with Lys is entirely at your discretion. However, I believe the current governor is not like those from 2 centuries past. He knows precisely what must be done and what should not. Zeno deemed further discussion unnecessary, setting down his goblet and rising. Salato hurried to stop him. If you find this unpalatable, I have another proposal. He spoke rapidly. I could form an alliance with Davos, or join him. Either way, we could intercept vessels at the Stepstone Islands without collecting tolls, merely boarding to inspect. If we encounter smugglers or pirates, we would seize their ships and cargo, splitting the spoils 70-30 in your favor. The guilty would be sent to the wall or hanged. Zeno feigned indifference. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. You may go and speak with the governor of Lys to see if he will ally with you. If you feel that 70-30 is excessive, 80-20 would suffice. Salato resumed his seat, declaring earnestly, I genuinely wish to assist you in conquering Tyrosh and becoming the master of the Stepstone Islands. I am a merchant. The more peaceful this region, the better my business will flourish. Your Highness, will you not give this a moment's thought? Davos and I are quite familiar with smugglers and pirates, and I assure you, we would never harm the innocent. War is far too costly. On behalf of Dei Fusi, Zenon replied, even if we conquer Tyrosi and the Stepstone Islands, there are dozens of minor isles here, nearly all of which, aside from Tyrosi, are unsuitable for agriculture and devoid of mineral resources. The inhabitants of these lands will ultimately find themselves reliant on the sea for their livelihood. Unfortunately, the turbulent currents here make fishing perilous. Their most probable fate is to become pirates, as this profession is the easiest and most lucrative. If you wish for me to be their king, the best solution I can conceive is to encourage their relocation. The lands under my stewardship could be cultivated by them. But would they truly embrace a life of farming? The toil of tilling the earth is arduous. I suspect the majority of pirates would prefer the gallows to the plow. Moreover, I distinctly recall that the Sarn family has been comprised of pirates for generations. How has it suddenly transformed into merchants? Must they solely resort to farming? Cannot they join your personal forces? Salato protested. You have permitted mercenaries, thieves, ruffians, and brigands to enlist in your ranks, yet deny pirates the same opportunity? That is because they are willing to obey my commands and adhere strictly to the laws of the kingdom and the chivalric code. Otherwise, they can serve as guards at the wall. Can pirates uphold such standards? Zenon gestured toward the Lyseni, stating, you are not even from Westeros. When you transgress, you will question whether foreigners are obliged to abide by Westerosi law. I shall be candid. To join me, you must adhere to my laws. There are no slaves in Westeros, and piracy is punishable by death. Westeros venerates both the new gods and the old. We may tolerate other beliefs, but we will not permit indiscriminate killing in the name of faith. Furthermore, once you become my subordinate, you can no longer return to piracy. Otherwise, I shall see you hanged. You are excessively stringent, Salato remarked with a slight smile. Clearly, your father's realm is populated with noble pirates. Thus, it seems you desire neither Tyrosi nor the Stepstone Islands, but rather find them too difficult to govern. Your Highness, why be so courteous? Once you become the ruler here, you may impose whatever laws you deem fit. Even if you require everyone to convert to the faith of the Seven, they will comply. If you find governing this region too burdensome, your loyal Salato is more than willing to assist in its management. On a pirate ship, disobedient crew members are cast into the sea by the captain, regardless of their origins. Once aboard your vessel, they must heed your command. Those pirates you do not wish to retain may choose either to farm or swim back to the sea. I believe any rational person would know how to decide. Since you permit pirates to reform, may I henceforth renounce my piratical ways and collaborate with you? Zenon took a seat. beginning to contemplate the suggestions of the Lyseni pirate earnestly. Upon his arrival, he had already conferred with Aeou regarding the issues of the Stepstone Islands. This maritime domain was rife with turmoil, and aside from collecting tolls, offered scant benefits. He did not come here to negotiate with the pirates. Rather, he sought to glean insights into their operations through Salado, facilitating the acquisition of their wealth and souls, while concurrently clearing the shipping lanes to ensure smoother commercial endeavors for Davos. Now, the pirates had ignited a new strategy in his mind. Capturing Tyrosh would provide him with a vital transit city, alleviating the need for Zeno to personally procure goods from Myr and Volantis. The slave trade in Tyrosh was flourishing, and given that Westeros prohibited such transactions, he could easily seize the assets of those slave traders. Zeno could even forcibly relocate a portion of Tyrosh's slaves to the Crownlands, thereby replenishing the population of the Golden Rose estate. Should he indeed decide to launch an offensive against Tyrosh, Prince Daeron would undoubtedly rally his forces in support. However, upon reflection, why must he resort to warfare? Conflict is both costly and labor-intensive, and the post-war restructuring demands time. By controlling the straits of the Narrow Sea, neither Lys nor Myr would remain passive, and perhaps even Pentos might join the fray. The rulers of Tyrosh are referred to as the Great Lords, theoretically elected by all Tyroshi citizens, yet akin to the Sea Lord of Braavos. If it were truly fair and just, Zeno could consume the pine box before him. At least Braavos retains some semblance of dignity, while Tyrosh exhibits none. The elections for the Great Lord are rife with threats, bribery, and assassination. And the Tyroshi take pride in believing that those who do not engage in such tactics are unfit to govern the city. This results in Great Lords rarely dying of natural causes. The previous one was poisoned. Although this electoral method is distasteful, it serves Zeno's interests exceedingly well. He could easily appoint someone as the Great Lord, effectively making them his proxy in Tyrosh. The number of free citizens in Tyrosh is minimal. Although the city is significantly larger than Sunspear, slaves outnumber free men 3-1, and only the wealthiest merchants, slave traders, and bankers are eligible for the Great Lordship. This indicates that the number of individuals Zeno would need to threaten or eliminate is quite limited. Does your ancestry trace back to Tyrosh? Zeno inquired, taking a sip from his goblet. I recall that the governor of Pentos need not be a Pentoshi. Must the Great Lord of Tyrosh be a Tyroshi? Salado, perplexed but honest, replied, my great-grandmother was Tyroshi. The Great Lord need not be born in Tyrosh, but must possess Tyroshi blood, substantial wealth within Tyrosh, and the support of its citizens. You completely meet the criteria. Zeno beamed brightly. You should become the Great Lord of Tyrosh. Salado's eyes widened in astonishment. The current Great Lord is in good health. Even if he were to die, the Tyroshi would never elect me. After all, I am a Lyseni, and Lys and Tyrosh have never been on amicable terms. You could relocate to Tyrosh, Zeno suggested. Find a person of standing to vouch for you. In Tyrosh, as long as you have wealth, there are plenty willing to assist you. Salado trembled in astonishment, his lips quivering. Even if I were to become a Tyrosian from this moment on, my modest wealth pales in comparison to that of the Tyrosian bankers. They would never support my ascension to the throne. I believe it would be more prudent for us to directly assault them, thus claiming their riches for ourselves. Zeno produced a 3-inch glass candle, ignited it, and handed it to Salado. Capturing a city is a relatively simple endeavor, yet governance poses formidable challenges. During the War of the 9 Copper Pieces, the silver-tongued Aquito Adres seized Tyrosia through sheer force, only to meet a grim fate. Ascending to the throne via election, at least in legal terms, would leave them unable to contest your legitimacy. As long as you evade assassination, you shall remain the sovereign. Upon your coronation, I implore you to reform Tyrosia, abolishing the slave trade. This candle serves as a means for you to contact me. Furthermore, I shall require 30% of Tyrosia's tax revenue moving forward. Salado gazed vacantly at the flickering flame of the glass candle, a shiver coursing through him as he regained his senses. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. I will strive to become a candidate, yet I cannot abolish the slave trade. Only free men possess the right to vote. The slave trade is Tyrosia's principal source of income, and I fear that should I issue a decree, they would revolt on the very day. The Sanjin family is renowned in Rish, and it is well known that you possess considerable wealth. For someone like you to immigrate to Tyrosia and stand as a candidate should pose no difficulty. Zeno naturally appointed him, saying, I do not expect you to implement reforms immediately upon taking office. Why not first sweet-talk them with some flattering words? I will assist you in eliminating those prominent families. The rest we shall tackle gradually. Once you ascend to the throne of Tyrosia, we will jointly exert control over the Stone Steppe Islands and, as you suggested, levy tolls. Salado managed a forced smile, The outcome unanticipated. Your Highness, this plan has a few minor issues. The Grand Duke is elected by the Tyrosians, and they will not trust me. If, at that time, no one votes for me, how can it be that no one would support you? Zeno replied, now? Tell me about the current Grand Duke of Tyrosia and the families eligible to participate in the election. Upon returning to the Red Fortress, Zeno began to investigate the present Grand Duke of Tyrosia. Although it seemed simple to discuss in front of Salato, the execution of this plan would indeed present challenges. The Tyrosians are notorious for their avarice, and to be their Grand Duke, one must surpass most Tyrosians in greed. This Grand Duke is named Rocco Uplos, and the Uplos family is among the wealthiest and most prestigious in Tyrosia, their enterprises encompassing the slave trade, finance, and agriculture. He is of high standing, handsome, and ascended to the throne at a young age. His achievements are commendable, and Rocco embodies the type of ruler favored by the Tyrosians. He supports slave traders in plundering merchant ships and captures civilians aboard those ships to enslave them, as well as endorsing their expeditions to the Great Wall to seize wild-focused slaves. He is exceedingly skilled in coercion and bribery, once persuading Mill with gold coins to maintain neutrality in the trade war between Tyrosia and Rish. He is a staunch devotee of the three-headed god, willing to cleave incapacitated slaves, dwarfs, and criminals into three parts as offerings to the divine. To assassinate him is not a daunting task. The challenge lies in executing the deed without arousing suspicion, a skill in which Zeno is yet unpracticed. If one lacks proficiency, they may seek out those more adept. Aeou suggested, perhaps inquiring with Machiro, who, although not a shadow binder, is well versed in their techniques. Alternatively, one could simply bestow gifts upon that sovereign and directly cast a curse upon him. Zeno set aside the parchment, remarking, yet I am not well versed in curses either. Where is Machiro now? Aeou replied, he is at the Prime Minister's tower. Are you also at the Prime Minister's tower? Zeno inquired, perplexed. What could he possibly discuss with Tywin? He is attempting to persuade Tywin to convert. You truly ought to witness it, Aeou gleefully remarked. The devout Prime Minister has resolutely rebuffed him. Zeno had already witnessed the fervor of the red-cloaked monk's faith. Since Machiro became the head of intelligence, he had wielded prophetic flames to dominate the entire royal council, leading even the typically uninterested Lord Clinton to acknowledge the power of Lawler. However, acknowledgement does not equate to willingness to convert. Convincing Duke Tywin to embrace a new faith is impossible unless the worship of the Red God becomes the prevailing belief in Westeros. After all, the true faith of the Prime Minister lies in himself. My Lord Machiro, upon Zeno's traverse through the courtyard, the head of intelligence emerged from the Prime Minister's tower. Good afternoon. I have heard you are attempting to persuade Lord Tywin to become a follower of the Lightbringer. Have you succeeded? Machiro bowed. Lord Tywin remains steadfast in his belief in the false god. Zeno accompanied him toward Maegor's holdfast. You ought not to waste your efforts on Lord Tywin any longer. Refrain from preaching daily in the square, considering your esteemed position. The High Septon has tolerated you for quite some time. Should you continue to speak of this false god, he may very well lose his mind. I am merely disseminating the light and warmth of Lawler to the world, Machiro replied obstinately, as ever. I am eager to discuss this matter with the High Septon, yet he has spurned me. If you intend to employ flames in your discourse, he will undoubtedly refuse. Persisting in this manner will lead others to believe that Aegon has returned. Machiro's voice resonated deep as a twilight bell. Flames repel evil. How could a true servant of the divine fear flames? His avoidance merely indicates that the deity he worships is a false one. Zeno chose to cease this dialogue. Machiro, do you understand the art of shadow binding? Machiro lowered his gaze. I possess some knowledge. Are you seeking to eliminate a traitor? I would be pleased to assist you. Please inscribe the incantations for me, Zeno stated. I would be most grateful. Machiro's expression turned peculiar. Shadow binding cannot be inscribed. It can only be learned from the shadows. How does one learn? It requires merely to gaze upon the shadows, the red-cloaked monk replied. For you, this is exceedingly simple. Chapter 050. The ghost from the area. The cabin was engulfed in darkness, so profound that nothing was discernible. Paul awoke from a nightmare, feeling utterly weak and disoriented. It had been nearly 3 months since he escaped from that place, yet he continued to dream of that scene every single day. This rendered his consciousness perpetually hazy, with only fleeting moments of lucidity. Most often, he would awaken momentarily, only to succumb to slumber once more, interrupted frequently by nightmares that jolted him awake, ensnaring him in a relentless cycle. He gazed vacantly at a shadowy corner of the room, where something ominous seemed to lurk, sending shivers through his mind. At that moment, a flicker of light illuminated the space as Paul's roommate entered, placing an oil lamp upon the table. The glow dispelled the darkness. and Paul felt a wave of relief wash over him. The ship had departed from the Isle of Tears, bound for Slave Bay. Its master was a pirate, a part-time merchant and slave trader who frequently engaged with Paul's former master. When Paul, in a disheveled state, requested passage, the pirate did not inquire why he was the sole survivor of a large group. Although the exorbitant fare depleted his savings and left him in debt, Paul remained profoundly grateful. The wind howled fiercely, and colossal waves began to toss the vessel violently. Paul soon found himself retching again, unable to consume anything during this time, yet continuously expelling bile. "Are you all right?" a fellow passenger inquired, offering him a leather pouch filled with water. Paul expressed his gratitude and took a few trembling sips of the clear liquid, managing to quell his nausea somewhat. His companion was a young mercenary with dark hair and eyes, of unremarkable appearance but tall and slender, clad in an ill-fitting green silk shirt and brown leather armor, with a long sword hanging at his side. Paul felt an uncanny familiarity with the mercenary, despite having never met him before. "You are truly a good person," the young mercenary remarked, speaking in a disjointed manner, often failing to connect his thoughts coherently. In this world, good people are already scarce, and to find one among the ranks of a slave trader is quite peculiar, wouldn't you agree? This is certainly the strangest thing I have encountered. Paul was perplexed as to why the mercenary had labeled him a good person. He had never considered himself as such. Yet, he chose not to dispute the claim. For had it not been for the mercenary's care during these days, he might well have perished. The mercenary continued, "Do you know of Lazar? I lived there as a child with my parents. The Lazzarini were very kind, even offering me goat's milk. However, good people often meet an early demise. The Dothraki breached that city, and everyone perished." Paul found it increasingly difficult to breathe. The stench in the pirate ship's hold was unbearable. "Yet you are still alive." The mercenary's voice was somber. "Indeed, I was sold into Astapor. They intended to train me as an unsullied, but my physical condition was inadequate to meet their standards. Thus, I ended up in the arena, which was truly hellish. We, a group of children, would be smeared in honey and forced to duel with brown bears. The esteemed lords would wager from the stands, betting on which child the bear would consume first. Surviving that was no small feat." Paul gasped heavily, still struggling to breathe amidst the foul air. "I must go outside for some fresh air," he declared, unsteadily rising to his feet and making his way up the slick stairs to the upper deck. The torrential rain lashed against the deck as Paul stood at the doorway, the dim light from the glass lamp overhead casting a faint glow that barely illuminated a few sailors huddled by the mast. The damp chill seeped through his leather armor, sending a shiver coursing through him. He inhaled the frigid air deeply, his senses sharpening considerably. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a gruesome sight. The ground was strewn with mangled flesh, and a crew member, half melted, lay sprawled on the floor, his feet ensnared in the blood and fat of another. The relentless downpour had failed to cleanse the scene. A young mercenary appeared at his side, incessantly grumbling about the broken mast. "Pirates are utterly unreliable. Once we reach Astapor, we must either repair this ship thoroughly or consider acquiring a new one." "Astapor?" Paul turned stiffly to face the mercenary, recognizing the green silks he wore, embroidered with silver thread depicting pear blossoms, an attire that should have belonged to Velcrosia. The sailors gradually closed in, their smiles contrasting with their bodies that appeared to be slowly disintegrating. A chill ran down Paul's spine. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet his feet felt as if they were encased in lead. At last, he recalled the mercenary's visage, the enslaved swordsman who had been devoured. Indeed, Astapor. That was a promising destination. The young mercenary shook his trembling shoulders gently. "Dear Paul, welcome aboard. I am Strawn." Before the grand manor of the purple goldflower estate sprawled a vast courtyard, encircled by lush vines and trees bursting with blossoms. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dancing upon golden strands of hair. Zeno sat on a wooden bench at the center of the courtyard, wielding a Valyrian steel sword as he meticulously sliced through a block of Valyrian steel. Beside him sat a blacksmith, who promptly weighed and boxed each piece as Zeno finished his task. The underwater statue aside, the Sphinx had remained untouched amidst the ruins for a reason. Although Valyrian steel swords could be reforged, the same could not be said for Valyrian steel statues, as Aeou explained that once an object takes on a form, it possesses a will of its own. Once shattered, it reverts to being akin to ordinary Valyrian steel. The Alchemist Guild had not yet given up. Yet Zeno had grown impatient. "Your Grace." Kyrie approached briskly, halting before him. "The master weaponsmith from Kower has arrived." Zeno looked up to see a man with only half a face standing before him. He was tall and muscular, his brown leather armor straining against his physique. His right side was striking, with sharp cheekbones and thick brows framing piercing gray eyes and a pronounced nose. However, the left side was a grotesque ruin. Save for an eye surrounded by scars, his ear was reduced to a mere hole, and the bones of his jaw were faintly visible. Zeno gazed at him, and the man's gray eyes locked onto Zeno's with equal intensity. You are the master weaponsmith from Koa. You appear to be a Westerlander. I am indeed a Westerlander. I am Sandor Clegane, he replied in a gravelly voice. The master weaponsmith you seek is right here. With that, he dragged forth a tightly bound old man with a blue beard. Sandor tossed the old man before Zeno, declaring, "This fellow is supposedly the finest master of weapon forging in Koa, at least according to his own boasts. I conveyed your request to him, and to my astonishment, he insisted that you should bring the Valyrian steel yourself. Hence, I brought him here bound." Koa's weapons were renowned across the lands, and the artisans held a prestigious status there. Sandor's ability to capture a master craftsman and bring him to Westeros was indeed impressive. "You scoundrel! I shall never assist you in forging weapons. Never." The old man bellowed from the ground. "Barbarian! Abomination! The black goat shall devour you." Sandor sneered, pressing his foot upon the man's head. "Then you are of no use. I have alternatives. Mort, come forth." At long last, the alternative made his entrance, squeezing through the crowd. Clad in a splendid green silk shirt and adorned with a silver chain set with emeralds, he bowed respectfully to Zeno. "I am Mort, and I have apprenticed in Koa for 20 years, mastering all their techniques, from infusing color into fine steel to reforging Valyrian swords. I can accomplish it all." Zeno gestured towards a wooden crate brimming with Valyrian steel. "Forge a piece for me to behold." Mort picked up a shard of Valyrian steel, scrutinizing it in increasing astonishment. "Is this truly Valyrian steel? All of this is Valyrian steel?" "Indeed," Zeno replied, glancing at the sun now high in the sky. "If you can truly forge, then I shall entrust all of this to you." The old man fell silent, staring in disbelief at the 3 large crates filled with Valyrian steel and the partially carved monstrous statue. "Where did you acquire so much Valyrian steel? Is this statue made of Valyrian steel? How did you cut into it?" Zeno resumed his work with the steel arm. "You aren't doing any work, so why ask so many questions? Free him and let him depart." The old man refused to leave, insisting, "I am far superior to that half-wit. I can work for you, but I demand Valyrian steel as payment. I lack enough for myself. Why would I provide you with any as recompense?" Zeno replied, not lifting his gaze as he severed the fingers of the statue. "Master Mort, you may commence your work. Kelly, assist him in moving the crates. I am Kenthorn, the finest weaponsmith in Koa. It is a blessing for you to have me. I have sufficient blessings already. I require no additional burdens from you. If you do not leave, then remain," Zeno threatened. "I have no need for you here." Kenthorn wore a self-assured expression. "You need me. I know of other locations where Valyrian steel statues exist." Zeno ignored him and rose to head to the forge. Tob stood by the furnace, clad only in a leather vest, wielding a hammer with great strength, his biceps bulging as he struck the iron. Compared to his previous extravagant attire, he now exuded the essence of a blacksmith. As he hammered the Valyrian steel, he muttered incantations, transforming the steel under his hands as it melted and morphed into elongated shapes. Zeno nodded in satisfaction. After toiling for numerous days, he finally witnessed the fruits of his labor. The Valyrian steel swords he was forging were not intended for sale, but rather reserved for the impending confrontation with the others. Selling them would be a consideration only when surplus was available. Kenthorn continued to prattle on to Sandor, receiving nothing but a few eye rolls in return. "You brought me here, and now you abandon me?" Kenthorn fumed, nearly hopping in frustration. "I am the finest weaponsmith." Sandor's tone was frigid as he retorted, "I desire a Valyrian steel sword myself. Yet you, a mere blacksmith, have the audacity to ask for one. How can you even compare yourself to me?" Kenthorn scoffed. "Warriors are a dime a dozen, but masters of weaponry are rare." With a twitch of his lips, Sandor seized the old craftsman, disregarding Kenthorn's struggles and protests, and forcefully dragged the elder to the door, unceremoniously tossing him out. Upon turning back, he found the crown prince standing behind him, gazing intently with a somber expression. Zeno held an unsheathed longsword in his hand, and Sandor's pupils constricted sharply at the palpable threat emanating from the young prince, sending shivers down his spine and causing his heart to race. He was aware of Zeno's formidable prowess, capable of easily dispatching giants like Gregor, yet his instincts warned him that this diminutive figure was exceedingly dangerous. However, the dragon prince had no reason to kill him. Sandor inhaled deeply. "Your Highness, I've tossed the old man out. Is there anything else? Who is Gregor Clegane to you?" Zeno queried. "Indeed," Sandor replied gruffly, "he is my brother." Zeno nodded thoughtfully. "You seek vengeance for him. Do you wish to duel with me?" "No," Sandor answered. "Look at my face. He did this to me." I swore to kill him. Yet you preempted me, leaving me with nothing to do. I merely came upon you as you were recruiting in the streets. Zeno tilted his head. You cannot be a knight, can you? How old are you? 20. I have no intention of becoming a knight. Such a character you possess, Zeno mused. In much of Westeros, a man of noble birth who fails to become a knight faces ridicule, not only for himself, but also for his entire family. If Tyrion could be a knight, Tywin would not have looked so askance at him. Not becoming a knight, regardless of martial prowess, bars one from certain grand events, as some tournaments allow only officially recognized knights to participate. Even a king cannot escape this rule. I understand, Zeno remarked. Sandor snorted coldly. You are nothing like your father. You are the first to say so, Zeno replied cautiously. Everyone claims I resemble him. Sandor snorted again, crossing his arms and falling into contemplation. Illyrio's parlor remained opulent and lavish. He was entertaining guests within, with a bowl of grapes, a plate of olives, and a jug of amber wine from Pintos adorning the table. Varys seemed to have stepped out, as Zeno could not locate him. The guest was a mercenary, undoubtedly of considerable age, characterized by prominent ears, a crooked jaw, and a large nose, bearing a visage that was distinctly unique. While Illyrio spoke incessantly, he leaned back against the sofa with his arms crossed, largely remaining silent and serious, uttering not a word. They were engaged in a discussion regarding the impending war between Mill and Tyrosh, with Illyrio expressing his hope that the mercenary would lead a band of mercenaries to fight for Tyrosh. Throughout the conversation, they refrained from mentioning the name of this mercenary company, nor did they elucidate Illyrio's motives for acting as a lobbyist for Tyrosh. Illyrio produced a scroll, roughly the width of his thumb, and handed it to the mercenary. Zeno fixated on a small patch of darkness beneath the sofa, under his gaze. The black shadow began to spread and expand, creeping up the legs of the sofa towards the man seated upon it. Suddenly, the mercenary leaped to his feet, forcefully overturning the sofa, causing the shadow, now bereft of its anchor, to lunge forward and grasp at the hem of the mercenary's trousers. Amidst the flickering flame of the glass candle, the mercenary roared, Shadowbinder. His voice was laden with terror and fury. He unsheathed his longsword. Yet the blade merely passed through the shadow, as if it were an illusion. Illyrio had already fled. The shadow climbed up the mercenary's clothing, enveloping him entirely. And soon Zeno discerned the fear reflected in his eyes. After directing the shadow to search the mercenary's person, it seized the scroll he had placed against his chest, before retreating back to the ground, disappearing into the crevice of the sofa.